What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7FG Chapter 161 Battle for the Great Gods of Destruction, Son Gohan's Angel, seeking subscription. Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, I have a different opinion. He is just a mere mortal, why can he become the gods of destruction of the universe? I don't think he has that quality and qualifications. At this moment, the fourth universe gods of destruction Quitela, who is not afraid of death, stood up and spoke directly. This guy is known for being the best in gods of destruction. Many times I will question Master Zeno's decision. But Master Zeno seems to like him quite a bit, every time he can survive safely. You must know a lot of gods of destruction, such as Champa and Beerus, although they are very powerful in their respective universes. But in front of Master Zeno, sometimes he dare not even fart. Gods of destruction Quitela from the fourth universe is really gutsy by comparison. Master Zeno, I also feel that a mere human cannot take on this great task. At this moment, gods of destruction Vermut of the 11th universe also immediately echoed. While other gods of destruction did not speak directly, did not take a stand. But they also had the same thoughts as Quitela and Vermut. That's a human being who really isn't that qualified for the role of gods of destruction. And this human being looks so young, how can he have such strength? Of course, only Beerus knew that. Son Gohan's strength is very strong. It can be said that it surpasses any gods of destruction. If only in terms of strength, Son Gohan does have that qualification. Even more qualified than other gods of destruction. Grand Priest and Zeno were not angry either, they just smiled lightly. Afterwards, Grand Priest said, "It is normal for the gods of destruction of the 4th universe and the gods of destruction of the 11th universe to raise such doubts." 217. However, I can tell you very clearly that Mr. Gohan is very powerful. He's fully qualified to be the gods of destruction of the 11th universe. Even, Master Zeno and I agree that he is qualified to be the great gods of destruction. If it weren't for his own stop at that time, it is estimated that Son Gohan has become a big gods of destruction. And the reason why I did that was because I was afraid that I would be dissatisfied with these gods of destruction. So today we'll give them a chance to claim their place in the great gods of destruction. Nani? Master Grand Priest would say that? That must be true, that human being definitely possesses very powerful power. Master Grand Priest will not lie to us. Gods of destruction Hareth of the 2nd universe whispered immediately. She is the only female in all gods of destruction. That's right, I think the new gods of destruction is not ordinary. I don't know what Quitela and Vermut are thinking, but they doubt Master Zeno's decision. Gods of destruction IWNE of the 1st universe also lowered his voice and said, "If you don't have great power, you will definitely not be appreciated by Master Zeno and Grand Priest." In this case, they still have doubts. Have to say, these two guys are really bridge. But listening to Lord Grand Priest, it seems that he intends to put him in the position of the great gods of destruction. Cut. Master Grand Priest, what are you kidding? Even if he has great strength, he is just a mere human being. Can he be stronger than our gods of destruction? Being the big gods of destruction, I don't think he's qualified for that. Gods of destruction Mermaid Jin from the 12th universe said disdainfully. You must know that his strength is very strong in gods of destruction. So he is also eligible to run for the big gods of destruction so far. Unexpectedly, the Grand Priest deliberately made a newcomer gods of destruction the grand gods of destruction. It was a little hard for him to accept. Are you kidding me? That be asterisk 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 D-boy, will he become gods of destruction? Don't be kidding, I won't agree to this kind of thing? Naturally, Beerus would not agree to such a thing happening. After all, he has always been dubbed the strongest gods of destruction. So in this position of gods of destruction, I should have a chance. The last time he fought with Son Gohan, although he lost. But after returning to the world of gods of destruction, I can train desperately. After this year of training, his strength has improved qualitatively. He now has absolute certainty that he can beat 11 gods of destruction. He also felt that if he fought Son Gohan again, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Watch the whispering gods of destruction. Grand Priest still had a faint smile on his face. He naturally knew all the gods of destruction, and he was not convinced. After all, they have been the fewest gods of destruction for tens of millions of years. Now let a human being who suddenly became gods of destruction become a great gods of destruction, how could they be convinced in their hearts? Huh? From the looks of you, are you doubting my decision? Or, you don't agree to make Gohan the gods of destruction? Advertisement looking across the cheeks of all the gods of destruction, Zeno suddenly asked indifferently. After all, in his eyes, these gods of destruction are not worth mentioning at all. If the real disaster capacity, they cannot play any role. But Son Gohan is completely different, this guy does have a very powerful talent. And in his body, there seems to be a very powerful divine power hidden. This force also gathers some taste of rules. Perhaps it is because I have mastered the supreme power of law in all universes. That's why I can clearly feel the divine power in Son Gohan's body. No. Dare not. After hearing Master Zeno's indifferent tone, all the gods of destruction immediately knelt down on the ground and said in horror. Although the Quitela guy is a little out of his wits. But Master Zeno's anger, he couldn't bear it. This point is very clear in his heart. As long as Master Zeno is angry, they will disappear in an instant, and even their souls will not exist. Master Zeno, please don't be angry. It can be seen that everyone, gods of destruction, is not convinced. Since this is the case, let's have a fair election. Let 13 gods of destruction play a game together. The one who wins in the end is the candidate for the big gods of destruction. In this way, you can not only observe the progress of gods of destruction over the years, but also watch a more lively game. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? What do you think? Seeing Zeno, who was about to get angry, Grand Priest immediately said with a smile on the sidelines. The role played by this guy seems to be that of a peacemaker. But what he said made Zeno feel very reasonable. I haven't checked the progress of these gods of destruction for nearly tens of millions of years. Taking advantage of this opportunity today, I can just see if they have trained well. And like Grand Priest said, it's good to watch a game too. Okay, just do what the Grand Priest wants. However, if there is this strength, there will be no progress, or it will regress. But it will be wiped out by me on the spot. So gods of destruction, play well. Zeno nodded first, and then said to all the gods of destruction in a cold tone. No one dared to question Zeno's words, because they know that their lives are in Master Zeno's hands. As long as Master Zeno has a thought, they will disappear completely. Damn, what are those bastards talking about? Wouldn't it be nice to let that guy become the big gods of destruction, and now it's good, so that everyone is in danger. Gods of destruction Champa of the 6th universe spoke first, frowning. The main reason for saying this is that he has never trained in these hundreds of years. And because of my laziness and gluttony, my body has been seriously out of shape. Strength has also shown a downward trend. Under this body type, it is simply impossible to exert the strength of his peak period. And if Master Zeno sees this, maybe he will be eliminated on the spot. Of course, it's not just Champa who is afraid, includes all gods of destruction. Even gods of Destruction Beerus, whose strength has improved by leaps and bounds, is still uneasy. Because Zeno-sama is unpredictable, and it's difficult to figure out emotions and anger. Maybe if he is angry, or if he is unhappy, he may completely wipe them out. There are no rules at all, but Master Zeno has already said such a thing, so it will not be changed. This match seems to be the order of the day. Cut, let's fight. With my current strength, I shouldn't be weaker than Son Gohan. As long as I defeat him, maybe I have a chance to become the great gods of destruction. When the time comes, those bastards like Quidner and Champa, I will definitely punish them. Beerus put his heart to one side, thinking in his heart. Although this game can be dangerous, it is even possible to kill some gods of destruction. But this is also a very good opportunity. As long as I can beat other gods of destruction, it is very possible to achieve the position of the big gods of destruction. At that time, Quintela, who often provokes himself, Vermut, who doesn't like himself, and his brother Champa. Be sure to greet them well. Gods of destruction, do you have any other objections? If not, please prepare yourself. Advertisement, the match between gods of destruction will begin soon. Grand Priest's tone was a little more severe now. All of gods of destruction is a shake of the head. How dare they have any objections now? Brother Gohan, I see that those gods of destruction are all looking at us with malicious intent. So I think they will join forces to deal with you after a while, the 12 gods of destruction teaming up, are you sure? Glanced at the other gods of destruction, Trunks watched Son Gohan enlighten with some concern. Although he knows that Brother Gohan is very strong. No gods of destruction can be his opponent if he fights alone. But if it is done again at that time, and the 12 gods of destruction join forces, Brother Gohan's situation will be very bad at that time. After all, every gods of destruction possesses unimaginable power in his body. Relax, Trunks, don't be so nervous. It's just a bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp. I won't take them seriously. It's okay if they don't target me, but if they want to target me ignorantly, I will put them. They were beaten so badly that they couldn't stand up. Son Gohan said dismissively. He simply didn't take these gods of destruction seriously. After all, his strength has surpassed Angel. These gods of destruction are really not worth mentioning in his eyes. That's good, but Brother Gohan, you'd better be careful. Trunks nodded immediately. Seeing how confident Brother Gohan was, he felt a lot more relaxed. Since everyone, gods of destruction, has no objections, then the competition will begin immediately. After Grand Priest's voice fell, a staff suddenly appeared out of thin air in his hand, very similar to Angel's staff. Then, gently tapped the ground. The original magnificent piece instantly turned into a ring. And around that stand, there are a total of 14 stands. The most central position is naturally Zeno and his 2 guards. The remaining 13 stands belong to 13 universes. Hey, the 13th universe stands looking a little lonely. Only Supreme Kai and gods of destruction, no Angel yet. This matter appears to have to be settled, Grand Priest. Zeno glanced at the 13 stands, and finally stopped his gaze on the 13th universe stand. Now that the 13th universe has become a full universe, gods of destruction and Supreme Kai are already in place, so Angel is naturally indispensable. It's just that the affairs of Angel have always been managed by the Grand Priest. I rarely intervene in such things. Yes, Master Zeno. The 131. 7th universe does lack an angel. After this game is over, let's arrange this matter. If Mr. Gohan can become the great gods of destruction, then the trainee angel of the first class is definitely not worthy of his god position. Perhaps it is necessary to throw out an angel among the existing guide angels. Grand Priest nodded and said, in fact, he had already realized this. It's just because he hasn't decided which angel he wants to arrange for Son Gohan. And the location of the big gods of destruction hasn't been decided yet. So I didn't consider Angel's question for the time being. Grand Priest was right, Grand Priest said in a flat tone. So this is what makes them most curious. After the Grand Priest's voice fell, all the gods of destruction jumped. It seems that I can't wait to watch this game appear directly on this arena. No one can surpass Angel. Of course, in the process of the competition, everyone should rely on their own strengths. It's best not to use some despicable means. But Son Gohan is different. For the rest of gods of destruction, he has no expectations. As he officiated, it seemed he was a completely different person than the grinning Grand Priest he had been before. Everyone, gods of destruction, please end. His apparent strength has already surpassed Angel, maybe he still has his own hidden strength. There are not too many rules in this game, because he is very clear about everyone's strength. The 13 gods of destruction are in a melee, and the one who can stand on the stage at the end is the final winner. That is, the candidate for the big gods of destruction. Zeno nodded. Shish. Chapter 162 Crush all the gods of destruction and shock the angels, seeking subscription. Shish. All the gods of destruction landed on the ring, standing in different areas. All the gods of destruction, at this time, are full of evil intentions. You must know that the battle between gods of destruction this time will most likely determine the final ownership of the gods of destruction. As gods of destruction, it is naturally a bit of pursuit. You'd be kidding if you said you didn't want to be the big gods of destruction. Every gods of destruction wants to be the great gods of destruction, because after becoming the great gods of destruction, their power will be greater. At the same time, it can also take over other gods of destruction logically. No gods of destruction wants to be overwhelmed by any other gods of destruction. And that's when all gods of destruction landed in the ring. The gods of destruction of the 4th universe Quitila glanced at the gods of destruction Vermut of the 11th universe. His gaze said everything he wanted to say. Let's work together to get rid of that human first, and then they will decide the outcome. This is what Quitila wants to express. If he is pressed by other gods of destruction, he will feel uncomfortable though. But definitely better than a human riding on their head. The gods of destruction of the 11th universe nodded indifferently. Obviously, he also agrees with Quitila's ideas. If a human being were to ride on their gods of destruction's head, it would definitely be a huge humiliation for them. He will never allow such a thing to happen. For a moment, gods of destruction seem to have reached a consensus. Okay, then get rid of that human first. At that time, maybe I will have a chance to pick up the leak. I don't need to use all my strength for now, and I will make a move when they are about the same. Although gods of destruction Champa usually seems to have no brains, he is still thinking about himself at this moment. Beerus frowned tightly, although he didn't want to join forces with Quitila and Vermut, because he always felt that this method was very despicable. But he also knows that Son Gohan's strength is indeed very strong. Even if his own strength has improved, he may not be able to defeat him on his own. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is obviously the best way for gods of destruction to work together to eliminate Son 03 Gohan first. HMPH. A group of mobs want to join forces to deal with us. Come on, I don't take you seriously yet. Son Gohan naturally felt the eyes of those around him. So what if 12 gods of destruction join forces? In front of myself, it is simply vulnerable. Oops, judging by the appearance of those gods of destruction, they probably will join hands to deal with Chef Gohan. Trunks frowned after seeing the appearance of all the gods of destruction. Although Brother Gohan said before, those gods of destruction are just rotten fish and shrimp in his eyes. But he felt that the power of the combination of 12 gods of destruction should not be underestimated. But now I can't help Brother Gohan. Even if you go by yourself, it is still not worth mentioning in front of gods of destruction. Because with his current strength, even a gods of destruction can't win. It is even very likely that it will be destroyed in an instant. Son Gohan and Trunks can see other gods of destruction ideas. Then Grand Priest and Zeno can naturally see it. The Grand Priest set his sights on Zeno. Seems to be asking for his opinion and decision. It would have been a fair fight. But if the 12 gods of destruction teamed up against Son Gohan, the game would not be fair. I saw Zeno nodded. Apparently, he's silently joining forces with gods of destruction. Zeno also has his own thoughts in his heart. She wants to see how strong Son Gohan is. After getting Zeno's tacit consent, Grand Priest said, "Everyone, gods of destruction, the game begins now. Please use all your strength to fight seriously, because if Master Zeno sees you once you release the water, you may be eliminated directly." Grand Priest's tone was flat though, but all the bodies of the gods of destruction were indeed trembling slightly from fright. Everything Grand Priest and Master Zeno said was definitely not a joke with them. Even one sentence can determine the life and death of a universe. Do it. Quitila of the 4th universe spoke first, and then rushed directly towards Son Gohan. 11th universe's gods of destruction is also a close second. Then gods of destruction of the 5th universe, the 8th universe, the 9th universe and the 10th universe rushed over one after another. Because they have reached a consensus just now. Get rid of that guy named Son Gohan first. Then they will directly decide a winner, and then they will choose the candidate for the big gods of destruction. Shish. The speed of several people was very fast, and they arrived in front of Son Gohan almost in a moment. Then, the same punch was blasted towards Son Gohan. They want to feel, what kind of strength does this guy who is favored by Master Zeno and Grand Priest really have? Does he have such qualifications? Just the moment when these people threw their fists. Advertisement. A layer of silver brilliant light suddenly appeared around Son Gohan's body. At the same time, the hair also turned silvery white and moved with the wind. The pupils completely turned silver gray. Well, that's the Ultra Instinct. Shish. The moment when several gods of destruction fists blasted out, Son Gohan did easily dodge them. Although it seems that his speed is not fast, he can accurately avoid every attack. When the fist passed in front of him, Son Gohan also seized the opportunity and jumped up. Then he directly kicked with a side sweep and slammed into the trunks of Quitilla and Vermut. Bang bang. The instant the two muffled sounds sounded, the two of them hadn't even reacted yet. He was kicked out by Son Gohan directly. As for the other gods of destruction, their fists were thrown into the air, and it was inertia that made them rush forward dozens of feet. You must know that they didn't show much mercy just now, and wanted to completely eliminate Son Gohan in an instant. What? Ultra Instinct. How did that be ********** D get Ultra Instinct? And judging by his appearance, Ultra Instinct seems to have reached perfection. After Quitilla and Vermut were kicked away by Son Gohan, the other gods of destruction who hadn't done anything called out in surprise. Absolutely right, what Son Gohan just cast was Angel's divine skill, Ultra Instinct. And it's absolutely perfect, otherwise it is impossible to avoid the attacks of 6 gods of destruction at the same time. And it can retaliate against 2. Are you kidding me? That guy has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. At this time, gods of destruction Champa of the 6th universe looked extremely ugly. From this point of view, my own strength is not worth mentioning in front of that guy. After all, the attacks of the other 6 gods of destruction just now were quite ferocious. Even if any one of them attacks, I am not sure that I can retreat completely. Son Gohan guy, the strength seems to be getting stronger. Damn it, it's only been a year, why does this guy have such a big responsibility? Beerus clenched his fists tightly, he is indeed very unwilling. Originally thought that after a year of training, only his strength had been greatly improved. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan seemed to become stronger than himself. Brother Gohan is amazing. Seeing this scene, Trunks suddenly showed an excited expression on his face. From this point of view, Brother Gohan will not lose. Sure enough, in the eyes of Brother Gohan, these so-called gods of destruction are simply vulnerable. At this time, Angel Vados was also surprised in the auditorium of the 6th universe. Then, looking at Whis, he asked, Whis, if I remember correctly, you should also have a Saiyan called Son Gohan, right? And it looks exactly like him, what's going on? Why can he master the perfect Ultra Instinct? You didn't teach him secretly, did you? It is normal for Vados to have such speculation. After all, Ultra Instinct is accessible to a human being. Humans wouldn't even know what Ultra Instinct was without Angel's guidance. Even gods of destruction can't reach that level. Now that a human being has reached the level of perfection, she will naturally feel very surprised. Sister, he is not Son Gohan from our 7th universe. He is from the future time and space. As for why he is perfect, free and easy, maybe it was taught by me in the future time and space. Whis said calmly. After all, he had seen Son Gohan's Ultra Instinct before. At that time, he felt that this should be taught by himself in the future time and space. Otherwise a human being can never reach the level of perfection of Ultra Instinct. Oh, so it's from the future time and space, it's really interesting. Vados nodded, then spoke lightly, it is already quite incredible that a human being can reach this level. Now he has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, it's really interesting, it makes her feel curious. And at this time, on the ring, gods of destruction Quitilla and Vermut patted their backs. Suddenly there was a hot feeling. This made the faces of the two of them suddenly become ugly. Damn it, why is that B********* D so fast? Actually mastered Ultra Instinct. Damn B******** D. Quitilla's face was extremely ugly. Judging from the strength of that guy just now, it is not so easy to defeat him. And with Ultra Instinct, every gods of destruction is well known. Because every angel in the universe has mastered the situation of Ultra Instinct. What this realm is best at is dodging. Perfect Ultra Instinct, they're hard to hit. Next, everyone, be more serious. Advertisement, if we join forces and get tricked by that guy, it will not only embarrass gods of destruction. It may even make Lord Zeno angry, and I think we will all know the consequences. The clown gods of destruction, Vermut said with a very gloomy face. Of course, everyone knows what he said. At this time, Son Gohan's body was floating in the air, and the silver arrogance all over his body had completely disappeared. Looking down calmly the gods of destruction, then he said lightly, you guys should go together, anyway, it doesn't make any difference to me. There was disdain in his tone. Although it seems arrogant, Son Gohan does have the capital of arrogance at the moment. Especially in front of these gods of destruction. Nani, that guy, is he a little too arrogant? Even if he mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, he wouldn't naively think that he can win 12 gods of destruction. Gods of destruction IWNE of the first universe said in a low tone. It is undeniable that a human being can be trained to that level, which is indeed worthy of praise. But such an arrogant gesture is a provocation to gods of destruction. That's right, it looks like we have to join forces. It's really annoying to be ridiculed by a mere human being. Gods of destruction Jin of the 12th universe also said in a somewhat indifferent tone. Originally, he wanted to observe the situation, but now it seems that there is no need to use it. After completely eliminating this human being, their 12 gods of destruction will decide a winner. Tet. Quitilla yelled again. This time, the bodies of the 12 gods of destruction were surrounded by flames of different colors. Body 993 jumped up almost at the same instant, heading towards Son Gohan's attacking past. Shish. Swipe swipe. 12 gods of destruction punches and kicks continue to attack in all directions. Every punch, every kick seems to be able to distort the entire space. With such a dense attacking stance, Son Gohan could not be hit even once. At this time, Son Gohan is like a dancing butterfly, displaying his graceful dance in the wind and rain. From the beginning to the end, his expression did not change in any way. It's so good, brother Gohan is really amazing. At this point, Trunks was already shaking with excitement. Unexpectedly, the 12 gods of destruction teamed up, and brother Gohan was able to do a job with ease. Didn't even notice them at all. Not bad, it seems that Mr. Gohan's Ultra Instinct is more powerful than Angel. Grand Priest looked at the situation on the ring, and said indifferently. He wasn't too surprised by this either. It seems that this ending has long been expected by him. Ultra Instinct is divided into several levels. First there is the entry-level Ultra Instinct Mega, and then there is the Apprentice Angel Ultra Instinct. Although it has reached a perfect level, there is still a big gap with the real Angel. And Angel and his own Ultra Instinct are several grades behind. The Ultra Instinct that Son Gohan has at this time is of a higher grade than Angel's Ultra Instinct. Okay. Zeno nodded, looking excited. To be honest, he hadn't seen such a fierce battle for a long time. However, these gods of destruction are too embarrassing. 12 people teamed up, but they couldn't touch Xingfan's body. Shish. The speed and strength of all gods of destruction methods have been raised to the extreme, and they are still attacking continuously. But at this moment, their expressions became more dignified. Because even if they attack with all their strength, they can't touch Son Gohan's body. This guy's Ultra Instinct seems to have reached a level of perversion. Amazing, that human named Son Gohan, the Ultra Instinct he has mastered seems to be stronger than us. At this time, Angel from the 10th universe said in surprise. She had never seen such a human being before. That's right, sister. His Ultra Instinct really surpasses all of our angels. I really don't know what happened to that little guy. The 11th universe angel Makarita, not far away, after hearing Kessie's words, spoke with a smile. In those eyes, full of charm, in the arena, have you fought enough? Should I be replaced? The moment Son Gohan's indifferent voice fell. The fist roared out like lightning. It hit the 4th universe gods of destruction Quilla's lower abdomen heavily. Chapter 163 Big Gods of Destruction Angel confirmed. Surprised Vados, please subscribe. Boom. Wow. There was a low collision sound, and purple blood spurted out from the mouth in an instant. Draw a brilliant oblique line directly in the air, and the body of the 4th universe gods of destruction Quitilla was directly blasted out. It flew out of the ring in an instant, and smashed heavily on the auditorium of the 4th universe. Boom. Rumble. The incomparably sturdy auditorium was smashed directly by Quilla's body. After a mouthful of blood spurted out, Quitilla passed out directly. Wow. I didn't expect that the first gods of destruction to be sent out is from the 4th universe. It was a bit of a surprise. The gods of destruction of the 4th universe has always been at the top of the list of gods of destruction. Grand Priest said, slightly surprised. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. 4th universe's Quitilla doesn't seem to like Son Gohan at all. So he was the first to get out, which is also expected. Then the staff in Grand Priest's hand lightly tapped the ground, and the auditorium of the 4th universe, which had been destroyed, was once again restored to its original state. No. Impossible. Quitilla was defeated in an instant. At this moment, all gods of destruction are completely blinded. You must know that gods of destruction also knows about each other's strength. And gods of destruction Quitilla of the 4th universe ranks very high among all gods of destruction. Arguably the most powerful gods of destruction are gods of Destruction Beerus of the 7th universe and gods of destruction Quitilla of the 4th universe. It's pretty much the accepted thing, but I didn't expect him to be defeated in an instant. This was indeed completely beyond his expectations. That white-haired rat was the first to be eliminated. Although it is surprising, this result is also very comfortable. Beerus was as surprised as the other gods of destruction though, even a little worried. But in my heart I felt a little flattered, because the gods of destruction he hates most all the time is the summer mouse from the 4th universe. Always against yourself. Now he is the first to be eliminated. This is the best ending for Beerus. If there is a chance to see this stinky mouse in the future, I will definitely laugh at him crazily. Who made this stinky mouse have such a cheap mouth? With the elimination of the 4th universe Quitilla, all the gods of destruction didn't dare to come out for a while. They were afraid that the second one to be eliminated would be themselves. After all, Master Zeno has said before that if anyone behaves badly, it is very likely that the entire universe will be destroyed. As gods of destruction, they will not be spared. All gods of destruction, as you look at me, I look at you, no one dares to move forward. After all, Quitilla is a lesson learned from the past. They don't want to follow in that guy's footsteps. What's wrong? All of you are the supreme gods in charge of a universe, the gods of destruction who can rule the life and death of all things at will. Just now you kept saying that I am a mere human being. Why do you all seem afraid to do anything now? Is this the only level gods of destruction has? It's really disappointing. Seeing gods of destruction who dared not step forward, Son Gohan taunted directly. These gods of destruction in front of me, I have no intersection with them. Includes gods of destruction Beerus from the 7th universe. I just fought with him once, and it doesn't matter at all. Damn. Damn. This smug B***************, isn't that too self-righteous? All gods of destruction, where have you heard such humiliating words? As a gods of destruction of the universe, there has never been a blind human who dared to talk to them like this. So Son Gohan's words were like a sharp knife, piercing their hearts fiercely. Hurt their poor self-esteem. Let's go together, W. Get rid of this arrogant B*************** D thoroughly. The moment the voice of gods of destruction from the 11th universe fell, the body took the lead in attacking. Because he also saw it, the other gods of destruction didn't dare to step forward at all. There must be someone who takes the lead. Things beyond our control. Son Gohan has never had a good time with the 11th universe's gods of destruction flavor. I always feel that this clown has a kind of sinister feeling. Advertisement. The moment the voice fell, Son Gohan's body instantly turned into a silver light. Boom. All of gods of destruction didn't even realize what was going on. A muffled crash sounded. Afterwards, the body of gods of destruction Vermut was directly knocked out. The end was the same as Quitela, directly smashing the auditorium of the 11th universe. Then the whole person fell into a coma. Hiss. At this moment, all the gods of destruction are gasping for breath. They also recognize the current facts. Even if their 12 gods of destruction join forces, they are not Son Gohan's opponent at all. Even that guy might have the strength to knock them all out in an instant. It's just that he doesn't do that now. Quitela and Vermut, who were the most vicious before, have already passed out. They began to feel insecure, and no one dared to take the initiative to move forward. Even gods of destruction Beerus, who was full of confidence at the beginning, did not dare to step forward at this moment. And just when the scene was deadlocked, suddenly gods of destruction Hereth from the 2nd universe took a step forward. However, she has no intention of continuing to fight Son Gohan. Instead, he looked directly at Zeno and Grand Priest and said, Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, the gods of destruction of the 13th universe is really outstanding. It is estimated that even if all our gods of destruction join hands, they will not be his opponent. So I totally agree with him being the big gods of destruction. I have to say that gods of destruction Hereth in the 2nd universe is still very discerning. And maybe because she is a woman, her self-esteem is not as strong as other gods of destruction. The matter of voluntarily admitting defeat came out of her mouth very calmly. This is something that other gods of destruction absolutely cannot do. Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, I also agree that the 13th universe gods of destruction becomes grand gods of destruction. His strength is obvious to everyone. At this moment, gods of destruction Sidra of the 9th universe also lowered his face and said to Master Zeno and Grand Priest. It is naturally very shameless to say such a thing. But he didn't want to be knocked unconscious like Quitela and Vermut. That would be even more embarrassing, I agree. After someone started, the other gods of destruction just followed each other regardless of face. The 10th universe, the 3rd universe, the 5th universe, and the 8th universe, one by one began to agree with this matter. Because they really don't want to continue fighting. There is only one ending if the fight continues, and that is that they are all knocked out. But the result will not change in any way. Son Gohan will still be the great gods of destruction. So it is obviously unwise to continue fighting. At this time, on the ring, only the 6th universe gods of destruction Champa and the 7th universe gods of destruction Beerus did not express their views. Hey, I didn't expect the battle to end so soon. Zeno said with some regret. I didn't expect Gohan to solve the 2 gods of destruction so quickly. So much so that the other gods of destruction no longer have the desire to fight. And what about gods of destruction in the 6th and 7th universes? Are you going to continue fighting? Then, Zeno asked. Beerus and Champa hesitated for a moment, and they shook their heads at the same time. Master Zeno, even if we join forces, we cannot be the opponents of the 13th universe gods of destruction. So we threw in the towel too. Ultimately, the match ended with all gods of destruction conceding. It's just that when they looked at Son Gohan again, the contempt and disdain they had before was completely gone. He even showed a look of fear. You know, Son Gohan is much stronger than them. And if they become the great gods of destruction in the future, they will be their immediate bosses. It's so boring, you gods of destruction, have you trained well during these tens of millions of years? Why do I feel that your strength has not increased at all? The gods of destruction of the 13th universe, that's just a few decades of training. Does it surpass those of you who have practiced gods of destruction for hundreds of millions of years? Zeno looked at all the gods of destruction with a look of disgust and said. It seems that these guys have lived a comfortable life for too long. That's why I forgot about training. Master Zeno, please forgive me. We must train well in the future. Advertisement. The 10 gods of destruction immediately fell to their knees on the ground, and said with horror on their faces. You know, if Master Zeno is dissatisfied, they will all disappear. This is definitely not a joke with them, I'm too lazy to punish you. But next time if your strength is still this bad, then change to gods of destruction. Although Zeno's tone is a little immature, his voice is very indifferent. Shocking gods of destruction sent another chill down his spine. Grand Priest, I have already said that you fans' strength can definitely surpass them. So announce it now. Zeno obviously didn't want to punish these gods of destruction at this time. Now that the crisis is approaching, they need manpower. Although the strength of gods of destruction is weak, at least it can block some weaker opponents. It would be a little troublesome to replace all of them and then cultivate new gods of destruction. Yes, Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded immediately. Then he began to announce, since all the gods of destruction have no objections, from today, Mr. Son Gohan will not only be the gods of destruction of the 13th universe, but also take the position of the grand gods of destruction. From now on, the gods of destruction of the 12 universes must obey the orders of the great gods of destruction. Do you all understand? Grand Priest said in a serious tone. Understood. All the gods of destruction immediately shouted in unison. It's just that they still have half the courage to refute? Their strength can definitely crush them, and according to Master Zeno, he just trained for decades. Decades will be able to surpass all gods of destruction. Even the 12 gods of destruction teamed up, but he was too scared to make a move. It's not genius anymore, that's enough to describe. It's simply a monster of cultivation. Then next, it's about the angel allocation of the big gods of destruction. When Grand Priest said these words, he was still a little bit tangled in his heart. Who will be Son Gohan's angel? If you assign a trainee angel, it is obviously disrespectful to the gods of destruction. But other angels have their own duties and positions. Grand Priest's eyes swept over everyone. Finally, his gaze was fixed on the 6th universe Vados. Vados' business ability is very strong. Moreover, his and Whis' personalities are better than other angels, and they're more approachable. But Whis is a man, it seems a bit inappropriate to assist Son Gohan. Then the most suitable candidate is Vados. Huh? Nanuo's father, is he trying to choose me? Vados also immediately understood the look in Grand Priest's eyes. Obviously, father wants to make himself Son Gohan's angel. In fact, not only Vados, others also quickly understood the meaning of Grand Priest. Among them is Son Gohan. Vados, from now on you will be the personal angel of the great gods of destruction. Let's leave the work of the 6th universe to the trainee angel. And I am very interested in that Son Gohan. This made her even more curious, how does a human being do it? For an angel, their duty is to assist gods of destruction to change. But what the Grand Priest said was true. It's a pity to keep you by his side. Therefore, their bodies are seriously out of shape, and their strength is even worse than other gods of destruction. And his strength can crush all gods of destruction. As for which gods of destruction to assist, it is up to Master Zeno and Grand Priest. Anyway, I just took a look. Among all the gods of destruction, the strength of the gods of destruction in the 6th universe is the worst. Now that Grand Priest has removed Vados from his side, it seems to be justifiable. Now that Grand Priest has asked herself to assist the great gods of destruction, she naturally won't have any opinions. I haven't conducted systematic training for many years. Grand Priest glanced at Champa and said in a flat voice. If you stay by his side, you may be able to find answers to these doubts. Okay, Lord Grand Priest. Vados' face quickly returned to calm. A human can actually master the perfect Ultra Instinct, even more powerful than their angel. This sentence made Champa shrink his neck in fright. Chapter 164 Overview of the competition. What's your relationship with Son Goku? Seeking subscription. Although gods of destruction Champa, a little bit reluctant to Vados, after all, they have worked together for so many years. If there is a sudden change to angel, he will indeed be a little uncomfortable. But Lord Grand Priest has already said so, that is not something he can change. My own performance just now was not good, if there are many things to talk about now. Very likely to be punished. So for now, shutting up is definitely the best way. Master Champa, take care of yourself in the days to come. Vados turned his head and said to gods of destruction Champa. Then he walked directly in front of Son Gohan, smiled sweetly and said, Master Gohan, please give me your advice in the future. Between the looks, Son Gohan can more or less feel a bit charming. Maybe Vados is just kidding himself, after all, that's how she is sometimes. Well, let's take care of each other in the future. Son Gohan nodded lightly and said, it's just that he doesn't know how to explain to number 18 and Vital after returning. Since the competition is over, everyone has been notified of the notification, because the matter of the priest has also been confirmed. Then, everyone, gods of destruction except the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, the other universes can go back first. Zeno glanced at the other gods of destruction, 750 were all terrified, and then said lightly. The main reason why I look down on these guys is that they are too afraid of themselves. And after hearing these words, all the gods of destruction seemed to be released, and a relaxed look appeared on his face. They were afraid that Master Zeno would punish them just now. It's a blessing for them to let them leave now. Yes, Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, then we will take our leave. 11 gods of destruction began to leave the god realm in despair. Angel and Supreme Kai also followed suit, and after they left, gods of destruction Beerus did not have a rather ugly expression on his face. What's going on? Well, why did Master Zeno want to keep us alone? Could it be to punish us? Beerus was very disturbed at this moment. It's not a good sign that they are left with only their 7th universe. Is it because I didn't perform well in the game just now? So Master Zeno is going to punish himself. Countless thoughts suddenly appeared in my mind. Beerus began to tremble a little with fear. His fear of Zeno and Grand Priest cannot be expressed clearly in words. It is a kind of fear from the depths of the heart. Advertisement, all. Master Zeno. I don't know if you left our 7th universe behind. What's your order? Beerus asked in a trembling tone. Could it be the last match between the 6th universe and the 7th universe? Master Zeno is going to punish them again. But if this is the case, why did Master Zeno punish the 7th universe? How about not punishing the 6th universe? After all, this matter was jointly participated by 2 universes, and it was also initiated by that fat pig of Gods of Destruction Champa. Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe, you don't have to be so nervous. Looking at the trembling Gods of Destruction Beerus, whose body was trembling a little, Zeno said lightly, didn't I tell you when I was on the unnamed planet last time, your game was very exciting, I didn't watch enough last time. So I said, it's going to be a contest between all the universes. The competition between all the universes has not yet been drawn up, so I am going to start with a general competition. The candidates for the competition are the contestants from your 7th universe and the contestants from your 13th universe. The strength of the great Gods of Destruction is very powerful. Everyone has seen this, but I don't know much about the comprehensive level of the 13th universe's human beings. So this time, with the help of the panorama competition, let's see how the humans in the 13th universe are doing. This is indeed Zeno's inner thoughts. The battle is imminent, and he hopes to select some powerful humans through this power conference between universes. Conduct special training. It would be a great thing to discover a human with such potential as Mr. Gohan. So that's how it is. Beerus felt that I thought Master Zeno wanted to punish them. But that doesn't seem to be the case now. If it's just a game, he doesn't need to be nervous. Okay, Master Zeno. Why, Beerus agreed immediately. Okay. Then you guys go back first. Half a month later, the panorama match between the 7th universe and the 13th universe will officially begin. After nodding his head, Master Zeno said to Beerus indifferently. The Son Goku player from the 7th universe last time, although his strength is mediocre. There is still a big gap between Gods of Destruction. But his potential is really good. If it is cultivated, it may grow to the level of Gods of Destruction. That guy is quite interesting, and I have a lot of affection for him. Yes, Lord Zeno, because the gods proclaim heaven and man. Beerus nodded immediately, and then walked away with Supreme Kai. Advertisement. And at this time, Zeno suddenly glanced at Son Gohan. He suddenly felt that the names Son Goku and Son Gohan were very similar. And these 2 names are very strange, completely different from everyone else's name. Then Zeno asked curiously, Gohan, do you know Son Goku from the 7th universe? In another dimension, you should also belong to the humans of the 7th universe. Yes, Son Goku, he is my father. Son Gohan nodded and opened his mouth to answer. Although sometimes he doesn't want to accept it, but this is a fact, the blood relationship cannot be changed. And Son Goku and Son Gohan, it is estimated that as long as they are not fools, they will be able to guess the relationship between them soon. As expected, Goku's strength is also very strong, and his potential is also very strong. I'm really looking forward to it. Can you father and son fight together? Zeno said with a smile. However, Son Goku's potential is strong. But there is indeed a world of difference between Son Gohan and Son Gohan. If they were serious about fighting, Son Goku probably wouldn't last a second. Son Gohan could only smile awkwardly. For Son Goku and the others, he no longer has any desire to fight. Because of the gap between them, they were pulled too far. Okay Gohan, you should go back quickly and get ready. The players in the 7th universe are all very strong. Don't lose to the 7th universe by then, Zeno said with a smile. Yes, Master Zeno, but I hope Trunks can also participate in this competition. Son Gohan paused and said, this should be considered a good opportunity for Son Gohan. He must now quickly improve his potential. In this way, it is a good thing for them. After all, the stronger the Trunks, the safer they are. Zeno pinched his chin and thought for a while, then nodded and said, it's okay. Chapter 165 Vados. I am Lord Gohan's angel, the one that fits close to me, seeking subscription. Son Gohan and the Trunks then bid farewell to Zeno and the Grand Priest before leaving the Temple of Zeno. After returning to Earth, Son Gohan told Son Goku and Vegeta the news. The two expressed considerable excitement. Really, Gohan, can we really fight against other universe powerhouses? Son Goku couldn't suppress his excitement and asked. After all, before Gohan and Trunks appeared, they always thought that there was only one universe in this world. Unexpectedly, there are 13 universes in total, and this time, he can compete with other powerful players in the universe. This is indeed a exciting thing, especially for them of the Fighting Nation. Well, it's true, it will be held in half a month. The opponent we are facing is another Earth player from universe. In other words, Dad and Uncle Vegeta from another time and space will also join the battle. Son Gohan nodded and said, then we in the other universe, are we strong? Vegeta immediately asked curiously, know that you are now able to become Super Saiyan 4. I don't know that I have Kakarot in other universes, how is my strength now? If they are too weak, then he will not be very interested. How should I say it? It should be on par with you. You who are in another universe can also become Super Saiyan 4. Son Gohan replied lightly. You must know that the reason why Vegeta in Dragon Ball can become Super Saiyan 4 is the result of his own training. Otherwise, it is estimated that he is still stuck in the mouth of Super Saiyan. Of course, if there is Whis training, then the situation is different. Oh, if it sounds like that, it's quite interesting. I didn't expect me in other universes to be able to become Super Saiyan 4, so I didn't feel ashamed. The corners of Vegeta's mouth were the same, obviously this result was quite happy for him. And Son Goku immediately asked curiously, Gohan, what is my strength in the other universe? Is it possible to become Super Saiyan 4? Since Vegeta can do it, then I should be able to do it too. All along, his own strength has always been ahead of Vegeta. Since Vegeta can become a Super Saiyan IV, there's no reason why he can't learn it. You in another time and space chose the root of God and became Super Saiyan God. However, it has been a year since I met them, and it is estimated that their strength has also improved a lot. Son Gohan shook his head and replied. In Dragon Ball, Vegeta and Son Goku, the potential is also very good. If it develops according to the plot of Dragon Ball Super. At this time, Son Goku has obviously reached the full power of Super Saiyan Blue. And that form should not be weaker than the Super Saiyan 4 full energy form. Advertisement, Super Saiyan God. It's the transformation of Trunks, right? It's also very strong. It's really exciting, Son Goku also immediately said excitedly. He couldn't wait to fight against himself in another time and space. Let's see if the same person is stronger than Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. Everyone, don't be so excited. You in another time and space are also very strong, so in the next half month, we must train hard. Looking at the excited faces of the two, Son Gohan interrupted. No matter which time and space it is, Son Goku is like a protagonist. So it is not that simple to defeat him. Ah, that's natural. Son Goku nodded. In the following time, Vegeta, Son Goku and Trunks and Broly, they started training in earnest. Of course, the other Trunks and Son Gohan were not spared either. After all, the number of players this time has not yet been determined. It is very likely that 5 people will participate together, or it may be 1 or 1. So without knowing the number of players, they must make everyone stronger. With Broly's current strength, it can completely crush Son Goku and Vegeta. Even if they become Super Saiyan 4, they will not be a threat to Broly at full power of Super Saiyan. And Son Gohan was facing Vados, and returned home in a P*****D way. When he walked to the door, Son Gohan still hesitated for a moment. After all, taking Vados home, it is easy to make number 18 and Vital think wrong. And for a woman as good as Vados, it would be a lie if she said that she had no interest in him. Vados is much stronger than number 18 and Vital. The appearance and figure are not weaker than the two of them. The only downside is that Vados' light blue complexion may be unacceptable to ordinary people. If one thing is certain, Vados, who is an angel, is definitely the best candidate for the next generation of genes. What's the matter? Master Gohan, what are you hesitating about? Do you not know how to explain when you go home? Seemingly seeing what Son Gohan was thinking, Vados laughed jokingly from the sidelines. Although she is an angel, she rarely manages human affairs. But she also knows the laws of human life, they generally have their own partners. Now, Son Gohan suddenly returns home with a beautiful woman. Probably thinking about how to explain it to the person at home. Cut. I didn't expect you to know quite a lot. I thought Angel kept his ears shut. Seeing Vados' teasing expression, Son Gohan gave him a blank stare and said. Then he pushed the door open and walked in. 0. Seeking flowers 0. Soon, Vital and number 18 came out. When they saw Vados behind Son Gohan, their faces changed slightly. Advertisement. A look of surprise was revealed, because in another time and space, they had seen Vados on the unnamed planet. That's Angel from the 6th universe, but why does the Angel of the 6th universe follow behind Gohan? Gohan, what's going on? Isn't he the Angel of the 6th universe? Why did he come to our universe? Number 18 asked immediately. Staring at Vados closely, it is obvious that he doesn't have a good impression of Vados. It seems to feel that his position is threatened. Vital gave the same look. Hey, Master Gohan is really charming. After seeing Vital and number 18, Vados immediately said in surprise. Because the two women in front of them have very good looks. Even looking at the entire universe, there are only a handful of people who can be found more beautiful than them. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan found the two directly. As expected, he is worthy of being the one favored by Zeno-sama and Grand Priest Sama. You. Shut up quickly. After hearing Vados' teasing, Son Gohan immediately told her to stop talking. Vados is a good joker. Sometimes a joke may make Vital and number 18 unhappy. Even if I am interested in Vados, this matter has to be carried out slowly in the future. Then, looking at number 18 and Vital, explained. Vados, as you guys have seen, he used to be the Angel of 6th universe. But Master Zeno and Grand Priest made me the Grand Gods of Destruction just now, so now Vados is my angel. Yes, it is like that. After Son Gohan finished explaining, Vados covered his mouth and laughed. And it has a very strong strength. It's not just Angel, but Lord Gohan's personal angel. It's clear they don't like Vados, because this woman is no weaker than them in terms of appearance or figure. They always felt threatened by Vados. Sure enough, Looking at Vidos's scheme's successful smile, a black line flashed between Son Gohan's brows. It can be said to be better than them. This guy is simply sent to punish himself. Obviously, this guy Vados doesn't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement. An unpopular woman. It's close-fitting. Then he said to Son Gohan, Master Gohan, I need to explain. Giggle. Cut. It is women who are more beautiful and outstanding than them that often make women feel dangerous. Both number 18 and Vital gritted their teeth. Obviously in their eyes, Vados is such a woman power. Chapter 166 Rush to the Temple of Xeno. The overview game begins, seeking subscription. 2. You don't have to hate me so much. I'm just Lord Gohan's personal angel, and I won't hinder you from doing anything. Seeing that Vital and number 18 seemed a little angry, Vados said seriously. I was just joking with them just now. As an angel, you are absolutely not allowed to marry and have children. Over the years, only his father, Grand Priest, has ever been married. Besides, there has never been a precedent for angel getting married. And as an angel, you never thought about such a thing. And even if it is married, it is absolutely impossible to marry Son Gohan. In his own eyes, he is still just a very small guy. Even if he has great strength, he has become a big god of destruction. But the fact that he is only a few dozen years old cannot be changed. Vados was right. So you two don't have to hate her. With him by my side, it will be easier to do some things in the future. Son Gohan also spoke immediately. I am deeply afraid that the war between the three will escalate. You must know that if they cause disharmony, it will not be you who will not be at peace in the 950, in the end. After a brief rest, Son Gohan took Vados to the place where Trunks and Son Goku were training. And Son Gohan gave Vados the order to let him instruct Son Goku and Trunks to practice Ultra Instinct. Trunks are mild-tempered, so he is more suitable for practicing Ultra Instinct. And he has also been trained by Whis before, so he has some basics. As for Son Goku, if Son Goku in Dragon Ball over time and space can reach the realm of Ultra Instinct, then Son Goku in this time and space should also be able to achieve it. The 13th universe's training didn't stop for a moment. As their opponent, the 7th universe is of course also cultivating desperately. At this time in the Gods of Destruction world, Beerus's expression was quite dignified. Because he doesn't know if there are any strong human beings in the 13th universe. If there is a pervert like Son Gohan, their 7th universe has no chance of winning at all. But after thinking about it, even if there are 13 universes, it is already a god-defying thing for a guy like Son Gohan to appear. There can be absolutely no second Son Gohan. Master Beerus, is our opponent this time really Gohan and the others? Has Gohan really become that strong? Not even all of you gods of destruction combined. I'm really looking forward to it. While training, Son Goku couldn't wait to ask. I heard from Whis before that the 12 gods of destruction teamed up and none of them beat Gohan. Although they knew that Gohan in the future time and space was very strong, they didn't expect to be so strong. This also made myself and Vegeta even more excited. Cut. I really don't know what the hell you be ******** D are getting excited about. He is now a great gods of destruction, and his identity is more respectful than us gods of destruction. 11. So it is absolutely impossible for him to fight against you, and your strength is too far behind. When you can defeat me, then think about fighting the big gods of destruction. Beerus gave Son Goku a big roll of his eyes and then said coldly. Advertisement Son Gohan's strength has risen to that level, which really surprised him. But what is certain is that from now on, he will never surpass Son Gohan again. After all, he is now the big gods of destruction, his immediate boss. If you challenge him any more foolishly, the ending will definitely be very sad. Master Beerus is right, Goku. Although Gohan is your son, he is now the great gods of destruction. So in general, I hope you don't say stupid things that want to challenge him. Because even if it's me, I can't be his opponent. At this time, Whis also opened his mouth to remind. Son Gohan is Son Goku's son, that's undeniable. But after all, that guy is from the future time and space. And I have always felt that Son Gohan in the future time and space and Son Gohan in this time and space are not the same person at all. There is also a huge difference in their personalities. So it's better not to provoke him. Whis, even you can't beat Gohan? It's incredible, both Son Goku and Vegeta said in surprise. Because after getting along for so long, they also know the difference between gods of destruction and angel. Although gods of destruction is a supreme god in the universe, it possesses very powerful power. This power is not even what they can imagine now. But Angel is the master of gods of destruction. The power he possesses makes gods of destruction even more fishy. It's just unfathomable, but now Whis says that even he is no match for Gohan. Doesn't that mean that Gohan and the strong are gone? Yes. The strength of the great gods of destruction is indeed very powerful, and it has far surpassed us angels. And the ultra instinct he has mastered is of a higher grade than ours. Whis said very seriously, although he is very curious, why Son Gohan can master the ultra instinct which is more powerful than them. You must know that even if the future time and space know it, it is absolutely impossible to reach that level. Then there is only one possibility, the person who guides Mr. Gohan's ultra instinct in the future time and space is not himself. But the father, Lord Grand Priest. Looks like Gohan is really amazing. I don't know if he will participate in the game between the two universes this time. Son Goku said with great anticipation. Even Lord Beerus and Whis say Gohan is amazing. But before seeing his power with his own eyes, he was still full of anticipation and excitement. If you can play against Gohan and feel his strength, that should be a really good feeling. Stop talking about dreaming like this here, Son Goku. How could it be possible for the Lord Gods of Destruction to compete with you? The one fighting you is the powerhouse of the 13th universe. Advertisement Beerus said disdainfully. If Son Gohan was in the fight, there would be no need for this fight at all. Son Gohan, who cannot be defeated by 12 gods of destruction. How could it be Son Goku they can be compared? Then are the humans in the 13th universe strong? Son Goku asked again immediately. Anyway, every player is better than you now. So train well, and don't embarrass me when the time comes. Beerus made a fool of himself, because he doesn't know the comprehensive level of human beings in the 13th universe. But making them stronger can give Son Goku and Vegeta more motivation. Wow Kaka. It's really exciting. Yes, Vegeta. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, looked at Vegeta excitedly and asked. Cut. I hope that the humans of the 13th universe don't let us down too much. Vegeta maintained his arrogance, because after becoming Super Saiyan 4, he really has his own arrogant capital. Although he knows that his strength is definitely not as good as gods of destruction and Angel, but it is definitely more than enough to deal with humans in other universes. Cut. These two arrogant bastards, it's so infuriating to watch. Seeing the confident Son Goku and Vegeta, Beerus felt that one head and too big. This kind of self-righteous self-confidence can make them lose badly. Whis, there is still half a month left. In this half month, we must improve their strength as much as possible. I don't want to be so embarrassing again in the next panorama competition. Beerus directly became the hands-off shopkeeper, and directly handed over the tasks of training Son Goku and Vegeta to Whis. Whis could only nod his head and said, all gods of destruction to look forward to. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed, and now it's time to agree on a full view of the game. Because for 3.2 things like training, he is really not as good as Whis. Players who admit defeat, go out of bounds, or become unconscious due to serious injuries are all counted as losers. Both universes are preparing for war separately. 2 universe players also rushed to the Temple of Xeno. Grand Priest went to 13th universe to inform Son Gohan about the rules of the game. The rules of the competition are not much different from the #1 martial arts association in the world. Practiced for half a month. In the end, will the 7th universe, which is the second to last in the universe's comprehensive score, win, or the 13th universe, which suddenly appeared, will win? This time there are 5 contestants per universe. In this way, time goes by day, but judging from Son Gohan's strength, the human beings in the 13th universe will definitely not be too weak. I'll do my best, Master Beerus. Other universes are also full of curiosity about this overview game. Because even he doesn't know much about the new 13th universe. Chapter 167. Collective Blindfolding. The opponent is actually ourselves? Seeking subscription? On Earth in the 13th universe, all personnel are ready. This time the fighters of the 13th universe are Broly, Trunks, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Majin Buu. Originally Son Gohan was trained by another Son Gohan and Trunks. It was because at that time he didn't know how many players needed to participate together. There is no harm, but now, only 5 players are needed. Then there's no need for the 2 of them to follow. Trunks in this time and space do not have a strong heart at all. He seems to reject cultivation in his heart, so with such a mentality, no matter how he cultivates, it will be useless. The same goes for Son Gohan, he never thought about becoming stronger. Fight against stronger enemies by yourself. Because their father and Vegeta have always stood in front of them, they can naturally do what they like no matter what. In this regard, another Son Gohan also felt quite disappointed. But this is their own choice, and they cannot change it. It's great, after half a month, it's finally here. We can see the strength of the 7th universe Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, and the corner of his mouth raised a confident arc. After taking a look, Son Goku said, for Kakarot in another time and space, he is more interested. If I can beat him to the ground at that time, I will feel proud for a while. After all, at this time, Kakarot has always overwhelmed himself. Hey, I'm also looking forward to fighting with myself in another time and space. Son Goku also smiled and said, I don't know how powerful Son Goku who chose the Super Saiyan God route is. It really makes O3 feel like looking forward to it. However, judging from the Super Saiyan blue color of Trunks, they chose the Super Saiyan God route, and it seems that their strength is also very good. Then, there's no need for me and Trunks to go? There are only 5 players needed this time, and if the 2 of us go there, we probably won't be able to help much. The other Son Gohan looked at Son Gohan and spoke. For fighting, he actually doesn't have much interest anymore. What he wants to do now is to do some things in his own field. Then spend time with your wife and children. It seems that fighting and killing is not suitable for him anymore. Cut. Gohan, this brat, doesn't have any thoughts on cultivation right now. Such a good talent, what a waste. Vegeta glanced at Son Gohan and said lightly. If this kid also trains, maybe his strength can also reach a very high level. But now he has no intention of training at all. My son is very difficult, but it is the same. He couldn't figure it out at all. They were obviously the same person, why the other 2 were so powerful? And still training hard, but these 2 brats don't want to train at all. No, although only 5 players are needed this time. But I think the two of you should go and see this match. Son Gohan said lightly, because in the near future, what kind of disaster may happen? It is very necessary to improve everyone's strength. It would be a good thing if Son Gohan could be enlightened. This. Okay. Son Gohan froze for a moment, and finally could only nod. After all, the other self's current identity is the big gods of destruction. I still have to listen to what he said. Master Gohan, Master Grand Priest has informed you just now. I think we should go. Vados on the side reminded. Okay, let's go. Son Gohan nodded and started heading to the Temple of Xeno. At this time, gods of Destruction Beerus, Angel Whis, and 5 other players from the 7th universe had arrived at the Temple of Xeno. This time the 7th universe players are Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Majin Buu and Android 17. In fact, Son Goku was going to find Piccolo at the time. Advertisement, but Piccolo's strength is too weak. And Android 17 has surpassed Son Goku of Super Saiyan 3 after more than 10 years of training. Even Son Goku, who suits Super Saiyan God, has the power to fight. So in this case, Son Goku decisively chose number 17. Is this where Master Xeno lives? The style looks so childish. Son Goku looked at the hall that suddenly appeared in front of him and murmured softly. It's just a fanciful word. Even Son Goku disliked the childish style. One can imagine Vegeta's reaction. Isn't the 13th universe here yet? I really can't wait to know how strong their universe players are. Compared with the architectural style in front of him, Vegeta is obviously more curious about the players of the 13th universe. For half a month, Whis took them to a mysterious place for training. Time flows more slowly there, and the environment is extremely difficult. It is hundreds of times more difficult than the environment in the spiritual time room. So after training in this environment, Vegeta's self-confidence is also bursting at this time. He felt that as long as he didn't meet a strong person at the Gods of Destruction level, then he would definitely be able to defeat it. It's so exciting, Vegeta. I'm going to meet other universe players soon. I don't know if there is a stronger opponent than Hit of the 6th universe. Son Goku rubbed his hands together and said excitedly. Call out, and the moment Son Goku's voice just fell. A piercing sound followed. Beerus's low voice came out. He felt the divine breath of Son Gohan. At the moment when the sound of breaking through the air sounded, Beerus and Son Goku, they immediately turned their heads to look. Just met a few very familiar people. What? This? What's going on here? Seeing the few people who suddenly appeared, Vegeta and Son Goku were shocked beyond measure. The gaping mouth could not be closed for a long time. Indeed, they have been looking forward to their opponents for half a month. I didn't expect it to be a few of them. Nani? Even Beerus and Whis were collectively stunned, because they haven't seen the players from the 13th universe either. Unexpectedly, the players of the 13th universe were also Son Goku and Vegeta. Are you kidding me? Are they from 13 universe? Vegeta said in disbelief. The group of guys who suddenly appeared in front of them were Son Gohan and Trunks, as well as Angel Vados from the 6th universe. And behind the three of them stood Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, another Trunks and Majin Buu. These guys are people they know very well, because these people are exactly like their universe. Except for the age, there seems to be some gaps. Vegeta, look, isn't it us? Also Gohan and Trunks. Majin Buu is there too. Shocked, Son Goku immediately shook Vegeta's arm and said. Shut up Kakarot, my eyes are not blind, I can see. Vegeta immediately scolded. At this point he was still in shock. Why is this happening? The contestants of the 13th universe are all exactly the same as them. By the way, except for that guy who looks like a demi-human. Except for that guy who is an unfamiliar figure, they are quite familiar with the others. Hey, what's going on here? I didn't expect Mr. Goku and Vegeta's opponents to be themselves. Even Whis and Beerus on the side were shocked. They have been speculating about who the strong players of the 13th universe are. But I never dreamed, even though it was Goku and Vegeta. Advertisement. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, and 2 of me. What exactly is going on? Son Gohan was also dumbfounded. He is very familiar with the other self and Trunks walking in front. Because this is not the first time they have met. But Trunks and Son Gohan walking behind made him feel confused. Because he had never seen those two, and it seems that their age is much older than their own time and space. But at this time, Son Gohan of 7th universe has undergone a year of training, and he has also changed a lot. He was no longer that frail Nobuhan. Instead, his body is rather burly, wearing a purple-black martial arts suit, with his muscles exposed. His eyes are also firm and sharp, and there is a black bang dancing in front of his eyebrows. Obviously, at this time, Son Gohan has returned to the mysterious state again, and his strength must be even stronger. Compared to the surprise of the 7th universe, the players of the 13th universe are quite calm. Because each of them knows who their opponent is. Vegeta, do you feel it? The aura in their 2 bodies is also very strong. Son Goku of the 13th universe pursed his lips, and then said to Vegeta excitedly. It seems that this is indeed a very interesting battle, and it will not end so easily. Ah. From the looks of it, I, in the 7th universe, am also very strong. Perhaps my strength in the 7th universe has surpassed yours Kakarot. Vegeta clasped his hands in front of his chest, raised the corners of his mouth, and said 267 to Son Goku in satisfaction. That's not necessarily the case, but soon, we will know. Son Goku also said with a smile. And at this moment, Son Goku from the 7th universe finally ran over out of curiosity. Hey Gohan, what the hell is going on here? It's clearly agreed to be the 13th universe, but why are we all in parallel time and space? It's just that Son Goku's voice just fell. Beerus transformed into a body and jumped up. A violent thump hit Son Goku on the head. Son Goku yelled and screamed. B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่**่< In front of you is the Lord Gods of Destruction. Afterwards, Beerus said very respectfully, I have seen the great gods of destruction, celestial beings. It's okay to be disrespectful, after all, he is now his immediate boss. And they had conflicts before. If this guy has a grudge in his heart, he probably won't be able to eat and walk around. Oh, Master Beerus, it hurts very bad. Son Goku screamed while holding his head, and Vegeta is obviously much wiser. Although he knew that the person opposite was Son Gohan whom they had met before, he didn't take the initiative to say hello. He knows how terrible it is to destroy someone. Master Boxing Champion can't wait. And this Gohan is already the leader of all gods of destruction. This shout almost sent Beerus away on the spot. Son Gohan said to Beerus lightly, it's almost like seeing two contestants copying the universe. Master Gods of Destruction, please bring all the players, let's go in. Son Goku's old habit is back. Afterwards, everyone started following the Grand Priest, who was attacked by the Temple of Xeno. Son Gohan nodded. That's it, Beerus. He waved at Xeno without any rules, and shouted, Hey, Aquan, long time no see. He's my father, and it's only reasonable to call me by my first name. Grand Priest said to Son Gohan with a smile, and at this moment, Grand Priest also walked out from the temple. He casually glanced at the players on both sides and felt a little funny. Walk into the Temple of Xeno and see the moment of Xeno. Chapter 168 The first round of the overview game. Son Goku vs Son Goku, subscribe. This damn B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* One must know that before coming here, he had already told him to bring his body with him, and he didn't need to bring his mouth. But this guy didn't put his words in his ears at all. And he emphasized very emphatically, don't strike up a conversation with Master Zeno, let alone provoke Son Gohan. But this guy did both. In front of everyone, he actually called Master Zeno, Ah Quan. The moment Son Goku's voice fell, Zeno's two guards suddenly appeared in front of the boxing champion. Then he looked at Son Goku with cold eyes and murderous intent. As long as Master Zeno gives an order, they will instantly make this ignorant human being in front of them disappear completely. Kakarot, B***************, D. Are you looking for death? What the hell is Dad doing? I'm so impulsive. Vegeta and Son Gohan also frowned instantly. You must know that when they heard Lord Beerus introduce Lord Zeno when they were on the unknown planet, they were already frightened into cold sweat. A universe can be destroyed in an instant, and even the gods of destruction are like ants in front of him. Such a big man is simply not something they can provoke. Maybe if one word is inappropriate, it will lead to death. I didn't expect Son Goku to be so presumptuous. That guy is so childish. Even Son Goku from the 13th universe glanced at Son Goku from the 7th universe with disgust. You must know that these people who are currently appearing in front of them are very powerful. Definitely not something they can provoke. Gohan has already explained this matter. But the self in another universe is so careless. Even if I was a child, I might not be able to do such a naive thing. You must know this matter, but it is related to the life and death of a universe. Cut. Looks like Kakarot from the 7th universe is an idiot. Vegeta also cast a look of disdain. Kakarot's behavior is simply a crazy temptation on the verge of death. It's just that Zeno doesn't seem to care. He said coldly to the two guards in front of him, you two step back, do you want to disappear? Hearing this, the two guards were frightened into a cold sweat. Then he quickly retreated behind Zeno-sama. Goku, long time no see. Then with a smile on his face, Son Goku said, it seems that I like Son Goku's carefree character. But Son Gohan is very clear, Zeno is not a 3-year-old child. Especially Zeno in the time and space he was in, who didn't look like a child at all. Mature and sophisticated make people feel unfathomable. Of course, Zeno, who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, may be his normal state like that. Ah, yes, Aquan. I didn't expect you to really keep your promise and hold this competition. Hey, my hands are already itchy. Son Goku didn't look at other people at all, he still kept his own way and carefree style. Beerus felt like he could be completely wiped out at any moment. Advertisement, it felt like walking a tightrope on the edge of death. Mr. Goku, step aside first. This time the match between the 7th universe and the 13th universe requires some spectators. The Grand Priest on the side said lightly to Son Goku. The staff in his hand suddenly appeared. Then he said, Angel, the guide of each universe, if you are ready, I will bring you here now. This time the game must have spectators. Only in this way will the other universes feel a sense of crisis. After all, the 7th universe, which used to be the second to last, seems to have undergone earth-shaking changes in its strength in the past few decades. If the gods of destruction from other universes can see the changes in the 7th universe, it might be able to motivate them. Only in this way can more human beings be cultivated. Master Grand Priest, the preparations for the first universe are complete. Master Grand Priest, the second universe is also ready. The third universe is ready. The voices of various universe angels kept ringing. All universes are ready. After all, this is the calling of Master Zeno and Grand Priest. They don't dare to slack off. Okay, I'll bring you here. After Grand Priest's voice fell, the staff in his hand tapped the ground lightly. A golden halo instantly spread towards the surroundings. And at that moment, the sound of piercing the air appeared one after another. Shish. The moment the sound of piercing sounded, the other 11 universes appeared one after another. Gods of Destruction, Angel, Supreme Kai. Each universe takes 3 people. Only the 11th universe, there seem to be 4 of them. In addition to Gods of Destruction, Angel and Supreme Kai, there's another person wearing a black cloak, who looks quite strong. But I can't see his specific appearance. See Master Zeno, see Master Grand Priest. All the Gods of Destruction and Angels all knelt on one knee and saluted Zeno and Grand Priest. Get up, everyone, then let us jointly witness this comprehensive competition between universes. Grand Priest said lightly. Then he looked at Zeno and asked, Master Zeno, all universes have been assembled. Do you want to start the panorama competition? Let's start. Zeno nodded, indicating that the game is ready. There seems to be little difference between the contestants of the 7th universe and the 11th universe. I don't know how strong their 2 universes are. From the last time he watched the game between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, he knew that both Son Goku and the Saiyan named Vegeta were very strong. And the strength of another Son Gohan is also very strong. I don't know if Son Goku from the 13th universe can beat Son Goku from the 7th universe. To be honest, he is still looking forward to this game. Although this is just a battle between humans, okay. Grand Priest nodded. Advertisement afterwards, the magic staff he was guarding lightly tapped the ground again. At that moment, the entire temple of Zeno began to change rapidly. The originally magnificent palace directly turned into a huge arena. There are still 14 suspended viewing platforms around. Gods of Destruction, Supreme Kai and Angel from their respective universes appeared on the viewing stands of their respective universes. I don't know how the comprehensive level of human beings in the 13th universe is. It seems that their universe and the 7th universe are very similar, and several players seem to be the same person. I don't know what's going on, but it's really a battle that people look forward to. The other Gods of Destruction is also looking forward to it. The 7th universe is recognized as a universe with poor human comprehensive strength. I don't know how much difference there is between the 13th universe and the 7th universe. HMPH. The 13th universe probably has no masters except for Son Gohan. Gods of Destruction Vermud spoke in a low voice, although he was completely defeated by Son Gohan last time, which made him lose face. And that guy also logically became the great Gods of Destruction, but he was still unconvinced in his heart. It's a pity that we didn't meet our 11th universe, otherwise, Toppo and Jiren would have easily defeated them and given our 11th universe a sigh of relief. Supreme Kai Kai of the 11th universe also lowered his voice. Know that Toppo is their universe's candidate for Gods of Destruction. And Jiren's strength is comparable to the existence of Gods of Destruction. Even if you look at the 13 universes, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to compare with Jiren. Then everyone, the next 10 contestants from the 2 universes will draw lots to determine their respective opponents. After Grand Priest's voice fell, he flicked his fingertips, and a beam of light flew directly towards the 10 voters. Then, Son Goku and Vegeta caught the light spot immediately. A golden number appeared in the palm of his hand. I'm number 1, what about you, Vegeta? Son Goku immediately looked at Vegeta and asked. Liao Nuos, I didn't expect that I actually won the first number. Cut. I didn't expect to be drawn number 1 by you. Vegeta curled her lips in displeasure. The one I drew was number 3. In other words, I have to wait a while before I can actively fight. And it was on the 7th universe side, and Son Goku of the 7th universe also drew number 1. Wow, that's great, I'm the first one, Son Goku said excitedly. He has been waiting for half a month for this battle. Being the first to play, although it made him feel very excited. Son Goku, you play well for me. If you let the water out like the last time you fought against the 6th universe, I will definitely destroy you this time. Beerus immediately said Yang to Son Goku from the side. What I am most worried about is this guy, there are too many uncontrollable factors. It seems that any strange things can happen to him. Oh, don't worry, Lord Beerus, I won't do it this time. Son Goku immediately said with an awkward smile. At this time, Grand Priest's voice also sounded. Invite the 2 contestants who have drawn number 1 to the ring. After finishing speaking, the 2 Son Goku jumped up and appeared on the ring. Chapter 169 Shocked. The Battle Beyond the Gods, Seeking Subscription. Hey, I didn't expect to fight myself in the first match, it really made me a little excited and surprised. Son Goku squeezed his fist and said excitedly to Son Goku of the 13th universe. He never thought that one day he would fight another self. Oh, I didn't think of that either, Son Goku of 13 universe also said with a faint smile. Although both are Son Goku, they are still easy to distinguish when standing together. Because Son Goku of the 7th universe wears a battlesuit with the Whis mark. Wow, 2 Son Goku fighting together, it's really a match that people look forward to. I don't know who will win in the end, even Angel Whis said with a look of expectation. Beerus and the rest of the universe Gods of Destruction are also very much looking forward to. They really want to know whether the strength of the 13th universe is stronger or the strength of the 7th universe is stronger. Then come on, Son Goku of the 7th universe suddenly clenched his fists, and golden arrogance erupted from his body instantly. Obviously, he didn't intend to use his full strength as soon as he came on the court. Instead, it becomes the form of Super Saiyan 2. This is also his fighting style, never using the most powerful power from the beginning. Aha! Son Goku of the 13th universe also clenched his fists and directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 2. Whoosh! In the next second, the bodies of the two rushed towards each other directly. Boom! In the next second, the fists collided heavily. Call out! The moment the fists collided, Son Goku of the 7th universe flew upside down. After flying a full distance of more than 10 feet before stopping, I suddenly felt a tingling in my arm. Wow Kaka, what a powerful force! Son Goku was suddenly surprised and excited. I didn't expect myself in another universe to be so powerful. Also in the case of Super Saiyan 2, I am really not his opponent. That idiot Kakarot, why didn't you use your full force? If you turn into Super Saiyan Blue, you should be able to defeat Kakarot in an instant. Vegeta looked at Son Goku with disgust and said, this guy has this stink problem. Always like to test the strength of others, your strength is indeed strong. It seems that in the same form, I can't defeat you. If that's the case, then I will use all my strength to fight seriously. After the voice fell, Son Goku's face was less, and he also showed a serious look. Then, he clenched his fist suddenly. The pupils turned blue in an instant, and the blue arrogance burst out of 590's body in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the color of the hair also changed to blue. Impressively, it is the form of Super Saiyan Blue. But soon, the blue arrogance was blocked in his body by him. Because although the Super Saiyan Blue color is very powerful, it consumes too much energy to cast. The battery life is not very long lasting, but if you seal all the breath released by Super Saiyan Blue in your body, you can maintain this power for a long time. This is the so-called full power form of Super Saiyan Blue. It was also some time ago that I reached this level under the guidance of Whis. What happened to that human in the 7th universe? He has actually reached the realm of a god. Unbelievable, that guy is beyond the existence of gods. It's incredible, when did such a powerful human appear in the 7th universe? It's so boring. After feeling the breath of God released from Son Goku's body, all the gods of destruction showed surprised expressions on their faces. They never thought that the human beings in the 7th universe would be as big as gods. And the strength is actually so powerful, even part of Angel looked at Son Goku in surprise. Being able to reach the realm of gods, this shows that this human being in the 7th universe is definitely not simple. It looks like that Son Goku guy from the 13th universe is going to lose the game soon. Gods of Destruction Sidra of the 9th universe said lightly. Because none of them expected that Son Goku from the 7th universe could reach the realm of God. With such a powerful strength, it is estimated that it cannot be compared with Son Goku of the 13th universe. On the other hand, Son Goku's complexion didn't change much. As before, remain calm. Is it really possible to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue color like Trunks? It seems that the me in another universe is quite strong. Not too surprised, Son Goku said to himself lightly. Although I can't feel the breath of God, but it seems that the other universe's self is on par with Trunks' strength. In this case, he may not be able to listen to himself. HMPH, this guy Kakarot is finally willing to show his strength. I want to see how Kakarot from the 13th universe will respond. Advertisement Vegeta folded his hands on his chest, stared at Son Goku from the 13th universe, and said calmly. Uncle Vegeta, the other me has become the gods of destruction of the 13th universe. Since he can make both you and your father have a breakthrough in form, then the child's father and Uncle Vegeta in another time and space are also very likely to break through the limit. Looking at Vegeta with a frightened face, Son Gohan reminded him from the side. Know that Papa and Uncle Vegeta are able to break through Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. But all of them are the result of my own training in another time and space. And now that guy is the gods of destruction of the 13th universe. He's sure to be able to help Dad and Uncle Vegeta in the 13th universe break through too. After hearing Son Gohan's words, Vegeta's face changed slightly. Because Son Gohan is absolutely right. After hearing Son Gohan's words, Beerus also frowned slightly. With Son Gohan's training, the strength of Son Goku and Vegeta of the 13th universe will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. I've pulled out all my strengths, that's the Super Saiyan Blue color. You also use all your strength to fight, Son Goku said to Son Goku from the 13th universe. He couldn't believe that the guy in front of him could only become Super Saiyan 2. I really need to fight with all my strength. Son Goku of the 13th universe nodded. Then he clenched his fists. A low voice came out of his throat. Immediately afterwards, golden flames erupted from his body instantly. When the flames dissipate, Son Goku's appearance has changed a lot. The whole body is covered with red hair, and the black hair is also rougher than before. And there was a dark red arrogance lingering above the tip of the hair. This is the full energy form of Super Saiyan. Although Son Goku has not broken through the form of Super Saiyan 5, but at this moment, he is definitely in the peak form of Super Saiyan. Only one opportunity is needed, and he can break through Super Saiyan 5 completely. Wow, Super Saiyan 4? Your Super Saiyan 4 seems stronger than Vegeta. It's so exciting. Son Goku looked at the opposite Son Goku excitedly and said. Although it is also in the form of Super Saiyan 4, but the strength of the other one is definitely far beyond Vegeta of Super Saiyan 4. Nani. That B************** D Kakarot, actually, reached the level of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta gritted her teeth angrily, because he could feel that Kakarot from another universe turned into Super Saiyan 4 later. It is true that the strength is stronger than oneself. Huh? The two Goku have become different, and the strength of both of them has become so strong. This game is really exciting. Zeno also seemed to be looking forward to this battle with excitement. Unexpectedly, the same Son Goku has mastered a different form. Yes, Jail Wang Yinping. I really didn't expect that there would be such a powerful human being in the 7th universe, which is ranked second to last. Saiyan is really a very remarkable nation. It was like that in the past, and it is still the same now. Grand Priest nodded and replied. In fact, a long time ago, Saiyan also appeared. Saiyan at that time was very great, but because he was too evil. In the end, he also let his entire nation go to destroy the king. Didn't, ADBD, think of the Saiyan after billions of years, although they didn't inherit their kind of training talent. This can still reach the realm of God. This really made him feel more or less surprised. Everyone looked at the ring with burning eyes, looking forward to this battle. After turning into their respective strongest forms, the two Son Goku also rushed towards each other instantly. Bang bang bang. At this point, there are no more bells and whistles. The two kept colliding, and every time they collided, a low-pitched collision sound could be heard. Afterwards, sonic circles flickered above the ring. Bang bang bang. At this time, Son Goku of the 7th universe has raised his power to the extreme. But even so, it is obvious that his strength is not as good as Son Goku of the 13th universe. Boom. At this moment, Son Goku from the 13th universe kicked Son Goku from the 7th universe hard on the cheek. And Son Goku's body also flew out. It landed directly on the edge of the ring. Wow, it's so dangerous, I almost got out. Quickly stabilized his body, Son Goku's face also became serious. Because the strength of the other self is indeed much stronger than himself. If you continue to fight like this, you have no chance of winning. Cut. That guy Kakarot from the 13th universe, how can he be so powerful? Obviously they are all Super Saiyan 4, but they are so much stronger than me. Vegeta said with an unconvinced face. Vegeta, Super Saiyan IV is nothing more than a form, and his power is added on the basis of basic combat power. Advertisement. I think you know that better than anyone. The reason why he is stronger than you and Goku is mainly because his basic combat power is much stronger than yours. Whis explained lightly. Of course, Vegeta knew this kind of thing very well. It's just that he doesn't want to admit it, that's all. Hope that Son Goku guy doesn't lose, otherwise, if we lose the first game, we will have no chance of winning in the next round. Beerus said with an unusually serious face at the moment. You know, if you compete in front of Master Zeno, you don't know what punishment you will get if you lose. It is very likely that the 7th universe will be destroyed as a result. This is entirely possible. So at this time, it would be a lie to say that you are not nervous or nervous. Relax, Lord Beerus. Although the basic combat power of Mr. Goku in another time and space is stronger, Goku will not lose. Seeing Beerus's solemn expression, Whis at the side said with a relaxed expression. It's like knowing everything in your chest. What? Are you so sure, Whis? Beerus asked immediately. Yes. I saw Whis nodded firmly. It seems that he has never seen him so sure of one thing. Could it be that Goku Beerus froze for a moment, and suddenly thought of a very surprising thing. But how is that possible? And this time in the arena? Your strength is really too strong, so I am going to show more powerful force. To be honest, I still can't completely control this force, but in order to beat you, I can only fight. Son Goku smiled and said to Son Goku of the 13th universe. Oh, Son Goku from the 13th universe looked at Son Goku in surprise. I don't know what other means he has, that is. Supreme Kai. 10 times, suddenly, a low roar came from Son Goku's throat. Immediately afterwards, his aura began to increase crazily. The blue arrogance burst out from the body again. Immediately afterwards, the blue gas flame was covered with a layer of dark red gas flame. Rustle the breath is lingering crazily. Like a dark red beam of light, it rose directly into the sky. And Son Goku's aura also had a huge improvement in an instant. What? Kaioken. Son Goku of the 13th universe suddenly had a horrified look on his face. How the hell did this guy cast Kaioken on top of Super Saiyan's transformation? I have tried many times, after becoming a Super Saiyan, I can't cast Kaioken at all. Because in that case, the body simply cannot bear such a huge amount of energy. Only in the underworld, who can cast Kaioken in the form of a super subhuman without a body. That Kakarot guy, he actually used Kaioken, he's not dead. Vegeta of the 13th universe was also full of surprise. Everyone was extremely shocked, because Son Goku's aura is boosted in an instant, it's too huge. It's painful, but it's finally done. A 10-fold Kaioken is added to the Super Saiyan blue color. However, even with my current strength, I can only last for 2 minutes. So I will completely defeat you in these 2 minutes. Although his body was suffering heart-piercing pain, Son Goku still had a smile on his face. Because of this game, the one who won in the end was still himself. I have to say, I really admire you. It is actually possible to add Kaioken to the form of Super Saiyan, which is something I have never done before. But it's not that easy for you to defeat me, Son Goku of the 13th universe spoke in a flat tone. Although Son Goku of 7th universe is very strong at this time, he still doesn't think he will lose. Haha. With a roar, Son Goku of the 13th universe also began to increase his aura crazily. The golden flames continuously overflowed from the body. The dark red at the tip of the hair became more and more conspicuous. The temperature of the entire arena and even all the auditorium suddenly rose at this time. It was as if a sun suddenly appeared in the middle of the ring. Chapter 170 The Gods Are Shocked. Ultra Instinct by Son Goku, subscription required. What a scorching energy. Why is the energy so hot after this guy turns into Super Saiyan 4 full energy? Feeling the scorching energy like the sun, the 7th universe Vegeta frowned. Because at this moment, he can also reach the full energy form of Super Saiyan. But compared with Son Goku of the 13th universe, there is still a big gap. Moreover, his body simply couldn't exert such scorching energy. Hey! Mr. Goku from the 13th universe, of course he's so strong. Still maintaining the form of Super Saiyan 4, but can raise his energy to this level. Now he seems to be no weaker than Mr. Goku who cast Kaioken. Whis also said with a look of surprise. They have all seen Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 forms. It has to be said that it is possible to have such a powerful force zone without reaching the realm of God. It has made them feel incredible. Unexpectedly, Mr. Goku of the 13th universe is even more powerful than Vegeta. Damn it, 10 times Kaioken is Goku's whole card? It looks a little dangerous, Beerus said with a tight frown. This is their first game in universe, and it was he who felt most sure of winning a game. If you lose the first game, then it will have a great impact on the next few games. It may even affect the mentality of other players. Dad. Son Gohan also frowned. As for Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai from other universes, I am even more surprised. This is above the stands at 11th universe. Toppo, Son Goku from the 2 universes seems to be very good. How sure are you that you can win them? Gods of Destruction Vermut lowered his voice, and asked the person under the cloak beside him. Toppo is their 11th universe candidate for Gods of Destruction. He has already reached the realm of God without his own strength. And with Angel Makarita's training, he has already become the second strongest player in the 11th universe. I don't know how much chance he has to win against Son Goku. If you go back to Master Vermut, there is an estimated 50% chance of winning. From under the cloak came a thick voice. To be honest, those 2 guys from Universe 7 and Universe 11 can get to this point. It also made him feel very incredible. The reason why I can have such a powerful power is because I have always been trained as a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Under Angel's guidance, the strength will become so powerful. But I didn't expect such a powerful human being to appear in an inferior universe like the 7th universe. It's not bad. As long as we, Universe Jiren, make a move, we can probably defeat them with ease. Vermut wasn't too worried, if all the universes were to compete. The strongest in their universe is Jiren. In terms of strength alone, Jiren's strength has reached his own level. Papa's breath, it should be only one step away from Super Saiyan 5. At this time, Son Gohan also spoke. As long as he has a chance, he can reach the level of Super Saiyan 5. But at this time in the arena, accompanied by everyone's surprised eyes. The breath of the 13th universe Son Goku has reached a kind of limit. This is all my strength, come on. After raising his aura, Son Goku of the 13th universe said to Son Goku of the 7th universe. At this time, the aura of the 2 of them reached a level of evenness. So in this game, both of them are sure to win. Son Goku nodded, and then suddenly squeezed out a calyx shape with both hands, and the blue energy condensed directly from the palm. He can also feel that there is not much difference in performance between the 2 of them. If you continue to consume it with fists and kicks, the ending will not change much. So he intends to use the Kamehameha wave directly. Kamehameha. Ha! The blue ki blast quickly condensed out of the palm. Then, Son Goku blasted out directly. At this time, the face of Son Goku from the 13th universe was still calm. In the same moment, the palms were squeezed into the shape of a calyx. 10 times. Kamehameha wave. But the Kamehameha wave condensed by the 13th universe Son Goku is red energy. And it's 10 times Kamehameha wave. The energy is clearly more powerful than Kamehameha waves. Ha! With a roar, the Kamehameha waves of the 2 collided together again. Just like 2 dead dragons, constantly colliding and biting. Ha! Shout out! Son Goku of the 7th universe has stretched his powers to the limit. The whole body is constantly shaking, and the crackling sound can be clearly heard in the body. Advertisement clearly, Son Goku is in pain at this point. But in comparison, Son Goku of the 13th universe seemed much more relaxed. After all, the bonus of 10 times Kamehameha wave is much stronger than Ki Blast. In this way, there was a stalemate for nearly a minute. Son Goku of the 7th universe felt completely numb in his arms. At this time, he was also swaying profusely, and his strength was constantly draining from his body. Haha. Seeing Son Goku of the 7th universe showing exhaustion, Son Goku of the 13th universe burst out with strength again. The red energy instantly engulfed the blue Kamehameha wave. Then it hit Son Goku hard in the chest. It's just that at this time, Son Goku seems to have awakened a powerful force in his body. It turned out that Kamehameha wave was firmly pushed with both hands, and the feet rubbed against the ground and kept retreating. The ground, which was as solid as steel, had been plowed into two clear marks abruptly. The body retreated directly to the edge of the ring, with blood oozing from his hands. He gritted his teeth, and finally stopped. Then he pushed up with both hands, and the terrifying ki blast was directly pushed off the track and shot straight into the sky. Hoo-hoo. Although Son Goku of 7th Universe was lucky enough to stay in the ring, but at this moment, he was sweating profusely, with his arms vertically downward. Blood kept falling from the fingertips to the ground. Panting heavily, the next second, he immediately returned to his normal state. Boom boom. You can vaguely hear the crisp sound of bones coming from your body. Adding Kaioken on the basis of Super Saiyan blue color can't last too long. Especially when exerting all strength, the time it can last is even shorter. And the pressure on the body is also very huge. At this moment, Son Goku felt that he was still able to stand, and he had exhausted all the strength in his body. He has no way to fight back. Haha, you guy, you are really too strong. It looks like I lost this match. Son Goku lifted his head vigorously, a helpless wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although he has shown all his strength, there is still a gap between the two. I have no chance of winning this game. Damn Kakarot, after casting Kaioken, no one can defeat the opponent though. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. At this time, his expression was also a little dignified. Originally thought that after becoming Super Saiyan, Kakarot after Blue was already very powerful. Adding Kaioken to this strong foundation can be said to be a sure win. But I didn't expect Kakarot on the opposite side to be even stronger. Although he really didn't want to admit it in his heart, Kakarot of the 13th universe was stronger than himself. If it happened to me, I probably wouldn't be able to hold on for such a long time. Damn it, are you going to lose? Beerus's complexion became even uglier. Sure enough, no miracle happened. At this time, Son Goku's breath was extremely wilted. Being able to stand there is probably all supported by his thoughts. Come on, Goku. Whis on the side doesn't seem to give up yet. But his expression was also very serious and he murmured. In fact, in the recent period of time, I have been training Goku. Train him to master the Ultra Instinct. Mr. Goku's mind is extremely peaceful, which cannot be compared with Vegeta. So he feels that Goku has a great possibility of being able to master Ultra Instinct. But did not grasp. Hopefully, on the edge of this danger, he can touch the threshold of Ultra Instinct. At this time, the other gods of destruction were also incomparably surprised. I didn't expect that guy from the 7th universe to be so strong, and he still had to lose by Zon in the end. Many gods of destruction have consciously brought into their universe. If their universe fights with that Son Goku from the 13th universe, what chance will the humans of their universe have in winning? 1 cent? Or there is no chance of winning at all. Grand Priest, it looks like the 13th universe won the first match. Goku is completely powerless to fight back. Zeno looked at the situation on the ring, and said. Although he likes Goku a lot, but the gap between the two Goku is obvious to everyone. At this time, Goku of the 7th universe has become the end of his battle. There is no parry at all, it seems so, Master Zeno. The strength of humans in the 7th universe has improved rapidly, but it seems that they can't win this game. However, the ranking of the 7th universe's comprehensive human strength is estimated to be improved because of this competition. After Grand Priest nodded, he spoke. With the power of the 7th universe Son Goku, it has indeed surpassed most of the universe's humans. Isn't the father of the other universe admitting defeat? 0. Asking for flowers. At this time, on the auditorium of the 13th universe, Nohihan looked at Son Goku who had completely lost his fighting power, and said. Advertisement in this case, he has no chance of winning. Even if you keep going, it's pointless. I don't know what the father of the other universe is still insisting on. Let's take a good look, maybe there will be a reversal, but it's not certain. Son Gohan stared at Son Goku and said with a serious expression. According to his speculation, Angel Whis of the 7th universe must have directed Son Goku Ultra Instinct. I just don't know if he can be forced to play in this situation. And in the ring, 13th universe's Son Goku clearly didn't want to fight anymore. You lost this game. I have to say that your strength is indeed very powerful. Son Goku is also telling the truth. Because Son Goku from another universe, JG is obviously much younger than himself. It can reach this level, it's already been great. And more importantly, he has the guts to add Kaioken to Super Saiyan's transformation. And it worked, that alone is admirable. After finishing speaking, an energy ball instantly condensed from the palm of his hand and aimed at Son Goku of the 7th universe. There is no suspense in this game. Call out, in the next second, the energy ball blasted out. It seems that in this match, 13 universe will win in the end. All gods of destruction and Supreme Kai have already foreseen this game. Because in this case, there will be no reversal in the ending. Boom. Rumble. The moment the energy ball exploded, huge gunpowder smoke rose up immediately. Son Goku's body was quickly swallowed by the blast wave. What? Human, didn't return to the auditorium. It's just that when the explosion happened, Son Goku of the 7th universe didn't have the auditorium of the 7th universe. Accompanied by everyone's shocked eyes, the explosion wave and billowing smoke dissipated little by little. There is a huge gap in the place where Son Goku originally occupied. But Son Goku's body has disappeared in the original place. This is Goku's chi. Beerus's face suddenly changed. He suddenly felt Goku's breath again. Moreover, the breath that had been sluggish just now revived, and it was very calm. The sense of confusion just now was gone. Over there. I don't know who yelled first. Everyone looked at the pointed position. It was Son Goku who saw the seventh universe. At this time, his hands drooped naturally, his expression was unusually calm, and he still maintained the posture just now. Grand Priest, what's the matter? Goku from the seventh universe doesn't seem to be eliminated. Zeno looked at Grand Priest in surprise and asked. Otherwise, in the situation just now, Goku shouldn't have any chance. But why did he escape suddenly, avoiding the explosion of energy? And without anyone knowing, appear behind another Goku's body. Oh, it looks a bit terrible. Mr. Goku seems to have mastered that mysterious realm. Grand Priest also said with some surprise, in that case, being able to dodge the explosion. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Similarly, Nobuhan and another Trunks and Vegeta all looked at Son Gohan. That's right, another universe's dad has mastered the Ultra Instinct. In an instant, the temperature of the already extremely hot arena became even more frightening. Inch. And the moment Son Gohan's voice fell, Son Gohan's expression didn't fluctuate much. Everyone was very surprised. Of course, at the moment, it wasn't just the Grand Priest and Zeno who were surprised. Brother Gohan, because in the Dragon Ball Ultra, Son Goku of the 7th universe mastered the Ultra Instinct. I hope to find out from him what happened just now. Mr. Goku of the 7th universe apparently has mastered the Ultra Instinct. From this point of view, Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe has put in a lot of effort to win this game. So at the moment he can grasp it, it seems that there is no big surprise. Son Goku's eyes suddenly became sharp. Trunks also looked at Son Goku on the ring in surprise, and then at Son Gohan. Because under the explosion just now, there is no possibility of avoiding it. Because in their cognition, at that distance just now, Goku was under that kind of injury, and there was absolutely no way to dodge it. Clenching his fists, silver lines and halos suddenly rose from around his body. Chapter 171 Desperation Erupts, a sign of Super Saiyan 5, seeking subscription. In the next second, the entire arena began to tremble crazily. Even the auditorium can feel the obvious shock. You know, this is the Temple of Zeno. If you want to make some noise here, you can't do it without strong strength. The moment the arena shook, a crack opened under Son Goku's feet, and then the crack spread in all directions. Pieces of gravel were suspended in midair, and a silver-white light suddenly lit up around Son Goku. In an instant, a white beam of light was formed, rising directly into the sky. What happened? His aura suddenly recovered, and he is extremely calm now. Son Goku of the 13th universe looked at Son Goku of the 7th universe for a split second. He didn't expect such a thing to happen all of a sudden. Originally thought that the other Son Goku would definitely lose, but my previous energy ball can definitely eliminate him easily. But now, things suddenly turned around. The breath is so calm. Could it be, is this the Ultra Instinct? After a moment of surprise, Son Goku reacted. Because Gohan told them before that Ultra Instinct requires a very peaceful mind. After reaching that state, the breath of the whole person will be very calm. The imperfect Zi Yigong, also known as the Ultra Instinct sign, will emit silver white light and lines all over the body. At the same time, the breath will become extremely calm. Judging from the current situation of another Son Goku, it is clear that it fits this statement very well. And according to Gohan, every angel in the universe has mastered the Ultra Instinct. So under the guidance of the 7th universe angel, it seems not surprising that Son Goku of the 7th, 880, universe was able to master this realm. At this time, in the stands of other universes, all the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai were shocked. Maybe Supreme Kai doesn't know what Son Goku's status is right now. But all gods of destruction is clear. This guy has mastered Ultra Instinct, which is a realm that even their gods can't reach. Are you kidding? That guy from the 7th universe actually mastered Ultra Instinct. Makarita, you should be right? Gods of Destruction Vermut of the 11th universe asked uncertainly. According to his experience, Son Goku of the 7th universe has definitely reached the realm of Ultra Instinct. It's not that he's not sure, but he just can't believe it. You must know that even their gods of destruction, it is difficult to reach this level. Now it is actually controlled by a human from the 7th universe. This naturally makes them unbelievable. Yes, dear. Mr. Son Goku of the 7th universe has indeed mastered the Ultra Instinct. Just an imperfect Ultra Instinct? It should be the dangerous opportunity just now that allowed him to temporarily master the Ultra Instinct. Angel Makarita nodded and replied. Apparently, that guy called Son Goku was trained by Whis. Otherwise, a human being will never be able to master Ultra Instinct. Cut. It's really annoying. A mere human being has reached a realm that even the gods can't reach. This is simply a blasphemy against God, Vermut said coldly. In this way, the comprehensive level of human beings in the 7th universe seems to have improved again. Master Vermut, is Ultra Instinct really that powerful? Topo on the side couldn't help asking. It's really strong. If that guy masters the Ultra Instinct perfectly, it's no exaggeration to say that he can beat Jiren. Vermut nodded and replied. There is no exaggeration in what I said. Although Jiren is the most powerful human in their 11th universe. But if that Son Goku from the 7th universe mastered the Ultra Instinct perfectly, Jiren should not be able to beat him. What? Can't even beat Jiren? After hearing this answer, Toppo was obviously shocked. You must know that the Grey Jiren has always been a god-like existence in his mind. It should be impossible for anyone other than the real gods of destruction to beat Jiren. But now Lord Gods of Destruction Vermut actually told them that that human has a good chance of defeating Jiren. This really made him unbelievable. Don't worry, dear. That Son Goku just realized that state temporarily. Is it not so easy to master the perfect Ultra Instinct? Angel Makarita on the side said with a smile, if it is so simple, you can master the free and easy work. The gods of destruction of the 12 universes, it is not the case that only the gods of destruction of the 7th universe, Lord Beerus, just stepped into the threshold. Gods of destruction and Supreme Kai from other universes were equally astonished. At the same time, I was very upset. Advertisement. This is a realm that none of their gods of destruction can reach. Now it was actually reached by a human being, it's literally slapping them in the face. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the silver-white beam of light disappeared bit by bit. Son Goku once again appeared in everyone's sight. Selfish, his black hair was covered with a layer of silver-white steam. The pupils also turned silver-gray. The breath and expression of the whole person are quite calm. Is this the Ultra Instinct? Then let me see, how strong is Ultra Instinct? Son Goku of the 13th universe is also very curious. Because according to Gohan, after mastering the Ultra Instinct, the strength will be greatly improved. He wanted to see how much the Ultra Instinct could improve his strength. The moment the sound fell, Son Goku rushed directly towards the 7th universe, Son Goku. At this time, he has brought his strength and speed to the extreme. Because Super Saiyan 4 is a very stable transformation. So even after such a long battle just now, his physical fitness did not appear to be a big problem. On the contrary, his recovery ability is very strong, and his energy has recovered almost a little bit. A punch blasted out, and the wind howled. This punch is very powerful. It is estimated that even if it is Son Goku in Super Saiyan blue color, it is not so easy to take this punch hard. Brush. But after mastering Ultra Instinct, even before he understands Son Goku's thinking, his body has already made a prediction. With a slight flash, he dodged the 13th universe Son Goku's fist. Shish. Son Goku of the 13th universe launched several attacks one after another. But every attack was directly brushed against Son Goku's body. Sure enough, it's really powerful, but I can't hit him once. Son Goku frowned slightly. The Ultra Instinct really lives up to its name. The ability to dodge is ridiculously strong. Even if he increases the speed to the extreme, it will not affect his body. I really didn't expect that Guy Goku could master the ultimate intention at such a moment. Beerus said with a look of surprise, but also with some gratitude. He really didn't expect Goku to be able to master the Ultra Instinct in a desperate situation. But at the same time very happy, because after mastering Ultra Instinct, Goku's strength will be improved qualitatively. From the attack of the 13th universe Son Goku just now, it can be seen that his attack at this time has not played a big role. That's right, Master Beerus. But, Whis nodded first, then his face changed slightly. But what? Hurry up and say Whis, Beerus asked immediately. The guy paused for a while, indicating that there might be room for the situation to be reversed. But Mr. Goku has only scratched the surface of the Ultra Instinct. That's the Ultra Instinct sign. In this case, Mr. Goku's physical energy will be consumed very quickly, and there will be great damage to the body. This battle must end as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Mr. Goku's physical strength disappears, he will have no chance of winning. Whis said with a heavy voice. Goku was able to master Ultra Instinct, which really surprised him. However, the free and easy power sign is very harmful to the body and consumes a lot of energy. If the war cannot be ended in a short time, then once you exit that state, you can only become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. How could such a thing happen? Beerus was obviously very surprised. Because he himself mastered the imperfect Ultra Instinct. However, when performing it, there will be no lack of physical fitness. Just not as powerful as the perfect Ultra Instinct. Master Beerus, because you are a god yourself, so even if it's an imperfect Ultra Instinct, it won't have much side effect on you. But Goku is different, he's just immortal. Whis explained from the side. Obviously, before a mortal has mastered the perfect freedom extremely easy art, it consumes a lot of physical energy when performing it. Unless, be able to master the perfect Ultra Instinct. Like Son Gohan. Advertisement only in this way can Ultra Instinct be cast without damage. I see, hope that Goku guy gets rid of his bad habits soon. Otherwise, the situation will be dangerous, Beerus clenched his fists tightly and said. Because they all know that Son Goku guy quite well. This guy will not use all his strength to fight at all, but will continue to test. Now he has such a powerful force in his hands, it should be a little more inflated. Then keep exploring. If it was a normal game, it would definitely be a loud reminder of Son Goku. But now, Master Zeno and Grand Priest are sitting there. If I yell here, I will definitely be punished. Now he can only pray that the Goku guys figure this out for themselves. And at this moment, Son Goku in the ring is obviously ready to get serious. He can also see the changes in his own body. Every minute and every second, the body is suffering heart-piercing pain. It was as if every inch of skin was torn apart, and the heart-wrenching pain continued to spread. And the rapid decline in physical fitness also made him feel a sense of crisis. Although this Ultra Instinct has greatly improved his strength. But at the same time, the damage to his body was also great. Once his energy is exhausted, the situation will be quite troublesome. At this time, Son Goku of the 13th universe launched another attack. Easily dodged by 7th universe Son Goku. In fact, he doesn't need to take the initiative to flash these attacks at all. The body will automatically dodge. This is the biggest advantage of Ultra Instinct. Brush. Call out. Boom. While dodging the attack, Son Goku punched out straight away. The punch directly hit the lower abdomen of the 13th universe Son Goku heavily. Accompanied by a low crashing sound, the body of the 13th universe Son Goku flew upside down. Appeared at the edge of the arena, he almost fell out of the ring. Yelling, "It hurts!" Son Goku clutched his stomach tightly, feeling his stomach start to turn upside down. The tearing pain was like having a grinder in my stomach. So powerful, so fast dodging, is this Ultra Instinct? Clutching his lower abdomen, Son Goku said in a low 4.9 tone. According to this situation, it seems very difficult to win this game. Call out, and just as Son Goku was surprised, the 7th universe Son Goku rushed over again. The body directly turned into a silvery white light. It's amazingly fast. Bang bang bang, the muffled crash continued to sound. Every attack can hit the body of the 13th universe Son Goku accurately. Fortunately, Super Saiyan 4 has a very good advantage, that is, their physique is very strong. Otherwise, such an attack would be enough to make Son Goku unable to get up. Rumble. Son Goku also gritted his teeth tightly and then punched him in the same way. If I continue to fight, I will definitely lose. The moment the two fists collided, the solid one was instantly destroyed. Cut. Come on, Dad. All the players of the two universes are cheering. Because I can feel that my physical energy is rapidly disappearing. Boom. Then, a full-strength punch hit the 13th universe Son Goku directly. And this fist clash, Son Goku of the 13th universe didn't back down in the slightest. Pieces of gravel shot out in all directions like bullets. Kakarot, hurry up and knock out another Kakarot. This is the last blow. At this time, Son Goku, who was extremely calm, said to Son Goku of the 13th universe. In an instant, the pupil unexpectedly turned crimson red. Come on, Goku. Everyone started cheering for Son Goku. Chapter 172 Zizai vs Super Saiyan 5. Fiasco, please subscribe. Nani? What? Unexpectedly, Son Goku of the 13th universe actually took a punch from Son Goku of the 7th universe. And he didn't step back at all. This caused surprise to appear on everyone's faces. Especially the 7th universe Beerus and Vegeta were even more shocked. Obviously just now, Son Goku of their universe has always been in a huge advantage. It can be said that after mastering Ultra Instinct, the other Son Goku forced to fight back has no power. But why all of a sudden, that guy's strength had such a huge improvement? No. Impossible. Your strength. What's going on? Son Goku was stunned, because he suddenly felt that the power of another self had undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially when facing it in person, you can feel the horror of that power even more. Are you kidding me? How can this be? What the hell is going on here? Whis, why did this happen? For example, he opened his mouth wide and looked in surprise at the two fists touching on the ring. Unexpectedly, another Son Goku actually caught the fist. Moreover, the two actually presented an evenly matched posture. This really confuses him too much. Obviously Son Goku has mastered the Ultra Instinct. Why is this still happening? Master Beerus, haven't you noticed that the pupils of the other Son Goku have changed? His pupils were golden before, but now they are vermilion. The reason why he was able to erupt with such a powerful force is obviously that he has signs of a breakthrough. It looks like another Son Goku is about to break through to a higher level. Whis raised his eyebrows slightly and then said to Beerus and the surprised Vegeta. In fact, he discovered this problem at the first time just now. It seems that the 7th universe will not be able to win this match. But, damn it, how could this happen? Beerus clenched his fists tightly. He felt as uncomfortable as eating a fly at this time. Obviously victory was within grasp, but this kind of thing happened at the last moment. Huh? Grand Priest, things seem to have turned around? Another Goku seems to have changed a bit. Zeno also immediately noticed something was wrong with the 13th universe Son Goku, so he spoke. Yes, all because of it, according to my speculation, Son Goku of the 13th universe may have to break through to a higher level, right? I have to say, Saiyan really amazes me more and more. Grand Priest nodded and said. Unexpectedly, these two Son Goku can break through their limits at the same time in one battle. This is something that has never happened before. It really surprised him too. Are you going to break through? Super Saiyan 5. Son Gohan, who had been extremely calm from the very beginning, now had a look of excitement on his face. I have been teaching Son Goku Ultra Instinct before. But unexpectedly, he did not master Ultra Instinct. And now there are signs of breaking through to Super Saiyan 5. It took me a long time to know this form. And the two people on the ring, after punching each other, their bodies also separated very quickly. Each retreated a dozen steps away. This is Son Goku of the 7th universe, and he is already terrified. At the same time, his heart began to become tense. Because he could feel his energy dropping rapidly. If you continue like this, you will definitely lose. This power, is it going to break through? Marvelous? Feeling the crazily surging energy in his body, Son Goku of the 13th universe suddenly showed an excited look on his face. I didn't expect that I didn't make a breakthrough in such a long time before. But today I fought with myself in another universe, and there are signs of a breakthrough. Energy surged wildly in the body. It's like a spring, energy is constantly coming out. Advertisement, haha. Feeling that the energy in his body reached a peak, Son Goku opened his arms in a stance. Then, he roared like a beast. Under everyone's shocked eyes, they saw that Son Goku's body began to undergo tremendous changes. A sharp light instantly shot out from the scarlet pupils. And the red hair on the upper body turned into silvery white little by little. The black hair also began to grow messily, gradually turning into silvery white. What's going on? Did that Son Goku from the 13th universe start breaking through again? Those guys are all monsters. At this point the gods of destruction of all universes are already a little restless. Because the energy released from the body of the 13th universe Son Goku at this time made them all feel a little afraid. Even among humans, no one has ever been able to achieve this level. At least in their cognition, no one can achieve. Eventually, Son Goku successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 5 form. The pupils turned crimson, and the body hair and hair all turned silvery white. The whole person looks full of strength. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 5? It's stronger than I thought. It seems that today's game has made me gain a lot. Son Goku squeezed his fist, and crackling golden lightning flashed all over his body. Power as vast as the universe travels through every inch of skin in the body. This feeling of overwhelming power is definitely not comparable to Super Saiyan 4. Damn, that B************* D Kakarot has reached the level of Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta was obviously very jealous at this moment. Unexpectedly, Kakarot walked in front of him again. It first became the form of Super Saiyan 5. It seems that I want to surpass Kakarot. Is it really a dream? Maybe never. Uncle Goku is amazing. Is that Super Saiyan 5 beyond Super Saiyan 4? The power is so strong that people can't help trembling. Trunks said in shock. Indeed, this power is too shocking. Whether it is Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4, there is no comparison with this power. Damn. What did Kakarot from the universe become? Vegeta of the 7th universe has almost the same expression as Vegeta of the 13th universe. Because this incident was indeed too shocking for him. I didn't expect Super Saiyan 4 above to be in such a form. As the Prince of Saiyan, I should be the first to achieve this form. This time, Kakarot took the lead again. It doesn't matter which universe Kakarot is from, it doesn't matter to him. As long as the strength is stronger than him, he will be very jealous. Hey Whis, is Goku completely lost? After feeling the huge power of the 13th universe Son Goku, Beerus said a little discouraged. Although he really didn't want to admit this ending. But now the facts are in front of us. The 13th universe Son Goku who has become another form has surpassed Ultra Instinct Son Goku in strength. It seems so, Lord Beerus. If Goku can master the perfect freedom, maybe the two of them can still fight. But Son Goku is currently only mastering the imperfect omen of freedom, so in this case, Goku has almost no chance of winning. Whis nodded very seriously and said, there is no chance of winning this game. Vegeta, Gohan, the next match between the two of you, you must not lose. Have you understood? Beerus immediately said to Vegeta and Son Gohan behind him. In this first game, they obviously have no chance of winning. But in the next few games, we must never lose again. Of the four remaining, Vegeta and Son Gohan are the strongest. If the two of them can win the game, then there is still hope. Relax, Lord Beerus. I won't be stupid like Kakarot, I will solve the battle in a split second. Vegeta said confidently. I have now reached the state where Super Saiyan is an all-purpose material. Except for Kakarot on the opposite side, he is confident that no one is his opponent. Although a year ago, I lost to my son Trunks, but after more than a year of training, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Definitely not the existence that Trunks can compare with. Advertisement. As for Majin Buu, there is another Saiyan, and another time-space self. Absolutely impossible to be your opponent. I'll do my best, Lord Beerus. Son Gohan answered more conservatively. At this time, after undergoing special training from Whis, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. It is no exaggeration to say that Uncle Vegeta, who has become Super Saiyan's 4 full energy, is not his opponent at all. It's just that sometimes in order to take into account their feelings, they didn't show their full strength during the sparring. Beerus took another look at Majin Buu and number 17. The strength of the two of them is indeed a bit too weak for Son Goku and Vegeta. But the comprehensive strength of the 7th universe is like this. And at this time in the ring, Son Goku, who became Super Saiyan 5, also recovered from the excitement. Then, looking at Ultra Instinct Son Goku on the other side, he said, come on, let's have a showdown. He could feel that Son Goku of the 7th universe was not yet able to perfectly control the Ultra Instinct. So in this case, his physical fitness is depleted very quickly. If this continues, perhaps there is no need to fight at all, and he will be able to defeat himself without fighting. But if it fails like this, I always feel a little regretful. Ah, come on. You really surprised me. The power of this form seems to be stronger than Ultra Instinct. Son Goku also nodded, resisting the severe pain from his body. As you can see, another Son Goku transformation. The state is much more stable than Ultra Instinct. At least it is more stable than my imperfect Ultra Instinct. This battle, I have no chance of winning, whoosh. In the next second, the bodies of the two rushed out almost simultaneously. This time, the two directly raised their speed and strength to the extreme. Directly, 840 turned into two silver rays of light. Bang bang bang. Several collisions were carried out, and each detonation circle flickered in the air. Even auditoriums that are far away can feel the violent shaking. Hoo. After dozens of confrontations, Son Goku of the 7th universe didn't take advantage of anything. I even started to get out of breath. Imperfection, the disadvantages of Ultra Instinct have been revealed. It's over. Ultra 5 Son Goku looked at the panting Ultra Instinct Son Goku and said lightly. At this time, Son Goku's physical fitness of the 7th universe has dropped too badly. Even if it continues, this battle has no meaning. Unless he can break through his limit again, but that is clearly unlikely. The moment the sound fell, Son Goku exhibited directly. The energy instantly turned into a deadly dragon, carrying the force of thunder, crashing into the 7th universe Cup Son Goku. This time, Son Goku of the 7th universe didn't even have time to react. Because the speed of energy is too fast, and his physical energy consumption is too great. So there is no way to avoid it at all. Boom, accompanied by a low crash, the energy precisely hit the 7th universe Son Goku's chest. Subsequently, the body of Son Goku of the 7th universe was directly knocked out of the ring. Although such a result seems to be expected by everyone. But still couldn't help being surprised. Unexpectedly, Son Goku, who has comprehended Ultra Instinct, ended in a fiasco. It was a very exciting battle. I didn't expect the two Mr. Son Goku to be so powerful. Master Zeno, are you satisfied? Grand Priest smiled and said to everyone, then looked at Zeno and asked. For him, it is indeed not easy for human beings to reach this level. And can break through their own limits in battle. This is also something that surprised him very much. Yeah, both Gokus are strong. Zeno nodded with a smile. It seems that these two Son Goku are worth cultivating. It is estimated that if they train well, their strength can completely surpass Gods of Destruction and reach a higher level. Because they are not as strong as Gods of Destruction yet. But what is certain is that the upper limit of their potential is higher than Gods of Destruction. Then I declare that Mr. Son Goku of the 13th universe won the first round of the Panorama competition. Next, the second round of the Panorama competition will be held. I hope it will also be an exciting battle. Chapter 173 Mysterious Super Blue Gohan erupts. Nobuhin who is ashamed, seeking subscription. In the second game of the match, Majin Buu from the 13th universe played against Majin Buu from the 7th universe. The battle between the two Majin Buu has been stalemate for a long time. In the end, the two fell off the ring at the same time, and the whole game ended in a draw. In the third game, Vegeta from the 13th universe will face Son Gohan from the 7th universe. Vegeta, come on, I don't know how strong Gohan in the universe is. But it seems to be quite strong, Son Goku said to Vegeta. Watching 7th universe's Gohan, it's clear he seems to be sticking with his training. Always maintains the form of the mysterious Gohan. So although Vegeta has become the full energy form of Super Saiyan 4. But if you want to defeat Gohan, you probably can't be sloppy. Cut. You don't need to remind Kakarot. That kid Gohan from the 7th universe can't possibly be my opponent. Vegeta said confidently, although the Gohan in front of them is ridiculously strong. But he doesn't believe that Gohan from other universes can be that strong. After all, like the Gohan they knew before, his strength is outrageously useless. I don't know how strong I am in the 7th universe. Son Gohan also said curiously, but from the image point of view, he is indeed more like a soldier than himself. The strength should be much stronger than yours. The former him, like you, abandoned his cultivation and became a famous scholar. But one time when the gods of destruction descended on Earth, he felt hopeless. Because without strength, it is impossible to protect your loved ones and the Earth. So he also regained his determination to practice. Seeing Nobuhin's expectant face, Son Gohan said lightly. Maybe it's because the last time I preached to Son Gohan worked. Or maybe it was the last time when gods of Destruction Beerus descended, he really felt the sense of despair. So he started training again, but it has to be said that Son Gohan's potential is really ridiculously strong. After just over a year of training, his strength has reached an unfathomable level. Vegeta, who is full of energy and Super Saiyan, may not be able to completely defeat him. After hearing Son Gohan's words, Nobuhin on the side lowered his head in shame. From the looks of it, it doesn't matter whether it's other time and space or other universes. He seemed to be the only one who wasted his talent. Whoosh! At this moment, Son Gohan and Vegeta also fell into the ring at the same time. Uncle Vegeta. Although his strength has become stronger, Son Gohan is still very polite. This is because his character is not so easy to change. Your strength seems to be quite good, Gohan. I hope you won't disappoint me too much later. Vegeta raised the corner of his mouth confidently, and said to Son Gohan. Well, I see Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan also nodded seriously. At this time, the voice of Grand Priest also sounded. Both, if you are ready, start fighting quickly. Because the battle between the two Majin Buu just now took too long. The strength of the two of them is equal, so it took a long time to decide the winner. But in the end, it ended in a draw. Haha, after hearing Grand Priest's voice, Vegeta was the first to roar. Afterwards, the golden flames erupted directly from the body. The clothes on the upper body disappeared directly, and then red hair grew. It is the form of Super Saiyan 4. After becoming Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta is obviously more confident. Then, he said to Son Gohan, Gohan, even if you have mastered the so-called mysterious form, you are still vulnerable in front of Super Saiyan 4. Really? If only Son Gohan was in mystic form, definitely no match for Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, the battle hasn't started yet, please don't make a definition so quickly. A serious look appeared on Son Gohan's face. During this year, he has been training desperately every day. Every time he thinks of the enemies he has encountered and the disasters the Earth is facing. Anger burst out from his body uncontrollably, and in this angry situation, his strength improved faster than anyone else. Advertisement: even Dad and Uncle Vegeta can't keep up with me when compared to their cultivation speed. And under Whis special training, his strength has changed drastically. It's not just as simple as the mysterious form. Cut. What a brat who is so confident that it makes people a little irritated. Since this is the case, then I will let you feel the power of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta pouted, then said coldly, it doesn't matter if you can't beat another Gohan yourself. This Gohan in front of you will definitely be able to beat him. After finishing speaking, the body flashed out directly. In an instant, he was in front of Son Gohan. He punched out without hesitation. Seeing this, Son Gohan quickly raised his arms to block. Boom! The fists fell heavily on Son Gohan's arms, and the terrifying force directly knocked him into the air. Both feet wiped the ground and landed directly on the edge of the ring. But even so, there was no panic on Son Gohan's face. Beerus in the stands felt his heart tighten and said quickly. He almost thought that Son Goku's son was going to be eliminated. Relax, Lord Beerus. Gohan's strength is not weaker than me and Vegeta. So with the attack just now, it is impossible to eliminate him. Son Goku on the side said with a smile. At this time, he has been restored to physical fitness by Angel Whis, and the injuries on his body have disappeared. Son Goku doesn't say that because Son Gohan is his son. It's because that's the way it is. If you don't have mastery of freedom, it is very easy to succeed. No match for Gohan at all. The form of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 is still the same. Gohan's potential is too scary. Vegeta looked displeased on the side. But he also knew that what Kakarot said was true. Son Gohan's kid's potential is really outrageous. Even the Prince Saiyan himself is completely incomparable. You must know that after he regained his will to practice, he caught up with himself and Kakarot in a short period of time. In another few months, I completely surpassed myself and Kakarot. This is an indisputable fact, and there is no way not to admit it. Shut up, you'll lose the first match, Beerus yelled loudly at Son Goku. Obviously, he was still bitter about Son Goku's loss to Vijay just now. Fortunately, that Son Goku from the 13th universe is strong enough. If Son Goku was careless and lost the game, then he would definitely not let this be ******** D go easily. But now in the ring, Vegeta is even more proud after punching Son Gohan to the edge of the ring. HMPH, sure enough, the power gap between us is not too big. You must know that he didn't exert all his strength just now. If he had used all his strength, Gohan would have fallen outside the ring by now. Hey, it seems that there is no suspense in this game. Why is there such a big difference in strength between two people who are both Gohan? Zeno said, somewhat disappointed. Perhaps another Son Gohan's sharpness is too strong, so it covers up all the light of other Son Gohans. Master Zeno, I don't think this match should end so quickly. Because Son Gohan's body contains the power of God. But he didn't show it at this time, which means that he hasn't used all his strength to fight. The Grand Priest on the side explained. Because he can clearly feel the power of God contained in Son Gohan's body. Oh, that's kind of interesting, Zeno immediately nodded excitedly. Uncle Vegeta, then I will fight with all my strength. Son Gohan took a few steps forward with an extremely calm expression on his face. The eyes became narrow and long, unusually sharp. This look alone can completely distinguish Son Gohan from Nobiten. Hey, stop pretending here, brat. Do you have more power? Vegeta said with a look of disdain. Does he not believe that Son Gohan has any power other than his mystical form? After all, the other Gohan was able to turn into Super Saiyan 4 because it kept its own tail. But this Gohan on the ring in front of him, his tail has obviously been pulled out. There is absolutely no way he can transform into Super Saiyan 4 without a tail. Advertisement, Faced with Vegeta's ridicule, Son Gohan nodded firmly. Then he clenched his fists and opened a stance directly. Ah! A deep roar came out of his throat instantly. Brush, suddenly, a blue light appeared in Son Gohan's eyes. The hair also flickered suddenly. There was another roar. A powerful divine power instantly gathered into blue gaseous flames, which erupted directly from Son Gohan's body. Like raging flames, it enveloped his body, and at that moment, Son Gohan's pupils turned blue directly. The black hair also turned completely blue, see Lala. A series of blue electric arcs continuously lingered around the body. On the top of the hair, small blue electric arcs also appeared. Obviously, Son Gohan at this time has also reached the realm of Super Saiyan blue color. But it's different from Son Goku and Vegeta. At this time, Son Gohan is above the mysterious form and has become Super Saiyan blue color. It is not the existence of Son Goku's ordinary Super Saiyan blue color that can be compared at all. What? What? Everyone was shocked when they saw Son Gohan's transformation. Especially Nobi Fan and Nobi Trunks from the 13th universe, their eyes were as big as copper bells. There are simply no words to describe him horror in their hearts. Brother Gohan, it seems that Brother Gohan was stimulated by you last time, and his strength has also been greatly improved. I can feel his strength at this moment. If I face Brother Gohan, I have no chance of winning. Although Trunks was extremely terrified, he was obviously much calmer than Nobihan and Nobi Trunks. It seems so. I have to say, this kid's improvement is quite amazing. At that time, when I was training in the spiritual time room, I just casually reminded him, why not use the mysterious state as the basis? I didn't expect that he really did it. On the basis of the mysterious form, it becomes Super Saiyan Blue, and its strength is indeed terrifying. It is estimated that Uncle Vegeta will lose soon. The gap between them is really too big. Son Gohan nodded without showing his surprise, but in fact, I was still very surprised. At that time, I just mentioned something casually. Because I carried out other transformations on the basis of the mysterious form. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan from another time and space can do it. And in a short period of time, this guy has actually reached the level of Super Black Asian Blue. Even with the training of Whis, this improvement speed is a bit too heaven-defying, right? Zhao, S. As expected, it is Brother Gohan, the speed of this cultivation is too terrifying. Trunks said in shock, and then continued to ask curiously, Big Brother Gohan, if you were to face another Big Brother Gohan, what percentage would he be able to do? Odds. Trunks is very curious about this question. Brother Gohan's current height is beyond what he could have imagined. But another universe's Big Brother Gohan, after turning into a Super Saiyan Blue color, seems to be surprisingly strong. I don't know if the two of them fight, what chance will Brother Gohan of the other universe have in winning? He has no chance. Son Gohan smiled, and then said with a firm face, it is undeniable that the Super Saiyan Blue color on the basis of the mysterious form is indeed very strong. But if she fights with me, she has no chance of winning. Even without using Ultra Instinct, Son Gohan would never be his opponent. His current strength didn't even reach the level of ordinary gods of destruction. But gods of destruction is like a child in front of his eyes. Therefore, he guessed that even 1% of his own power had not been reached. Although, another Son Gohan is amazing enough at this time. Grunt. Trunks just swallowed his saliva and did not continue to speak. At this time, Nobihan, who was behind Son Gohan and Trunks, blushed. He feels like a waste compared to the other two Son Gohans. If there is no comparison, he still feels nothing. But such a comparison, the gap is obviously widened. After all three of them are the extremely talented Son Gohan. The other two have such strength. And myself, I just hit the mere Super Saiyan 2. I am simply too embarrassing for Son Gohan. Chapter 174 Three Gohans on the same stage. Son Gohan advises Nobitan. Don't waste your potential, please subscribe. Brother Gohan, this. Another Trunks took a look at Nobihan who looked embarrassed, and it was obvious that Nobihan was very uncomfortable. He even began to suspect that the purpose of another Gohan elder brother bringing them here was to let them witness the strength of the other universe Son Gohan. Then give Brother Gohan a good boost. Just watch the game, Trunks. Nobihan could only reply in embarrassment, but he didn't know how to resolve his embarrassment at all. You must know that there are three Son Gohans on the scene. And he was clearly one of the bottom ones. Although his personality is relatively mild, under such a strong contrast, it is inevitable that he will feel uncomfortable. At this time, Son Gohan on the stage has turned into a Super Saiyan Blue in a mysterious state. This shocked the other gods of destruction and Supreme Kai once again. Originally thought that Son Goku could reach the realm of gods, and he was already regarded as the existence of the human ceiling in the 7th universe. But I didn't expect that little guy named Son Gohan to be even more outrageous. And by the looks of it, he's younger than Son Goku. At this time, those gods of destruction who had a festive relationship with the 7th universe gods of destruction Beerus all had rather ugly faces. Whis, Son Goku's son. No, it's Son Gohan from our universe, why is he so powerful all of a sudden? And I never found out, Beerus also asked in shock. You know, before the game started, he pinned all his hopes on Son Goku and Vegeta. However, the power that Son Gohan erupted at this time seemed to be stronger than that of Son Goku. It really made him feel unbelievable. From this point of view, Gohan is likely to win this game. Master Beerus, you've been resting and eating delicious food all this time, keeping your ears to the outside world, how could you notice the change in Gohan? Whis gave Beerus a big white eye and then said with a reproachful face. Lord Beerus would look so anxious at this time. During training, he didn't look anxious at all. Every day I eat, sleep, eat, and my life is very comfortable. Cut. Isn't this because of your training? I have absolute confidence in you. Beerus pouted immediately, and said with some guilt. Regarding the matter of training, I really never paid attention to it. Because gods of destruction doesn't train humans at all. That would be too cheap. Even if he wanted to train in his heart, he would never say it out of his mouth. I'm looking for an excuse again. Naturally, Whis would not believe this kind of nonsense. Lord Beerus didn't want to train them, besides his proud pride, he was just too lazy. He didn't even bother to train these Earth warriors. That kid Gohan, isn't he too powerful? Even Vegeta was incomparably shocked. You must know that Son Gohan had never been in this form during their training before. Unexpectedly, today's game made me look at Son Gohan with admiration. The potential of this guy is really beyond words. From this point of view, the situation of the other self is a bit dangerous. Damn it, Gohan, how could he hit such a terrifying level? The 13th universe Vegeta in the ring also had an extremely ugly face. He was full of confidence before, but now, it made him feel tremendous pressure. Son Gohan's strength has indeed far exceeded his expectations. In this case, it is a bit impossible to beat Son Gohan. But he has already spoken his big words, if he is defeated now. It's such a shame. Uncle Vegeta, this is all my strength right now. After turning into Super Saiyan Blue, Son Gohan said with firm eyes. He is confident that this power is enough to defeat Uncle Vegeta from another universe. Cut. So what? Vegeta gritted his teeth, although he knew that there was already a gap between himself and the Gohan in front of him. But he would never admit such absurd things with his mouth. When the voice fell, the body rushed directly towards Son Gohan. Preemptive strikes are the best means of attack. Call out. With a punch, the surrounding air was shaken out of circles of ripples. It has to be said that Vegeta's punch is really powerful. But only relatively speaking, for Son Gohan, such an offense does not have any threat. As soon as the body jumped up, it easily dodged Vegeta's attack. Kamehameha wave. Advertisement. The moment his body flew into the air, Son Gohan clasped his hands together and made a calyx shape in an instant. Terrifying energy condensed in the palm of the hand in an instant. Then, it directly blasted towards Vegeta. Nani? Vegeta hastily dodged, and also quickly dodged. If hit by the Kamehameha wave, it is very likely that he will be eliminated directly. Boom. Rumble. The moment the Kamehameha wave hit the ground, the hard ground collapsed. The terrifying shock wave directly knocked Vegeta back. He flew a distance of tens of feet before stopping his body. But in the center of the arena, a huge sinkhole has appeared. Plumes of black smoke billowed from the pit, circles. One hit missed. Son Gohan immediately launched another attack after another. One after another energy balls kept blasting towards Vegeta. Rumble. The energy balls continued to explode, and Vegeta's body was quickly engulfed by the explosions in thick smoke. From these two attacks, it can be seen that Vegeta has almost no power to fight back. But, damn it, haha, and at this moment, Vegeta's roar came out from the smoke. Immediately afterwards, a golden light directly penetrated the explosion wave and thick smoke. Vegeta's body also jumped up. There was a long tail of black smoke trailing behind him. You stinky brat, give me enough time. After shouting angrily, Vegeta rushed directly towards Son Gohan again. Still without any bells and whistles, straight punch sprint. Shish. It has to be said that Vegeta, who has transformed into Super Saiyan's 4 full energy form, has reached a very terrifying state in terms of speed and strength. The attack formed countless afterimages, but Son Gohan was able to easily block Vegeta's attack every time. Clap clap. The sonic boom circles flickered in the sky. The deep voice sounded more like firecrackers. It looks like Gohan from the 7th universe is also incredibly strong. From Vegeta's offense, he has almost no chance of winning. At this time, Son Goku also frowned slightly and said in a low tone. Although Vegeta's strength is already considered very strong. But all of them underestimated Gohan's talent and strength. Gohan in the ring definitely didn't show his full strength. But Vegeta has already exerted his power to the extreme. The power gap in this game is a bit too great. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta has no chance of winning. I didn't expect me in another time and space to become so enlightened. Son Gohan nodded, then looked at Nobuhan on the other side and said lightly. Obviously, what he said meant something. After these words, Nobuhan was embarrassed. Vegeta in the ring has made hundreds of attacks, but every attack can be easily blocked by Son Gohan. This made him even more irritable, and his offense was out of rhythm. Uncle Vegeta, you can no longer be my match, please give up the game. Son Gohan calmly caught all of Vegeta's attacks, said on one side. To be honest, he didn't want to beat Uncle Vegeta in front of everyone. If he can take the initiative to admit defeat, this may be the best ending. You stinky brat, how dare you humiliate me? After hearing this, Vegeta was furious. As the prince of the fighting nation Saiyan, how dare this be D-brat talk to himself like that? Then he voluntarily gave up the game. This is more humiliating to him than beating him directly. After the angry roar fell, Vegeta directly made a series of princely tactics. The energy ball kept blasting towards Son Gohan. There was a deafening explosion in the sky. Son Gohan's body was also quickly swallowed by the energy wave. But he seems to have forgotten the law that there is no harm in smoking. Advertisement. After all the energy balls explode, Son Gohan is still intact, not even a speck of dust. After all the smoke dissipated, Son Gohan's eyes became firm. Since Uncle Vegeta refuses to take the initiative to concede defeat, we can only let him make a move to end the game. Call out. After making up his mind, Son Gohan flashed his body. Appeared directly in front of Vegeta like a ghost. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly hit Vegeta's lower abdomen with an iron fist. Boom. Wow. The instant the low crash sounded, a mouthful of acidic water spewed out of Vegeta's mouth. The whole body bowed directly into a prawn. The body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Because of the heart-piercing pain, even Super Saiyan 4's body couldn't support it. Sure enough, did you lose? This ending seems to be expected by everyone. Because when Son Gohan burst out with that kind of power, this outcome seemed to be doomed. At this time, he was able to defeat Vegeta, which seemed to be expected. Hey, Mr. Vegeta from the 13th universe seems to have lost the ability to fight. Grand Priest said lightly from the side. Yes, Grand Priest. It seems that the potential of every Gohan is very powerful. Zeno also nodded and said, I didn't expect that besides the big gods of destruction Gohan, the criminals in the 7th universe are also so powerful. They have never discovered before that humans in the 7th universe are so powerful? Since this is the case, then I will announce that this match will be played by Son Gohan from the 7th universe. Win. He looked at Vegeta, who was completely unable to stand up and lost his combat effectiveness. The Grand Priest was also announced here. After all, it was stipulated in the previous rules that losing combat power is regarded as elimination. Uncle Vegeta, I'll take you there. He looked at Vegeta, who was kneeling on the ground with a painful expression on his face. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, Son Gohan directly helped him up, and then flew directly to the auditorium of the 13th universe. And this move has been affirmed by everyone. Even some gods of destruction feel admiration for Son Gohan's actions. After all, the Vegeta in front of him is his opponent. Call out. Son Gohan directly supported Vegeta to the auditorium of the 13th universe. Trunks, Uncle Vegeta will leave it to you. Son Gohan handed Vegeta to the Trunks. Then he looked at the other Son Gohan. Then he smiled and said, I should call you Lord Gods of Destruction now. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart for your persuasion, training and words. Why? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be as strong now. Maybe I'm still a scholar now, a scholar who can't protect his loved ones and the planet he likes. Son Gohan's tone was very polite. After all, the reason why I started to regain my determination to train was because of the persuasion of another Sun Wu fan. And his hands-on. Make yourself aware that being an academic doesn't protect your family, and it doesn't protect your planet at all. You don't have to thank me, this is all the result of your hard work. Said, you should be me in another time and space. But I hope you don't do this. While becoming a scholar, you can also take care of your own training. Why? It is impossible for him to become so strong. When you can't protect your loved ones and the earth you protect, how hopeless and helpless you will feel. Having said that, if he gives up training wholeheartedly, no matter how much I force him, how do I discourage him? In any case, I thank you. After finishing speaking, he looked at Nobuhin behind Son Gohan. Only strength, perhaps in this world where strength is paramount, can have the right to speak. It seems that you, like me, gave up your training. But without what you said before, it would be impossible for me to seriously recultivate. Because this is a dangerous world, and you don't know when danger will come. Son Gohan smiled and said to Son Gohan of 7th universe. We all have very powerful potential, so please don't let that potential disappear as a pity. So all this is the result of his own choice. After all, it's your freedom to listen to my advice or not. Son Gohan said with a smile. Chapter 175 Self-Righteous Vegeta, Super Saiyan Challenge Brawly? Seeking subscription? Yes. Nobuhin could only nod awkwardly, like a child who did something wrong, with a look of shame on his face. Especially in front of me who was younger than me, actually showing this attitude. This was something he had never thought of before. Then, I'll go back first. Son Gohan of the 7th universe said to Son Gohan, and then jumped back to the auditorium of the 7th universe. After Son Gohan left, Son Goku said to Nobuhin, Gohan, I think what another Gohan said just now is very reasonable. You can't waste your cultivation just because of your studies and family. If you don't have strong strength, you simply don't have the ability to protect everything you have now. Just like the last Super Omega Shenron, if it weren't for me and Vegeta, the Earth might be destroyed. But if your cultivation is as strong as the other two Gohans, then you don't have to be nervous when you encounter such a problem. Even if we don't need to take action, you, personally, can handle it. When Son Goku said this, his expression was very serious. Because that's what he wanted to say all along. It's just that Chi-Chi's control over Gohan is too strict, so his own words are useless at all. What's more, since defeating the monster killing, Gohan's mind is completely out of training. Even when he was fighting Majin Buu, Gohan no longer had the desire to fight actively. I see, pretty. Nobuhin lowered his head in shame once again and said. In fact, everything they said made sense. If there were no father and Uncle Vegeta, the Earth would have been destroyed countless times. At this time, Son Gohan of 7th universe has returned to the auditorium of 7th universe. At this moment, all the contestants in 7th universe were naturally full of excitement. Not bad, Gohan. Your performance just now was really great, you have truly surpassed me. Son Goku patted Son Gohan on the shoulder, then said with a smile. Inside that smile is full of relief and pride. Ever since Gohan abandoned his cultivation, he has always wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Gohan about it. But no suitable opportunity was found. Unexpectedly, Gohan simply trained for more than a year. The strength has reached such a terrifying level. No, the gap between me and my father is not very big. Daddy has been able to cast Ultra Instinct, Son Gohan immediately said with some embarrassment. Although the name is also very strong performance. But after the battle, his character is still so gentle and humble. Gohan, you are too disrespectful to me in another universe, aren't you? The guy who actually beats people with a destructive posture. But it's good, so I can tell them that our 7th universe will not lose to their 13th universe, except for the B*************** D Kakarot. The corners of Vegeta's mouth curled up, and he spoke lightly. In fact, his heart is still very tangled. On the one hand, he'd love for Gohan to beat his alternate universe self. Taking advantage of the trend can improve one's own strength. But on the other hand, Vegeta from another universe is also himself. If he is defeated by Gohan, he will also feel very humiliated. Hey, Son Gohan could only scratch his head in embarrassment and smiled. Gohan, you did a good job this time. As Goku said just now, you are indeed much stronger than him. At this time, Beerus also praised. You must know that he has never known Son Gohan's real name. Always called Goku's son. Living under the aura of Son Goku, in the eyes of their god, Son Gohan doesn't even have a name. But this time, he completely remembered Son Goku's son. Where? Son Gohan hurriedly said modestly. It's all thanks to my training, Mr. Whis. Without Mr. Whis' training, my strength would not have improved so much. He was telling the truth. Even if his talent is very strong, without a good master, this talent cannot be tapped. Even high apprentices must have the guidance of famous teachers. For Son Gohan's answer, Beerus and Whis were naturally very happy. In the next 4th game, Vegeta from the 7th universe will face Broly from the 13th universe. Hey Vegeta, you seem to be a Saiyan this time. You guys must not lose, understand? Beerus immediately said to Vegeta seriously, advertisement. Son Goku, who I was most optimistic about, lost the game. If Vegeta continues to lose this game, then their future situation will be very unfavorable. That's Android 17 at the end. His strength is absolutely ordinary. And the Trunks on the opposite side have reached the level of a Super Saiyan God. Possibly even stronger than Super Saiyan God. So in this last round, their odds of winning are actually very small. Relax, Lord Beerus, Saiyan, who has never met before, and I don't know where it came from, how could it be my opponent? Vegeta said confidently with a proud face. If I meet Kakarot, or Son Gohan, I may not be able to beat it. But how could Saiyan, who had never masked himself and appeared from nowhere, be his opponent? I guess that guy is used by the 13th universe to recharge. Vegeta, I advise you not to underestimate your opponent. How can it be some weak players who can replace a universe to fight? Do you think Lord Gods of Destruction will allow a person without strength to participate in such a competition? And I feel that Saiyan is a bit different from all of you, so you'd better treat it with caution. Looking at Vegeta's light expression and tone, Whis comforted him from the side. Vegeta has an arrogant character which sometimes hurts himself. And that Broly looks simple and honest, but from his body, I felt a very powerful force. This force seemed to be suppressed deliberately by him, so it didn't fully explode. Son Goku and Vegeta naturally couldn't feel it. Whis makes sense, Vegeta. You'd better be careful. Son Goku also spoke dissuadingly from the side. For some reason, he always felt that the guy named Broly was a very strong opponent. Perhaps this is a kind of illusory illusion. Stop talking about Kakarot with me. Do you think I will beat those guys from the 13th universe like you? Keep your eyes open. How did I teach them a lesson? Vegeta didn't take Son Goku's words seriously at all. He felt that Kakarot must have lost the game, so he told himself that. After finishing speaking, Vegeta's body flickered. Appeared directly on the ring. At this time, Grand Priest's voice also sounded. Next, the 4th match will be held. Vegeta from the 7th universe will face Broly from the 13th universe. After the voice fell, Grand Priest turned his attention to Broly of the 13th universe. They are also Saiyan. Who is stronger this time? There seems to be an untapped power in Saiyan's body called Broly. If this power can be fully developed, it is estimated that one finger can defeat Vegeta. Gohan, I'll go first then. Broly spoke to Son Gohan. After getting along for such a long time, Broly's personality has also changed a lot. He already considers Son Gohan, Majin Buu and Android 16 as good friends. Especially Majin Buu and Android 16 who play with him all day. After all, the 3 of them have very similar personalities. Go, just defeat, don't be crushed, Son Gohan said to Broly. With Broly's current Super Saiyan full power rate, it is not too easy to defeat Super Saiyan Vegeta. Maybe even if he meets Super Blue or Super 4 Gogeta, the current Broly has the strength to fight. After all, after such a long time of training, he has been able to control his Super Saiyan 4 full power form very well. What Son Gohan just said is exactly what Trunks wants to say. After all, the opposite is his father. Moreover, his self-esteem is extremely strong. If he is crushed and defeated, he will probably suffer for a while. Speaking of it, he himself is really sad enough. Although my 2 fathers have great strength, their opponents happen to be much stronger than them. In the end, it can only end in defeat. 0, asking for flowers. Broly nodded, and then jumped slightly, landing on the ring. Since the 2 of you are ready, let's get started. After Grand Priest said lightly, he met again and returned to Zeno's side. Advertisement, hey, where the hell are you from? In my impression, even in the entire 7th universe, there has never been a Saiyan like you. Vegeta spoke lightly, with a faint smile on his face. Judging by his expression, he didn't take Broly seriously at all. Because the most powerful Saiyan in the world is just a few of them. Cut. After seeing Vegeta's expression, he gritted his teeth pineapple-y and his complexion changed. Vegeta's tone made him feel very uncomfortable. This guy seems a little too self-righteous. Oh, angry? Let me tell you next, the weak are not qualified to be angry? Vegeta gave a provocative laugh, then clenched his fists. Straight into the form of Super Saiyan 2. This time he did not intend to use all his strength to fight. Because he felt that the Saiyan on the opposite side didn't have that qualification at all, so he made himself try his best. And at this time in the auditorium of the 7th universe, Son Goku and Beerus frowned slightly. Did that be ********** D Vegeta get infected by you? Why is there such a smelly problem? 0. Beerus cast a cold glance at Son Goku, then cursed. You know, this guy Vegeta has always used his full strength to fight. But now it seems to be infected by the idiot Son Goku. And now he's actually dressed up. Wouldn't it be nice to be Super Saiyan 4 and end the battle as soon as possible? Son Goku said he was wrong. The reason why I didn't show my full strength at the beginning was because I wanted to test the opponent's strength. Then think of ways to take countermeasures to meet the challenge. He never showed his full strength because he looked down on his opponent. But Vegeta completely looked down on his opponent, so he just became Super Saiyan 2. Uncle Vegeta is too big. I always feel that Saiyan called Broly, he is not so simple. Son Gohan on the side also spoke. It's just that Uncle Vegeta's personality is just like that. Ordinary people can't persuade him at all. Only after I have suffered a big loss, will I sulk alone. For Vegeta's behavior, Trunks and the others are completely disgusted. What the hell is Dad doing? Does he think Broly is too weak? His self-righteous stink, I don't know when he will be able to change it. Trunks was already worried about Vegeta at this point. Maybe other people in the 7th universe don't know how strong Broly is. But they know it well. Broly is ridiculously strong. You can even defeat yourself in an instant, and now Dad just turned into Super Saiyan 2 to fight. It's almost self-righteous to the extreme. It can be described as stupid. He will definitely change after suffering a few more losses. Keep kidding here you be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** definitely a very innocent question, and Broly asks it very seriously. Vegeta snorted coldly, then pointed his thumb 3 times at the tip of his nose. Looking at the sulking Trunks, Son Gohan comforted him lightly. Broly was a little surprised and asked, "Can't you become Super Saiyan Blue or Super Saiyan 4 like everyone else?" "Don't worry, Trunks. Besides, even if he becomes Super Saiyan 4, he can't be Broly's opponent, right? But there's no need to deal with a guy like you." Trunks also nodded and then turned his gaze to the ring. "Even if I become Super Saiyan 2, I can easily defeat you. I'm a majestic Saiyan prince. How can I not reach the realm that those guys can achieve?" "Well," Brother Gohan said yes. Saw Vegeta just transformed into Super Saiyan 2 form. It is estimated that Vegeta's personality will be difficult to change in this lifetime. Even at this time, he has changed a lot. Snort, Chapter 176. The overview game is over. Preparing for the power conference, subscription required. Vegeta's defiant and arrogant words naturally made Broly frown tightly. Although he usually has a relatively docile personality, but that is only in front of people he is familiar with. It is absolutely not allowed for this kind of stranger to act arrogantly in front of him. "Oh, angry? This is just right. Maybe being angry will make you perform beyond your normal capabilities? After all, our Saiyan has this characteristic." Vegeta continued to sneer. "Chi-Chi. I don't like it very much." A few words escaped between Broly's teeth, then he clenched his fist tightly. With a flash of his body, he threw towards Vegeta in an instant. Broly is very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Vegeta had already appeared in front of him. Then, he punched him mercilessly. If Gohan hadn't told him just now, as long as he was beaten, he could not be crushed. It is estimated that he can completely eliminate Vegeta with one punch. Snort. The speed is okay. Vegeta just gave a light evaluation. Then he raised his arms and blocked in front of him. Such an attack has no effect on him at all. It's just that in the next second he knew that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. Boom. Broly's punch landed heavily on Vegeta's arms. All of a sudden, Vegeta's body backed up uncontrollably, and his feet slid a distance of several tens of feet as they rubbed against the ground. Heels are out of the ring. Reluctantly, 313 stabilized his body. Vegeta felt a sudden numbness in his arms. It was like being hit by a locomotive. That feeling is really indescribable. No. Impossible. How does this B*************** D have such terrifying power? Vegeta's whole body began to panic. Although I just became Super Saiyan 2, I didn't become the strongest Super Saiyan 4. But the Saiyan in front of me is too powerful, right? He didn't turn into Super Saiyan at all. Just with normal strength, he can knock himself back with a punch. And it was almost eliminated. If this guy becomes Super Saiyan God, or Super Saiyan 4. Having such strength would not surprise him, but now this guy has reached this level with just normal strength. This already made him feel unbelievable. Nani? At this time, Beerus and Son Goku were extremely confused in the auditorium of the 7th universe. The surprised mouth opened enough to stuff an ostrich egg. Unbelievable. Vegeta, who became Super Saiyan 2, he was knocked back by that Saiyan from the 13th universe. Almost got kicked out of the ring. To know that Saiyan called Broly, he didn't become a Super Saiyan. This level can be achieved with ordinary strength alone. This is definitely something Son Goku can't do. How is this possible? Why is that Broly so powerful? When Vegeta was transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he was blown away by his punch. Son Goku blinked subconsciously and said in disbelief. It is estimated that only Gohan's mysterious state can do this. But Gohan's mysterious state is not the norm. The Broly in front of him is completely the normal force area to rely on. Damn. What kind of monsters are the 13th universe? Beerus clenched his fists tightly. He always felt that things were going a little wrong. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful Saiyan besides Son Goku and Vegeta. If this guy can become a Super Saiyan God, or a super subhuman IV similar to Vegeta, then how powerful is his power? Uncle Vegeta is a little too big. Advertisement Son Gohan also frowned tightly. This game, it seems, will not end so easily. Damn. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** roared. The pride and confidence on his face just now had completely disappeared. Because the punch just now made him feel Broly's strength. The Saiyan in front of me is definitely not an ordinary Saiyan. You must know that if you become Super Saiyan 2 now, your strength is quite powerful. Haha. After a roar, Vegeta directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. But facing Vegeta in Super Saiyan 4, Broly remained unmoved. Because such a strength is simply impossible to be his opponent. Son Goku and Vegeta had fought fiercely before when they were training. But it is impossible to be my opponent, 4. Even if the two of them work together, they can't defeat themselves. Not to mention only Vegeta alone. And the breath released from his body is not as strong as Son Goku and Vegeta of their universe. Wake up, you damn B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta's confidence returned once again. The moment the sound fell, the body directly turned into a red light. In a blink of an eye, Broly was in front of him in no time. Then he punched out. He has absolute confidence, this punch can completely defeat Broly. This guy hasn't even changed his Super Saiyan form, he doesn't believe that Broly's basic combat power can reach the level of Super Saiyan 4. And the moment Vegeta punched, Broly's pupils suddenly turned golden. Black hair also began to dance with the wind. Obviously, at this time Broly has completed the transformation into the form of anger. Because to deal with Vegeta in Super Saiyan 4, there's no need to turn into Super Saiyan full power at all. Not even that necessary for Super Saiyan, snapped. In the next second, Broly directly caught Vegeta's fist with one hand. Click. Rumble. But obviously, Vegeta's power is still very strong. The moment the fists collided, Broly's feet were directly inserted into the ground, and the ground cracked instantly. The cracks spread in all directions. What? At this moment, Vegeta was completely dumbfounded. After I became Super Saiyan 4, I was blocked by this guy. And his body just inserted his feet into the ground, and his body didn't retreat at all. Nor was he blown away by his own punch as he had imagined. Of course, it wasn't just Vegeta who was shocked. Including everyone watching in the auditorium, they were all shocked by Broly. Unexpectedly, after Vegeta became Super Saiyan 4, he still couldn't easily win against Broly. Among these serious people, everyone in the 13th universe is an exception. Because they knew very well exactly how strong Broly was. It is definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. You are not fun. Broly raised his head, his gaze was like a torch, and he said to Vegeta coldly. Vegeta's strength is really too weak for him. After all, the people he usually trains with are almost all stronger than the Vegeta in front of him. Brush, and almost at the same time that Lolita's voice fell. His hair suddenly turned golden, and a layer of azure golden arrogance swirled around his body. This is the unique arrogance after the legendary Super Saiyan becomes Super Saiyan. Because after they become Super Saiyan, the arrogance produced is not pure gold. It's turquoise. The moment Broly turned into Super Saiyan, a powerful force erupted from the ring. In addition to being very powerful, this force is also very violent. Just like an awakened ancient beast, advertisement. There was no chance for Vegeta to react at all. Broly hit Vegeta's stomach with a straight uppercut. Wow! A mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from the mouth. Then, Vegeta flew out of the body uncontrollably. At this moment, he was almost knocked out by this punch. Without the slightest surprise, Vegeta's body landed directly on top of the auditorium of the 7th universe. At this moment, I felt the shocked eyes around me. Vegeta's self-esteem was hit hard again. Are you alright, Vegeta? It's alright, Uncle Vegeta. Son Goku and Son Gohan hurried forward and asked. But how could Vegeta have the face to speak at this time? Beerus on the side was very angry. But seeing Vegeta's battered face, he couldn't bear to continue adding fuel to the fire. The gap in this game is too big. That Broly is ridiculously strong, and it is even very possible that his strength has reached the level of the 13th universe Son Goku. So Vegeta was defeated, which seems to be expected. Oh, the comprehensive human level of the 13th universe is really strong. The Saiyan called Broly seems to be more talented than the other Saiyans. Grand Priest also said slightly surprised. From his body, he seemed to feel something familiar. It seemed to be similar to what was felt in the body of that powerful Saiyan long ago. Okay. It was a good game. All the players in the two universes played very well. This time the competition far exceeded our expectations, right, Grand Priest? Zeno also nodded and looked at Grand Priest and said, indeed, such an intense battle exceeded their previous expectations. Moreover, the comprehensive human level of the 7th universe seems to have improved a lot compared to before. But obviously, the comprehensive human level of the 7th universe is still not comparable to that of the 13th universe. In the last game, there is no doubt that Trunks won. In the end, the 13th universe defeated the 7th universe with 3 wins, 1 loss and 1 tie. Beerus was very disturbed at this moment. He was afraid that if he lost the game this time, Master Zeno would punish him. Today's game was very exciting. All the players in Universe 13 and Universe 7 performed really well. At this time, Zeno also laughed, smilingly opened his mouth. But this is just an overview competition, so there are no rewards. Today's ending made them feel quite satisfied. The two universes seem to have several human warriors that could be developed well. If they are trained for a period of time, their strength will definitely surpass gods of destruction. Everyone. The overview competition is over. But the power conference to be held 1 month later requires all universes to participate in 2.0. After watching the battle between the 7th universe and the 13th universe today, I think many gods of destruction are shocked. As for the reward and punishment system, Master Zeno and I haven't discussed it yet. At that time, Grand Priest looked at all gods of destruction and Supreme Kai with a smile and said, yes. Master Grand Priest, Master Zeno. Humans in their universe are too perverted. The heart of every gods of destruction is panic. In the power tournament 1 month later, there will naturally be rewards for the winners, but there will naturally be punishments for the eliminated. I guess I watched this time, the battle between the 7th universe and the 13th universe. Finally, under the guidance of Angel, they returned to their respective universes. It is definitely not easy to win in the hands of those people. All the gods of destruction recovered from the shock at this time, and then respectfully said to Grand Priest and Zeno. Then, all gods of destruction and Supreme Kai, under the guidance of the Guide Angel, please return to their respective universes and look for the contestants. After the discussion is over, I will naturally tell you. For the next power tournament, there will be 10 contestants for each universe. Because whether it was the 7th universe or the 13th universe just now. Besides, Master Grand Priest also said just now that the eliminated ones will be punished. So look for the fighters in your own universe and train them. The punishment of Master Zeno and Grand Priest will never be too light. In fact, every time I destroy something at this moment, I feel very uneasy. Chapter 177. The 10 contestants of the Tournament of Power are confirmed, seeking subscription. Master Zeno, it seems that this competition has brought us a pleasant surprise. Mr. Son Goku, Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Son Gohan of 7th universe also have very strong potential. If they are properly trained, they may be able to play a key role in future battles in the near future. After all the gods of destruction, Angel and Supreme Kai left, the Grand Priest resumed his serious look and said to Zeno. And the tenderness on Zeno's face before has completely disappeared. Then he said seriously, Grand Priest, what you said is not wrong. Whether it is the 7th universe or the 13th universe, the Saiyan of both universes has very strong potential. They are all worth training. Tell them the angels of the two universes, and let them train those Saiyans well. All the players in these two universes seem to be much stronger than they expected. Especially Son Goku from the 13th universe, and Son Gohan from the 7th universe. Both of them showed great strength and potential. If they are trained, the strength of the two of them can definitely surpass gods of destruction. Master Zeno, actually the one who surprised me the most this time is Saiyan from the 13th universe called Broly. From his body, I seem to feel something very familiar. Grand Priest said seriously again, both Son Goku and Vegeta have great potential. But if you compare it with that Broly 03, the gap is still a bit big. Because Broly's previous transformation was completely different from them. With just one transformation, Vegeta who transformed into Super Saiyan 4 can be suppressed. This is enough to show that his combat power is far stronger than Son Goku and Vegeta. Well, Grand Priest, you're right, it does have a very familiar feel. It reminds me of the Saiyan billions of years ago, MOC, the ancestor of Saiyan. Zeno nodded and said to the Grand Priest, he still has memories of that Saiyan. With the strength of human beings, that guy can directly hit the level of the former Grand Priest Dragon God Salama. Even the strength of the two can be said to be comparable. You must know that at that time, the reputation of Saiyan ancestor MOC was very loud. But with the passage of time, there are very few who can remember him. The Grand Priest wasn't the Grand Priested, the position of Grand Priest is still the Dragon God Salama. So it was normal for him not to think of MOC for a while. By the way, Master Zeno is right to remind you. It's Saiyan's ancestor MOC, the guy said that the aura that burst out seems to be very similar to Broly. And after he transformed, his whole body glowed with green light. Grand Priest nodded immediately, though he and MOC never fought together. But he's also seen MOC fight with some others. That guy is absolutely tough, the #1 human being. Even the current Gohan is completely incomparable with him. Of course, the MOC were humans who had lived for tens of thousands of years. So it's not particularly surprising that it has that kind of power. If you give Mr. Gohan tens of thousands of years of training time, his strength can definitely surpass MOC. Advertisement. Even Mr. Brawly, if trained, he can definitely reach Emosi's level too. Because from the current point of view, the two of them should belong to special demi-humans. In other words, the other Saiyans are all Saiyans after the bloodline is weak, but from Brawly's body, there should be a phenomenon of returning to the ancestors. It is very likely that he is a perfect descendant of the Saiyan ancestor MOC. That should be the real Saiyan, so that Saiyan named Brawly is also the next focus on training. Zeno spoke again. A sweeping competition allowed them to discover so many human beings with great potential. Then in the next power conference, it is estimated that there will be very powerful humans in other universes. At this time, Son Gohan and the others have returned to the 13th universe. After returning to his own universe, Son Gohan and others began to train desperately again. The reason why they train like this is not just to prepare for the next strength conference. Because he knew very well that a huge catastrophe was coming. I also have their own strength improved to be able to protect themselves. It is obviously unrealistic to pin all hopes on the hands of Zeno and Grand Priest. If the war does break out, they don't have time to take care of some humans in the universe. In this way, time goes by day. At this time, in the Dark Demon Realm and the Sealed Chaos Realm, a huge conspiracy is also brewing. Except for the 13th universe, the other 12 universes are also training desperately and looking for contestants. They don't want to be wiped out directly by Master Zeno. Even Master Zeno's casual punishment is not something they can beat. Time flies, and a month has passed quickly. At this time, all the soldiers also came out of the spiritual time room. But this month, they only stayed inside for 3 days. But he didn't stay in the spiritual time room all the time. After all, both Son Goku and Son Gohan know that combining work and rest is the best way to train. I didn't expect a month to go by so quickly. Is it time for the tournament of power stipulated by Master Zeno? After walking out of the spiritual time room, Son Goku lamented how quickly time passed. Although I stayed in the spiritual time room for 2 years, it always felt like a flick of the finger. Maybe it's because he's always wanted to outdo Gohan. Cultivating desperately, time naturally passed quickly. And for Vegeta, time flies by even faster. There are too many people who surpass him now. Originally thought that except for Kakarot in this world, it is impossible for anyone to be his opponent. But now, there are more Gohan, Brawly, and Gohan from the 7th universe, Kakarot. Even including all the gods of destruction, Angel and Grand Priest. The strength of this world seems to have completely surpassed their previous cognition. Yeah, time flies really fast, it's time to choose another player. Son Gohan nodded and said, because this time the power tournament stipulates that there are 10 contestants. Advertisement, but now, their number is not enough, so they have to find a few more. But for the 13th universe, it is not difficult to choose 10 players. Trunks should also be able to participate in the competition this time? Son Goku asked. Because Trunks is now the identity of Supreme Kai, it is still quite embarrassing. Absolutely okay. I've already asked Grand Priest and Zeno before, because my current identity is the great gods of destruction, not just the gods of destruction of the 7th universe. So my bond with Trunks has been broken, Son Gohan replied. When I first became gods of destruction, I really made Trunks my fetter's Supreme Kai. But after I became a big gods of destruction, this fetter disappeared. So now whether Trunks is alive or dead, it won't have any impact on him. Well, that would be great. Trunks, me, Vegeta, Brawly, Majin Buu, Yubu, number 16, and number 17 are now 8 people, and the last 2 are left. Son Goku did the math, 523 for now, there are already 8 people who can participate. Then there are the last 2 contestants left. Because Gohan is now the gods of destruction, he is not suitable for this kind of human competition between universes. Whoosh, but at this moment, 2 piercing sounds sounded. The 2 figures jumped directly onto the Temple of Heaven, and finally landed in front of Son Gohan and the others. Impressively, it was Nobuhan and Trunks. At this time, the momentum of the 2 seemed to have undergone some changes. It seems that within this month, they have also started training. Lord Gods of Destruction, Dad, please allow me and Trunks to participate in the last 2 spots. During this month, we also trained hard outside. Since watching the last panorama match, Nobuhan felt extremely ashamed. That feeling is also very humiliating and uncomfortable. So these decision-making matters still have to be decided by Gohan. Nobuhan said to Son Gohan and Son Goku with a very serious expression. If you don't have strong strength, you can't protect your loved ones at all. So Son Gohan's promotion is not very strong, Son Gohan nodded. Well, let's do it. Gohan, are you watching this? How about letting them both participate? I feel like Gohan and Trunks have really improved. But perhaps not properly guided and trained, not even to the extent of Super Saiyan IV. Please let us do something for the universe. He feels that Son Gohan and the Trunks have really improved. Moreover, he really wanted to understand the persuasion from Son Gohan of the 7th universe. Both are Son Gohan at the same time, but the 2 of them have left themselves 1,000 miles away. Son Goku glanced at Son Gohan, then asked, although he is Gohan's father, he is the gods of destruction of this universe after all. Chapter 178 Moluo. Master Beerus, first absorb a few planets for me, please subscribe. Gohan-sama, if you say that, all the players of our 13th universe are gathered, right? Bados on the side asked. Well, that's it, Son Gohan nodded and said. In fact, Whether the 13th universe will win the competition this time, in fact, he has no way of guaranteeing it. Because, as the great gods of destruction, he is unable to participate in the competition. Although Son Goku and Vegeta and Broly, they are all very strong, but this time there are 13 universes participating. In the Dragon Ball Super Original, there are 4 universes that did not participate in the Power Conference. The reason for not participating is because the comprehensive human level of these 4 universes is far stronger than the other 8 universes. So they don't need to participate in the competition to prove their strength at all. As for whether there are hidden masters in those 4 universes, no one knows. So far, the strongest known opponents are the perfect Ultra Instinct Son Goku from the 7th universe, and the human Jiren from the 11th universe. Of course, I don't know if Son Goku has mastered the real perfect Ultra Instinct in this month. However, with Broly and Son Goku of Super Saiyan 5, their chances of winning the 13th universe are also very high. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll inform Lord Grand Priest. Vados nodded, and then said to Grand Priest, Master Grand Priest, our 13th universe is ready. Grand Priest also responded immediately, and at this time, in the 7th universe. Son Goku and Vegeta have been training in the Gods of Destruction world for a month. And he trained almost day and night for a whole month. Even the training madman Son Goku and Vegeta feel that their bodies are a bit too much. Fortunately, after eating 2 fairy beans just now, the physical fitness of the two has also returned to the peak state. Actually, just a few hours ago, Son Goku just went to set Earth. The purpose of his going to Earth is to find several other contestants. So far, all the field players have been found, but some are for charging. Goku, are you sure you want this little bald man and that old bald man to compete? Cut. I always feel that these 2 guys are a bit unreliable. Beerus glanced at Kemming and Master Roshi, then said suspiciously. The strength of the 2 of them is really too weak, compared with Goku and Vegeta. It can be said that it is not at the same level at all. And there is that Piccolo, his strength is ridiculously weak. Although in the 7th universe, he can be considered a master. But looking at all universes, their strength is really too weak. Especially compared with those players in the 13th universe, there is no comparison at all. Master Beerus, please believe in the strength of Grandpa Keelan and Master Roshi. The 2 of them are on the Earth, but they are one of the best masters. Son Goku replied immediately. In fact, the main reason why he chose Kling and Master Roshi was that he had no choice. There are only so many masters on Earth, and Grandpa Keelan and Master Roshi can only play. It always feels unreliable. Whis, are there any other powerful warriors in our universe? Beerus looked at Whis and asked, if you want these guys to participate in the competition, I always feel that there is no chance of winning. Master Beerus, when it comes to the strong, I know a few who are quite strong. It's just that they are all vicious people, and they are now being imprisoned in the prison of the Galaxy Patrol. It's just that their strength has been weakened a lot. It may take some time to recover their strength. Whis answered seriously. He remembered that there was a guy called Moro 10 million years ago. That guy has an unusually fierce personality, and the way he improves his strength is by absorbing the history areas of other planets and humans. He's been held in the prison of the Galactic Patrol since the last time he was magically sealed away by the Supreme Kai. If that guy returns to his peak, it is estimated that it will be difficult for Goku and Vegeta to beat him. There is also a clone called Sai Bensley, who also has very powerful abilities. Able to quietly steal the power of others. Because these guys are very powerful existences in the universe, it can be said that they were all brilliant in the past. So as an angel of the universe, he naturally knows these guys. After all, when Lord Beerus is sleeping, he has nothing to do alone, and when he is bored, he will also watch what happens in the universe. Oh, does such a fellow exist? About whether he is vicious or not, you bring them back now. After this power conference is over, just send him back to the Galaxy Prison. Advertisement Beerus spoke immediately. He doesn't want to be punished by Master Zeno and Grand Priest. You must know that being punished by them is definitely not a small matter. As long as the 7th universe can win the final victory in this competition, he doesn't care about the character of the contestants at all. Okay, Master Beerus, I'll go and bring them here. Whis nodded, and then left with Supreme Kai. Because Supreme Kai has mastered the ability of instant transmission, if he wants to reach a designated location, the speed is definitely faster than Whis. Huh? Do we still have so many powerful warriors in our universe? Son Goku asked in surprise and excitement. That's natural. This universe is ridiculously big, and there are still many things you don't know. Beerus said lightly. Even if I am gods of destruction, I can't fully understand the 7th universe. For many planets, he does not have any understanding. After all, a universe is too vast, and the number of planets is hundreds of millions. So usually after I wake up, I will wipe out hundreds of planets in an instant. For the universe as a whole, these are just drizzle. Hee, this game is really looking forward to more and more. Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly and said. At this time, all the players that Son Goku had collected. Including Son Goku himself, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Majin Buu, Keelan, Tien Shinhan, Master Roshi, Piccolo, and Frieza and Cell who just brought from Hell. Because he really couldn't find other fighters, can only go to Hell to borrow people, Frieza and Cell. These 2 guys are the former big bosses, especially Frieza, has even more powerful and terrifying talent than Sanya people. After being resurrected, Frieza was able to reach a golden form that was not weaker than Super Saiyan Blue in just a few months. This is enough to prove the power of Frieza, As for Cell, although his strength is average. But you must know that this guy's body contains both Frieza and Saiyan cells. So he pretty much has two powerful talents. Perhaps in battle, he can release more powerful power. Originally, the two hated Son Goku deeply, but at this moment Gods of Destruction Beerus was right in front of them, so naturally they didn't even have the courage to speak up. Because in that case, maybe a destruction by Beerus would make it difficult for them to stay in hell. The soul will be destroyed in an instant. You guys, you must take me seriously during the game. Anyone who dares not to show their full strength during the competition, after the end, I will destroy you immediately. Do you understand everything? Beerus spoke directly to everyone. Yes. 10 people could only nod quickly. Hey Frieza, it looks like you know this bud-like guy next to you, right? Beerus glanced at Cell, and then asked lightly, because he didn't pay attention to this person he had never seen before. And Gods of Destruction doesn't need to be kind to anyone in the 7th universe. Yes, Lord Beerus. His name is Cell, we met in hell. He was created by a human doctor on Earth, and his body contains my cells and Saiyan's cells. Cut. What a disgrace. After Frieza answered the question respectfully, she gave Son Goku and Vegeta a hard look. I was beaten to death by these Saiyans over and over again. It makes him want to kill all the Saiyans all the time. But at this moment, it is obviously not the time. Because with Beerus in front of him, even if you lend him a courage, he would not dare to make a mistake. Oh, you mean he has both Saiyan and your cells in his body? That said, it seems to be quite strong, Beerus said lightly, but there was also some anticipation in his eyes. Since this guy called Cell can have both Saiyan and Frieza cells in his body. Maybe he also has a lot of power. Yes, Frieza replied immediately. And at this time, Whis and Supreme Kai had rushed over with 2 people. As for these 2 people, one looks like a mature goat with light blue skin. Advertisement his eyes were incomparably indifferent, and there was an evil curve at the corner of his mouth. Beside him was a guy with light green skin and 3 blue gemstones on his forehead. His facial features are somewhat similar to Cell. Master Beerus, he is Mara, and this is his subordinate Sabenzli, an artificial life form, which can also be called an artificial human. Both of them have very terrifying strength, Whis introduced to Beerus. Although the current strength of the 2 of them is very weak. But this is because Mara's strength has been sealed by the Supreme Kai's previous divine power. As for Sabenzli, although his strength is not particularly strong. But this guy has a very special ability. That is, when you hold the opponent's neck with your hand, you can easily copy the opponent's ability. In other words, he is simply a bug-like existence. As long as he casually holds Goku or Vegeta's neck during battle, he can directly copy their abilities and strengths. After having the strength of Goku and Vegeta at the same time, the strength of this guy will definitely become very powerful. Oh, I can't seem to see it, the power seems to be sealed by a divine force? Beerus glanced at Mara with his tall eyes. For some reason, this guy made me feel bad. Comfortable. If it wasn't because this match was too important, he wouldn't want to see this face at all. It's so ugly. Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus, my power has indeed been sealed by the former Supreme Kai. Please Lord Beerus, allow me to absorb a few planets. In this way, my strength can be restored to its peak form immediately. Surely a few planets will be a piece of cake for Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus? Mo Luo raised his head and looked at Beerus, with a piercing smile on the corner of his mouth. Cut. That guy's smile and what he said, this is disgusting. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and said with a displeased face. Since the first time I saw this guy, he didn't have any good impressions. This guy is too evil. That kind of evil breath is simply coming out of the body uncontrollably. That's right, Vegeta. I've never felt such an evil spirit before. And in his body, there is something that makes me feel very uncomfortable. Son Goku also nodded and said, from this Mo Luo's body, he felt a very uncomfortable to get Zhao energy. It seems that this energy does not belong to this guy at all. Feel the energy screaming in pain. Okay, I promise you. But you only have an hour. Whis, take him to find some planets without human activities. Beerus readily agreed. After all, the agreed time is not far away. They also only have a few hours. Maybe it's been a long time with guys like Son Goku. He felt that his personality was also infected by these guys, and he became a little naive. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. Then, the bodies of the 2 disappeared again. Master Beerus, do you really want to let that guy participate in the power event? It doesn't feel like a good thing, that guy is too evil. Son Goku said to Beerus. In the past, although Frieza and Cell were both big bosses. But from their bodies, I have never felt such painful energy. It was as if hundreds of millions of dead souls were howling in her body. Stop saying such innocent nonsense, Son Goku. If we can't win this time, it is very likely that Master Zeno will make the entire universe disappear. As long as they can win this tournament of power, anyone can participate in the competition. Besides, you have made 2 mistakes in the game in a row, I can't believe you anymore. Beerus said in a somewhat indifferent tone. In the previous match between the 6th universe and the 13th universe, this guy Son Goku lost. Especially in the match against the 6th universe, this guy even lost directly to the 6th universe's killer hit with his poor acting skills. At that time, I almost fainted. Chapter 179 Jiren. Someone can reach my level, interesting, asking for subscription. After hearing what Beerus said, Son Goku looked embarrassed. Indeed, in the 2 matches between himself and Universe, he lost both. Especially in the first time, he jumped off the ring innocently. Perhaps Master Beerus has always been concerned about this matter until now. Maybe that match wasn't very important to Son Goku, but it was to Master Beerus. It is a battle of dignity. If he really lost to the 6th universe, he would definitely be ridiculed crazily by Gods of Destruction Champa of the 6th universe. Hello, what's your name, Sabensley? Your strength seems to be mediocre. Is there any shortcut to improve your strength? Beerus asked Sabensley indifferently. However, although this guy's strength is not strong, he is much stronger than that little bald head and that old bald head. Let him participate in the competition, and the chances of winning will definitely be a little better. Sabensley just said in a calm tone. I can copy other people's abilities and strengths and use them for myself. Although his tone is very flat, but everyone was astonished. What a perverted move to be able to copy everyone's abilities and strengths. If you can copy the opponent's ability and strength, it is simply an existence against the sky. How? How is this possible? This B**************** D is just joking. How could such a thing happen in the world? Vegeta was shocked immediately and said in disbelief. If this is the case, isn't this competition a win? Wow Kaka, isn't this too powerful? Son Goku also had a look of surprise on his face. As for the others, the same shock appeared on their faces. This ability is simply against the sky. If you have this ability, wouldn't you be invincible in battle? I'm not afraid of flashing my tongue when I talk big. Frieza looked disdainful. Oh, that's really funny to say. Beerus is also very interested. It seems that the 2 guys brought by Whis do have abilities that ordinary people don't have. One is able to increase his power by absorbing planets. And the other one is even more perverted, and can directly copy the power of other people. In the shock of everyone, an hour passed quickly. And Whis is back with Mara too. At this time, its 833 has undergone tremendous changes. He who looked old and crooked at first has returned to his youthful appearance. The atmosphere has undergone earth-shaking changes. Almost far beyond Son Goku in Super Saiyan Blue. No, unbelievable? After only going out for an hour, why did his strength change so dramatically? Son Goku and Vegeta and Frieza were completely shocked. Although I know that Guy may increase his strength by absorbing planets. But within an hour, his strength has improved so much. This is completely beyond the imagination of all of them. For these people's astonishment, Moluo didn't pay attention at all. He just absorbed some planets just now. Wait until the real tournament of power begins. That's when you can really use your abilities. I heard that this time it will be all universes competing. 13 universes will gather 130 strong players. When the time comes, the energy generated by the battle will be a real delicacy for him. Not bad. It really didn't disappoint me. After seeing Mara's change, Beerus also had a smile on his face. With this guy around, it looks like their 7th universe has a little more chance of winning. If that's the case, then there's no need to go with the little bald head and the old bald head. Beerus spoke directly to Krillin and Master Roshi. After all, compared with Moluo and Sabensley, the 2 of them are far behind in terms of strength and ability. Going there is just to fill the head count. Fine. In that case, let's not go, shall we? Goku. Anyway, Teacher Wu Tien and I won't be able to help much after we go. Kenny smiled awkwardly and said, although his strength is indeed poor. But being directly passed by someone, this feeling is naturally uncomfortable. Krillin is right, do your best, Goku. As my apprentice, don't be too ashamed. Master Roshi also said with a smile. Originally, he did not plan to participate in this kind of power conference. Advertisement, it's just that Goku had already said it and he didn't have the nerve to refuse. It is naturally a good thing for someone to replace him now. After all, it is obviously not suitable for me with old arms and legs to participate in that kind of competition. Fine. Son Goku can only nod his head. This is the meaning of Master Beerus, and he cannot change it. And that Moluo and Sabensley really seem to be very powerful. Just in time to see how strong they are in the game. Maybe at that time in the universe, there will be 2 more opponents who can compete well. Gohan, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, you guys have to do your best too. Keelan said to everyone, then he walked directly to the side. Looking at his figure, he is more or less lonely. After all, he is also the strongest man on Earth. He didn't even qualify for the competition, The 3 of them nodded heavily. Okay, now that our 7th universe is ready. Then let's go to the world of nowhere. Beerus looked at their players, more or less satisfied this time. Okay. Whis nodded. The Grand Priest was then contacted with the staff. At this time, there is no boundary outside the universe. This is a land of chaos without time and space. Just now, the 13th universe has come to the world of nowhere. Is this the realm of nothingness? Why is it completely dark? What a huge ring. It's not the ring of the world's #1 martial arts association at all, it can be compared. After seeing Wu Jiji in the ring at this time, everyone was surprised. In the middle of Wu Jiji, there is a huge arena. This arena is big enough to hold thousands of people. And in the very center of the arena, there is a pillar to measure time. When the pillars are completely parallel to the arena, this match also symbolizes the end. And the entire world of Wu Jiji is completely chaotic and dark. There are only a few huge sky lanterns above the ring, just like the sun. Let the entire dark world of nothingness brighten up. I didn't expect our 13th universe to be the first to arrive. Vegeta looked around, and there were no other universes on the ring. Only their 13th universe has arrived. Call out. Almost at the moment Vegeta's voice fell, suddenly, a piercing sound sounded. Then at the other end of the arena, a white light cluster appeared. After the halo disappeared, more than a dozen figures appeared. It is the 11th universe. What universe is that? Son Goku asked curiously. Those guys are all in uniform clothing, it looks like a clan. 11th universe. The comprehensive strength of this universe is still very strong. Especially the big bald guy at the front, his strength is ridiculously strong, don't underestimate him. Perhaps even after Dad becomes Super Saiyan 5, he may not be able to defeat him easily. Son Gohan takes a look at 11th universe's Jiren and the rest of Team Pride. Then, he said to everyone seriously, Jiren's strength is indeed very strong. If he bursts out with real strength, especially in the final moments of the power tournament, ADAG, explosive Jiren's strength is even more outrageous. So even Son Goku of Super Saiyan the 5th may not be able to defeat Jiren easily. And the opponent he faced this time was not just Zhou Lian alone. Instead, other universes are included. Well, I feel it too. There is a very large force in his body. Son Goku nodded seriously. After seeing such a strong man, he could clearly feel the aura in his body. Even if he didn't expose it on purpose, the aura is still too strong. It's really strong. Even Vegeta nodded and said, you know, this guy has always had a lot of self-esteem, so it is not so easy for him to admit that the other party is strong. But from Jillian's body, he did feel a very strong sense of oppression. This sense of oppression is stronger than Gohan in the 7th universe. It seems that the opponent this time is not easy. Advertisement, we must fight with the spirit of 12 points. Trunks shook his fist and said very seriously, you must know that the 7th universe is definitely not the most powerful universe. The level of human beings is not even close to the top. So even if you defeat the 7th universe, you may not be able to defeat the other universes. Yes. I really didn't expect that there are so many powerful guys outside of universe. It's incredible. Nobuhan and another Trunks also said in surprise. In the past, they always thought that being able to become the father of Super Saiyan 4 was already at the forefront of the universe. But I didn't expect that there are so many powerful human warriors outside the universe. This was something they had never thought about before. Not when they're looking at the 11th universe. The 11th universe is also looking at the 13th universe. Toppo, is that the newest universe? Jiren, who has always been cold and taciturn, asked. Because just now, from the group of people over there, several auras were very powerful. Not even Toppo can compare. This also successfully caught his attention. Perhaps this time, he can meet a real opponent, because in the entire 11th universe, no one can be his opponent. Even Toppo, who has become a candidate for Gods of Destruction, has a world of difference in strength from himself. Even if he only uses 10% of his strength, he can easily defeat Toppo. That's right, Jiren, that's what the 13th universe has. Warrior. Every one of them is incredible, especially Son Goku and Broly, 17. It is no exaggeration to say that the strength of the two of them may even reach your level. Toppo nodded, then spoke very seriously. This is not intentional to improve their level. But those guys do have such strength. Especially after Son Goku became the so-called Super Saiyan 5, his strength was even more outrageous. It's almost unimaginable, so he definitely has the potential to be Jiren's opponent. As for that Broly, his talent is even more terrifying. Shocked all gods of destruction. If the strength of the 13th universe Son Goku is based on his own training, then that Broly is obviously a person favored by God, his potential can even be said to be surpassed by no one. As the same Saiyan, he can defeat Vegeta of Super Saiyan 4 with just one transformation. All of this was witnessed by myself. Oh, even you said that? It seems that I underestimated them a bit, Jiren just said lightly. However, it is obvious that some surprise can still be heard more or less from his tone. Captain Toppo, are you kidding me? You said that in the newly born universe of the 13th universe, there is actually someone who can be compared with Jiren. How is this possible? How can there be humans in the universe who can compare to Jiren? Castellar on the side said with a serious face, and the other members of the proud team behind them also showed surprised expressions. One must know that in their minds, Jiren is simply an invincible god of war. Apart from gods of destruction, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to defeat him. But now Toppo actually said that the new universe, someone can reach the level of Jiren. This naturally shocked them incomparably, Jiren murmured lightly. Seeing the shocked faces of all the proud team members, Toppo said seriously again. And except those guys from 13th universe are strong. After all, according to what Master Vermut said before, their comprehensive human level of the 11th universe. It's interesting. I know the shock in everyone's hearts. I know Jiren's strength better than you, but the people from the 13th universe must not be underestimated. In other words, this time the battle may not be so simple. Even that arrogant Vegeta, his strength is not weaker than himself. Among all the universes, it can only be ranked 5th. The Son Goku and Son Gohan of the 7th universe are definitely not to be underestimated. But what Captain Toppo said is definitely not false. The strength of the two of them far surpassed themselves. But I'm talking about the facts. Besides, in other universes, there are very powerful guys. Although everyone is very shocked, therefore, it is not easy to win the final victory in this battle. And this is without counting the 13th universe. Chapter 180, the ability to shock everyone. Mo Luo and Sabenzli are bugs, seeking subscription. Whoosh. Immediately afterwards, the second universe, the third universe, the fourth universe and the ninth and 10th universes came one after another. The entrants for these universes haven't changed much. But every universe player seems to be pretty good. Call out. In the next second, a spot of light appeared at the position of the 7th universe. Then, everyone from the 7th universe also appeared, in that position. For the 13th universe, they are most concerned about the 7th universe. Because in that universe, there are their familiar figures, and even themselves. That feeling of familiarity cannot be replaced by other universes. Look, the 7th universe has appeared. Among their fighters, there are so many strange faces. When Nobuhan and Trunks saw the appearance of the 7th universe, they also spoke immediately. Among them are many familiar figures, but at the same time, there are also a few strange figures. It was something they had never seen in their own time and space and universe. Frieza. Why are those two guys from Cell here? Didn't the two of them in that time and space die? Trunks looked at Frieza and Cell in surprise and said. Since they've been to this plane before, it's clear that Frieza and Cell are dead. But how could those two guys participate in the Tournament of Power? Don't be surprised, Trunks. Don't you see the halos on their heads? They are already dead, they were just brought back from Hell to participate in this power conference. Seeing the surprised Trunks and Nobuhan, Son Gohan replied lightly. And Son Goku seems to know the outcome, not too surprised. Because in the past, he also returned to the Earth in this way to deal with Majin Buu. So when I saw the familiar halo, I was not surprised at all. It's just that dead people can also participate in this competition, which really surprised him. Brother Gohan, who are those two strangers? Never seen them, but the guy who looks like a sheep, I've never seen. Trunks looked at Mo Luo and Sabenzli and asked, no matter in the previous time and space, or in the current universe. He had never met these two guys, but they can feel a lot of power from their bodies. It shows that these guys are not ordinary people. Are these two guys even participating in the competition? Beerus is really good. This time the power conference made him discover Moro and Sabenzli. Looking at the two familiar figures in front of him, Son Gohan was a little surprised. Maybe Moro and Sabenzli, Trunks, they really don't know. Even Son Goku they don't understand. Even Son Goku and Vegeta from the 7th universe. Because according to the plot of Dragon Ball, these guys should not appear in this time period. Right now they should be in the Galactic Patrol Prison. You must know that these two guys did not participate in the competition when Dragon Ball surpassed the original power conference clock. So how did Beerus find out about these two guys? Advertisement. Gohan, aren't those two guys very powerful? Son Goku walked up to Son Gohan and then asked. Since Gohan showed such a surprised look, that means he knows those two people, and those two people are definitely not simple. Ordinary little people can't catch Gohan's eyes. Well, it's really difficult. If you and Uncle Vegeta are in Super Saiyan 4 form, it might be a bit difficult to deal with them. Son Gohan nodded and said, Mo Luo's strength is indeed quite strong. And this guy also has a very powerful and terrifying ability, that is, the power to absorb the planet and all life on the planet. You can even absorb the opponent's strength in battle and then take it as your own. In the Dragon Ball Ultra Season 2 manga, Mara battles Vegeta and Son Goku in Namek. After several battles, Mo Luobian absorbed most of the energy of Son Goku and Vegeta. Knowing that they can't even take the form of Super Saiyan. It has to be said that this form is very terrifying. Because in silence, power will be absorbed. It can be said that it is simply a perverted ability. It is estimated that there are only gods of destruction and Supreme Kai's divine power, which he cannot absorb. Is this so powerful? Both Son Goku and Vegeta look surprised. Unexpectedly, that guy has a sheep face, his appearance is not good, but his strength is so terrifying. It seems that the opponent this time, every strength should not be underestimated. By the way, there are two more important points. That guy named Mara can absorb your strength in battle. So unless it is absolutely necessary, don't transform into the strongest form. After transforming, you must eliminate that guy Mo Luo as quickly as possible, otherwise your power will be continuously absorbed by him, understand? Son Gohan suddenly said to everyone. The magical power of Mo Luo's absorption ability reminded him of the evil gods in the anime Smash Bros. Those guys can also absorb the opponent's god power in battle, and then use it for their own use. Weaken the opponent's strength a little bit to improve your own strength. That ability is called Siphon ability. Guys with this ability are not ordinary people. What? Can it absorb our energy? A look of surprise appeared on Vegeta's face. Gohan, how did he absorb our energy? Will it need to be like the original Android 19 and 20, only through physical contact can we absorb our energy? Son Goku asked immediately. They have encountered opponents who can absorb energy before. That's Android 19 and 20. They can also absorb the opponent's energy and convert it into their own energy. No, Son Gohan shook his head and explained seriously, this is completely different. If Android 19 and 20 want to absorb your power, they must have a power stronger than yours, and they can only absorb after knocking you down. But Mo Luo is completely different. He can absorb your energy silently. As long as you fight in transformation, your power testes will be absorbed by him. How can the way of Android 19 and 20 be comparable to Moro? After listening to the explanation, Son Goku was also shocked. In this way, then this guy is simply a bug-like existence. Advertisement 0. Ask for flowers. After seeing everyone's shocked expressions, lunch continued. There's that Sabenzli, even though he's not as strong as Mo Luo and doesn't have the kind of moves that can absorb other people's strength. But this guy also has his own unique moves. That is that he can copy a person's strength and all moves. After hearing Son Gohan's introduction, everyone was even more shocked. It can even be said that everyone has been shocked beyond measure. If that guy can copy other people's power and all moves, that's just a bug among bugs. This is definitely not an existence that ordinary people can defeat. Then there are still fights. If he copied Brother Gohan, if you have the strength, then all universe players will play together, and you won't be his opponent. Nobi Trunks spoke immediately. To be honest, the opponent's ability is too buggy. This is simply not an existence that ordinary people can deal with. What if he copied Uncle Goku's ability to instantly become Super Saiyan 5? Then there are very few people who can defeat him. Don't worry too much at the moment, just pay attention. Although Sabenzli can copy other people's abilities, the process of this copying is conditional. He can only reproduce by grabbing the opponent's neck with his hands. So as long as you keep an eye on Seben's private movements and don't let him grab your neck, nothing will happen. Especially Papa and Uncle Vegeta and Broly, you gotta remember that. If the strength of the three of you is copied, it will be a bit bad. Son Gohan speaking to Son Goku, Vegeta and Broly. Although Saiben's private ability is relatively buggy. But as long as he pays a little attention, he can't succeed. After all, that guy's strength is average. It is not so easy to grab Son Goku and Vegeta by their necks. But nothing is absolute. It was definitely not just because he was curious, but because he should know what Mo Luo and Sabenzli did. It's much easier that way, as long as you don't let him grab the neck. Because look at Lord Gohan just staring at the two of them just now. And when Son Gohan and the others looked at the 7th universe, their universe also cast their eyes on it. Beerus looked at Son Gohan, then asked Whis, how do I feel that Lord Gods of Destruction knows about the existence of Mara and Sabenzri? But let's wait until the battlefield to talk about this kind of thing. Do you need to grab the other party's neck to be able to copy? Whis nodded and said, it looks like it is, Lord Beerus. So it is very necessary to let them take precautions in advance. So this is all. It feels like that guy's strength is not very strong. So they are likely to be harvested and thus replicated to capacity. Son Goku and Vegeta also immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So it is definitely not that simple to go around and grab their necks. Because Son Gohan's eyes never left these two people. It's just that other universe players don't know about this. 8FG Chapter 181 The Tournament of Power is officially opened, seeking subscription. If Lord Gods of Destruction really knows the two of them, then it is estimated that their abilities will hardly affect the 13th universe. Beerus frowned. Especially Benzli's copying ability, which needs to grab the opponent's neck to copy his ability. But if this matter is known, then it won't do much at all. Because if you protect your neck a little bit, you won't let Benzli succeed. Lord Beerus, don't worry. After all, other universe players are also very good. Whis comforted from the side. He can feel that there are several powerful auras in other universes. More importantly, only a few humans with relatively low human comprehensive levels have come. The 1st universe, 12th universe, 5th universe and 8th universe are not all there yet. These 4 universes are universes with relatively strong comprehensive human strength. If they can copy several of their universe players, Sabenzli will also be able to gain great strength by then. And almost after Whis' voice fell, suddenly, several piercing sounds sounded at the same time. Shish, immediately afterwards, 4 halos appeared simultaneously. In an instant, all the positions on the entire arena were filled. Each of the 13 universes stands in its own corner. The 4 universes that appear are naturally the 4 universes with a relatively high human comprehensive level. After feeling the appearance of these 4 universes, the other universes follow the prestige. Because among the 12 universes, the comprehensive human strength of these 4 universes ranks higher. Therefore, these 4 universes are also the main objects of all universes this time. Son Gohan naturally looked at the 4 universes curiously. Because in the Dragon Ball Super Power Conference, these 4 universes did not participate. So he actually doesn't know anything about the humans in these 4 universes. The first is the 1st universe, also a real name contestant. Standing in the front is a handsome young man. With silver shoulder-length hair, he was dressed in a black combat uniform, with his hands folded on his chest. There was an unruly arrogance on his face. There is a very powerful force in this guy's body. Obviously, he is the core player of the 1st universe. As for the 9 people behind him, each of them revealed a very powerful force. It is certain that the strength of the 1st universe is indeed very strong. As expected, he is a human being with strong comprehensive strength in the human universe. The guy standing at the front is definitely not weaker than the peak state of Super Saiyan's 4 peaks, and even stronger. Son Gohan also said in surprise. These guys haven't met before, but after seeing him, Son Gohan feels that this guy is really strong. It seems that these 4 players who are more powerful in universe are not fuel-efficient lamps. Similarly, others also felt the strength of the leading player. There was a serious look on his face. Whether it's Jiren from the 11th universe, Son Goku from the 7th universe, Hit from the 6th universe, or Son Goku and Vegeta from the 13th universe. In life, I look at the core players of the first universe very seriously. Gohan, that guy from the first universe, seems ridiculously strong. From his body, I feel some dreadful power. Advertisement. Son Goku raised his eyebrows slightly and then said to Son Gohan. If that guy is just stronger, it shouldn't be possible for him to feel this way. This guy, his strength doesn't seem to be that simple. Indeed, a very difficult opponent. It seems that this power conference may be very exciting. Son Gohan said lightly. All the other contestants also frowned. Because the stronger the strength of these universe players, the lower their chances of winning. Especially Nobuhan and Trunks, their expressions were quite dignified at this time. The reason is very simple, because among all the players, the two of them feel that their strength is the weakest. It looks like they have gone through a month of training. Still can only become a cannon fodder player. Next to the first universe is the 12th universe. Because every two universes correspond to each other, the sum of the numbers of the two universes is equal to 13, which is the corresponding two universes. The first universe and the 12th universe are the corresponding universes. The contestants participating in the 12th universe are all female contestants. Each of them seem to exude a dreadful power. This power seems a bit strange, completely different from ordinary energy. It seems that this should be the special power of a certain race in the 12th universe. Otherwise, it is impossible for a universe to allow all 10 contestants of the same race to participate. Maybe they have other moves, and they need to cooperate with each other to complete similar moves. The strength of the 12th universe cannot be underestimated. Although their strength alone is not as strong as that guy from the first universe. But everyone's strength is relatively average, and I feel that every player's strength is not weaker than mine. Trunks next to Son Gohan also said with a frown. Although his own strength, he couldn't stand out in this power conference. But his own strength can definitely be regarded as upper middle class. But every player in the 12th universe seems to have the same strength as himself. This is enough to show that the comprehensive strength of the 12th universe is outrageous. If they have some special skills, they are quite difficult to deal with. Indeed, every universe is very difficult to deal with. So everyone needs to take this game very seriously, and there is no room for half-point sloppy. Because we don't know what kind of ability the other party has. If you are careless, you may even be eliminated without knowing what the opponent's ability is. So I hope everyone will remember clearly, and it must not be God's will. Son Gohan nodded, then looked at the other 10 players, and said very seriously. Especially Son Goku, although Son Goku in this universe is more mature and stable. But after all, he is also Son Goku, and he has the habit of challenging the strong in Son Goku's bones, and he was careless at the beginning. If they lost the game due to carelessness, then the situation of the 13th universe would be even worse. Everyone nodded in unison. In this case, there are so many experts, and they may even be eliminated at any time. So how could they dare to be careless? A single carelessness may lead to falling out of the ring. Then, everyone will look at my 5th universe. Advertisement. The 5th universe is led by a middle-aged man with a rough appearance, similar to Saiyan Nappa. He's an out-and-out muscular man. 0. Asking for flowers. 0. But the power emanating from his body is also very powerful. It's just that it can't be compared with those players in the 1st universe or even the 12th universe. It seems that the 5th universe is much weaker than the other two universes. After Vegeta glanced at the players after the 5th universe, he spoke. The bald head at the head is so weak. What's more, the other players behind are probably even more vulnerable. Uncle Vegeta, have you forgotten what I just told you? Or did you not listen to me at all? Seeing Vegeta's frivolous, even contemptuous expression, Son Gohan said coldly. To be able to become a high-level universe among the 12 universes, how can the comprehensive level of human beings be low? Although that guy's strength feels average, but he definitely has his own special skills too. It is absolutely impossible for every player in universe to have some means of suppressing the bottom of the box. I know, Vegeta could only nod quickly. After all, Gohan is now the gods of destruction. 0. So in front of Son Gohan, he didn't dare to make any mistakes. As for the 8th universe, it seems to be the same as the 5th universe. Every player does not have that kind of outstanding strength. There is no such explosive power, however, such a universe must not be underestimated. After all, Son Gohan doesn't know the 4 universes. But they were able to become high universes, avoiding the Dragon Ball Super Power convention. That is enough to show their strength, and at this moment, Grand Priest's voice sounded. First of all, welcome to Angel, Gods of Destruction, Wei Choshin and all the players from all universes to come to Wujiji for this power tournament. On behalf of Master Zeno, I welcome all contestants. Everyone is very clear that this time the competition is a 10-player melee, which means that 130 players from 13 universes compete on the same stage, and the one who stays in the ring with his own ability and means is the final winner. When the Grand Priest sounded, all the players, Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai listened carefully. Next, I will tell you about the main rules of the Tournament of Power. First of all, in the Tournament of Power, only when the opponent is kicked out of the ring can he be considered eliminated. If the opponent is unconscious or surrenders, as long as the opponent is still on the ring, it is not considered eliminated. During the competition, no weapons shall be used, and no flying ability shall be obtained, except for races with wings. Do not use any recovery ability, of course, except for your own recovery ability. In addition to this, it cannot cause the death of any player. Once the death of a player is caused, the universe who missed it will lose the qualification for this competition and be directly regarded as eliminated. The rules of the Grand Priest are clearly stated and understood by everyone. Anyway, it's just an ordinary game, it can't cause the players to die. It seems that everyone has already understood the rules of the game. Then, let Master Zeno speak. After Grand Priest's tone fell, Zeno jumped off his throne. Then he said in his childish voice, "First of all, I would like to participate in the competition here, and then please present us a wonderful competition. Every contestant, everyone must work hard." Chapter 182. The battle has completely started. Super 4 Vegetative Super 4 Vegeta, seeking subscription. After Zeno finished his oath and speech, he returned to his throne. He looked at all the players on the ring with admiration. He felt that although he knew a little about the universe before, it was still somewhat insufficient. Because this time all the strong human beings are gathered together, I didn't expect there to be so many powerful guys. This was completely beyond his expectations. Then, gods of destruction, angels and Supreme Kai, please return to your respective auditoriums. Let's enjoy this tournament of power with us. Afterwards, Grand Priest said with a smile. To be honest, even if I am myself, I haven't seen such a fierce battle for a long time. Even if their strength is not particularly strong, as long as they're evenly matched. This kind of battle is still very interesting. Shish. All the gods of destruction, Supreme Kai, and Angel hurried back to their universe auditorium. After the voices of Grand Priest and Zeno fell, all 033 universes became vigilant. Because they are very clear that this time the competition is not the elite of every universe. They have great strength and special abilities. It is definitely not a wise move to start a war hastily. But if it continues like this, it will obviously make Master Zeno unhappy. And at this time in the corner of the 6th universe. Senior Hit, what should we do now? I feel that every universe player is particularly strong. Saiyan Gabe frowned extremely solemnly, looking at Hit and asked. You must know that Senior Hit is the core existence in the entire team. And he is the strongest, the ace player of the 6th universe. So all things must follow the orders of Mr. Hit. Let's observe the situation first. The opponents we faced this time were far stronger than Son Goku from 7th universe last time. Because I can feel that among all the players participating in the competition this time, there are many stronger than Son Goku. Hit also said in a heavy tone, although he has always been relatively calm. But this time, he couldn't calm down a little bit. You must know that the last Son Goku was already a very powerful existence for him. But this time, the opponent they faced was stronger than Son Goku. Moreover, according to what Lord Gods of Destruction Champa said before, Son Goku's strength has improved qualitatively. Mastered the so-called Ultra Instinct, real calendar correction January floor. So making a rash move now is definitely not a good thing for their 6th universe. Cut. I said, what are you two old men afraid of? Why can't I feel how powerful they are? I can become a Super Saiyan now, it is impossible for anyone to be my opponent. While Hit and Gabe were frowning, Caulifla on the side said carelessly. Advertisement just some time ago, Gabe taught himself to complete the transformation of Super Saiyan. Maybe it's because she just became Super Saiyan not long ago, so her self-confidence is extremely inflated. Don't be impulsive, Miss Caulifla. Although you can become a Super Saiyan, I must tell you. Super Saiyan is just the beginning of Saiyan's transformation. Goku of the 7th universe first audited Master Vegeta. They can turn into a Super Saiyan Blue that is 10,000 times stronger than Super Saiyan. So it only takes a split second for them to beat us. Seeing the confident Caulifla, Gabe quickly reminded her. Although he doesn't know how many times the color of Super Saiyan Blue is stronger than Super Saiyan. But what is certain is that it is definitely not a dimensional existence. Super Saiyan Blue color, so killing Super Saiyan in an instant, this is something he is extremely sure of. Because at that time, Master Vegeta knocked himself unconscious in an instant. Hit just glanced at this small-chested and brainless woman. With her strength, it is already a miracle that she can appear in this kind of conference. Snort. You will grow others' aspirations and destroy your own prestige. You'll have to watch later, Miss Ben, you are different. Caulifla didn't listen to Gabe's dissuasion at all, instead she went her own way. After all, the rapid increase in strength made her self-confidence too inflated. Miss Caulifla, please listen to my advice, Gabe said anxiously. Lord Gods of Destruction said before, this time, if they lose the game again. All of them including their planet will be destroyed. What Gods of Destruction said is definitely not a joke. If they really lose, the entire planet Sharada may be destroyed. Who cares about you? Caulifla ignored Gabe at all. After condensing an energy ball in the palm, it directly hit the center of the ring. And this energy ball instantly became the fuse for the outbreak of the war. At the moment when the energy ball exploded, everyone who was still observing the situation flashed out, and then began to rush towards the opponent who had planned in advance. Rumble. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang, in an instant. The entire arena began to burst into flames, and energy waves continued to explode. There were muffled crashes and explosions. The scene was suddenly chaotic. You know, this is a melee of 130 people. Even most of the opponents simply don't know who the enemy they're facing now is. The 13th universe did not make a move at this time. Because according to the strategy they agreed on before, Advertisement. What they have to do now is to keep it well. The punctual field of this game is 48 minutes of the Earth. For them, although physical fitness may not be a big problem. But if you fight with all your strength, it is not too easy to persist for 48 minutes. And the result of this competition is that the universe with the most players remaining in the ring wins. So there is no need to waste physical energy at the beginning. Call out, and at this moment, Vegeta obviously couldn't bear it anymore. With a flash of his body, he flew out first. Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta. Son Goku and Son Gohan's expression changed immediately. They knew Vegeta would not be so obedient, but I didn't expect to rush out so soon. This guy is a little too impulsive, but the other 9 of them remained where they were. It's okay if Vegeta gets eliminated. Call out. The moment Vegeta's body flashed, he directly found his favorite opponent. That is Vegeta of the 7th universe. Because he didn't fight against himself from another universe last time, he always felt very uncomfortable. This time she can choose her opponent independently. She will never miss such an opportunity. Without any hesitation, he directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. HMPH. Overthinking one's abilities. Vegeta of the 13th universe also raised the corner of his mouth, and the two had the same confidence and the same arrogance. At that moment, golden light burst out from the body instantly. It can be clearly felt, although they are all in the form of Super Saiyan's 4 full energy. Another Vegeta is also directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. This guy was badly fixed by Gohan before. HMPH, of course. But the Vegeta of the 13th universe is obviously stronger than the Vegeta of the 7th universe. Vegeta of the 7th universe suddenly clenched his fists. Therefore, under the same form, naturally the one with higher basic combat power wins. The corner of Vegeta's mouth raised in the 7th universe, and a 5.4 look of disdain appeared on his face. After all, the age is there, and the basic combat power must be higher. Then show me your power, Vegeta of the 7th universe. Oh, do you want to challenge me? Ha, aha. He wants to see if both are Vegeta, and both are Super Saiyan 4, who is more powerful. Chapter 183. The Chosen Son of the First Universe, killing Dispo with his eyes, subscription required. Hey, the battle between 2 wild monkeys is really comforting to watch. Fight well, I can't wait to see the battle between the 2 wild monkeys. But at this time, on one side, the Universe Emperor Frieza clasped his hands in front of his chest, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. He spoke lightly. And beside him is the Monster Cell. This is his expression similar to Frieza. The same is clasped with both hands in front of the chest. As 2 smart people, they naturally knew that it was something stupid people would do to consume physical energy from the beginning. As the king of Frieza with extremely high IQ, and the Cell with Frieza cells. Naturally, you won't waste your energy at the beginning? Because of those rotten tomatoes and rotten bird eggs, someone will clean them up for them. They just have to wait for the final battle. Bring it on. The 2 Vegeta shouted at the same time, and then rushed directly towards each other. Although it is said that the Vegeta of the 13th universe is a bit stronger than the Vegeta of the 7th universe. But this kind of strength will not gain much advantage at the beginning of the battle. So the 2 quickly fought anxiously together. At this time, gods of Destruction Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium looked rather ugly. That be asterisk 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 D Vegeta, doesn't he understand human language? I told him 10,000 times, never to provoke the 13th universe at the very beginning, but this B asterisk 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 DO3 actually ignored my words. Damn. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, his voice popping out between his teeth. It can be heard that he is very angry at this time, very very angry. This guy Vegeta actually refused to listen to his warning over and over again. And that Son Goku guy. These 2 bastards will kill themselves sooner or later. But after this game is over, I must teach them both a good lesson. Otherwise, after a while, these 2 bastards probably don't take themselves seriously at all. Vegeta is really too much. Even Supreme Kai, who was on the side, said with a frown. Because according to what gods of Destruction Beerus said earlier, if he loses the game this time, Master Zeno will most likely erase part of the universe. Although this is just speculation, what if it comes true? In case the performance of the 7th universe is broken, wouldn't the 7th universe become the target of being destroyed by Zeno-sama? It's just that Vegeta, who is in the ring at this time, doesn't pay attention to these things at all. Ultimate Flash. Ultimate Flash. The 2 Super 4 Vegetas played their strongest ki blast at the same time. Boom. Rumble. The moment the 2 superpowers collided, a terrifying shockwave sent troops in all directions. Immediately afterwards, some players who were closer to each other suffered directly. You must know that the comprehensive level of human beings in some universes is very poor. For example, the 4th universe, the 9th universe, and the 10th universe. The comprehensive level of human beings in these universes is ridiculously poor. So at the moment when the explosion wave spread, countless figures were directly shaken out of the ring by the shockwave. Advertisement. You must know that at this time, there are only 2 Vegetas who show their real strength to fight. Everyone else is fighting symbolically, to preserve their energy. Shish. 4 or 5 figures were directly shaken off the ring by the 2 Vegetas' battle shockwaves. At this time, Grand Priest's voice also sounded from above the ring. Hey, we were eliminated so much all of a sudden. 10th universe, Lily Dancer eliminated. 10th universe, Garasan player eliminated. In the 9th universe, 4 players from Oregon, Sathorp, Shapier, and Soleil were eliminated at the same time. Therefore, the remaining 6 players from the 9th universe became the universe with the fewest remaining players. 4th universe, Ganos player eliminated. After the voice of the Grand Priest fell, the 9th universe and the 10th universe began to panic. Because it was just an explosion just now, the 2 universes eliminated 6 players. In other universes, however, no players were eliminated. With such a comparison, it is simply impossible for the 2 universes to win this competition. And the battle between the 2 Vegetas continues. At this time in the corner of the 11th universe, this year, he clasped his hands on his chest, with a calm expression on his face, as if he didn't take anyone seriously. The other proud team members surrounded Jiren in the middle. This also symbolizes Jiren's status in their team. Jiren, among all the participating teams, which universe do you think may be stronger? Toppo looked around the arena that was already full of fighting flames, and asked Jiren. 1st universe, 13th universe. The humans in their 2 universes are very powerful. Especially that guy in the 1st universe called Karen, I've heard things about him before. Jiren said in a very flat tone. Oh, what kind of thing about him, is that guy great? Dispo suddenly became interested and asked immediately. Toppo and Cassella are equally curious. What is the difference between the human in the 1st universe that makes Jiren so concerned? Well, it is said that it is very powerful. According to what the 1st universe calls him, it seems that he is called the God's chosen son. It is indeed a very difficult opponent to deal with, maybe even I may not be able to defeat him. Jiren nodded, then said seriously. The so-called God's chosen son is like being able to master the luck and law power of a universe. If it is in the 1st universe, his strength is almost absolutely invincible. I don't know if he is still so powerful after leaving the 1st universe. What? What? After hearing Jiren's words, everyone's faces were shocked. They didn't expect Jiren to say such words that hurt others' ambitions and destroy their own prestige. You must know that he has never said that anyone can be his opponent. Even in the entire 11th universe, he didn't take anyone seriously. But today he actually took the initiative to say that the guy named Karen in the 1st universe might not even be able to defeat him. T4J. I'm going to test his strength. At this moment, Dispo couldn't help but rush towards the 1st universe out of curiosity. Advertisement, he wanted to see how strong the so-called God's chosen son was. Is it as Jiren said, is he qualified to be Jiren's opponent? Dispo, come back to me. Toppo yelled loudly, but obviously, Dispo has rushed out at this time, and it is impossible to come back. Because Dispo is still very confident, although his strength is not as strong as Jiren and break through them. But his own strength is the most powerful in the universe. I just went to test the strength of that guy from the 1st universe, is it really as powerful as the legend says? Anyway, as long as I increase my speed to the extreme, I won't be able to catch myself at all. Call out. In a blink of an eye, Lespo had appeared in front of Karen. And all of this was naturally seen by Son Gohan. He has always been curious about Karen's strength in the 1st universe. I didn't expect someone to challenge him so soon. How about seeing how strong he is? It seems that Dispo is the first person to eat crabs. This guy is too confident about his speed. 023 Son Gohan said with a faint smile. Although Dispo's strength is also very strong, it is enough to press the golden Frieza to the ground and rub against it. But for a truly powerful person, his speed is nothing at all. Dispo appears after the 1st universe's turf. He asked Karen, you are the genius of the 1st universe. How about letting me meet you? Anyway, if he can't fight at that time, he can just retreat. With his own speed, even if he couldn't beat him, it was more than enough to escape. Go away, you're not the one I'm waiting for, you're not qualified to be my opponent. Karen's eyes were extremely indifferent, whether it was his look or his tone, it was obvious that he didn't take Dispo seriously at all. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly from the mouth. Smug brat, try my righteous roundhouse kick, boom. After all, he is the supersonic fighter of the Pride team. In the entire Proud team, they have the absolute right to speak. After the shout fell, Dispo's body turned into a bolt of lightning, and rushed towards Karen at an extremely fast speed. But I didn't expect this brat to be so self-righteous. After hearing Karen's humiliating words, Dispo's face immediately changed drastically. Back in the 11th universe, no one had ever dared to talk to themselves like that. It's just a look, for an instant. If that's the case, then teach him a lesson. Puff. Then the eyes suddenly narrowed. Smelly brat, you are too arrogant. Looking at Dispo's figure, Karen showed an annoyed look on his face. He is waiting for a stronger opponent, someone who is qualified to be his opponent. Except for Jiren and Toppo, his own strength is the top existence. In the next second, Dispo, who was still 10 meters away, flew upside down. Chapter 184 universes eliminated one after another, and the battle is heating up, subscription required. Call out. Almost at the same time that Dispo spurted blood and flew backwards, Toppo's body also jumped up. Then wants to catch Dispo's body. Boom, it's just that he had just touched Dispo's body, and a terrifying force suddenly knocked him out like mountains and seas. At that moment, Wang Po's expression changed drastically. But in the end, the two still fell on the edge of the ring. We're not eliminated directly. How? How could such a thing happen? Isn't that guy too outrageous? Toppo's expression changed drastically, although he had long realized that the guy from the 1st universe could be very powerful. But I didn't expect Dispo to be defeated directly with just one look. And almost eliminated the two of them at once. Sorry, Captain Toppo, I was too reckless. Ahem. Dispo immediately blushed and said awkwardly. Originally, I just wanted to test that guy's strength. But I didn't expect that he would directly defeat him with just one look. If Captain Toppo hadn't blocked the shot, he would have been eliminated by now. Stop being so reckless, Dispo. Toppo felt as if his chest had been hit in half by a heavy hammer, and his chest was unbearably tight. Then, he said to Dispo with a serious tone. At this moment, he was almost sure that if Karen from the first universe wanted to defeat him. It is estimated that it will only take a moment, it's just too powerful. It was simply beyond my imagination. I see, Captain Toppo. Dispo immediately nodded obediently. It seems that this time the power conference is much more terrifying than what I imagined. There are more strong ones, it is almost impossible to stand out in this battle. It's just that the first universe did not launch a recognized counterattack against the 11th universe. Because they are confirming the strength of other opponents. Before confirming the strength of other opponents, they will not attack rashly. And it's on the 11th universe auditorium. The faces of gods of destruction Vermut and Supreme Kai Kai are also very ugly. Okay, what a powerful guy, nearly eliminated from Dispo in an instant. Kay muttered to himself in a low tone. You know, as the Supreme Kai of the 11th universe, he knows that every member of the Proud team has unique skills. Especially Dispo, his speed can be called the fastest in the 11th universe, and he has the title of Supersonic Warrior. But unexpectedly, in front of Karen from the first universe, he was defeated with just one glance. This gap can really be described as a world of difference. Advertisement, it's really ridiculously strong. I didn't expect the humans in the first universe to be so strong. Gods of Destruction Vermut's face was also extremely solemn. Before this conference started, he felt that Jiren should be the most powerful existence among human beings. As long as there is Jiren in the 11th universe, there will be no surprises. The final victory should belong to the 11th universe. But now it seems that Karen from the first universe is the fatal obstacle to their victory this time. Hey, is this the chosen son of the first universe? Sure enough, it's ridiculously strong. His power star has probably reached the level of gods of destruction. Angel Makarita also said in surprise. I've only heard of the chosen one of the first universe before. But I haven't seen him face to face, let alone his strength. But today I finally saw it. Wasn't he just a look at Dispo just now? Instead, before everyone reacted, they launched an attack on Dispo. After defeating Dispo, quickly returned to its original position. So much so that many players felt that he didn't move his body at all, but just stayed in place. One look killed Dispo instantly. Not only the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai of the 11th universe, but the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai of other universes also looked ugly. Because the power of humans in the first universe seems to have completely exceeded their imagination. As a result, their universe wants to win, and the hope is very slim. Especially the third universe, the fourth universe, the sixth universe, the ninth universe, and the 10th universe. One must know that their universe human comprehensive strength is not strong. If the time comes to face such a perverted guy, they definitely have no chance of winning. Moreover, besides Karen from the first universe, there are many powerful opponents. What a powerful guy, is this the warrior of the advanced universe? At this time, at the position where the 13th universe player was, Trunks also said with a serious face. He didn't see Karen's shot clearly just now, so he subconsciously thought that the guy beat Dispo with just one look. You know, the speed of the fourth break is just a purple light in my eyes. Fast, very very fast, it's really ridiculously strong, and it's really exciting at the same time. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful opponent in other universes. Son Goku had a look of excitement on his face. It seems that this time the competition is more intense than the previous competition with the 7th universe, and it is even more exciting. At this time, Dispo and Toppo have also returned to the position of the 11th universe. At this moment Dispo looked embarrassed. You know, it was a very embarrassing thing just now. Jiren, that guy is too strong, I'm afraid only you can handle it. Toppo looked at Jiren and said, because it can be seen from the attack just now that they are not Karen's opponents at all. There is even a world of difference between him and him. The only one who can compete with him is probably Jiren. Advertisement and Jiren on the side didn't say anything, just calmly looked at the other battles around the ring. He has seen Karen's strength just now, he has to confirm whether there are other stronger players. Time passed by every minute and every second. Most of the universe has also changed from the initial temptation to a real desperate battle. But the strength lies there, and the strength of some universes is indeed too poor. In this kind of power conference, it is simply impossible to persevere. Only 5 or 6 minutes passed. 2 universes have already been eliminated. Just as the last players from the 2 universes fell off the ring, the voice of Grand Priest also sounded. All players from the 9th universe and the 10th universe are eliminated. Therefore, the 9th universe and the 10th universe are present. After the voice of Grand Priest fell, it also stated that these 2 universes no longer have the right to participate. It's just that this time the power conference, the Dragon Ball Super Power Conference, is different. The disqualified universe just played the role of spectator. It was not completely destroyed because of this. In the player position of the 13th universe, Son Goku said with a serious expression, it seems that the strength of the 12th universe is also ridiculously strong. Although it seems that every fighter is not particularly outstanding, but with the strength of one universe, it can sweep 2 universes in a few minutes, let them all be eliminated, it is really surprising. Just now, the 9th universe and the 10th universe were eliminated after provoking the 12th universe. Perhaps these 2 universes feel that only the 12th universe is full of female players. So it will be easier to bully again. But unexpectedly, in just a few minutes, the 12th universe eliminated all of their 2 universes. You know, in every universe, there are very powerful players, able to knock out 2 universe players in a matter of minutes. This is enough to prove that the strength of the 12th universe must not be underestimated. With the elimination of the 9th universe and the 10th universe, the battle has entered a fierce stage. Players are constantly being eliminated. And, of course, at this time, the other contestants of the 7th universe and the 13th universe finally couldn't sit still. Was joined in the fight for a moment. After joining the battle, within a minute, Gohan and Trunks had been eliminated. After all, the strength of the 2 of them has not even reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. So it was quickly eliminated, because after the 12th universe eliminated 2 universes in a devastating manner. The other universes also did not put their minds on the 12th universe and the 1st universe. Because the comprehensive strength of these 2 universes is simply too powerful. Looking for them to fight now is simply asking for death. At this moment, Caulifla and Kyle from the 6th universe approached Trunks and Broly from the 13th universe. Hey, are you Saiyan from the 13th universe? I heard that your strength is quite strong, let's have fun with Miss Ben. Caulifla spoke to Trunks and Broly with the same corner of her mouth. Is it the 2 of them again? There was obviously some impatient look on Broly's face. Because in another time and space, they have already fought. They easily defeated all Saiyan in the 6th universe. Chapter 185 Anger. Transform into the legendary Super Saiyan again, subscription required. Since the 2 of them have come to the door, let's eliminate the 2 of them. Trunks didn't pay attention to Caulifla and Kale at all. Although the female Saiyan named Kale is really good, and can become Super Saiyan like Broly, but his strength is completely vulnerable to Broly. Oh, I heard your tone is not small? Saiyan from the 13th universe, let's show you the strength of our 6th universe Saiyan. Caulifla still had a haughty look on her face, although her strength is average. But Kale's strength is ridiculously strong. As long as Kale is angry, oh, swipe it once and turn into a Super Saiyan form. Definitely knock out all the players. After Caulifla's voice fell, she clenched her fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan form. I have to say that this guy's Super Saiyan form is pretty strong. However, in the eyes of Trunks and Broly, her strength is too weak. After all, the current strength of the 2 of them is simply not what Caulifla can imagine. Cal, you should quickly change into the form of Super Saiyan. As long as you swipe and change into the previous main form, you can easily defeat them. Caulifla said to Kale. Sister, me. Kale's face was serious. It's not that she doesn't want to transform, it's just that she doesn't fully grasp that transformation at all now. If you want to become that form, you must be very angry. And is it not controlled by your own subjective consciousness? It is the body that has spontaneously changed into this form. Sister, I can't transform into Super Saiyan form right now. Kale said with a guilty face. Never mind, just stand behind me obediently. Anyway, I can become Super Saiyan now, even if I am alone, I can take care of both of them. The arrogant Caulifla spoke. At this time, she could be said to have reached the extreme of arrogance. Perhaps being able to become Super Saiyan made her self-confidence especially inflated too much. This guy is like a combination of Son Goku and Vegeta. Warlike, and very self-righteous. Call out. Without any hesitation, Caulifla directly rushed towards the Trunks. Because she thinks Trunks is the core of the 2 of them. As long as you defeat him yourself, the remaining Saiyan is not worth mentioning at all. It's just that when her body was 3 meters away from Trunks, Broly's body flashed suddenly, appearing directly in front of Trunks. Then he grabbed Caulifla's fist casually. Boom, Caulifla's attack has no effect on Broly. Even at this time he maintained his usual state. It is simply not the power of Caulifla, which can be shaken. Advertisement I saw Broly's body was as stable as Mount Tai, motionless. What? How can this be? My own punch was caught so easily by that guy. And he didn't even change his Super Saiyan form. This guy is really a bit outrageous, the power is so great. Huh. After a moment of shock, Caulifla suddenly entered the dolly area. The whole body suddenly exudes a bright golden light. The strength is also much greater than before, and the whole person is like a bright flame. But no matter how much he increased his strength, Broly's body remained motionless. Your strength is too weak. Broly just said lightly, then firmly grasped Caulifla's fist, and then threw it out heavily. Boom. Rumble. Caulifla's body hit a huge rock. The solid rock was directly smashed into powder. And Caulifla's body was lying directly in the pile of rubble, with a smear of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Just a random blow almost made her lose the consciousness of fighting. No. Impossible. I'm the strongest Super Saiyan in the universe. How could I lose to this B****************? D? How can there be such a huge gap in power between us? Caulifla was already under pressure at this time. You must know that she is extremely confident in her Super Saiyan power. Unexpectedly, in just an instant, he almost lost the ability to fight. And who is that B************** D in the 13th universe, who doesn't even change the form of Super Saiyan? This is simply a huge humiliation for her. Sister, are you okay, sister? Kale quickly ran in front of Caulifla, and then asked with a worried face. At this moment, he also realized that the Saiyan on the opposite side was absolutely extraordinary. His strength is ridiculously strong, and it is simply not something that my sister can deal with. Get out of the way, Kale. Today I must beat these two bastard Saiyan. After being supported up, Caulifla brushed away Kale's support and said angrily. You know, in ADDF, the entire 6th universe, I have never been so embarrassed when doing questions. I didn't expect such a B********** D to happen after becoming Super Saiyan. Absolutely intolerable and inexcusable. Sister, don't be impulsive. The strength of Saiyan in the 13th universe is far beyond your imagination. You can't beat him. Kale's enthusiastic reminder and dissuasion turned into extremely humiliating words in Caulifla's ears. I am the most talented Super Saiyan in the 6th universe. How can he tolerate the B********* D thing that other Saiyans are stronger than himself? Go away. Caulifla pushed Kale away. At this moment he was already dazzled by anger and humiliation. She must prove to everyone that she is the strongest Saiyan. Whether it's the 6th universe, the 7th universe or the 13th universe. All Saiyans cannot be their opponents. Call out. Caulifla's body flashed out. Advertisement enduring the great pain in his body, he was in front of Brawly in an instant. Then came another punch. Boom. The fist hit Brawly's chest hard. It's just that this kind of attack is like scratching an itch for Brawly. It doesn't have any effect at all. I told you before, your strength is too weak. You can't be my opponent, and it's even more impossible to be Trunks' opponent. Enough is enough. You are not suitable for this kind of battle. Brawly's voice was incomparably indifferent, although he was a very innocent character when he was in front of Trunks, Son Gohan and Majin Buu and number 16. But innocence does not mean that he has no temper, they have their own personalities. For this kind of stranger, he will show no mercy. After the words fell, he grabbed Caulifla's wrist. Then the wheel hit the ground heavily. The solid ground collapsed instantly, and Caulifla's body was directly embedded in the ground. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Caulifla's mouth again. The whole person instantly became normal. The breath was extremely wilting, and it was obvious that he had completely lost his fighting power. Let's go to the auditorium and stay there. Brawly's voice fell, and he kicked Caulifla directly and heavily in the stomach. For this kind of strange opponent, he will never accept anything. Even if she is a woman, she will not have any privileges. Call out. The terrifying power directly caused Caulifla's body to shoot out of the ring. Elder sister. How? You dare to hurt my sister, I will never let you go. To see Caulifla being so ravaged, Kale was instantly enraged. The moment the fist was clenched, the headband that tied the hair was blown away by the terrifying breath. Don't worry, Trunks. In the next second, he disappeared in place. Trunks said immediately in surprise. Trunks nodded. Kale's talent is also very different from Brawly's. What's more, I didn't master the full power form of Super Saiyan back then. Transformed. Even if she turns into the legendary Super Saiyan form, she is not my opponent. They've already had a fight after all. Even if she becomes the legendary Super Saiyan, her strength is vastly different from her own. Kale has become the legendary Super Saiyan. Grass-green arrogance appeared around the whole body. Brawly said very calmly, indeed, even the legendary Super Saiyan. When the two of them found themselves in Brawly, they were doomed to fail. Call out. This violent and domineering aura is definitely the legendary super harmful one. The pupils also dilated in an instant. Chapter 186 One Punch Instant Kill Chuanchao Kair. Deathly silence, please subscribe. Roar. After turning into the legendary Super Saiyan, Kale instantly lost consciousness and his pupils were completely dilated. Although her potential is indeed very powerful, but she can't really control this power. Once she transforms in anger, she will become a tool that can only attack and destroy. Although it is said that Chuanchao Kair has lost consciousness at this time, but it is obvious that she knows who her opponent is. Also know who should be knocked to the ground, grinning at Trunks and Brawly. A deep roar came directly from his throat. The breath of the whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes again. At this time, Kale is indeed very powerful. The breath is also ridiculously strong. So much so that many powerhouses in the universe turned their attention to this side. Because most of the powerhouses at this time did not show their strength. Because they feel that there are some appetizers that don't need them to solve it all. They want to preserve their energy and fight decisively at the last moment. So at this time, Kale said that the power that erupted can be said to be very powerful, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Then, what's going on with that guy? That guy from the 6th universe, has he transformed? How did the breath become so violent? Many players looked at Kale with serious eyes. Because this breath is indeed very powerful, and very irritable. After seeing that Kale's pupils had completely disappeared, everyone knew that this guy had completely lost consciousness. She is not able to perfectly control this power of her own. Yeah, that's great, Kale. That's it, turn into this Super Saiyan form and beat them up hard, and then throw them out of the stage. Caulifla, who was almost eliminated and lost her combat effectiveness, saw Kale transform. He immediately jumped up excitedly. There was an extremely excited look on his face. This is the strength of my junior sister, the real legendary Super Saiyan. Although he was defeated just now, but absolutely no one can beat his schoolgirl Kale. Great, Miss Kale has turned into Super Saiyan. Not far away, Saiyan Gabe also said very excitedly. Because he knew before that Kale could turn into the legendary Super Saiyan. This is a more terrifying transformation than their normal Saiyan. Even in the form of Super Saiyan, in front of Ms. Kale, she is completely vulnerable. It feels like a kindergarten kid in front of an adult. There is no comparison at all, don't be too happy. Although this power is really strong, even surpassing Son Goku's Super Saiyan blue color. But Kale seems to be completely unable to control this power, which is not a good thing. Hit on the side said with a heavy face, it is indeed a good thing for their 6th universe that Kale can have this kind of power. Advertisement. But judging from the current situation, Kale is not familiar with this force at all, and she can't control this force zone at all. The result of going on like this will only make her quickly consume all her physical energy and energy. It is very likely that you will die of exhaustion in the end. But, what else would Gabe want to say? It's just that after seeing Hit's heavy face, he didn't speak. Since Senior Hit said so, there must be a basis and reason for what she said. At this time, the 6th universe gods of destruction Champa above the auditorium is also very excited. But the new angel of the 6th universe doesn't look good. Because he and Hit think the same way, if Miss Kale can't perfectly grasp this power. This is a thing that is harmful to her, because without consciousness, everyone will be his opponent. He will continue to attack indiscriminately, and it is very likely that all the players in the 6th universe will be knocked off the stage. And in the end, she will be eliminated in advance because of her excessive physical energy consumption. Although Miss Kale now has a very powerful force. But she, who lost her mind, couldn't perfectly control this power at all. Even people who are much weaker than her can easily dodge all her attacks. On top of Zeno's throne, Zeno also stared at Kale with a look of surprise. Huh? The Saiyan talent in the 6th universe seems to be very good. The aura she releases is very similar to Brawly from the 13th universe. It seems that we have found another very good potential stock. Zeno remembers the last time the 13th universe and the 7th universe had a match. The aura emanating from Brawly's body was this light green color. Moreover, his aura at that time was somewhat similar to that of the current 6th universe player, Kaylee. Yes, Master Zeno. Kel's front wheel in the 6th universe is indeed very good. And it can be seen that she is a Saiyan with a special bloodline. Her bloodline should be much stronger than Son Goku and Vegeta, but compared with Brawly, her bloodline seems to be much weaker. Grand Priest sees it very clearly, although it is said that when both Brawly and Kale in front of him are counted, it is a special Saiyan. But Kale's bloodline is not as pure as Brawly's, okay. However, it is also worth cultivating. Zeno nodded. In the arena, Kale still grinned, looking very terrifying. Zero, ask for flowers, then he pointed at Brawly and Terex, and the corner of his mouth raised a bloodthirsty arc. Today. The blood sacrifice of you two first. At this moment, Kair doesn't look timid and cowardly at all. It was as if the god of death descended. HMPH, looks like those two guys from the 13th universe are going to suffer. Advertisement, although the guy from the 6th universe has lost his mind, her strength is enough to eliminate the two guys on the opposite side. This is the first universe, as Karen commented indifferently. But it's nice to have a guy like that. With her terrifying power, she can eliminate a lot of miscellaneous things. After clearing those obstacles, then they can fight well. At that time, he will let all universe players understand. The human powerhouses of the high-level universe are definitely beyond their imagination. As for the other universe players, they cast sympathetic looks for Trunks and Brawly. These two guys got into such a monster at the beginning. Really bad luck. Just when everyone felt sympathy for Trunks and Brawly. Kale has already rushed over, huge body, full of strength. This punch is estimated to directly shatter a planet. But the faces of Trunks and Brawly didn't change at all. Because this kind of attack really didn't pose any threat to Brawly. Trunks, you stand back, Brawly said to Trunks, because he decided to use the fastest way to completely eliminate this Saiyan from the 6th universe. Trunks also nodded knowingly, although her own strength is also very strong. But if you want to defeat Kale, who became the legendary Super Saiyan, it is still more or less problematic. In the end, it is very likely that both sides will suffer. But with Brawly, he can be easily defeated. Spike Chuanchao Kair. Boom. He didn't intend to procrastinate, he wanted to defeat Kale in an instant. It directly turned into a piercing lightning. A mouthful of blood drew a brilliant arc in midair. Everyone just heard a low crash. Audience, punch. It was all silent, the moment Trunks stepped back. Brawly clenched his fists, and a blue-gold arrogance erupted from his body instantly. The pupils instantly turned golden, and the hair also turned blue-gold. Brawly also becomes Super Saiyan. Without any hindrance, he flew out of the arena directly. Brawly's body also flashed out in an instant. Awesome. It was to see Kale's huge body flying upside down. Chapter 187 Invitation from the First Universe. Jiren, not interested, please subscribe. Call out. In the end, Kale's body was directly blown out of the ring, and then landed heavily on the 6th universe's auditorium. Then, the whole person completely lost consciousness. Obviously, Brawly's punch just now didn't hold back at all. So much so that Chuanchao Kair was knocked out directly. No. Impossible, impossible. How could Kale be defeated? At this moment, Caulifla was completely stunned. You know, in his mind, Kale, who has become a Super Saiyan, is simply a god-like existence. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to defeat him. But unexpectedly, Kale, who had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form, was easily defeated by this punch. Not even a chance to resist. Is that guy really Saiyan 2? He obviously just changed into the form of Super Saiyan. Why can he defeat Kale so easily? Caulifla was completely dumbfounded. All the players in the entire 6th universe were also stunned. Including other universe players, they were all surprised and unbelievable. You go down with me too. The twittering is annoying. After Brawly easily defeated Kale, he spoke to Caulifla. This guy is just too annoying. While raising his hand, an energy ball directly hit Caulifla's chest. The originally flat chest was almost sunken. The body also flew out of the ring in an instant, and the whole person was unconscious. That guy from the 13th universe, why is he so strong? Yeah, it's too powerful, it's unimaginable. It seems that the players of the 13th universe are not so easy to deal with. All the universe players started whispering. Some universes that originally discounted the idea of the 13th universe can only be given up at the moment, the real idea yesterday. Because with the comprehensive strength of their universe, it is estimated that they will all go together. It may not be possible to defeat the guy just now. It is too terrifying, leading in strength. It's so strong, the guy from the 13th universe is probably not much weaker than Karen from the 1st universe, right? At this moment, all the players of the 11th universe said in shock. Maybe Brawly didn't release too explosive aura just now. But they did feel the aura released by Kale very clearly. Being able to defeat Kale with such a huge aura in an instant is enough to show Brawly's strength. That guy from the 13th universe is really too strong. According to my speculation, what he displayed just now was not his own absolute power. It is very likely that his strength is not inferior to mine. I really didn't expect that there would be so many strong players in this competition between universes. Jiren, who has always been taciturn, also showed a look of surprise on his face at this time. Advertisement originally thought that his only opponent was Karen from the 1st universe. That doesn't seem to be the case now. The Brawly from the 13th universe is also incredibly strong. If that's the case, that's kind of bad. Our 11th universe's chances of winning may not be too great. Toppo's face was also extremely ugly at this time. Originally, all of them thought that as long as Jiren participated in the competition, their 11th universe would be a sure win in this tournament of power. But it doesn't matter if it's Karen or Brawly just now. The strength shown is too strong. If the two of them teamed up, they could beat Jiren in an instant. So I hope that it is best not to contact these two universes in the future. At this time, it was on the auditorium of the 6th universe. Caulifla and Kale have been revived under Angel's treatment. Immediately ushered in the gods of destruction Champa curse. You two trash, what the hell were you doing just now? It's not good who you provoke, you have to provoke those guys from the 13th universe. What did I tell you before? Damn it, you actually ignored my words. Gods of destruction Champa gritted his teeth angrily. You must know that before going on stage, he deliberately took Supreme Kai's Portara earrings. Its main purpose is to allow them to combine with Portara earrings when they can't beat their opponents. If these bastards don't even have a chance to use them, they will be defeated by others. More importantly, they were provocative first. For Gods of Destruction Champa's abuse and accusations, Caulifla is also speechless. She was indeed too arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously. But in this world, there are too many strong people. And as time goes by, at this point, the game has entered the 15th minute. In other words, there are only 13 minutes left in the whole game at this time. The 2nd universe, the 3rd universe, and the 4th universe were also eliminated one after another. And this time in the arena, only 8 universes remain. And the battle seems to have been completely released from the previous mutual testing and preservation of strength. Nobuhan and Trunks from 13th universe have been eliminated. So there are only 8 players left in their universe. And Vegeta also had a fierce battle with Vegeta of the 7th universe before. This is a serious problem with his physical fitness. This time, all the players gathered together again. Everyone, the next game is really starting. All universes will be shot in succession. So when the time comes, everyone must stick together. I can feel the powerful high-level universe that Gohan said before, and the strength of each universe's players should not be underestimated. So everyone must be very cautious, understand? Son Goku gathered all the players together at this time, and then said very seriously. Advertisement: this game will become more difficult as it progresses. Everyone nodded obediently. The situation in front of them was more intense than they had imagined. Whether it's the 1st universe, the 5th universe, the 8th universe, the 11th universe or the 12th universe. The players in these universes are all very strong. Out of all their players, every universe has at least one very strong presence. The strength of the 7th universe should not be underestimated. Son Goku and Vegeta are already strong, and there are those two guys named Moro and Sabenzli. Gohan has reminded him before. They must be guarded against. Therefore, those who can still stay in the ring at this time are not weak. And at this time on the other side of the ring, Karen from the 1st universe glanced at Jiren not far away. Then he said in a haughty and indifferent tone, "Your name is Jiren, let's join hands." I think you should be very clear that the strength of the 13th universe is outrageous, whether it is the player named Son Goku or the player named Broly. None of them are fuel-efficient lamps. If the two of them teamed up, they could easily beat either of us. I can feel that your body has power far beyond ordinary people. As long as the two of us join forces, if our two universes join forces, we can definitely eliminate the 13th universe first. In fact, with his arrogance, he didn't want to contact other people at all. But today the situation is completely different. Those guys from 13th universe are too strong. That guy named Broly definitely has more power hidden. With his own strength, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Broly and Saiyan named Son Goku at the same time. Would not believe in any friendship, therefore, it is very necessary to win over a powerful ally. Hear Karen's haughty tone. Even if I really lose, I am willing. This is his arrogance. He felt that maintaining justice in the universe was more meaningful than participating in this boring competition. Jiren just cast a cold glance, and then said, "There is no need for that, I will never join forces with others." So even if you lose the game, you will definitely not choose to join forces with other universes. You be ************ D who doesn't know what to do. Karen didn't expect that she would take the initiative to propose an invitation, but Jiren turned it down. In fact, he didn't want to come to this game. Cut. You must know that no one in the entire first universe should reject him all this time. But I couldn't bear Gods of Destruction's soft and hard foam, and I could only participate in it in the end. Since he is unwilling to join forces with himself, he is his enemy. And since that incident, never trust anyone. This made his teeth itch with anger. But for him, winning or losing is not that important. Chapter 188 Whis. Goku has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, subscribe. And because of Jiren's refusal, his face was very ugly. At the same time, he decided to eliminate the 11th universe first. Since that B************** D is so ignorant, I also let him know what will happen to me if I offend him. With the passage of time, those who can stay in the ring are already the top players of each universe. Oh, it looks like most of the ordinary players have been eliminated. The ones who are still able to stay in the ring now seem to be the top players in every universe. There's a good show coming up, right, Grand Priest? Zeno looked at all the players in the ring, and said to Grand Priest beside him. Because those who are still in the ring at this time, everyone has two brushes in their hands. Yes, Master Zeno. Those who can still stay in the ring now have a few brushes. However, the 12th universe deserves to be called a high-level universe, after more than 10 minutes of fighting, although no one was eliminated. All 12 players stayed on the ring. What's even more surprising is that the 12th universe is all female players. Grand Priest nodded O3 and then said in a little surprise. Although it has long been known that the 12th universe is an advanced universe. But I didn't expect that the combat effectiveness of ordinary humans in the 12th universe is so high. After several rounds of fighting, 12 universe did not eliminate a single player. And what surprised him even more was that all 12 universes were female players. Not a single man. Okay, the average strength of the 12th universe is really strong. I just want to stand out in the end, it is probably a bit difficult. Zeno also nodded and said, the overall strength is average, and it may be able to withstand the previous rounds of attacks. But fighting alone in the back will not show much advantage. As long as there are 4 or 5 people to encircle and suppress together, they can be directly eliminated in the 12th universe. Grand Priest agrees. Indeed, it is a very unfavorable thing for a player without a strong main heart. Call out. But at this moment in the ring, Son Goku from the 7th universe flashed his body and arrived at the side of the 13th universe in an instant. The last time he lost to another self, in fact, he was still very unconvinced in his heart. So this time, he must find his way back. I trained with Whis for more than a month. His strength has also been greatly improved. Advertisement. Now he has all these, and he can compete with the other self of 13 universe. Hey, let's continue the last fight. I will never lose to you this time. Son Goku smiled, and then said to GT Son Goku of the 13th universe. Get up wherever you fall. This was originally his character. You are no match for me. The real battle hasn't started yet, so there's no need for our two universes to fight each other. The GT Son Goku of the 13th universe looked at the Super Son Goku of the 7th universe, and said lightly. From the beginning, he did not regard the 7th universe as an object of attack. Perhaps if they can persist until the end, they will inevitably fight. But at the beginning, he really didn't have such a plan. After all, I know almost all the players in the 7th universe. If they were eliminated, he would feel more or less unbearable in his heart. It's just that he didn't expect that another universe himself would find him on his own initiative. If this is the case, it seems that there is no way to avoid fighting. This was originally a contest between universes. It's all about fighting anyway, and I prefer to continue fighting with you. Last time I lost to you, there is absolutely no way I will lose this time. Ultra Son Goku of the 7th universe said with great confidence. In his view, this is an ordinary game. Winning or losing doesn't make much difference to him. What he wants is a hearty real. As for the ending, he didn't think about it, and he didn't care. It's just that Son Goku's actions at this time made Gods of Destruction Beerus of the 7th universe blacken all of a sudden. That idiot Son Goku, what the hell are you doing? Damn it, isn't it embarrassing enough to lose to others last time, and now you're running over to challenge yourself? Beerus clenched his fists tightly. This guy never listened to a word. Son Goku of the 13th universe is ridiculously strong. Even if Son Goku of their universe can win in the end, it will definitely be a miserable victory. And the final result will definitely benefit other universes. What the hell is going on in Mr. Goku's head? Why does he always think differently from others? Supreme Kai Asen also said, very puzzled. Advertisement. If it was a normal person, he would never challenge an opponent stronger than himself now. Because of that, it is a very unwise choice, but Mr. Goku runs in the opposite direction every time. Specially pick hard persimmons, isn't this self-inflicted? If that be asterisk 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 D really loses this time, I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Beerus said with a very ugly face. Master Beerus, actually Goku doesn't necessarily lose this time. After the previous month of training, Goku's strength has improved by leaps and bounds again. By the way, let me tell you a secret. Mr. Goku has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. If you use perfect free and extremely easy, Goku's strength will not necessarily lose to another Goku from Super Saiyan 5. Looking at the ugly faces of Beerus and Supreme Kai, Whis on the side said with a relaxed expression. That's right, just the other day. After special training, Wukong has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. The power and speed possessed by the perfect Ultra Instinct is definitely not comparable to the Ultra Instinct Mega. And more importantly, after mastering the perfect Ultra Instinct, the consumption of physical energy and damage to the body will be greatly reduced. If Son Goku comprehended the perfect Ultra Instinct, so gods of destruction Beerus and Angel of the 7th universe could hear them clearly. Then Hit has no chance of winning. Champa clenched his fists tightly. Wait until later when Mr. Goku can really understand Ultra Instinct. You can completely use this Ultra Instinct as your normal use. Yes, Lord Beerus. Damn Beerus. After hearing the bolt from the blue, gods of destruction Champa's complexion became even uglier. After hearing Whis' words, Beerus immediately asked in surprise. This time, all their hopes for the 6th universe were pinned on Hit. Whis nodded and replied. His face also became quite ugly. Does this also mean that their 6th universe has no possibility of winning in the end? The last time Son Goku and Hit fought, there was no real winner. The voices of the two of them were not deliberately lowered. What? You mean, has that guy Goku really reached that level? Chapter 189 Ultra Instinct vs Super Saiyan 5. The Jealousy of Gods of Destruction. Please subscribe. Now, no one knows what kind of punishment the losing universe will suffer after this tournament of power is over. But according to Master Zeno's personality, he can do anything. Maybe in a fit of anger, it is very likely that the universe that lost the game will disappear. After all, hundreds of millions of years ago, Master Zeno directly erased 6 universes with a single gesture of his hand. For him, there is no difference between one universe and a dozen universes. Even if he wipes out all the universes, he can create a better universe again. And after thinking of this, all the gods of destruction were also trembling in their hearts. Because for Master Zeno, there is nothing he cannot do. And as long as he wants to, 13 universes will be destroyed in an instant. At this time, with the provocation of Son Goku from the 7th universe in the ring, it seemed that the 13th universe and the 7th universe were facing each other again. Except for GT Son Goku in the 13th universe, the other 6 people also immediately walked behind Son Goku. Because Vegeta and another Vegeta have been fighting for more than 10 minutes. You all backed away, it's a battle between the two of us. 13th universe GT Son Goku turned his head and said to everyone. It's just a battle between yourself and another self. Don't want to escalate into a brawl between 2 universes. After all, they still intend to win the final championship. It is obviously not a wise move to fight against the 7th universe now. Okay, Uncle Goku. Trunks nodded quickly. As for Broly and the others, they are quite obedient. Because he didn't regard everyone in the 7th universe as an opponent at all. In the arena, he could feel that there were still a few very powerful forces. And these forces are enough to compete with oneself. Afterwards, everyone went to deal with other universe players. Bring it on. Let's have another good fight, but I still say that, you still can't be my opponent. 13th Universe's GT Son Goku said confidently. Only 1 month has passed since the last battle. He doesn't believe that in such a short period of time, what kind of breakthrough can the other self have? Besides, during this period of time, I have not been idle. It's about training hard every day, every moment. I've already said that, this time the result will not be so simple. To tell you the truth, I mastered the Ultra Instinct to perfection. Son Goku grinned, and then said confidently, advertisement. After mastering the perfect Ultra Instinct, he also understands that the perfect Ultra Instinct is simply not comparable to the Ultra Instinct Mega. Whether it is strength, speed, or energy saving, there is a big gap. What? Perfect Ultra Instinct? Hearing this, GT Son Goku was also surprised. Perfect Ultra Instinct he also heard from Gohan. This is a very difficult state to train. Even if I tried for a long time, I still haven't reached that state. In the last competition, the other self reached the imperfect Ultra Instinct. It can also be called Ultra Instinct Mega. But I didn't expect myself in another universe to be able to improve from Ultra Instinct to the perfect Ultra Instinct so quickly. It seems that the self in another time and space has a stronger cultivation talent than himself. Hurry up and show off your Super Saiyan 5 strength. I'm already a little impatient. To be honest, since the last time I fought with you, I have been eager to fight with you next time. 7th Universe Super Son Goku said excitedly immediately. Good. GT Son Goku of the 13th Universe also agreed immediately. Now that Son Goku of the 7th Universe has mastered the Ultra Instinct to perfection. Well, this battle also makes me feel excited. Then he clenched his fists, and terrifying power erupted from his body instantly. In an instant, a head of silver-white hair hangs down to his waist. The body hair of the whole body has also completely turned into silver-white. At this time, he is completely able to perfectly grasp the form of Super Saiyan 5. And it can last longer, and it can also exert the full strength of the body. It's so strong that I have nothing to say, better than any player in our 7th universe. Son Goku said excitedly. Afterwards, his face immediately returned to calm. At the moment when calm was restored, silver-white aura burst out from the body instantly like a flame. The hair also turned silver in an instant, moving with the wind. However, the flame-like aura only existed for a moment and was immediately absorbed into the body. The pupils also turned silvery white at the same instant. There is no doubt that it is perfect and comfortable. And after seeing Son Goku's perfect Ultra Instinct, whether it's Son Gohan or gods of destruction and angel from other universes, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. Advertisement: I didn't expect Son Goku from another time and space to master the perfect Ultra Instinct in such a short period of time. It seems that the protagonist's halo has not been invalidated because of my appearance. Son Gohan's eyes quickly recovered, and then a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he spoke. However, at this time, whether it is for Zeno and Grand Priest, or for myself, it is a good thing that a superpower appears in the universe. Because disasters will strike in the near future, every strong person will be needed to protect all universes together. As for the other gods of destruction, their complexions are already very ugly. I really didn't expect that human being in the 7th universe has reached a realm that even our gods can't reach. The face of gods of destruction Vermut of the 11th universe is full of envy and jealousy. You must know that their master of gods of destruction is Angel. And every angel has guided every gods of destruction, training about Ultra Instinct. Even after such a long period of time, they have not mastered the ease of extremely easy work. Didn't even scratch the surface of the Ultra Instinct. But a mere human actually mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. This is literally slapping them in the face of gods of destruction. In addition to envy and jealousy in other gods of destruction, the color is also very ugly. After all, this is an extremely humiliating thing for them. And at this time, on Zeno's throne, the two of them are going to fight again. I don't know who will win this time. Is it Goku from the 13th universe or Goku from the 7th universe? Master Zeno couldn't help asking curiously. It's hard to say. Mr. Goku of the 7th universe has mastered Qian Li's, the perfect Ultra Instinct. Although the grade of his Ultra Instinct is still very low, with the addition of a perfect Ultra Instinct, his strength has changed drastically. So it's still uncertain who will win the game in the end. Grand Priest said with a smile, but it doesn't matter who wins the game. But one thing can be proved, that is, two good human powerhouses have appeared in the universe. They are all worth cultivating. Between everyone's surprise and discussion, the two Son Goku have already fought together. Shish, in a moment, a stormy attack was launched. Even the speed of the two is ridiculously fast. Many players have been completely unable to capture the figures of the two of them. You must know that the strength of the two of them at this time has already reached the top level among all the players. Even Karen from the 1st universe and Jiren from the 11th universe had expressions of surprise on their faces. Because they simply can't be sure, will the two of them be able to beat the two Son Goku Pine? Chapter 190 ZZG loses, copied by Sabersley Ultra Instinct, subscribe. Damn. Why did Son Goku of the 7th universe have such a huge improvement in strength? It's only a short period of 1 month, what are you kidding? In the arena, at the position of the 11th universe player, candidate Gods of Destruction Topo said with an extremely ugly face. You know, it was on the panorama competition a month ago. Although Son Goku of the 7th universe is also very strong. But not another Son Goku opponent at all. Unexpectedly, in just 1 month, he was promoted to be able to compete with another Son Goku. This astonishing improvement really shocked him. Even with Angel's guidance, it shouldn't improve so quickly, right? You must know that you have been trained by Angel for more than 10 years. The strength has only reached this level. Originally in the 11th universe, he felt that besides Jiren, he was the most powerful human being. But now it seems that my thoughts at the time were a bit spectator. This universe is too big, and there are countless strong people in the universe. Among all the human beings in the universe, his own strength might not be ranked at all. This power conference can perfectly verify this result. Those two guys are really strong. If the 11th universe wants to win the final victory, the two of them may be the biggest obstacle. At this moment, Jiren on the side also started talking. It's just that there was a look of excitement on his face. To be honest, he hasn't met an opponent who can make him feel excited for a long time. It doesn't matter if it's Son Goku from the 7th universe, or Son Goku from the 13th universe. It made him feel unprecedented excitement. It was a feeling full of anticipation for the battle. Hopefully both of them can lose both. In this case, our 11th universe still has a 56% chance of winning. Topo on the side can only say with a fluke mentality. It's just that Jiren did give him an uncomfortable look. If you are afraid of the strong, how can you reach the level of the strong? Even beyond the strong, Toppo's thoughts at this time are already doomed that he will never be able to surpass Son Goku and the others. Jiren, those two guys are really good. Why didn't you agree to team up with Karen from the first universe? That guy's strength is also outrageous. If the two of you work together, you will definitely be able to sweep all the universes. After eliminating all the universes, the two of you will be competing in an open and honest manner. Wouldn't it be better? It saves time. At this moment, Dispo behind him looked at Jiren and asked. Karen of the first universe, he is very clear about his strength. Maybe not losing to Jiren at all. If the two of them joined forces, it would not be a joke to sweep the other universes. Hear this. Jiren glanced at Dispo with some disgust, but didn't speak at all. If you use this ugly way of teaming up to solve all your opponents. It was a way he didn't even bother with, and he never trusted any allies. Since the last betrayal, he never trusted anyone again. Just trust your fists. Dispo also realized that he had said something wrong, so he quickly lowered his head and stopped speaking. At this time, along with the battle between the 13th Universe Ultra 5 Son Goku and the 7th Universe Ultra Instinct Son Goku. Advertisement many players who were fighting had already stopped fighting. Gave all the ring to the two of them. Addy, after all, the strength of these two guys is too strong. Every time they all encounter the shockwave generated will have a huge impact on them. Everyone is very afraid that if they are eliminated by that kind of shockwave, it will be a bit too bad. And after seeing how powerful the two Son Goku are, they also subconsciously began to conserve their physical energy. If you don't always keep your physical fitness at its peak, at that time, only those who will be eliminated. Ha! Ah da da da! At this time, roars came from the throats of both of them. Obviously, each other has brought speed and strength to the extreme. Boom! At this moment, Son Goku kicked Super 5 Son Goku hard in the chest. And while Super 5 Son Goku backed up, an energy ball condensed in the palm of his hand and directly blasted over. Seeing this, Ultra Instinct Son Goku quickly raised his arms to block. Although the biggest advantage of Ultra Instinct is that it can evade all attacks spontaneously. But if the strength of the opponent is too strong, the speed is too strong. There are obviously some problems with the automatic avoidance ability of Ultra Instinct. Can't dodge all attacks in time. Boom! At the same time as the energy wave exploded, the bodies of the two Son Goku went backwards at the same time. After retreating a distance of several tens of feet, they immediately stabilized their bodies. At this time, after fierce fighting, there were already large and small wounds on the bodies of the two of them. The breath is not as stable as before. At this time, on the auditorium of the 7th universe, gods of Destruction Beerus once again turned extremely ugly. Then he said in a very heavy tone, "Oops, that guy Goku has consumed too much energy. Even if it is a perfect Ultra Instinct, the physical requirements are still very high. If you continue to fight like this, the two of them will lose their physical strength, and other universes will take advantage of them. If Ultra Instinct consumes all physical energy, then at that time, even any player can eliminate Son Goku. But Goku is their universe's ace player. If it is eliminated, the consequences will be disastrous. It is very likely that they will not be able to achieve the final victory." At this moment, Whis' face became more serious. He really had confidence in Son Goku before. "I think it should be possible to defeat Super 5 Son Goku of the 13th universe. But looking at it now, this is not an easy task. Even if Super 5 Son Goku can be eliminated, the final result is a narrow victory. It is difficult for them to face other universe players when they are shown. It's just that there are still many people in their universe who are in the ring. Just eliminated Piccolo and Tien Shinhan, the problem is not too big. And neither Mara nor Sabenzli, who possessed superpowers, made a move. So for now, there is no need to be so nervous. Time passed by every minute and every second. The battle between the two Son Goku also slowed down the intensity of the battle from extremely fierce. Because at this time Ultra Instinct Son Goku's physical fitness was greatly affected. He has always regarded Ultra Instinct as a form of transformation. Advertisement as a result, the consumption of physical energy is very huge. A few minutes of fighting had exhausted him. After all, every attack requires him to use his full strength. In contrast, Super 5 Son Goku. Although there are some problems in physical fitness, it is obvious that the state of Super Saiyan 5 is under his training, and Ultra Instinct is more stable. Boom! And at this moment, Ultra 5 Son Goku directly punched Ultra Instinct Son Goku heavily in the lower abdomen. Ultra Instinct Son Goku was sent flying with a punch. His feet brushed against the ground and retreated a few hundred feet away. The heart-piercing colic made him kneel on the ground uncontrollably. Holding his abdomen with both hands, his body bent directly into a prawn. The forehead has dense handy outflow. Obviously, he has reached his limit at this time. Ultra Instinct will soon be unavailable, you lose. But I have to admit, the perfect Ultra Instinct is really ridiculously strong. If it weren't for your rapid physical consumption, I wouldn't be able to win this battle. Ultra 5 Son Goku's body flashed, and he was in front of Ultra Instinct Son Goku in an instant. Said to Son Goku slightly panting. Even after defeating Son Goku, his stamina was exhausted. Ha ha, indeed. I lost again. The strength of Super Saiyan 5 is really too strong. So you can no longer use the Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct Son Goku smiled helplessly. He felt that he would soon exit the Ultra Instinct form. At that time, with my state, it is estimated that any player in the ring will be able to eliminate me. Then, you go down first. After the voice of Ultra 5 Son Goku fell, an energy ball condensed in the palm of his hand, ready to send Ultra Instinct Son Goku off the ring. This is a game. If you lose, you will be eliminated. Call out. But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Sabensley's body suddenly appeared behind Son Goku. Sabensley. Ultra Instinct Son Goku let out a cry of surprise. What does this guy need to do when he suddenly steps forward? Super 5 Son Goku also looked puzzled. This guy's strength is very weak. You can eliminate it easily by yourself. At this moment, he suddenly ran forward. Was he planning to stop himself? What a fantastic idea, Son Goku. It looks like you've lost the game. In this case, lend me the power and ability you have now, and let me fight. After the extremely calm voice fell, Sabensley suddenly grabbed the back of Son Goku's neck in full view. And the moment Son Goku was grabbed by the neck, on the purple gemstone above Sabensley's head, Son Goku's head suddenly appeared. And it's still in the form of Ultra Instinct. P.S. I'm sorry for all the readers who are still reading. There was something wrong yesterday, and it was already evening when I got home, so I didn't update it. I will not be an eunuch. I will definitely finish writing this book, and there will be a perfect solution. Please rest assured, readers who support the author. Chapter 191 Provocation from Frieza and Cell. You, what the hell did you do? The two Son Goku turned around in surprise at the same time, and looked at Sabensley in disbelief. This guy, what did you mean just now? Why is it said that he is going to fight instead of Son Goku? And both of them were surprised to find that at this moment, on the gemstone on Sabensley's forehead, the appearance of Ultra Instinct, Son Goku appeared in the middle position. Obviously, he has copied Son Goku's abilities. After a moment of shock, both Son Goku came over clearly. Because before, both of them knew that Sabensley had this ability. UB****************** D. Did you actually copy my freedom, Ultimate Instinct? It's really an amazing ability. In this case, the next battle will be left to you. After a moment of surprise, Son Goku smiled helplessly. Because after a battle with 13th Universe Super 5 Son Goku, his physical fitness has reached its limit. It is simply impossible to exert all the power. Even when the voice fell, the silver hair and pupils turned completely black. Apparently back to normal. At this moment, even a random opponent can eliminate him. Call out. And at this moment, Son Gohan of the 7th Universe flashed his body and went directly in front of Son Goku. Dad, take a good rest and recover your strength. Leave the next battle to us. Son Gohan looked firmly at Son Goku of the 13th Universe on the other side. Although his own strength may not surpass Chao Wu and Ultra Instinct's father. But I definitely have the qualifications to fight them. Not even that easy to lose. Son Gohan, you go deal with the others. Then there is a guy who will be handed over to me. After duplicating Son Goku's Ultra Instinct, Sabensley said it with confidence. The ability to copy itself can last for half an hour. And this half an hour is enough to last until the end of the game. Son Goku of the 13th Universe is strong though, but in the battle just now, his physical fitness was more or less affected. And after copying Son Goku's Ultra Instinct, there will be no decline in physical fitness. So he felt that he would be able to defeat Son Goku of the 13th Universe. Okay, then please. Advertisement. Son Gohan nodded, and then flew to another location with Son Goku in his arms. You guys are really amazing. Others have worked so hard to cultivate human strength, but you can obtain it so easily. Why? But even if it is copied, after all, it is someone else's ability. I don't believe you can use it freely. Super 5 Son Goku is not afraid at all. He felt that as long as it was not his own power, he would never be able to perfectly control this kind of power. Then try it. The moment Sabensley's voice fell, his body appeared directly in front of Son Goku. Then launched an attack like a ghost. Apparently, Super 5 Son Goku's thinking is a bit off. After copying Son Goku's Ultra Instinct, that guy is stronger than Son Goku. It's also faster. After the battle entered a fierce stage. Frieza and Cell from the 7th Universe also joined the fray. Cell, what enemy do you hate the most? Frieza looked at Cell with a cold face and asked. Same as you, Saiyan, Cell replied in a cold tone. After all, he was eliminated by Saiyan. For Son Goku and Son Gohan, there is always a feeling of anger in their hearts. So the same person also has great hatred for other Saiyans. Ho 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 ho. Is that really a coincidence? I also hate Saiyan the most. Since we can't fight Saiyan from the 7th Universe, we can't teach them a good lesson. Then let's go meet Saiyan in another universe. After Frieza finished speaking with a voice like a devil, he turned his attention to Broly and Trunks of the 13th Universe. Since both Son Goku and Vegeta are fighting, it's not convenient for them to intervene. But the 13th Universe had two more Saiyans who didn't start the fight. That's Broly and Trunks. Frieza was even angrier when she saw Trunks' face. Okay, one for each person. That big guy seems to be stronger, just leave it to me. Cell pointed to Broly confidently and then spoke. During the 10 years in hell, he was not in vain. 0. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Since Son Goku and Vegeta, both of them can have such great power. Even if Frieza can turn into a golden Frieza, then his own body has their cells at the same time, so how could he be weaker than them? The strength that guy showed just now is ridiculously strong. You'd better be careful yourself. but after I get rid of that brat named Trunks, I'll come to support you right away. Frieza said very politely. As for whether you will carry out what he said, it is not certain. Because no one can know what is going on in Frieza's heart. Then, the two bodies flashed, appeared directly in front of Trunks and Broly. Frieza, Cell? So the dead can also participate in this competition? Trunks glanced at Frieza and Cell indifferently, and then spoke lightly. And this sound was in the ears of both of them. It seemed to be a mockery. After all, both of them died at the hands of Saiyan. Two more people who are not afraid of death. Broly also looked indifferently, and glanced at the two of them. Didn't pay attention to them at all, although these guys can be regarded as a universe powerhouse. But compared with myself, the gap is really too big. Ho 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 ho. Two reckless wild monkeys? If the rules didn't allow it, today I would give Ning your heads without hesitation. But you don't have to be too disappointed, because this day will come sooner or later. Frieza's tone was gloomy and cold, with a fierce arc on the corner of his mouth. So this time, I temporarily agreed to Son Goku to participate in the Tournament of Power. But this does not mean that I forgive them Saiyan, on the contrary. The grievances between myself and Saiyan will never end. Snort. Stop being self-righteous here, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. That was said coldly, he didn't have the slightest liking for these two guys. Then, he gave Broly a wink. The bodies of the two people shot out pills at the same time. Chapter 192 The Frieza duo was instantly defeated. The universe that shocked everyone, subscription request. Snort. Reckless Saiyan, I don't think you know our power yet. Cell, let's go together and completely get rid of these two monkeys who don't want to die. Frieza also said to Cell in a cold tone. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and at that moment, terrifying golden arrogance erupted directly from his body. In an instant, it directly turned into the form of a golden Frieza. The cell on the side also did the same, because this guy's body also contains Frieza's cells after several months of practice. His strength is no worse than Frieza. To be honest, this guy not only has Frieza's talent, but also Son Goku and Vegeta's talent and Cell. Aha! Also accompanied by a roar, golden arrogance burst out from Cell's body in an instant. Immediately afterwards, this guy also turned into a golden form. Because the last time I saw Frieza in this form, he soon learned that he, with his Frieza cells, could do the same. As expected, 260 was only after training for a period of time. He is also able to reach the golden form. It was just the moment when the transformation of the two of them was completed. Trunks and Broly have appeared in front of them. Without hesitation, he punched out directly. Bang bang. Two low-pitched collision sounds sounded at the same time. Then I saw Frieza and Cell's feet rubbing against the ground, and their bodies reported a distance of several hundred feet. But, damn it, how can these two bastards be so powerful? The faces of the two changed drastically in an instant. The original confident look has completely disappeared. Because of Trunks and Broly's punch, they already felt their arms go numb. This power was far beyond their expectations. It's unbelievable. What kind of things have the demi-humans experienced in these years of time competition? Why do they have such great power? Whether it's the two Son Goku just now, or the two guys in front of us, their strength seems to be outrageous. Cell's face is also very ugly. Originally thought that after he and Frieza became golden forms, there were not many people who could become their opponents. But I didn't expect them to pick two soft persimmons, and they were still so difficult to deal with. Haha. And just when Frieza and Cell got serious, Trunks and Broly roared simultaneously. Terrifying arrogance erupted from his body instantly. Trunks directly turned into Super Saiyan's dark blue form. At this moment, his power far surpasses that of Vegeta, who is extremely difficult in Dragon Ball. You know, he has been training with Whis and Son Gohan. And training in a special room, although only a few years have passed outside. But not so inside. Broly also directly transformed into Super Saiyan form. This form is extremely stable for him and won't consume too much energy. Advertisement. Even if you continue to persist for the last half an hour, there is no problem at all. Get rid of them both quickly, Broly. I don't have a crush on either of these guys. Trunks said something to Broly. After packing, he has changed drastically from the original Trunks. It seems to be the reason for always following Brother Gohan. So his character is also a little bit influenced by Brother Gohan. A lot has changed, although he still maintains his kindness and a pure heart of justice. But for these two guys in front of them, his kindness has no effect. Broly nodded. I don't know why, but after seeing these two guys, I always feel uncomfortable. If this is the case, get rid of them as soon as possible. I always feel that they are a bit insidious, maybe something will happen in the end. After the words fell, the two rushed towards Frieza and Cell again. So they pushed their speed and strength to the limit. Because they must completely eliminate the two of them in the fastest time. Bang bang bang. Whoosh, Sultry is very fast in terms of speed and attack speed. In almost a moment, there was a gust of wind and a torrential attack. The suppressed Frieza and Cell didn't have any power to fight back. Especially Broly, whose strength is unbelievably stronger. Cell is in his hands, there is no power to parry. Boom. At this moment, Broly charged up his punches. Directly knocked out the Cell. The body retreated a few hundred feet away, and then directly landed on the edge of the ring. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs had been shaken apart by this punch. No. Impossible. How could such a B asterisk 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 D happen? That guy is obviously just a Saiyan, obviously just turned into an ordinary Saiyan form. Why is his power so powerful? Cell was completely dazed at this moment. Obviously just a Saiyan. In my own impression, it is just a Saiyan who has become a Super Saiyan. He couldn't even beat himself in the second form. This can easily kill him, but now, this guy has completely exceeded his expectations. Cut. Your strength is really weak, Broly said coldly. I didn't expect the two guys who challenged me in Trunks to be so ridiculously weak. Then, a direct energy ball sent Cell out of the field. And Frieza, who could turn into a golden form, was also a fiasco in the hands of Trunks. You must know that Frieza's current strength is at most similar to that of Super Saiyan Blue. Advertisement, but Trunks has already mastered the form of Super Saiyan Dark Blue. This form is completely different from the Super Saiyan Blue color. To know this form, the Gods of Destruction form of the candidate Gods of Destruction has been reached. Trunks are even stronger, so it's a very easy thing to beat Frieza. Easily, the two were defeated. At this time, there are fewer and fewer players in the arena. Grand Priest, the game is getting more and more exciting. I didn't expect that there are relatively strong players in every universe. Of course, except for the few universes that were eliminated. Zeno also said excitedly. Watching such a game really makes people feel very excited. Yes, however, the 12th universe is really surprising. Even now, they still maintain a lineup of 10 players. They are so far, and the one who retains the most players in the arena is Universe. Grand Priest nodded, then said in surprise. Unexpectedly, until now, no player in the 12th universe has been eliminated. Although their strength is very average, but once a player wants to deal with them, they will deal with 10 together. This spirit of reporting to the group is indeed worth learning for all universes. Master Zeno, how about I announce the remaining players from each universe? Grand Priest asked. Because there are not many players in the arena at this time. Okay, it gives them a sense of crisis. Maybe this can stimulate their potential. Zeno nodded, agreeing, Grand Priest's opinion, after getting Master Zeno's approval. The Grand Priest also started announcing players from each universe. Next, let me announce to everyone. 0.2. At this time, the situation of each universe in the ring remains. The first is the first universe, there are 3 players left. 5th universe, multiplied to 4 players, 11, 6th universe, 1 player left. 7th universe, 5 contestants remaining. Number 11 universe, there are 3 players left. Number 12 universe, remaining 10 contestants. So judging from the current results, 12 universe is the best. It is also the most likely to win the final prize. Everyone, please be sure to understand that the rule for our victory this time is that the universe with the most players remaining in the ring after the end of the game time wins. So, all players, please come on, after Grand Priest's voice fell. There was a look of surprise on everyone's face, because they heard that the 12th universe still had 10 players. This is indeed something they did not expect at all. Unexpectedly, after such a desperate duel, the 12th universe did not eliminate a single player. Chapter 193 The Vulnerable Hit, the 6th universe is out, seeking subscription. As for the 13th universe, Grand Priest didn't say anything. However, the situation of the 13th universe is not bad, just eliminated Son Gohan, another Trunks, Android 16 and others. As for Son Goku, Vegeta, Trunks and Broly, they're still in the ring. If there are a few of them, the possibility of losing is very small. However, it is necessary to prevent unexpected emergencies. Are you kidding me? The gap between the 12th universe and our 11th universe is so big? There are only 3 players left in our universe. I didn't expect not a single player to be eliminated in the 12th universe. Gods of Destruction Vermut of the 11th universe said with an extremely ugly face. Originally thought that their 11th universe would be the final winner. But now it seems that it is almost impossible. Darling, please don't worry. Although there are only 3 players left in our universe, the rest are Topo, Jiren and Dispo. The strength of the 3 of them is the strongest in our universe. Actually, the other players don't have much effect. Seeing Gods of Destruction Vermut's ugly face, Angel Makarita at the side spoke to comfort him. As soon as these words came out, the other eliminated contestants sitting next to them looked embarrassed. 03. Although this is the case, it was said so blatantly. They still feel hit, but they didn't dare to talk too much at this time. Gods of Destruction is here after all. You were right, as long as Topo and Jiren are not eliminated, there is still hope for our universe. Hearing Makarita's comfort, Vermut felt a little better. Jiren is the core member of their universe. As long as he is not eliminated, then even if all the other players are eliminated, so what? In the end, Jiren may also be able to lift the tide on his own. And this time, it's not just the 11th universe. Other universes are starting to worry too. Because there are still 10 players left in the 12th universe, that is to say, they have been in the universe from the beginning to the present. No contestant was eliminated at all. The possibility of them winning is already very weak. The Gods of Destruction with the ugliest face at this time is of course the Gods of Destruction Champa of the 6th universe. Most of the other universes have been eliminated, and they are dead pigs who are not afraid of boiling water. But Champa's 6th universe has not yet been eliminated. But it is definitely a desperate struggle on the verge of elimination. Because Hit is the only player left in the entire universe. No matter how strong this guy is, it is absolutely impossible to persevere until the end. So at this time, the 6th universe is no different from being eliminated. Advertisement, Master Champa, it seems that this time, our 6th universe has no hope. The new angel of the 6th universe on the side said to Champa. Although none of them want to accept this fact, but there is no way, the fact is the fact that if you don't want to accept it, you must accept it. Caster, what kind of punishment do you think the universe will receive if it loses this time? Champa looked at the new angel Custer beside him, and asked with a serious face. Working with Caster in front of me is definitely not as natural as Vados. After all, he and Vados have been working together for nearly a year. And Custer, it's only been a month, I don't know that either. After all, no one can guess Master Zeno's mind. Custer shook his head, obviously, he didn't know what the punishment was. After all, he is just an angel who has just turned into a regular from a trainee angel. Many things are beyond his reach. What's more, it is even more impossible to spy on Master Zeno's thoughts. I hope it's not some important punishment, Champa can only pray in her heart. The battle has become more and more intense. At this time, what Hit was facing was the 5th universe player Bruga. This guy is clearly a 5th universe seed. The strength is very strong, and after several fights, there is no problem with his physical fitness. But Hit has turned into a dead end. Even with the flash time skill, the damage that can be caused to this guy is very small. It is no exaggeration to say that the strength of Bluck in front of him completely surpasses Super Blue Sun Goku and Super 4 Vegeta. Because Hit was dealing with the two of them, none were so laborious. Don't get too carried away. Even if you have seen through my flash time skills, it is not so easy to get the basics of me. Hit gritted his teeth tightly and said with a very ugly face. The brute in front of him is worthy of being the seed player of the 5th universe. In just a few minutes of fighting, he has completely seen through his flash skills. The flash time skill that I am using now has almost no effect on him. As for himself who has lost his flash time skill, his strength will naturally be greatly reduced. Oh, you may be taking yourself a little too seriously. It is undeniable that your previous ability is indeed a bit outrageous, but a human being can actually manipulate time. It really surprised me, however, I have fully mastered your offensive style, and next, you have no chance of winning. Advertisement Bruce said with great determination. He didn't regard Hit as a real opponent at all, because this guy is not qualified yet. Looking around the entire arena, he has already selected several good opponents. That is the Ultra Instinct Son Goku of the 7th universe, and the Ultra Instinct Son Goku of the 13th universe. There is also Sabensley who copied the 7th universe Ultra Instinct Son Goku. Jiren from the 11th universe, Karen from the 1st universe. Finally, there's Brawly from the 13th universe. Except for these guys, he didn't take anyone seriously. Even the 12th universe, which has not been eliminated, is still not taken seriously. Fighting alone, they are not their opponents at all. He doesn't believe that the 12th universe can maintain the state of 10 players. Don't jump to conclusions. Hit gritted his teeth tightly, clenched his fist and launched an attack again. Obviously, it used flash power. 237 but at the moment he appeared behind Brook. Brook kicked back directly, kicking Hitler's chest heavily. Boom. Hit's body was kicked out directly, then fell to the edge of the ring. Wipe away the purple blood stains from the corner of his mouth. Attacked again. Shish, Hit's attack is amazingly fast. Almost in an instant, hundreds of attacks have been made. Especially after he failed to perform, even his breath could not be captured. But still every time, he would be sent flying by Brook. The huge gap cannot be made up at all. After being hit hard dozens of times, Hit was out of breath. Almost lost the ability to fight. To be able to persevere until now is because of my self-esteem and arrogance that insist on not letting him fall. Bluck grabbed Hit by the neck. Then, he said in a flat tone. This is the gap between us, and you will never be able to bridge it. Look carefully below, this is not your stage. After the indifferent, dismissive voice fell. Bluck threw Hit out of the ring directly. At this time, the voice of the Grand Priest also sounded. The 6th universe, the last player, Hit, is eliminated, and the 6th universe is out. After the words fell, Gods of Destruction Champa sat back in his seat like a deflated ball. Sure enough, the gap between the 6th universe and other universes is still huge. Chapter 194 Despicable Moro and Sabensley, Brawly takes the shot. As the fighting continues, the matter has entered a heated stage. Super 5 Son Goku of the 13th universe is constantly fighting Sabensley. Because there has been a full-scale battle with Ultra Instinct Son Goku before. At this time, he obviously had a problem with his physical fitness. Although Super Saiyan 5 is a more stable form than Ultra Instinct. But if you use it for a long time and fight with all your strength, the physical consumption is still very huge. So at this time, when facing Sabensley, Son Goku was a little bit powerless. It looks like your strength is nothing more than that. However, if I copy your strength, then I should be the most powerful one in this arena. Sabensley had an abnormally calm expression at this moment. Looking at the panting Super 5 Son Goku, he spoke. Because he is a copied Ultra Instinct, so there won't be any physical problems. Moreover, he is an advanced artificial intelligence creature, the so-called artificial human. So it is an infinite energy type. As long as it is not disassembled, its energy is inexhaustible. Don't be so self-righteous. Even if there are some problems with my physical fitness, it is not so easy for you to beat me. Son Goku frowned, then clenched his fists and said coldly to Sabensley. Although that's what it says, but this guy's strength is indeed ridiculously strong. If you continue to fight, you have no chance of winning. Is it? If that's the case, let's try it, Sai Bensley said lightly. Cut. After gritted his teeth, Super Son Goku attacked again. Shish. Every punch, every leg seems to be able to directly cut the space. His speed and strength were brought to the extreme by him at this time. But obviously, Bensley, who had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, didn't pay attention to these attacks at all. Along with the decline in physical fitness, Son Goku's speed and strength have appeared problems. Call out. Boom. Bensley's body suddenly circled behind Son Goku. He kicked Son Goku hard on the back. Son Goku staggered and rushed forward for a distance of several tens of feet. Advertisement. I felt a burning pain in my back. The strength of this guy seems to be stronger than the other self just now. Call out. But at this moment, another figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Is that guy called Mara? After seeing the sheep-headed guy who suddenly appeared in front of him, Super Son Goku's face became even more ugly. Originally, a Sabersley was very difficult to deal with. If there is another Mara now, 2 against 1, I have no chance at all. Not bad, Son Goku from the 13th universe. You are incredibly strong. It's a pity that this is a ring, otherwise the energy in your body should be a very rare delicacy. Mo Luo pursed his lips like a devil, and looked at Son Goku with greedy desire. Because the power contained in Son Goku's body is too strong. If you can swallow all these forces, your own strength will definitely be greatly improved. At that time, a prison of the galaxy patrol can be easily destroyed by oneself. Even the gods of Destruction Beerus couldn't easily sanction himself. You guy, you should have done a lot of bad things before. I can feel your breath. It seems that hundreds of millions of dead souls are howling. Damn. Damn. How many planets have you absorbed and how many humans have you killed? Son Goku gritted his teeth tightly, clenched his fists, his face was full of anger. Because Gohan told him before. Mara is a guy who can absorb the energy of planets and humans to increase his power. And now I can feel very desperate energy from his body. This is definitely because he has absorbed countless people before. I'm a devil, isn't it normal to do bad things? Besides, those so-called human beings and planets can become my nourishment, and they should feel the supreme glory. With a devilish smile on his face, Mara said to Son Goku. And this kind of words completely ignited Son Goku's anger. Call out. After a flash of his body, he rushed directly towards Moro. How could there be such a cruel devil in this world? Just at the moment when Son Goku's body flashed out, Bensley's body also flashed, and he directly kicked Son Goku's waist heavily. Because he didn't expect Bensley to make a sudden move at all, so he didn't have time to react at all. He was kicked out directly. Advertisement. Damn. If this goes on, I have absolutely no chance of winning. Son Goku's face became more serious. You know, even if Bensley is alone, he can't defeat him. What's more, now 2 people appear at the same time. Mo Luo's strength should be outrageous. Let me taste your energy. It's really rare and delicious. After Mo Luo's devil-like voice fell, a huge magic ball suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flick of his mouth, Son Goku was bound in an instant. Soon, Son Goku felt his powers start to disappear rapidly. With a shake of his arms, he opened his posture, and the terrifying golden enterprise erupted from his body in an instant. Mo Luo's magic ball was immediately scattered. When the toes stepped on the ground instantly shattered. And Son Goku's body has appeared behind Moro and then kicked the field. It landed directly on Mo Luo's neck. Snapped. Nani? Mo Luo's body was blown out. He didn't expect that Son Goku still had such a powerful Li Huang in his body. Okay. At that moment just now, he didn't react at all, and was kicked away. Hoo. The moment he exerted his full strength, Son Goku was exhausted now, and he began to pant heavily. The long fight and the outbreak just now caused huge problems in his physical fitness. And at this moment, let Bensley's body fly towards Son Goku again. Ready to sneak attack. It's just that there is a figure that is faster than him. Just as he was about to touch Son Goku, a foot landed directly on his face. Boom. Bensley's body was also kicked away. Broly's body then fell in front of Son Goku. 2 on 1 is a bit too unfair, now 2 on 2. Broly said to Mo Luo and Bensley coldly. Son Goku cannot be eliminated. Otherwise, I will be fighting alone. Fake. Chapter 195 Son Goku Broly join forces, invincible, for subscription. Damn. How did this B************* D show up? Bensley gritted his teeth tightly and glared at Broly. Although he didn't confront Broly head-on, but I can clearly feel the performance of this guy just now, and his strength is very strong. If you want to defeat him, I am afraid it is not that simple. If he joins hands with Mara-sama, he can easily defeat Son Goku of the 13th universe. But now that there is a Broly, the situation is not so easy. Oh, another burst of super energy. It's really coveted, such a huge energy body. Mo Luo pursed his lips, and the greedy desire in his eyes became even higher. If he swallowed all the energy of these 2 guys, then all the people in the arena added up will be impossible to be their opponents. But that Saiyan called Broly, if he joins forces with Son Goku just now, it may not be that simple to subdue them completely. Thank you, Broly. Son Goku smiled at Broly, then thanked him. If it wasn't Brawly just now, and he was 1 against 2, then the ending is completely acceptable. Definitely will be eliminated by both of them. Now that Brawly suddenly appeared, he also had a chance to breathe. You're welcome, let's fight hard. Gohan said that our 13th universe must win the final 583. Let's get rid of the two of them first. Brawly looked at Son Goku and said very seriously. Since it was an order from Gohan, he had to do it no matter what. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and the terrifying grass-green arrogance instantly burst out from his body. Immediately afterwards, the originally blue-gold hair directly turned green. The breath is very terrifying. The entire Wu-Ji that was vibrating began to tremble violently. The terrifying aura made all eyes turn to Brawly again. After feeling the breath of Brawly, whether it is gods of destruction or other players, all of them looked very ugly, because at this time, Brawly said that the aura released was not weaker than that of Son Goku just now. Even stronger than him. It's unbelievable. Why are there so many powerful humans in the 13th universe? All the gods of destruction looked at Brawly in amazement. The appearance of a Son Gohan is already very outrageous. That guy was directly favored by Master Zeno and became the great gods of destruction. Fortunately, 2 such powerful guys appeared again. Are you kidding me? How did this guy get so much stronger all of a sudden? The faces of Mo Luo and Sebenzli on the opposite side were also very ugly. Advertisement if only Brawly was as strong as before. They still have a chance to fight, but now, this guy suddenly increased his strength. And compared with just now, there has been a world of difference. Now even if the two of them join forces, they may not be able to defeat them. Call out, and at this moment, Trunks suddenly appeared. Because he's been with Brawly the whole time. Just now, I just got entangled with those players from 12 universe. So I didn't come here in time. You're here too, Trunks. Son Goku smiled. The strength of Trunks is also very strong. If the 3 of them join forces, they can definitely defeat Mara and Sebenzli from the 7th universe. Uncle Goku, you seem to be exhausted, and there were a lot of injuries. Let me heal your wounds first, Trunks said to Son Goku. Because he knew in his heart that Uncle Goku's role was much bigger than himself. As long as Uncle Goku and Brawly are not eliminated, then, they have a great chance of winning this game. Even if you are eliminated, it doesn't matter, and since he became Supreme Kai, he has the ability to heal. It should be perfectly fine to help Uncle Goku regain his strength. Ah, do you have this ability? Son Goku asked in surprise. You must know that according to your own understanding, Trunks simply does not have the ability to heal. Of course, have you forgotten that I am Supreme Kai? Well, even if anyone gets eliminated, neither you nor Brawly. Because whether our 13th universe can win the final victory depends entirely on you two, added. Trunks nodded. It doesn't matter whether Son Goku agrees or not. Start to heal him directly. The energy possessed by Super Saiyan 5 far exceeds the calculation of Trunks. Even if he used all of his healing ability to treat injuries. But there is still no way to completely restore Goku's collection to its peak form. It just recovered 90% of its strength, however, such strength should be able to recover to its peak in battle. Thank you, Trunks. Son Goku thanked Trunks. At this time, he felt that his physical fitness had almost returned to its peak period. And without the pain in the body is more comfortable. Advertisement, Uncle Goku, you are too serious, Trunks smiled reluctantly. At this time, he has become the end of his strength. Helping Uncle Goku regain his strength has drained almost all of his energy. If the battle starts now, any player can eliminate him. Okay, Brawly, let's go, Son Goku said to Brawly with a firm gaze. He consumed all the energy of Trunks, and the group returned to its peak form. So you must not let Trunks down, Brawly also nodded heavily. Whoosh! In the next second, the bodies of the two burst out at the same time. In an instant, Mo Luo and Sebenzli were in front of them. Then launched a stormy attack, although Mara has a lot of magic and magic. But in the stormy offense of Son Goku and Brawly, his magical powers and spells were simply too late to cast. You can only fight with your own strength. It is also completely unable to distract to absorb the power of other people. Shish. Son Goku and Brawly fight harder, faster and stronger. It seems to be completely tireless. Mo Luo and Sebenzli could only reluctantly parry, and they had no power to fight back at all. Bang bang, and just a few minutes later, facing the stormy attack. Moro and Sebenzli were obviously outnumbered, then he was directly punched by Son Goku and Brawly. 10 times Kamehameha wave. While knocking the two into the air, Son Goku directly took out his strongest killing move. 10 times the Kamehameha wave. Although Brawly doesn't have this trick. But the hands are also instantly condensed with energy. Then, bombed with Son Goku. The two energies of red and green were entangled together at the moment of the wedding car. Just like a twisted rope, the breath is also doubled in an instant. Nani. After feeling the incomparably terrifying aura and tremendous pressure, Mo Luo and Sebenzli's expressions changed wildly. The important person hurried and also condensed Ki Blast to stop it. But obviously, this kind of passive confrontation can't stop the 10 times Kamehameha wave superversion at all. The confrontation between the energy waves is almost one-sided. Chapter 196 The Final Battle. The whole card of the 12th universe, for subscription. Damn it. How is this possible?
There's a B asterisk 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 D's power here. Why is it so powerful? It's absolutely impossible. I have already absorbed the energy of more than a dozen planets, and I also absorbed a lot of energy in the battle just now. I'm enough alone. Persevere until the end. After Mo Luo felt the devastating energy, his complexion instantly became very ugly. He has always been a more strategizing person. According to his guess, he should be the last one in this game. Because his ability is not possessed by everyone. But why are those two guys so powerful? The ki blast that they jointly released was so strong that they couldn't deal with it. Even with Bensley, who copied the abilities of Ultra Instinct, Son Goku. It's just that Son Goku and Broly didn't give him much time to think. Huh. A deep roar came from the throats of the two of them. Ki blast doubled in an instant. In the next second, the bodies of Guo Luo and Don Bensley were directly blasted away by the energy wave. The moment his body fell into the arena, it landed on the audience seats of the 7th universe. This is the bewildered look on both of their faces. They don't believe it at all, and they have special superpowers. They have always been very confident, but they were defeated by others with such a humble attitude. Cut. These two trash. It seems to be quite strong, but it has no effect at all. Even if the two bald heads from Earth came on stage, it would probably end like this at most. Hateful. Beerus clenched his fists tightly and looked angrily at Mo Luo and Bensley in front of him. These two bastards are really embarrassing themselves. He even brought them over from the galactic prison. It now appears that Whisa's suggestion was simply wrong. Saw an angry Beerus. The two also lowered their heads in shame. Although their strength is very good, but compared with gods of destruction Beerus, there is still an insurmountable gap. It is no exaggeration to say that the gods of destruction who have mastered the power of a universe law can destroy them in an instant. And they might not even have a chance to fight back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Call, in the ring, Son Goku finally let out a long sigh of relief. Just now he thought that he would be defeated by those two guys from the 7th universe. Advertisement, but the appearance of Broly changed the situation. And Trunks also played a vital role in helping him recover his physical fitness. Without Trunks recovering his stamina, he couldn't use 10 times Kamehameha Wave at all. Thank you, Trunks and Broly, Son Goku said heartily. He didn't want to lose this game, he wants to stick to the end. Because he feels that in the ring, there are still many strong players who have not been eliminated. Please don't say that, Uncle Goku. Whether our 13th universe can win the final victory depends on you and Broly. So that's what I should do, Trunks said with a smile. For them, Son Goku was lucky not to be eliminated. Because once Son Goku is eliminated, Broly is alone. At that time, if other universes join forces, the situation will be quite bad. As time goes by, more and more players are eliminated. Both Vegeta of the 13th universe and the 7th universe were eliminated. Toppo and Dispo of the 11th universe were also eliminated by the players of the 12th universe. In the end, there was only one player left in the 1st universe. The 5th universe and 8th universe seeded players were also eliminated. At this time, there was not much left in the arena. Hey, it looks like the final battle is about to take place. The strongest player in each universe is saved for last. Grand Priest also looked at the players on the ring with great interest. Those who can still stay in the arena at this time are all human beings with powerful strength. Be the best of every universe. The next battle is really exciting. Grand Priest, which universe do you think will win in the end? Zeno glanced at Grand Priest, then asked with a smile. Indeed, they can still stay in the arena at this time. They are all the top powerhouses in each universe. But he is very curious, who will stay among these strong men in the end. Master Zeno, this is really hard to predict, because the strength of each player is ridiculously strong. If analyzed in the current form, the 12th universe has an absolute numerical advantage. From the first 10 contestants, no one has been eliminated. Maybe they will have some ultimate trick, however, Karen from the 1st universe, Son Goku from the 7th universe, Hit from the 11th universe, and Son Goku from the 13th universe, Broly and Trunks are all very strong. Although the Trunks players in the 13th universe are relatively weak, they have Son Goku and Vegeta in the universe. Advertisement 0, ask for flowers, so I think the 13th universe also has a great advantage. Grand Priest just analyzed the situation of the remaining universes and their probability of winning. After all, this kind of thing cannot be predicted. So he doesn't know which universe will win the final victory. At this moment in the arena, everyone stopped their hands. Because they know that once the battle breaks out, the game will soon be over. But obviously, the 7th universe has the lowest winning rate. Because there is only one Son Goku left in the 7th universe who has not been eliminated. Although he has comprehended the perfect free and easy work. But his stamina was running low. In this case, there is no chance of winning. At this time, Karen from the 1st universe went directly to the 12th universe. Let's join forces, as long as our two universes join forces. We can definitely eliminate the 13th universe. I know that each of you is very strong, maybe you have special moves. But I have to remind you that Broly and Son Goku from the 13th universe are definitely not ordinary people. If the two of them join forces, even if you have special hole cards, it will be enough to eliminate you. Only when our two universes join forces, can we sweep the other three universes. Since Jiren from the 11th universe doesn't know what to do, I feel invited. Then after joining forces with 12 universe, the first one will eliminate them. Let's join forces. Kakashi from the 12th universe nodded in agreement. Because of the situation on the field, everyone's fighting situation has been left on the field. They have all been accurately analyzed, as Karen said just now, although there are still 10 of them left. But if they want to deal with the 13th universe, they have no chance of winning. But if they team up with 1st universe, they will have a big hand. After eliminating the 13th universe, then there is only one Karen left, and they have every chance to win. It seems that the 12th universe is more sensible than the 11th universe. In this case, show your real whole cards. The competition has entered the final stage. Karen said with a cold smile on his face. No matter how you look at it, I don't think this guy is a good person. Sisters. It's time to unite. Kakashi turned her head and said the door to the other 9 female players. Chapter 197 Super Fit Warrior, Kakarot and Brawly Fit, subscribe. The other 9 nodded immediately. Then, accompanied by a burst of light, it directly covered the entire WuGG. The 10 female contestants of the 12th universe turned into one person in the end. It seems that there is no difference from Kakashi just now, but there is an extra golden armor all over her body. The golden armor is constantly shining with light. At this time, the explosive atmosphere of Japanese stocks spread throughout the arena. Okay. What a horrible breath. Those guys from 12th universe all fit together. This breath is too strong. What is going on? The moment he felt the birth of that breath, Trunks' face changed suddenly. This breath is ridiculously strong. It is not weaker than the Super Black Full Power Bro drama. It's really strong. This aura is ridiculously strong. It can be said to be the strongest among all the contestants. Even Brawly himself couldn't help but say in surprise. Except for Gohan, he has never felt such a strong, 623, breath. It can definitely be regarded as the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. The 10 contestants of the 12th universe merged into one. It's really a very powerful force. Besides, the 1st universe seems to have teamed up with the 11th universe. In this case, it will be very difficult for our 13th universe to win. Unless, Son Goku frowned and was about to speak. After a short rest, his physical fitness also recovered a little. Although not as good as the peak form of Super Saiyan 5. But that's about it, but compared with them, it seems to be worse. And in the 12th universe and the 1st universe joined forces, this is not good news for them. If you want to defeat their alliance now, then there is only one last way. Uncle Goku, at what point are you still keeping a secret? Tell me quickly, what method is it? Trunks asked impatiently. Now it's time for the most critical thing in the power conference. The combination of the 1st universe and the 12th universe is simply indestructible. Brawly also looked curious. Want to beat those 2 universe guys? What exactly needs to be done? Actually, the solution is that Brawly and I fit together. Brawly's strength is very strong, and she is also a Saiyan with special blood. As long as the 2 of us fit together, we will definitely be able to explode with unprecedented power. The power is beyond my imagination, but for sure, as long as the 2 of us fit together, we can beat everyone in the ring. Son Goku said firmly. He's very confident in his and Brawly's powers. As long as the 2 of them fit together, they can definitely beat anyone. Even if the 12 universes are a combination of 10 people, it is impossible to defeat them. Advertisement, really? Really? Do you still have this ability? Why have I never heard of it before? Trunks said curiously. Because in their time and space, Son Goku and Vegeta are already dead. The Supreme Kai I came into contact with, or I don't know that it can be fitted with Potara earrings. The old Supreme Kai was never seen, so they didn't know about the fit of the earrings at all. Maybe you haven't experienced Majin Buu, so you don't know much about it. Or maybe Gohan knew he didn't tell you, because with Gohan's strength, there is no need to fit together. Son Goku opened his mouth to explain. Gohan's strength has surpassed all of them, not even what they can imagine. So there is no need for such a move at all. In fact, I and Vegeta are also quite opposed to this method. But sometimes in order to deal with stronger enemies, they have to use such moves. There are 2 types of combinations. One is the fit with Supreme Kai's Potara earrings. The other is called Dance Fusion. Then what should we do? Trunks asked immediately. At this time, there are less than 10 minutes before the end of the game. In these 10 minutes, they must defeat everyone, and the regiment can win the final victory. Fit seems to be the only hope of winning. Trunks, haven't you become Supreme Kai already? Supreme Kai's earrings can be fusion. However, with the current strength of me and Brawly, it is estimated that even the Potara earrings cannot withstand the combined strength. According to my calculations, this combination can last at most 3 minutes. Son Goku said very seriously. At the beginning, I and Vegeta became Super Saiyan 4, and then used dance steps after fusion. Super 4 Vegeta's form can only last 10 minutes. And now, myself and Brawly are stronger than Super Saiyan 4. It is estimated that even if the Potara earrings are combined, it is difficult to maintain the strength after the combination for a long time. According to my speculation, it should only be 3 minutes. So before their fit is over, all players in the arena must be eliminated. Only in this way can they ensure that they will win. Want to use my earrings? In this case, Uncle Goku, you and Brawly should join together. Trunks immediately took off his Potara earrings. I didn't expect that after becoming Supreme Kai, the earrings still have such a magical effect 0. Although my own Supreme Kai seems useless, but my own earrings actually played a very important role. Come on, Brawly. Taking the earring, Son Goku looked at Broly and said firmly. Advertisement fusion cannot proceed without Broly's consent. In the end, they couldn't win either, because with Broly's strength alone, it is estimated that it will be difficult to win. Broly nodded immediately, then took the other earring. For him, fit is not an unacceptable thing at all. And he promised Gohan that he must win this game. The current opponent is too strong. If this kind of how can really win the game, either he is willing. Then, under the reminder of Son Goku, the two wore earrings on different ears. A dazzling light once again instantly covered the entire Wujiji. What followed was the violent trembling of the entire Wujiji. Boom rumble. Everyone's shocked eyes turned to the place where the light came out. Incomparably shocked, because this breath is too powerful. It was even scarier than the fusion of 10 people from the 12th universe just now. Even Zeno and the big monster were extremely shocked. Because at this time the aura is too powerful, it has completely surpassed most of gods of destruction, and is even infinitely close to Angel. It's so powerful. Is this the warrior after the fusion of 13 universes? Grand Priest said in surprise. It seems that there are indeed a lot of geniuses in this power conference. Those who can stay in the ring at this time, definitely 0.9 can be called geniuses. Son Gohan was also surprised. Unexpectedly, at this time, Son Goku actually proposed a combination. However, it is indeed very wise and safe to fit together at this time. Because the trump card of the 12th universe was beyond his expectation. Since they can fit together, so why not the 13th universe? And under everyone's shocked eyes, the dazzling light disappeared little by little. A figure appeared in the sight of everyone. The upper body is dressed the same as Son Goku. But there is a piece of purple fur around the waist. Those were the ears of Broly's friends on Wampa. The appearance is a combination of Son Goku and Broly. The fusion was successful. The former combined warrior was called Vegito. Then, the combined fighter this time should be called Kakaroli. The super fit warrior was officially born. Chapter 198. With one's own power, 2 universes are instantly eliminated, for subscription. At this time, in the ring, the other players who had not been eliminated all cast their eyes on Kakaroli. Because everyone could feel the explosive breath in Kakaroji's body. How is this possible? After the 2 guys from the 13th universe merge, the power they erupted even surpassed everyone else in an instant. Jiren from the 11th universe thought with a very heavy face. If it is just a combination of the 12th universe, then for them, it is not completely impossible to deal with. But the fighters produced by the fusion of the 13th universe this time are simply too strong. He felt that if they fought together, he would have no chance of winning at all. Karen, a player from the 1st universe, also had an extremely ugly face. Damn it, those bastards from the 13th universe, why can they also perform fusion? In this way, it will become more and more difficult to get the final contest. Karen thought very angrily. Originally, he had already made plans in 03. Join forces with 12th universe and let the guy from 12th universe go first. After almost eliminating the remaining players, the 2 of them are in the final battle. At that time, his physical fitness is bound to have problems. And just after his physical fitness problems, he has absolute certainty that he can eliminate Super Kaisa. Okay, what a powerful breath, unbelievable. Is this what Uncle Goku and Broly would look like when they merge? Looking at the brand new fighter in front of him, Trunks was beyond shocked. Although he thought that after the power of the 2 people combined, they would definitely become very powerful. But the strength in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. It is no exaggeration to say that all the people who stayed on that stage at this time added up. It is impossible to be the opponent of the warrior born after the fusion of Uncle Goku and Broly. This force is really ridiculously strong, stronger than I imagined. Kakaroli clenched his fist tightly, crackling lightning, instantly ringing around the body. Haha. Then, Kakaroli suddenly roared, advertisement. Grass-green flames erupted from his body instantly. The energy is ridiculously strong. The airwaves spread directly in all directions. Kakaroli felt that he could completely transform into a higher-level super true Asian form. Maybe not even Super Saiyan 5, but now, there is no need to become that form at all. Because just after becoming Saiyan, his strength is already ridiculously strong. Shocked all gods of destruction, because after becoming Super Saiyan, Kakaroli's power has surpassed that of gods of destruction. Trunks, go down by yourself, leave the rest to me. After turning into Super Saiyan, Kakaroli said to the Trunks on the side. Because the Trunks have no effect at this time. If he stays in the ring, it may cause some injuries to him. So staying below the ring was his best choice, okay. Then you must work hard. Trunks also spoke to Kakaroli without any hesitation. With a leap of his body, he voluntarily left the ring. Because the next battle, he is no longer needed. At this moment in the arena, anyone could eliminate himself. And if he stays in the ring, it is very likely that Kakaroli will be hindered from fighting well. After Trunks left that station, the remaining players all looked at each other in blank dismay, and none of them dared to step forward. Because Kakaroli's power this time, indeed, far exceeded their imagination. It's not even an existence they can handle. Whoever strikes first will most likely lose the universe. Finally, Karen from the 10th universe couldn't bear it anymore. Because now they're teaming up with 12th universe. The 13th universe guy has strong makeup. If he joins forces with Jiren, or Son Goku from the 7th universe. Then the consequences would be disastrous, and they could not be opponents at all. So before they join forces, it is most important to eliminate that guy first. Advertisement, Kakasha, let's do it together, we will eliminate the guy from the 13th universe first. That's when we'll have a chance to win. Jiren and Son Goku from the 7th universe. I think you are also very clear that it is impossible to win with your own strength. Now, only if we fight together, with the combined fighters from the 13th universe, can our universes have a chance of winning. Karen directly incites the remaining 3 universes. Both Jiren and Son Goku shook their heads, both of them are above-board people. Even if they really lost the game in the end, it would be because they were inferior. Want to join forces with other universes against one universe. They can't do this kind of thing, and I will definitely not do it, eh? Stupid stuff. Since you like 563 to be eliminated so much, then it's up to you. Kakasha, let's go together. Even with the strength of the two of us, we won't necessarily lose to them. Seeing these two guys in front of him, he felt so ignorant, and Karen didn't want such a thing extravagantly. A stubborn guy doesn't deserve to win this game at all. Kakasha nodded. Anyway, we still have to face it in the end. In the end, a winner still has to be decided, since there is always a fight. Then quickly decide the winner. After finishing speaking, the bodies of the two rushed directly towards Kakaroli. Without any bells and whistles, they used all their strength, and the two attacked from the left and right sides. Slap, however, their fists were easily blocked by Kakaroji. Obviously, there is a huge disparity in strength between them. This kind of fist couldn't hurt Kakaroli at all. You two, come down for me. After Kakaroli's voice fell, he used his power and directly sprayed the two bodies together. The terrifying collision made the two of them suddenly feel in a trance. It's just that they don't give them a chance to react at all. Kakaroli directly eliminated 2 universes with one kick. Chapter 199 The Tournament of Power is over. The final winning universe is born, subscription required. First universe, 12th universe eliminated. At this time, the voice of Grand Priest also sounded. And with the elimination of the 2 universes, all the gods of destruction and Angel were shocked. Although I have long felt that the combination of the 13th universe Son Goku and Broly is very powerful. But he was able to eliminate 2 top players from universe in an instant. This has completely exceeded their expectations. It is estimated that even the real gods of destruction cannot achieve this level. This also means that after they are combined, their strength has already surpassed gods of destruction. This is definitely a very amazing result for them. Damn it. That B****************, D, how could his strength be so coincidental? Both gods of destruction of the first universe and the 12th universe showed embarrassing expressions on their faces. Originally, they were all seed universes who could win the final championship. Unexpectedly, in the last few minutes, he was eliminated instantly. The color of the eliminated 2 universe players was also pitch black. Originally thought that the real finals had begun. But they didn't expect that the real decisive battle hadn't started yet. For them, it was already over. It was in the ring, leaving only the 7th universe, 11th universe and 13th universe. Too bad, it looks like our 7th universe can't escape the fate of being eliminated. Although Goku has mastered the perfect freedom. But after those 2 guys fit together, they are ridiculously strong. Even I may not be 100% able to win. Goku's Ultra Instinct, compared to them, is really far behind. Beerus said with an extremely serious face, and Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe has an extremely ugly face. Although Jiren's strength is strong, but compared with those guys, it's really a bit of a big deal. The 11th universe simply couldn't win the final victory. Such an ending, in fact, every universe and even everyone has already expected it. Grand Priest, it seems that this time the competition has been decided. The strength of the 13th universe is too strong. That Goku-san and Broly, they're unbelievably strong. After the fusion, all the contestants are even more unmatched. Zeno said to the Grand Priest, "You are right, Master Zeno. Although Mr. Goku from the 7th universe and Mr. Jiren from the 11th universe are very strong. But even if the 2 of them fit together, they probably won't be able to beat Kakaroli Knight." Grand Priest also nodded and said in approval, "I didn't expect to find so many superpowers from the universe in this competition. If they are cultivated a little bit, when the big battle comes, they can also have unexpected effects. The purpose of this game has been achieved, asterisk. I didn't expect Uncle Goku and Broly to become so powerful. This time our 13th universe will definitely win." Trunks, who had automatically left the ring at this time, said excitedly. Although he didn't make it to the end, but as long as the 13th universe wins the final victory. Advertisement, this is the perfect ending for them. Yes, we win. I didn't expect Uncle Goku and Broly to have such great power after they merge. This is also something I didn't expect, Son Gohan also said in surprise. Although even if the 2 of them fit together, they can't be their opponents. But this level is not weaker than any gods of destruction. And this time in the arena, Kakaroli looked at Son Goku and Jiren and said, "You 2 better go down by yourself. I don't want to beat you 2 down. I think you should be very clear in your hearts, even if you 2 join forces, or even if you 2 fuse together, it is absolutely impossible to be my opponent." Furthermore, Jiren probably wouldn't be able to use a move like fusion. Because of the memory of Son Goku. So he knows that Son Goku of the 7th universe also knows about fusion. But Jiren from the 11th universe doesn't know. it takes a long time of training to be able to achieve consistent movements. It's not that simple, and the two of them did not borrow Wang Shen's earrings. So they can't do this anymore. As for joining forces. Not his opponent at all. Snort, I admit that you are really strong, ridiculously strong. But it's impossible for me to take the initiative to admit defeat. Jiren's face and tone remained unchanged, and he said calmly. Being able to be defeated by such a super strong person, perhaps this is not a shameful thing. And no matter whether he wins or loses this game, it doesn't have much impact on him. Originally, he was begged by gods of destruction Vermut. Hey, is the combination of the two of you really too powerful? It is undeniable that you may already possess greater power than Lord Beerus. But it's impossible for me to take the initiative to admit defeat. Son Goku smiled, and he would not take the initiative to admit defeat either. It's not in his character to take the initiative to admit defeat. If that's the case, then I can only defeat you both. Cucuroli also didn't want to talk nonsense with the two of them. Because after the two of them fit together, their power is too powerful. Son Goku knows, while gaining such great power, broken Terra earrings will also show its drawbacks. That is fusion's time will definitely not be too long. The stronger the strength, the shorter the time for the Portara earrings to fit together. Call out. Think about it, Cucuroli doesn't want to waste time at all. With a flash of his body, he was in front of Jiren in an instant. Without any warning, he punched out directly. This punch almost exhausted all his strength. Advertisement. His goal is simple, to eliminate Jiren and Son Goku in the fastest possible way. Cucuroli was so fast that even Jiren didn't see him clearly. Quickly raise your arms to block. This is the only resistance that can be done without seeing the opponent's attack clearly. Boom. A low crash sounded. Cucuroli's fist hit Jiren's arm hard. Without any accident, Jiren's body flew out like a meteorite. The strength between the two of them is already vastly different. Jiren simply couldn't bear such a powerful force. After flying out of the ring, Jiren's body hit the 11th Universe Auditorium heavily. The entire auditorium was instantly blown to pieces. Jiren, the strongest human being in the 11th Universe, also fell into a coma for an instant and completely lost his fighting power. Immediately afterwards, Cucuroli did not hesitate at all. With a flash of his body, he was directly in front of Son Goku. And then another punch. Because of the previous battle, Son Goku's physical fitness has not yet returned to its peak. So he couldn't see Cucuroli's movements at all. Boom. There was another muffled sound. Son Goku's body also flew upside down. No surprises, Son Goku was also eliminated in the end. And almost at the moment of elimination, Cucuroli's fusion was released in an instant, directly becoming Son Goku and Broly. The two looked at their bodies in surprise. Great, all contestants have been eliminated. At this time, it is also very lucky for them to disintegrate and get good money. We won, Broly. Close corner bracket. Son Goku raised his mouth and said to Broly. What a thrilling game. If it is not suitable for Broly and finally chooses to fit, it is really not so easy to stand at the end. The power of fusion is too powerful. Broly seemed to be still immersed in the powerful force just now. He nodded and said. At this time, the Grand Priest on the ring also began to announce the result of the match. Everyone, the Emperor's conference is officially over. The universe that won the final championship of this power tournament is the 13th universe. So, the 13th universe will also be rewarded accordingly. As for the punishment of other universes, after discussing with Master Zeno just now, seeing that all of your universe players are so good, the punishment will be waived. The Grand Priest's voice sounded, after I heard the voice of the Grand Priest. The faces of all the gods of destruction are filled with joy after the disaster. Although they universe all failed Za, but not being punished is enough to make them feel excited. Chapter 200 Grand Priest's Personal Training, for subscription. For such a result, all gods of destruction are naturally ecstatic. The reason why they desperately find the most powerful human in the universe is mainly because they are afraid of being punished by Master Zeno and Grand Priest. As for rewards or something, they never even thought about it. You must know that receiving rewards from Master Zeno and Grand Priest, he is no different from a tiger's mouth. They don't have the guts yet. Whoosh! After the disintegration, Son Goku and Broly jumped back to the auditorium of the 13th universe. Son Goku said with a smile, Gohan, we lived up to our mission and won this game. Everyone is very excited, although they didn't expect what kind of reward they would get. However, 12 universes can be defeated. This is also a very honorable and proud thing for them. Well, everyone performed very well, Son Gohan nodded. Then he turned his attention to Zeno and Grand Priest. Waiting for what they have to say next. This competition is mainly to see the comprehensive strength of each 850 universe. By the way, select some elite players as training objects. Now almost all of Universe's elite players have shown their talent and strength. It is estimated that these talented players will be trained by Zeno and Grand Priest soon. For the next disaster. Then everyone, the contestants whose names I will read next, please stay here. Others please follow Gods of Destruction and Shao Dao Angel and they leave no realm. The Grand Priest's voice sounded again. Advertisement. Many people don't know why, because they don't know what to do with the player whose name is called. But Grand Priest and Lord Zeno's orders, they naturally dare not disobey. The Grand Priest's voice sounded again. The first is Son Goku from the 13th universe, BU, Adef, Raleigh, Vegeta, and Trunks.
Son Goku from the 7th universe, Jiren from the 11th universe, Karen from the 1st universe. The 7 players I mentioned above, please stay here. Next, except for the 13th universe, all other universes can go back. In fact, there are still many powerful people out there. All the players in 12 universe, Grand Priest didn't read their names. For the 13th universe, a total of 4 players were selected. After the voice of the great monster fell, no one dared to ask what was going on. Why is it even more incomprehensible? Only under the guidance of the wizard angel, he left the world of nowhere. As for those who were left behind, they were all whispering. Because they don't know what's going to happen next. What's the point of leaving them here? Everyone, I think you are all very curious. Why did I keep you here? Actually, the reason is very simple, because you are all the top humans in each universe. You have talents far beyond other humans. So I think your talents should not be wasted in vain, so in the next few months, I will carry out special training for you. Let you be promoted to a real top fighter. Grand Priest's words seem to make everyone excited. Each of them is the top powerhouse of each universe. Advertisement. But after this battle, they all know that there are too many strong people in the universe. They're not top of the line at all. If they can get Grand Priest training, then their strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. So everyone is naturally very excited. Another half hour. The Grand Priest took a total of 8 people. Others, including the 13th universe, also returned to their respective universes. In addition to the 7 people selected just now, there is Son Gohan. Because Son Gohan is what they really want to choose. Whether it can cope with the disaster that happened next, perhaps Son Gohan can play a key role. The Grand Priest brought 8 people to the Temple of Zeno. Afterwards, he said very seriously, "From today onwards, I will guide the training of you guys. It will take 3 months in total. I hope that you will be able to break through your limits within 3 months. At least it can reach the level of gods of destruction." Grand Priest looked at everyone and said, "They all have great potential and talent." "Yes, because God is suitable for nature," everyone responded loudly. The Grand Priest's gaze was on Son Gohan, then he said with a smile, "Mr. Gohan, I hope that in the next time, you can break through your limits. Don't let us down, and don't let Master Zeno of your time and space down." "I will." Son Gohan nodded. As long as he has the guidance of Grand Priest, he firmly believes that his strength will be greatly improved. Chapter 201 Break the Seal. Angel joins the battlefield, seeking subscription. Then for the rest of the time, Grand Priest took Son Gohan and the rest of the players into a void. According to the Grand Priest, time flows extremely slowly in this dimension. 1 day outside is equivalent to 10 years of training inside. As long as there are a few of them, they can train in this space for a month. Then, their strength will definitely be greatly improved. And one advantage is that in this space, although the flow of time is extremely fast. But all the players don't get old with the passage of time. In other words, their age has only passed 1 month. But inside it is a full 300 years, time. Under the training of the Grand Priest, 300 years is enough for them to grow into top powerhouses. And just like that, time, the passing of the day. 20 days passed in a blink of an eye, and this time in the future time and space. The demon army led by Supreme Kai Mechi Capra has begun to attack. At the same time, the 4 evil gods headed by the dragon god Salama also began to destroy everywhere. Because the future space-time is their preferred target. The gods of destruction of the other universe, after a few rounds of combat. All gods of destruction and all are defeated, because they were surprised to find that these people could absorb their god power in the process of fighting. Advertisement use this to enhance your own strength. So they can't fight at all, because the more they fight, the greater their consumption, but the stronger the opponent's strength. Temple of Zeno. The faces of Zeno and Grand Priest are very ugly. Because in just a few days, all gods of destruction were defeated. Although this was originally expected by them, the gods of destruction was defeated so easily, it was also a huge humiliation for their gods. Master Zeno, what should we do now? With the strength of the gods of destruction, they simply cannot compete with those devils and evil gods. If this continues, the gods of destruction will all fall. Grand Priest also said with a very ugly face, right now, the only person they can use is gods of destruction. Supreme Kai doesn't have the slightest fighting power. But in the current situation, gods of destruction can't have any effect. It will only provide more energy for those demons and evil gods. Grand Priest, unseal all angels. Let them also join the battlefield. 0. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Perhaps this will buy us more time. Hopefully, it will be possible to wait for other resource time and space resources. Zeno said with a serious face, all gods of destruction are already vulnerable. And he and the Grand Priest must be reserved for the strongest ones. It is obviously inappropriate to go out now. Okay, Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded. Judging from the current situation, there is really no better solution. The strength of each angel far exceeds that of gods of destruction. If all angels join the battle, well, at least help them gain some time. Mr. Gohan, he has gone to other time and space, hoping that his strength can be improved in other time and space. Then more helpers can be brought in. Only in this way can we protect this space-time. Otherwise, this time and space will be finished. Subsequently, the Grand Priest unsealed all angels' seals. A seal that restricts them from displaying their full strength. All angels also joined the battle.
Originally at a one-sided disadvantage, the situation began to change due to Angel's joining. Chapter 202 Lifting the Restrictions, Angel Whis Terrifying Strength, Seeking Subscription. At this time, the 7th universe has been reduced to a battlefield. Gods of Destruction Beerus took the lead and was already in a mess. Angel Whis descended suddenly. Master Beerus, are you alright? Whis glanced at the injured Beerus and asked. At this moment, Beerus had a bruised nose and a swollen face. The right eye was completely covered by a large swollen bag. Purple blood kept slipping from the corner of his mouth. There are dozens of large and small wounds on the May 43 inches body. It's okay, I can't die. Whis, haven't you been summoned by Master Zeno? Why come to the 7th universe now? All the universes are basically lost now. These bastards are too powerful, our attacks can't do any harm to them. And they can absorb our power and use it for themselves. Beerus frowned and said in an extremely low tone. Angel was summoned back by Master Zeno and Grand Priest before. Therefore, the task of guarding the universe falls on the gods of destruction. But these guys clearly came prepared. Advertisement. Fully capable of defeating gods of destruction. The destructive energy of gods of destruction not only has no effect on them, and it will become the nutrient for their growth. The power of God will also be completely absorbed by them. It is simply to deal with their gods. Master Beerus, Mr. Grand Priest and Mr. Boxing Champion have agreed to let our angel join the battle. Gods of destruction can't win this battle, and it is estimated that even if we angel joins, we may not be able to win the final victory. Whis said with a little frown. The situation at this point is too bad. 12 universes are simultaneously threatened, and Master Zeno and Grand Priest to meet the final enemy. They can't make a move at all now. What? Angel can also join the battle. In this way, didn't we win this battle? A look of excitement appeared on Beerus's face. Angel's strength is far from being comparable to their gods of destruction. Once Angel joins the battle will lead to a one-sided situation. Those hateful devils are simply impossible to be Angel's opponents. As long as they kill them instantly, it is impossible for them to continue to absorb the power of God. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Lord Beerus. Advertisement. They're clearly prepared to show up now. If they were killed so easily, they probably wouldn't dare to come out. According to my speculation, even if I don't join the battle with Angel, the ending will not change. The battle that Lord Zeno and Grand Priest call a disaster, how could Angel be able to solve it? Whis laughed at himself and said, if even Angel can solve the battle, Grand Priest and Zeno will definitely not pay attention to it. But they care so much about this disaster, that means it's not that simple. And at this moment, the evil god Gukchao Das on the opposite side rushed towards Beerus and Whis directly. At this time, this guy has absorbed a lot of divine power. The strength is already much stronger than Beerus. Whis' body flashed forward. With a light wave of the staff in his hand, a burst of 0.6 light green energy exploded directly. It hit Gukchao Das heavily. Boom. A deep collision sounded, and Gukchao Das was directly blasted out. The body was severely deformed by the shock. Obviously, the evil god Gukchao Das was completely vulnerable in front of Angel Whis. Afterwards, the staff in Whis' hand waved lightly again. The wound on Beerus has fully healed. Chapter 203 Son Gohan goes out. Xeno guards are shocked, seeking subscription. Angel trial. A deep voice came out of Wei's mouth. Then with a wave of the Whis staff, countless purple lightnings suddenly fell from the sky. Every bolt of lightning struck precisely on the body of the evil god Gukchao Das. In an instant, the body of the evil god Gukchao Das was pierced directly, and he piled up on the ground like a pool of purple mud. But this guy has the same tenacious regeneration ability as Majin Buu. Even such damage can be easily healed for him, and after healed, Whis could clearly feel that this guy's strength had become stronger. Things are getting worse, Lord Beerus. These guys can not only absorb the power of your gods of destruction, but even my angel land. 03. The angel trial just now did not harm him, but he absorbed a lot of energy. After absorbing the power of Angel, her strength is rapidly increasing. Whis said with a solemn expression, it seems that this is really an unprecedented disaster. These guys are like brown sugar, they seem to have immortality. Not even the angel trials could kill them. Chi chi chi. You useless gods, can't even kill me? It's so incompetent. Advertisement, so you'd better die. Gukchao Das let out a disgusting smile, as stern as a devil. Then, go straight to the past where Whis and Beerus attack. This guy is really fast, has completely surpassed Beerus. However, in terms of strength, is he still vulnerable to Whis? Whis kicked out and kicked Gukchao Das away, but after this guy is kicked out, he will immediately rush over. A typical cockroach that can't be killed. Time passed by every minute and every second. After all the angels from universe joined the battlefield, the situation on the battlefield has changed significantly. The previous disadvantage has become an advantage. But the problem that plagues all angels now is that although these guys are generally strong, they are not Angel's opponents at all. But Angel couldn't kill them either. Their bodies all seem to have something akin to immortality. Even with Angel's power, they can't completely kill them. And half as the battle time continues, they are constantly absorbing Angel's power. If this continues, it is obvious that Angel will also lose. It's just a matter of time. Advertisement and at this time in Dragon Ball time and space. A month almost flies by, and Son Gohan and Son Goku, who received training, have also come out of the training place. For others, it's simply a month, but for Son Gohan, they have been training in it for 300 years. And it was trained under the guidance of Grand Priest. After training, Son Gohan and the others returned to the Temple of Zeno. Master Zeno, Master Gohan, all their training is over. Walking into the Temple of Zeno 453, Grand Priest said respectfully to the champion. And the moment they appeared, the faces of the two guards behind Zeno suddenly showed surprise. Looking at Son Gohan in disbelief, because they can clearly feel that only a month has passed outside. But Son Gohan's strength has changed drastically. At this time, he was too fishy. It is estimated that even if the two of them join forces, perhaps on the basis of the two of them joining forces, the combat power will be multiplied by 10 times. Not necessarily Son Gohan's opponent. The guy standing in front of them made them feel a huge pressure. This pressure is not weaker than the Grand Priest. Chapter 204 Son Gohan. I'm going to protect the future time and space, please subscribe. Even Zeno had a surprised expression on his face. Is this Son Gohan's ascension? How could his strength reach this level in just 300 years? Zeno thought in amazement, even training under the guidance of Grand Priest. But how could he surpass the Grand Priest? This is literally a joke. See Master Zeno. At this time, Son Gohan's voice also pulled Zeno back from the shock. At this time, Son Gohan looked very calm, trained in it for 300 years. 300 years is really dull and boring for them, but the harvest is also very huge. He was able to improve from the strength of Super Saiyan to surpassing Angel in just a few years. Then it is not an exaggeration to train under the guidance of Grand Priest for 300 years to achieve the level of recognition. And there is another system in his body, under the training of Grand Priest, with the assistance of the system. At this time, Son Gohan has reached unprecedented heights. Unbeknownst to even the Grand Priest, Son Gohan's greatest strength is not physical strength, or the energy he wields. It is the power of Saiyan God that has reached 100% in Son Gohan's body. A rule power that even surpasses Zeno's ability to erase. Enough to destroy anything in the universe in an instant. In the last game, his strength has surpassed the Grand Priest. More importantly, he knew that the enemy he was going to deal with next would definitely be able to ignore the power of God. Advertisement: they can even absorb the power of gods for their use. And this, Grand Priest also took into account. So this time they were training and did not conduct rope training. Rather, it is the human training of the terrain. All 8 people are like this. Whether it's Son Goku, Broly, or Karen this year. Their strength has also made a qualitative leap, has completely surpassed gods of destruction. It has even reached the level of Angel. Grand Priest's training is indeed much more useful than Angel's. Gohan, you've really grown too powerful. Even if it's the Grand Priest, it's probably not your opponent, right? After recovering from the shock, Zeno said with a smile. It seems that in the future time and space, he chose Son Gohan as a very correct choice. And Son Gohan does have such capital. Master Zeno, thank you. Master Grand Priest's strength is outrageous. How could I be his opponent? Son Gohan said modestly. After all, the Grand Priest is his true master. Even if you are stronger than him, you can't say it directly. Grand Priest smiled and responded to Son Gohan's answer. He also feels happy. Although even if he told the truth, Grand Priest would not be unhappy. Gohan. The war has broken out. The future time and space, that is, the time and space before you, is basically in a state of occupation now. Advertisement: all angels have joined the battle. But it can't have any influence on those guys. I think the Grand Priest has already told you that they have the ability to be immune to the power of God. And you can use all the energy of the power of God for your own use. It's a very scary thing. Also, the reason why we will choose the strong ones from you humans for training. Because they only have the power of humans, they cannot absorb it. At this time, Zeno said very seriously, the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. If the future time and space fall, then one after another, their time and space will fall. So Gohan and the others must go to support. As the most advanced gods in the universe, he and the Grand Priest must sit in this time and space. Prevent those guys from suddenly attacking. After all, their goal is not only, good, the future dimension of time and space. But all dimensions of time and space, already expanded? Son Gohan frowned tightly, although his relatives and friends have all been taken to this time and space. But the future space-time is his root. Beerus and Whis are also her friends. He can't just watch those people die. Zeno and the Grand Priest also considered him a friend, and it was impossible for him to watch those people be destroyed. Therefore, he must go back to the future space-time tile. It is necessary to guard that time and space as the gods of destruction in the future. 205 Gohan returns. Zeno and Grand Priest excited, subscription required. Time passed day by day. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. And Angel couldn't stand it anymore. Because those guys are almost immortal. No matter how hard they fight, they can't be destroyed. And they can also absorb the power of Angel, becoming stronger and stronger. Without the addition of Zeno and Grand Priest, they would not have won this match at all. Temple of Zeno. Both Zeno and Grand Priest frowned at this moment. Master Zeno, the situation is very critical now. All the angels have fallen out of decadence. If this continues, Angel probably won't be able to stand it anymore. The siphon ability of those bastards is more terrifying than we imagined. After they absorbed the power of Angel, 137 grew faster, 27.
What to do? Do we need to take action now? Grand Priest said with an extremely ugly face. Angel is his child, he naturally doesn't want to watch his child being destroyed by those demons. There is no parent in this world who does not love their children. Including the Grand Priest. Even the gods standing in this supreme position, they also have feelings. No, we can't make a move yet. Once we make a move, I feel that the entire dimension will soon fall. Advertisement, Dragon God Salama and the others must be fully prepared. Just wait for us to make a move. Zeno spoke immediately. He also didn't want gods of destruction and Angel to be destroyed like this. At that time, they will be polished commanders, but now is not the time for them to act. Then, what shall we do then? But even the Grand Priest has no direction at all. I don't know what's going on with Gohan and the others. Over there, what is the result of his practice? Zeno suddenly remembered Gohan. He thinks Gohan is very special. That's why it was decided at that time, even if this dimension of time and space fell. Gohan must be kept alive too. I do not know. I hope Master Gohan can live well. As long as he is alive, I guess we still have hope. Grand Priest spoke. As long as this battle can, win, maybe they will have a chance to be resurrected in the future. And just after the Grand Priest's voice fell, suddenly, a rift appeared in the void of the Temple of Zeno. Nani? Seeing this scene, Zeno and Grand Priest's nerves suddenly tensed. Advertisement at this time, what they are most afraid of is the Dragon God Salama and they directly attack the Temple of Zeno. Because those guys are absolutely prepared, but they didn't do it right at all. In this case, they have no chance of winning. Shush. In the next second, how many figures jumped out of the void? Familiar faces instantly excited Zeno and Grand Priest. Because the people who came were not the Dragon God Salama and the others. But how many people are Gohan, Broly, Son Goku? There are also a few unfamiliar faces. Woo! Gohan, it's you, Zeno said excitedly. Unexpectedly, Gohan came back. And both Zeno and Grand Priest can feel it. Gohan's strength has undergone a qualitative transformation. Gohan-sama, you are so strong now. The power in your body seems to be stronger than I imagined. Great, you've really become stronger, Grand Priest also said incomparably excitedly. Except that Gohan's strength has become stronger. There seemed to be a very powerful force in his body. He probably feels afraid of this power, not even weaker than Master Zeno's rule power. 206 Son Gohan comes like a god of war, subscription required. Yes, Grand Priest. In another time and space, we all received the guidance of the Grand Priest, and we were also taken to a special place for cultivation. Our strength has improved a lot. I also know that this space-time has already gone to war, so I must come back. Son Gohan nodded firmly, and said. Afterwards, his body jumped and appeared directly in front of Zeno and Grand Priest. This time and space is his own time and space. It is also time and space that makes him stronger. Both Zeno and Grand Priest are good for him, and Zeno and Grand Priest sent him directly to the Dragon Ball hyperspace in order not to let him be killed. If he just leaves like this, then he can't pass this level by himself. After all, he is a human being, If he abandons his feelings, he will not be Son Gohan anymore. Grand Priest and Zeno must still be very moved. Gohan can still remember this plane. Being able to come to this time and space to help makes them feel that everything they have done before seems worthwhile. As long as we work together, we will be able to defeat those demons. Gohan, you are too powerful now. It seems to be stronger than the Grand Priest. Great, if we have you in this time and space, there will definitely be no problem, and we will definitely be able to keep it. Zeno also said very excitedly. They were still discussing Angel's defeat just now. The two of them could not leave the temple. Now Gohan comes with so many powerful human masters to help. Then you can definitely defeat those demons and evil gods. Because they don't have the energy of gods in their bodies, the power of human beings is the greatest suppression of evil gods and demons. Advertisement, I will try my best to protect this resource time and space. This is our home, I will never allow anyone to destroy it. Son Gohan also said very firmly, no matter who the other party is, it is absolutely impossible. And at this moment, angels from various universes have sent distress calls. After a long fight, Angel is no match for those guys anymore. After all, they absorbed too much power of God. At this time, Angel Whis of the 7th universe once again sent out a distress signal. The gems on the Grand Priest's staff began to flicker. It's Whis distress call. Grand Priest's complexion changed slightly, and then he spoke. This is already the second time. It seems that their situation is very bad. Master Grand Priest, Master Zeno, the 7th universe is almost overwhelmed. Whis' voice sounded a little tired. After the voice finished speaking, it immediately lost confidence. After seeing this, Tien Luo also felt a little anxious. The 7th universe can be said to be his hometown. So other universes can fall, but the 7th universe absolutely cannot. Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, I'm going to support the 7th universe now. No matter what, I won't let the 7th universe root. Son Gohan spoke immediately. It seems that Whis and Beerus have reached a point where they are running out of ammunition and food. 0. Ask for flowers, otherwise, they will not ask for help. Advertisement, if you don't go there now, they will surely be killed by then. Okay. Gohan, then you must be careful, those guys are very powerful.
And they have an ability called Siphon, which can absorb everyone's god's calendar. When fighting them, try not to use the power of God. After Zeno nodded, he reminded him kindly, I see. Son Gohan nodded, and then spoke to the others, cast instant transmission directly. When they appear again, we have reached the 7th universe. At this time, the gods of destruction sword has been destroyed and devastated. Beerus looked down on his deathbed. Although Whis is still fighting the evil god, there are many scars on his body. Physical energy is almost consumed, obviously, he was about to lose. And the moment Son Gohan and the others appeared, Beerus and Whis quickly looked over. A look of incomparable surprise appeared on his face. Master Gohan is here, Beerus immediately shouted excitedly. Whis is also full of excitement. At this moment, Shen Gukchao Dasa punched Whis in the face heavily. Knocked Whis out. You don't know how to live or die, dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. Son Gohan glanced at Gukchao Das, and a flame of anger rose in his eyes. .207 The power of Saiyan's true god, disappears, subscribe. Chi. Has another helper appeared, and I can feel the breath of God from your body. It seems that you are also a god. It's really great, I like you little bugs the most, and contribute your strength. With a demonic smile on his face, the evil god Gukchao Das grinned at Son Gohan. I didn't expect a gods of destruction and an angel to contribute so much power to themselves. Now the amount of force, 057, he has mastered has completely surpassed angel. If he absorbs a few more angels, his strength might reach the level of Lord Salama. Master Gohan, he is very powerful, please be careful with it. At this time, Beerus also hurriedly opened his mouth to remind. Even Angel Whis is not his opponent. You must know that when we parted at the beginning, Lord Gohan's strength was not much stronger than Angel's. Yes, Lord Gohan, and it can absorb the power of God and then transform it into his own power. So please be careful, Angel Whis also hurriedly reminded from the side. Son Gohan also has the power of God in his body. If he is absorbed by this guy, he really can't handle it. Well, I see. Advertisement, let me heal you two first. Son Gohan said lightly, and then directly shot 2 light green rays of light. The moment the light entered the bodies of Beerus and Whis, their injuries were fully recovered. Good. What a powerful healing ability. Both Beerus and Whis looked surprised. You must know that the energy of Whis is very huge. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan can restore him completely in an instant. It seems that Lord Gohan's strength has been greatly improved in another time and space. This also gave them hope again. Thank you, Lord Gohan. Beerus and Whis quickly thanked them. If Lord Gohan hadn't arrived in an emergency, perhaps the two of them would have been killed today. As gods of destruction and angel, how could they never expect to be killed by an evil god? Fortunately, Master Gohan appeared in time. Fine. You two have a good rest, Son Gohan said lightly. With his current strength, let alone a mere evil god. Even if the dragon god Salama stands in front of him, it may not necessarily be his opponent. Besides, he has mastered 100% of the power of the true god. This is a rule power that overrides Zeno's clearing abilities. Advertisement: the power given by the system will definitely not be too bad. It is estimated that even the evil god can easily destroy it. After all, they only developed the ability to resist Zeno's removal, and they didn't have the ability to resist their own Saiyan true god power. Master Gohan, this guy's strength is outrageous. Do you really want to do it alone? Let's go together, the three of us, we have a better chance of winning. Beerus spoke immediately. He couldn't even imagine how powerful the evil god in front of him was now. If the three of them join forces, maybe there is still a chance of winning, but if you are alone, the situation may not be good. Master Beerus is right, Master Gohan, please let us go to 5.8 together. Angel Whis also spoke immediately. This guy is ridiculously strong. Not to mention being able to absorb the power of God to strengthen oneself. Lord Gohan is not necessarily his match. Oh, is it strong? Then I would like to try. Son Gohan had a relaxed look on his face. After speaking lightly, 2 words came out of his mouth. Disappear. 208 Whis. Master Gohan, are you the power of rules seeking subscription? The word, disappear, came out from Son Gohan's throat. Almost at the moment when the sound fell, the golden light instantly wrapped the body of the evil god Gukchao Das completely. Not even a chance to let out a scream. The whole body disappeared without a trace in an instant. It's like it never appeared in this world, but just looking at the scene in front of them, both Beerus and Whis stared out. The open mouth was unable to close for a long time. The two blinked vigorously. Make sure that the evil god, Gujodas, has been completely wiped out. Then he looked at Son Gohan with a ghostly expression. Unexpectedly, the two of them were beaten into 3 serious injuries. The evil god, which even Angel Whis can't deal with, is so vulnerable in front of Mr. Son Gohan. Just using 2 words made him disappear completely. This ability seems to be comparable to Master Zeno's clearing rules, right? Okay. So amazing. After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, Beerus recovered from the shock. Then murmured. I originally thought that even if Lord Gohan had become stronger, it was definitely not that simple to deal with the evil god. But unexpectedly, he only used 2 words. Advertisement. Let the evil god who made them burned out and even killed be completely wiped out. The shock in my heart can no longer be expressed in words. Gulu. Master Gohan, how on earth did you do it? Angel Whis is also like a country bumpkin at this time, completely incomprehensible. It is estimated that apart from Grand Priest and Zeno, there is absolutely no third person in this world who has such supernatural powers. But now, Master Son Gohan's strength does not seem to lose to Master Grand Priest at all. This really terrified him. After all, Master Grand Priest was the strongest existence in the dimension he knew before. It's just an evil god, didn't I just say that? I didn't pay attention to it. Looking at Beerus and Whis, who were extremely horrified, Son Gohan said lightly. Fortunately, the 7th universe of this time and space is alive. Because the Earth is on the edge of the 7th universe, it has not been affected by this battle. So strong, it's really hard to imagine what kind of training you have received to be able to improve your strength to this level in such a short period of time. And if I'm not mistaken, what you used just now should be the power of rules. It's the same as Zeno-sama's clearing ability, isn't it? While shocked, Whis asked curiously, if it weren't for the power of the rules, the evil god couldn't have been killed so easily. Advertisement, he didn't do anything at all, and wiped out the evil god with just 2 words. Only the power of rules can do it. In other words, only Master Chenju can do it in this world. Even Grand Priest Sama must take action to get rid of the evil god. And Lord Gohan can do it too. Then 733 shows that he also understands the power of rules. Roughly the same, but don't tell anyone about this. Son Gohan nodded, and did not hide from Whis and Beerus. Now that they have seen their abilities with their own eyes. Even if he denies it, Whis will definitely not believe it. If so, why not just tell them? What's more, with the rule power he possesses now, even Zeno can't eradicate him. So he has no fear. Whis nodded quickly, very obedient. There was an extremely respectful look on his face. At this time, Whis, where does he still have the appearance of angel before? Almost as cautious as a child. 209 The shock and excitement of Vados, the advent of Gohan, subscription required. Master Gohan, there is a crisis like this in other universes as well. You are so powerful now, can you help other universes? If you don't get your help, it is estimated that other universes will also face the fate of being destroyed just like the 7th universe just now. Whis spoke immediately. Now the other universes are finally suffering what happened to the 7th universe just now. Grand Priest and Zeno are unavailable at this time. They are waiting for the final boss to appear. So now the only one who can save the fate of other time and space is Lord Gohan. Well, let's go and see. Son Gohan nodded and did not refuse. He doesn't understand the reason why the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Once all other universes fall, that means that the evil gods will gain more power. At that time, if the ultimate fusion with the dragon god Salama is carried out, no one will be able to defeat them at that time. Therefore, they must be completely destroyed before they absorb enough divine power. This may be able to disintegrate the conspiracy of the dragon god Salama. Then under instant transmission, Son Gohan and the others left 7th universe. At this time, the 6th universe has become a purgatory on Earth where people are devastated. With the advent of the evil god Sebastian, gods of destruction Champa was quickly defeated. And Angel Vados, though held back for a long time. But in the course of the battle, it inevitably caused great damage to the 6th universe. Even so, after constantly absorbing the power of Angel, the evil god Sebastian has also become extremely powerful. Advertisement, not even Vados can do anything about it. At this time, he was also seriously injured. If the fighting continued, she would be killed too. Chi. Is this the so-called angel and gods of destruction above a universe? Why are you so weak? Has the battle of just 2 or 3 hours turned into such a mess? You really are embarrassing to God. Such a useless god, just disappeared from this world. After the cold laughter fell, a huge energy ball directly condensed from the palm of the evil god Sebastian. It also contains the power of Angel. Such an energy ball is enough to kill Angel Vados. It's over. Is today really the end of all our angels? Vados looked at the huge energy ball and fell into despair. Even their 6th universe had this result. Then it is obvious that other universes will have the same result. Nothing will change. Also for the angels of other universes, it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of these evil gods. What's more, Zeno and Grand Priest can't come to the rescue right now. I am afraid that all universes will be destroyed at this moment. Disappear. Cowardly and incompetent god. This world should be ruled by us. After the sound fell, the energy ball in the palm of the evil god Sebastian directly blasted towards Vados. Advertisement at this time, Vados has become the end of the battle. After the previous battle, he no longer has any physical strength to continue fighting. He could only watch helplessly as the energy ball destroyed her. Call out. And just when Vados had completely given up resisting, and even began to wait for death, a beam of energy suddenly shot past. It directly penetrated the energy ball of the evil god Sebastian. Even the sound of the explosion did not sound, that is to say, it disappeared without a trace. It's like being completely destroyed by a force of rules. What? A look of astonishment suddenly appeared on Vados' face. What happened just now? He was already waiting to die, but why did an energy zone suddenly appear? It directly destroyed Sebastian's energy. You should know that it contains the power of Angel. In this world, apart from Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest, it is impossible for a third person to do it. Could it be Master Zeno and Grand Priest who came to save their 6th universe? Huh?
the evil god Sebastian also showed a look of surprise on his face. But then, several figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Master Gohan, Whis. Why are you here? After seeing the people who came, Vados said in amazement. Could it be that the power just now was released by Lord Gohan? Chapter 210 Fear from the Evil God, Seeking Subscription. Are you here to die? The evil god Sebastian turned around, his expression full of indifference. That's what I want to say too. Son Gohan remained calm and said calmly. Even the gods are not my opponents, and there are people who really don't know how to live or die. A red light flashed in Seba's eyes, and with a bang, the figure suddenly disappeared. The speed was so fast and it happened so suddenly, it was really appalling, and the people present couldn't help but exclaim when they saw it. Everyone present turned their heads at the same time, and their gazes also looked in the same direction. The location in that direction was none other than Sun Wufa. Obviously, Sebastian has decided to take a shot on Son Gohan. On the other hand, Son Gohan remained indifferent, as if he had been frightened stupid, because a vague figure appeared in front of Son Gohan. The space seemed to be wrinkled because of this, powerful energy fluctuations radiated out, and Sebastian's figure appeared again. At this moment, less than 1 meter away from 827 Son Gohan, Sebastian's face reappeared, the corners of his mouth raised into an arc, followed closely by his arm driving his fist out. The distance between the two sides is shrinking, and Son Gohan's situation has become precarious. But Son Gohan is still indifferent. Could it be that he has been frightened and has given up resistance? It's really weak. Advertisement Sebastian's face was full of sarcasm, and he waved his right hand forward. In his eyes, Son Gohan has become a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Hiss. There was a sound of air conditioning all around, and they seemed to realize what was going to happen next, so that their faces showed worry. In just a second, Sebastian's fist swung past, causing a strong wind in the air, but it wasn't the sound of colliding with an entity, it was clearly mist. At the same time, the people, Adchai, looked away, and suddenly found that Son Gohan's figure was gradually fading, and then slowly returned to nothingness, as if he had never appeared before. It's a double image, someone exclaimed, and everyone looked over one after another, only to see Angel Vados covering her red lips with her slender hands, and her delicate face was full of shock. She has fought against the evil god Sebastian, so she naturally knows how powerful the latter is. This kind of strength is not only the tyranny of her own strength, but also the limit of speed. But Son Gohan was able to dodge Sebastian, which was obviously much faster than the latter. A buzzing sound sounded, and Son Gohan's body appeared beside him. How can this be? Sebastian's face was full of shock, and unbelievable words came out of his mouth. And just as he turned his head, his eyes shifted to the right, just in time to see Son Gohan slowly appearing not far away. I saw that the latter was still tall and burly, wearing decent training clothes. While his face was resolute, there was also a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Of course, in Sebas's view, it naturally contained a sense of ridicule. Advertisement, although he still can't figure out how Son Gohan did it, but he has no time, or he doesn't want to think about the reason behind it. But now he is completely angry, the soaring anger rushes to his brain, leaving him blank in an instant, and his heart is completely controlled by instinct. Die. Sebastian let out a low growl again, his face looked like that, but it didn't look eerie and terrifying to anyone, and at this moment, he broke out at a speed that broke through the limit. At the same time, terrible energy fluctuations erupted, and black airflow rushed out from his body to the surroundings, and the temperature received by the car became scorching hot. It was precisely because of this that it took only half of the previous time to reach Sebastian's body, and he rushed to Son Gohan's body again, waving his arms involuntarily, and the air current in the air produced a surging sound because of this, and the people present the expressions all changed at the same time. Wow! There was another trembling sound, and there seemed to be ripples and folds in the void in front of him. It was precisely because of his action that there was a strong resonance, but the target he wanted to attack was Son Gohan, but only no sign of the latter. When those onlookers turned their eyes away again, they found that Son Gohan's figure disappeared again like a ghost, as if he had never appeared in this world. Everyone was stunned for a moment, they looked at the scene ahead in disbelief. They really couldn't understand that the same thing could happen again and again, which was beyond imagination and expectation. But for the person involved, the impact was naturally greater, and the impact was more obvious, and he also showed a look of astonishment on his face. But after only a moment, Sebas's face twisted, and while his brows were furrowed, his face seemed to turn into a liver color, and his mouth let out a roar like a wounded beast. This time, he didn't hesitate at all, and he locked onto Son Gohan's figure again in less than 1/3 of the time to breathe, knowing where he would appear. So the breath locked on the opponent in an instant, without any hesitation, he directly moved to the opponent's side, and then directly swung out with a punch. 9FG Chapter 211 Sebastian, clear, seeking subscription. It was too late, but the moment Son Gohan appeared behind Sebastian, the latter seemed to have eyes behind him, and turned his head involuntarily. It is attacking Son Gohan at an extremely exaggerated angle, and the attack is extremely violent, which is completely beyond anyone's expectations. Not good. A bystander's Vados face paled, and worry appeared on his face again. The other people present at the same time couldn't help but exclaimed. They all know the strength of the evil god Sebastian. Although Son Gohan dodged the opponent's attack earlier, this does not mean that the latter is stronger than him. On the contrary, in the hearts of everyone, they have always held Sebastian C takes it very seriously. Under normal circumstances, avoiding his attack is of course not a skill, but if you suffer a heavy blow from him head-on, the consequences will be very dangerous.
At this moment of much anticipated attention, Son Gohan, who was the party involved, not only did he not show any signs of panic, but the recitation was still calm and calm. Seeing Sebas on the opposite side getting closer, he quickly raised his fist. Sebastian waved his sandbag-sized fist and slammed into Son Gohan's face fiercely. Everyone knew that if he was hit by this punch, he would definitely feel uncomfortable and even be seriously injured. Just as everyone stopped breathing, I saw Son Gohan slowly raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger to point forward slowly, as if pointing on the surface of a calm lake, and then the ripples produced slowly dizzy around spread out. Immediately afterwards, I remembered the buzzing sound of metal collisions. The sound was so crisp when it reverberated. There was sourness. Then they did see a shocking scene, only to see that Sebastian, the god of learning, was still extremely arrogant, and then his eyes stared at the boss like a copper bell. He stared straight ahead, with an expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost, and he opened his mouth in disbelief. Advertisement on the other hand, Son Gohan on the opposite side still had a calm expression on his face, as if nothing could cause a slight change in his mood or a slight fluctuation in his mood. But now Sebas's body is completely unable to move. Just as he swung his fist and rushed over just now, his fist collided with a hard object. 0. Ask for flowers. Rather than saying it was an object, it was better to say it was an indestructible barrier that lay in front of him, but he could neither move forward nor retreat. The irreversible force generated at the moment of the impact continuously impacted his body, making his flesh and internal organs seem to be displaced, so his arms felt extremely numb when he breathed, and even the blood in his body was coagulated. Up. 0. On the other hand, Son Gohan, the person involved, still looked as usual. He looked at Sebastian calmly, as if he was not looking at a living thing, but a corpse. Clear. Just 2 words came out of his mouth, and in an instant, a golden light descended from the dome like a magic thief. This light directly enveloped Sebas's body, making him scream like a raging fire. GTande, within the golden light, Sebastian's shrill screams could be heard endlessly, and his figure disappeared without a trace after only a few seconds, as if the world had evaporated. The other people present paid close attention to this scene. Although they didn't say anything, they all knew that Silas was dead. Chapter 212 The Worship of Vados. What just happened? Some people trembled, and even their voices were a little weak. It can be seen that the shock they received was indeed not small. Under such circumstances, everyone could no longer remain calm. After all, what happened just now was really unreasonable, beyond their imagination, and it was not expected at all, not to mention the contrast it brought to them before and after. Buzzing. Before the existence of the evil god Sebastian, they were all driven to a desperate situation. Even if it was as powerful as Angel Vados, such an existence was no match for him, and he almost died in the hands of Sebastian. But when Son Gohan appeared, all of this changed, or in other words, there was a shocking reversal. The so powerful, 573, evil god Sebastian was vulnerable to a single blow under Son Gohan's hands. He didn't even have the strength to fight back, so that he died inexplicably in the end, which naturally caused a strong impact in the eyes of everyone. Especially Son Gohan's plain expression is in stark contrast. The evil god Sebastian was so rampant, but now he died tragically in the hands of Son Gohan like an ant. The contrast between before and after and the reasons behind it can't help but make people feel embarrassing. It's Master Gohan who made the move. Calmly, I saw Angel Vados speak slowly, and his pretty face showed a strong shock, and what happened just now, even if he was Angel, he couldn't believe it. And more people doubted this, and even questioned their own eyes, thinking that what he saw was a false thing, but they quickly realized that this is indeed a true scene. Is this really his shot? I saw that Champa with the scars on his face also had disbelief on his face. This time he got up from the ground in a panic, and there was no blood on his face or body. It can be seen from this that in the battle just now, it was really not good for him to be injured. Advertisement. Although Champa is also a proud and arrogant person, but in the face of absolute strength, he has no opinions and qualifications to refute, and in this case he can only bow his head. After all, Sebastian, who was strong enough to kill him, had no power to fight back in the hands of Son Gohan. It will be harder than crushing an ant. He can actually do this step. How strong is his strength? Champa really couldn't believe his eyes. That plump face also became a little pale at the moment, not only because of the weakness of the body, but also because of the change of mood. After all, the things in front of him were difficult for him to digest for a while, not to mention, it was difficult for him to accept this fact. But he is not a fool. On the contrary, he is very smart. In fact, he reacted in an instant, and he had calculations and balances in his heart. Judging from the current situation, Son Gohan's strength is very strong, even as strong as the sky. Thoroughly, because he felt a kind of rule power from the opponent. And this kind of power seems to only appear in Zeno-sama. And the more he thought about it, the more incredible he felt. His heartbeat accelerated crazily, and his spirit became tense. Because this matter is impossible to think about. After all, Son Gohan is just a small human being, relying on Saiyan's physique to get here step by step. But this does not mean that he can reach this height within a month. Does it mean that he has surpassed the Grand Priest? This matter is too incredible, even a bit of fantasy. Master Gohan. Angel Vados couldn't help but went up to meet him, and his face was also full of surprise. His bright eyes were shining with crystal light. At this moment, he looked at Son Goku on the opposite side with a different taste. And this angel who has survived for countless thousands of years, I am already like a child in front of Son Gohan, or a fanatical fan, as if I saw an admirer. My pretty face flushed. There was extreme excitement and excitement in his expression. Advertisement Son Gohan turned his head to look at Vados next to him. His calm face slowly fluctuated, the corners of his mouth curved, and a warm smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he naturally showed a different kind of charm. Master Gohan. Not to mention Angel Vados, even Gods of Destruction Champa rushed up. His fat face was even smiling at the moment, and now he looked at Son Gohan with an almost flattering expression. It made me feel a little uncomfortable for no reason. I've fixed it, and he shouldn't be making trouble again. There was a warm smile on Son Gohan's face, and there was a different kind of charm in every gesture at this time, which probably belonged to the domineering aura that belongs only to the strong. Under this powerful aura, not to mention a woman, even a noble such as Angel, such an existence would willingly bow down in front of him. Even the mighty gods of destruction will willingly become loyal dogs. This is the most direct impact of changes in their own strength and realm. But looking at the eyes of Vados, Son Gohan nodded slowly, so he said in an adult way, I will talk about the old days later, there are still a few bugs that have not been solved. The indifferent words Yu Sheng came from Son Gohan's mouth, and before the words fell completely, his figure disappeared in place with a swipe. Vados and Champa couldn't react to this sudden change, as if Son Gohan's speed of 4.5 had exceeded their reaction. And a few bugs. The remaining two people were still pondering over the sentence Son Gohan left just now. Their faces also showed a thoughtful look, thinking about the deep meaning of this sentence. And almost at the same time, the other is the multiverse, one of the most powerful universes, the first universe, and now it has become an extremely terrifying hell on Earth. As the universe with the highest degree of civilization, their strength is not strong and outstanding compared with other universes. Not to mention that under the invasion of many evil gods and demons, they are even more retreating. Now that they have invaded the first place, the universe is the evil god Mar among the four evil gods. Chapter 213 Evil God Mal, Ein's Shock. Although others couldn't feel the speed of Son Gohan's movement at all, and couldn't detect the change of his breath, but in just an instant, he teleported into another universe. Now he came to the first universe. However, the universe, which was originally the most advanced human civilization, has now completely turned into a sea of flames. Those incomparably brilliant planets, where countless lives were bred, have now become a purgatory on Earth, where countless lives are dying. With the demise of intelligent human beings, the civilization level of the first universe is greatly reduced, and the culprits of all these reasons are those creatures from outside the multiverse, those heinous dark demons and evil gods. Now, for the entire first universe, it is the moment of life and death, and as the strongest gods of destruction, IWNE naturally cannot stand idly by, despite his cute appearance, but his combat power is quite powerful. It can even be said to be the strongest gods of destruction. 03. But now he is covered with scars. The gods of destruction's robes are already in tatters, and his round eyes are now full of dim color. It can be seen that the injuries he suffered are really serious, or even in other words, have reached the level of life-threatening. And if others saw this incident, they would be extremely shocked. People never thought that this powerful and invincible gods of destruction, an invincible existence, would be reduced to such an embarrassing situation. You must know that there are very few people who can defeat him at Imne's level, unless Angel personally makes a move, or exists at the level of Xeno and Grand Priest. However, if it was the latter, then naturally there would be no possibility of IWNE surviving, but IWNE is now seriously injured, and it is obvious that he has been strongly targeted by the enemy. Today's IWNE is already injured. Cut off the sharp decline, the breath is also extremely weak. It seems that he can't mobilize his combat power in a short time, and he stands weakly. And the eyes looking forward are indeed extremely firm, and it is in the center of the line of sight in front that this thrilling battle is going on. I saw that one of the figures was extremely petite, wearing clothes that belonged exclusively to priests. Although he looked like a naive boy on the outside, the clothes he wore looked very simple and solemn. This person was the guide of the first universe, Angel of Amo. At this moment, Avamo's face was tense, his mouth was tightly pursed, and at the same time, his body was constantly showing flashes of dexterity, and at the same time, his fists were continuously being thrown out, constantly showing powerful fighting skills, and extremely powerful angel energy. But after realizing this matter, people couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously, Angel of Amo has tried his best. Advertisement. And in the first universe, it is impossible for anyone to be Angel's opponent, even if it is as strong as gods of destruction IWNE. It is also an apprentice trained by Avamo, and it is impossible for Avamo to give all his strength. But now this Avamo has not only gone out with all his strength, but even now he is not in the upper hand, but is being severely suppressed by the opponent, and there is even the possibility of losing at any time. If this matter spreads, it will shock the jaws of countless people. It is precisely because of this that people are more and more curious about the existence that can fight Angel of Amo to such an extent, just who is so sacred. Now I shifted my gaze over there, and I did see the figure opposite Almo. The figure was constantly staggering, and the speed of the opponent was so fast that it was able to dodge Awamo's attack accurately almost every time. Even when Avamo can't take care of it, he can react in time and attack the opponent's body parts, so that Avamo's angel power is poured out, excessive waste, and he is constantly suffering harm. Damn, that guy is really too strong. Seeing the tightly clenched fists waving in the air, there was a sound of hugging, crackling like the cracking of bamboo joints, but his strength was not that strong. The breath also became extremely fragile. He used to be the unrivaled and strongest gods of destruction, but now he can only stare blankly here. This is unacceptable to him who pursues the ultimate in strength. He naturally feels angry and ashamed of 857 in his heart. The sudden appearance of the enemy is disgusting. And at this moment, a hand was quietly put on his shoulder. This incident for no reason almost shocked him, but after all, it was gods of destruction, who had experienced many battles, and he recovered in an instant, turning back and forth. When I turned my head, I did see a face behind me. Master Gohan! IWNE exclaimed. His face was full of surprise. He couldn't imagine why Son Gohan would suddenly appear here. But at the same time, he also felt a strong shock in his heart. One must know how proud he is and how confident he is in his own strength. Ordinary people don't talk about getting close to him, but he can instantly sense any living thing that appears within a range of nearly 100 kilometers around him. Even if it appears behind him, he doesn't even notice it at all. How did the other party do it? He was shocked for a moment, and he was so surprised by this matter, but he is not a fool. He can react in an instant. Son Gohan's current strength may have reached the level that he can hardly match him. Chapter 214. As long as you make a move, you must be the one who dies. Seeking subscription. He could even feel a vague aura from Son Gohan, which he seemed to only feel from Grand Priest and Master Zeno. He was naturally shocked and frightened all of a sudden, and at the same time, he couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. It seems that the opponent's strength has really reached a terrifying situation. It seems that your current situation is not very good. I saw Son Gohan squinting his eyes slightly and looked forward, and saw that Angel Iwama was still intensely anxious with the other party, but the situation was getting worse for Iwama, and the latter's injuries were getting worse. If this continues, it is likely to be life-threatening. And if this matter is put forward, people will definitely not believe it, because Angel's lifespan is so long, and their cultivation time is much stronger than most gods of destruction, even several times more. An Angel has a long training time and has to go through several candidates for gods of destruction. Even the destructive IWNE is a great god that has survived from ancient times. Even so, I have never seen any angel fall or grow old and die because of this. Death seems to be an impossible thing for the gods. However, with the changes that have taken place in the past few months, the entire multiverse has been turned upside down, and the gods who were originally high above were killed or injured. Even the gods of destruction in their respective universes may pay the price of their lives when facing such a fierce enemy. The sudden invasion of the Dark Demon Realm directly broke the barriers between the various universes in the multiple universes. Our first universe suffered heavy losses as a result. That guy is Mar, one of the 4 great evil gods. Gods of Destruction IWNE became excited because of this, and turned his head to look at this moment, and the tone of Son Gohan next to him became a little excited, as if seeing the latter was like seeing hope. Advertisement. Sure enough, it's these annoying bugs again, it's really endless. Son Gohan's lukewarm voice sounded, and his face was also full of calm expressions, as if he couldn't see any emotion from him. And his pair of amber-like eyes flashed a crystal luster, and when the silvery light shone around his body, IWNE next to him couldn't help but tremble. And at the moment when Gods of Destruction IWNE was in a daze, there was a sudden change in the battlefield ahead, and a voice of hatred sounded, and the evil god Mal suddenly became extremely powerful, releasing a powerful energy bow, directly blasted Angel Iwama out, and even Angel was hit head-on by such terrifying energy, causing tragic injuries. Just waiting for his body to fall slowly, both sides could see the smoke coming from his chest, and even his originally crystal-clear jade skin had a bull-sized injury, and the appearance of blood and flesh bursting made people shudder. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Angel Iwama, with a palm resting steadily on his back shoulder, firmly holding his body that was about to retreat violently. At the same time, a warm current poured into Avamo's body and looked at each other, making him feel incomparably warm, as if a clear current flowed between his limbs and bones in an instant, and his injury was so severe started to recover. Not only that, just now, Avamu even felt that his lost power energy was recovering rapidly. You must know that he, who has been fighting the evil god Mal for a long time, has already reached the end of his rope. Not to mention that he was seriously injured and could no longer mobilize his combat power, but at this moment he has a tendency to turn a dead tree into a spring, which is simply miraculous. So Angel Iwama was extremely shocked. Blood appeared on his boyish face again. At the same time he couldn't wait to turn his head, and directly met Son Gohan behind him, and saw the latter's face immediately real face. "It's you?" Advertisement Iwama couldn't help exclaiming. He never thought that it was Son Gohan who suddenly appeared here, and the almost miraculous scene was caused by the latter. This is simply a fantasy. Leave this little bug to me to solve. Calm words came out of Son Gohan's mouth, and his figure seemed to disappear into a wisp of white smoke in a flash, but in the next moment, his body came straight to the evil god Mar. "You dare to be a hero with anything, don't you know that people who are overwhelmed will end badly?" The evil god Mal certainly doesn't know how Son Gohan exists, and you don't even know the latter's bottom line. In his view, Son Gohan is just an ordinary human being. Even if he rescued Angel just now, Avamu is nothing to him. It's just a small skill. The real strong depends on the strength of the fist. Don't you know that if you come to the multiverse to play wild, you will die without a place to die? Son Gohan didn't respond directly to the other party, okay, but instead suspected another question, but his question clearly contained a strong sense of irony, and the deep meaning in the words was self-evident. The evil god Mal understood it in an instant, and his face turned cold immediately. He didn't expect that the human being on the opposite side would dare to turn his back on him like this, and speak so harshly, which directly deeply irritated him. "Humans, are you courting death?" A low growl sound came from the mouth of the evil god Mal, and he gritted his fangs, and his expression looked very terrifying. Under the shadow, he is now much more eerie and terrifying than the ghost. "Do you believe it or not, as long as you dare to attack me, you must be the one who dies." Son Gohan folded his arms, the corners of his mouth were curved, and his face was full of confident smiles. Advertisement Chapter 216 Finding the Last Evil God. The accident happened too suddenly, and the process was too short. The gods of destruction and Angel, who were the parties involved, didn't even react. In just a flash, the powerful and invincible evil god disappeared bizarrely. Where did the evil god Mal go? Gods of destruction IWNE couldn't help asking. Even though he had seen the whole process just now, he still felt quite unsustainable about it. After all, the final reason was so incredible that after he realized it, his head was still buzzing, as if he still had doubts about all of this. The evil god Mal seems to have disappeared, and the entire first universe has lost his anger. Could it be that he is really dead? But how is this possible? Angel Avamo's face was tense, and he spoke in disbelief, and he was also shocked by this in his heart. At the same time, 747 also frightened him a lot. Even with his perspective as an angel, he has never seen this weird situation. This is really beyond common sense and not within his expectations. Just when these two people were in doubt, they saw a figure floating towards them, appearing in front of them like a ghost. At this time, Avamo and IWNE both reacted, and raised their heads again at this moment, and naturally saw Son Gohan who was close at hand. O Lord Gohan. Whether it's gods of destruction IWNE or Angel Avamo, they are all taken aback at the moment, but they are still gods after all, and their nerve endurance and reaction speed are naturally infinitely better than those of ordinary people. Advertisement But seeing the other party suddenly appear in front of them now, it still makes them a little nervous for no reason. Originally, gods of destruction IWNE did have some questions to ask, but when he saw Son Gohan appearing in front of him, he was really nervous and speechless. The feeling now is exactly the same as when he faced the Grand Priest. And this is exactly the oppression brought about by absolute strength. After all, in the multiverse, the real hard truth is the softness of one's own fists. Only in this way can others truly respect themselves. Master Gohan, that evil god Mal. Avamo next to him couldn't help but speak, and his lips and tongue couldn't help but look a little dry, because he really seemed nervous. Just because the impact on him just now was too great, he really couldn't choose to believe it. At the same time, he had to choose to trust his own eyes. It was in this situation of stalemate between the two that made him feel extremely cramped in his heart. It's already dead, as I said, as long as he dares to attack me, he must be the first to die. Son Gohan continued to repeat the previous words, his tone was very ordinary, as if he was talking about a common thing. But the two people present could feel the extraordinary arrogance from his words, a special, ADBG, temperament emanating from the whole body, making others tremble with fear for no reason. Although Angel Avamo and Gods of Destruction IWNE had already guessed the answer, hearing what Son Gohan said with their own ears, they still couldn't help being surprised again. Advertisement The picture just now was like a movie, reappearing in their minds again. The more it was like this, the more it made them feel incredible. Master Gohan. Gods of Destruction IWNE couldn't help but move forward, looking at Son Gohan with complicated and strange eyes at the moment. Of course, this was more due to the change brought about by the change in strength. Now that he looks at Son Gohan again, there is naturally more awe in his eyes. Looking at IWNE like this, it seems that he wants to say something. For him, the most important thing at this moment, and the most urgent thing to know is, how did Son Gohan do it, and why his strength can improve by leaps and bounds. After all, he is the aloof gods of destruction, the well-deserved overlord of this universe, but when facing foreign invaders, he is really helpless, and even his own life is threatened. So the more this happened, the more it stimulated him and made him want to explore the ultimate truth. But before he could finish his words, Son Gohan on the opposite side spoke. Now the troubles of the first universe have been solved, and now there is only the last one of the 4 great evil insects left, and now I am going to destroy this scourge. Completely wiped out. A calm voice came out of his mouth, and before the voice fell completely, it was as if cooking smoke was floating in the air, and the figure of Son Gohan disappeared in space. At the same time, whether it was Angel Avamo or Gods of Destruction, IWNE couldn't help being stunned, but he did react immediately. But the shock on their faces did not completely dissipate. They looked at each other's eyes, and both saw a thick, complex look. For ordinary gods of destruction, it is extremely difficult to cross a universe, not to mention that without the help of Angel, it is impossible to travel to other universes. Chapter 217 Soldiers approach the 13th universe, and when there is an urgent and important situation, they cannot reach Xeno's temple without the order of the Grand Priest. But for Son Gohan, it seems that it is not difficult at all. You must know that even a powerful existence like Angel has the magical ability to cross the void in space, but it will take a long time to reach another universe, but it is only a blink of an eye for biological components. You must know that even instant transmission has great limitations, and the movable range is also very narrow, small. Only when the parties feel the chi, can they react and move quickly, but the response to chi is also determined by their own strength. No matter how powerful a person is, it is impossible to appear in another universe out of thin air, but Son Gohan did it miraculously. This passage decays into a magical power, which is probably the power of rules in the legend. It can freely transform the power of rules for its own use. Not only does it have the magical power to surpass the world, but it can even come and go freely in the multiverse. Shua. So in the blink of an eye, Son Gohan's figure appeared in a new place, and just as his figure had just arrived, he had already judged the real situation here. Rather than saying it is a judgment, it is better to say it is a spontaneous feeling, because he can be said to be very familiar with this universe, because he is the gods of destruction of this universe.
Needless to say, everyone knows this universe, and it is naturally the newly opened 13th universe. Sure enough, the 13th universe also suffered disaster. Advertisement. According to common sense, the 4 evil gods will be the backbone of this invasion army. But now 3/4 have been eliminated, and the remaining one should be the strongest demi-cooler. For Son Gohan, this guy's strength is naturally not to be feared. But what annoyed him a little in his heart was that they would actually pick his 13th universe to attack. Wasn't this a sniper shot in the back while he was not around? But the current situation is far from that simple, or in other words, the situation is far more severe than imagined. Because in an instant, Son Gohan felt the fluctuation of the aura, and there was a very powerful aura filled with evil aura, and he wanted to face Demi-Cooler, one of the 4 evil gods. In addition to this, there are other dark forces, and from this point of view, it should be the other invaders. And now the power belonging to the 13th universe is also confronting it, but beyond Son Gohan's expectations, there are also powers from other universes in the multiverse. These gods of destruction and guide angels from other universes are now united together and appear in the 13th universe. On the opposite side are the invaders from the Dark Demon realm headed by the evil god Demi-Cooler, and an incompatible situation has formed between the two sides. This is a great rush for the final battle. Son Gohan understood in an instant that it seemed that these invaders from the Dark Lord Ring had joined together and finally launched a final onslaught against the multiverse. It seems that the time has come when the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. This is completely a desperate situation and a helpless move. But it's normal to think about it. These gods of destruction and angel are extremely selfish people. They are thankful that they can guard their own camp. How can we expect these people to come to the 13th universe for rescue? Advertisement. The reason why these people are united is precisely because the newly opened 13th universe is a new barrier for the multiverse. If the invaders of the Dark Lord of the Rings want to fully occupy the multiverse, they must start from the 13th universe. 0. Ask for flowers. If the entire multiverse is compared to a huge city, then the 13th universe is the city wall. Once the wall collapses, the interior will be full of eggs. So in the situation where their lips were dead and their teeth were cold, they had to make a decision to fight against the enemy. They could only unite together and fight the invaders from outside the domain. There is no one left in the multiverse. If you are the only ones like you, I advise you to drop out of school early and don't lose your life in vain. 0. The leader, Demi-Cooler, was tall and burly, holding a magic scepter and looking forward arrogantly, and made a majestic and domineering voice condescendingly. You are wishful thinking. The multiverse will not tolerate you little ones running wild here. Angel Whis stood up directly, looking at Demi-Cooler in front of him righteously, and the words in his mouth were full of unyielding will. What else do you have in the multiverse universe? If you didn't look forward to the 2 old guys behind you, you would have killed you all. I really thought we were afraid of you. Demi-Cooler held the magic wand tightly, and thrust forward again. His face was full of arrogance, and he looked at the other side with contempt, and at the same time, his expression was full of bloodthirsty. Damn it, you dare to do this. Aren't you afraid that Master Grand Priest and Master Zeno will directly use the power of rules to clear you here? I saw gods of destruction Hareth with his hands on his hips, and he stepped forward. He stared fiercely at Demi-Cooler on the opposite side. Even in such a severe situation, he did not lose his arrogance as gods of destruction, but seemed very confident. Chapter 218. Evil God Demi-Cooler. You really think they are omnipotent? We are not creatures of the multiverse. We are not afraid of his rulemaking. Even Zeno can't eliminate us. Besides, do you think they can take care of you? Demi-Cooler spread his hands and squinted his eyes, looking at the people in the diverse universe on the opposite side. His long voice revealed how arrogant he was. He didn't pay attention to these people at all. For him, these aloof gods of destruction and angel are about to become his prisoner. What? How so, could it be? After hearing Demi-Cooler's words, people in the diverse universe where 353 was present couldn't help but panic. While they were in chaos, they couldn't help but wait and see each other. When their eyes met, they both saw horror and disbelief in each other's eyes. But even if they are strong-willed and don't believe Demi-Cooler's nonsense, those with weak willpower have already been shaken. Not to mention that the current situation is inherently diverse, and the universe is very unfavorable, and several universes have already been captured. This so-called 13th universe is not so much the walls of the multiverse as the final home. Because the enemy's offensive is too terrifying, they attack directly from the inside. Even if a group of ants attack the elephant, sooner or later, the elephant will be completely killed. Advertisement. But now the army present is a combination of multiple universes, the middle forces of the major universes. They may have their own selfish intentions, or they may have other plans. But without exception, they are all for their own survival, to protect the homeland they depend on for survival, and not to be violated by others, and it is precisely because of this that they gather in the 13th universe. The Grand Priest and Zeno you admire have been dragged down by our supreme leader. They are already in trouble and can't take care of you at all. That is to say, you shrimp soldiers and crab generals have nothing to rely on. Instead of becoming cannon fodder, it is better to surrender as soon as possible. I can make you our vassal slaves, keep 10 of your lives. Demi-Cooler chased after the victory, and spoke again in a wolf voice. His words seemed to have magical powers, bewitching and influencing everyone present again and again. And it seems that there are some priests with his own ability. He is a magician himself, and he has already reached the pinnacle in the use of magic, so the ability to bewitch with words is also extremely powerful. Is what he said true? Although I'm a bit unlucky, I haven't seen the figures of Grand Priest and Master Zeno until now. After all, Demi-Cooler's words are too deceptive. He teases the psychology of the people present, and it is enough to arouse their inner fear and desire for life. Naturally, some people have the intention to quit, and this person who was originally weak in fighting spirit the army, the morale of the army was greatly shaken. Not good. The many gods of destruction and angels present all reacted one after another, and their faces became very ugly. Of course, they knew how provocative Demi-Cooler's words were just now. Although this is not an actual battle with real knives and guns, it undoubtedly pricks people's hearts every time. If he is allowed to continue, the morale of the entire army will be completely shattered. Advertisement. Everyone, please be quiet. Suddenly a clear voice sounded like a sharp sword piercing the sky, and the originally noisy and restless scene really invited the guests to quiet down first and see you again. Everyone raised their heads to look. I saw a figure standing in front of everyone, and everyone could see his figure and appearance clearly. They saw that he had pure white long hair hanging down to his waist. At least from this point of view, he was an angel, and she is also a woman. The slender waist, pretty face, moving figure and crescent-like voice made everyone present quiet down. Many people present recognized him. This person was the angel who was the guide of the 6th universe before Beerus, but now he has become the angel of the 13th universe. That's right, everyone will be in the 13th universe now, and as the guide angel of the 13th universe, it is reasonable for her to stand up now. Everyone, don't forget why we are standing here. Our goal is to unite and defeat foreign enemies. Although these guys are powerful and terrifying, they are not invincible. Even without Master Grand Priest and Master Zeno, you can also overcome difficulties with your own strength. I saw that Vados was tall and straight, with a soft voice coming out of his mouth, but his face showed a firm will 3.9, as if any topic came out of his mouth, there was no doubt about it. What a joke, relying on your own strength, can you all come to die? Even your most powerful gods of destruction angel is no match for me. I have 3 brothers whose strength surpasses all of you. Wait until they come. It's. Demi-Cooler folded his arms in a condescending posture, as if he had sealed the victory. You said, those 3 idiots, they've all been dealt with by Master Gohan. Vados spoke suddenly, with a wide smile on his face. Chapter 219 Evil Insects, almost got it. What? Demi-Cooler heard Vados' words at first, but he didn't react for a while. He was stunned for a while, with a look of astonishment on his face, but then he reacted. Are you joking? Rampant laughter kept ringing around, and Demi-Cooler couldn't help laughing loudly, and it was because of the laughter that his whole body was shaking violently, which made his condition look very abnormal. Of course, he would not believe his calm expression, even to him, this seemed to be the funniest joke in the world. Not only Demi-Cooler, but also the army from the Dark Demon Realm behind him burst into laughter. Their expressions were also full of contempt. Obviously, for them, this matter was simply slippery. The absurdity is tantamount to stimulating the nerves of these people present. Not only Demi-Cooler and the people from the Dark Demon Realm present, but even the faces of the various reinforcements from the multi-universe couldn't help but change. At this moment, there was commotion in the team, and they all had doubts about this. At this time the eyes looking at Vados are naturally weird. Of course, there are many people who firmly believe in this, because they have personally experienced the previous scenes, and while they were strongly shocked, they couldn't help but left a deep impression on them, so they remained steadfast trust. Especially the universe where the 3 evil gods had made trouble, gods of destruction and angel who rushed over from there, none of them have witnessed Son Gohan's demeanor, what a heroic, unrestrained and extraordinary appearance he is. When Lord Gohan comes to you in person, the days of this clown will be over. I saw gods of destruction Beerus with his hands on his hips, looking at Demi-Cooler opposite him arrogantly at this moment, his expression was full of arrogance. If there is no accident, Master Gohan is on his way now, I advise you to leave early, otherwise it will be too late to regret. A pleasant voice sounded, and the tall figure of Whis appeared in the sight of Demi-Cooler. He was holding a magic wand, and looked at Demi-Cooler facing each other. Yes, as long as Master Gohan comes, everything will be solved. That guy is just a grasshopper after autumn, and he won't be around for long. Advertisement, Son Gohan is a powerful figure comparable to Grand Priest. As long as he is willing to make a move, Demi-Cooler will definitely die. With the beginning of the first 2 gods of destruction and angel, there was a compound voice afterward. These people are all people who have experienced that battle, and they have naturally witnessed the power of Son Gohan with their own eyes. I was deeply impressed by the strength of the latter. Therefore, a strong trust could not help, and even a feeling almost fanatical, firmly believing that the latter can overcome all difficulties and obstacles, and all enemies are paper tigers. Demi-Cooler was still laughing at the beginning, but after seeing the performance of everyone in the multiverse, it naturally caught his attention. He slowly suppressed his smile, but his face gradually became gloomy. You have been bragging about this Lord Gohan. Why have you never heard of it? Could it be that he is a vain guy, bluffing and deceiving here, and only you creatures with low intelligence will believe it? Naturally, Demi-Cooler will not be easily bluffed by everyone's few words. He is born with arrogance, so when he heard the name of Son Gohan, he sneered at the latter. For him, the latter will not be taken seriously by him at all. Wait until Master Gohan shows up. You be asterisk 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 D can't even smile. The clear voice sounded again, and I saw Vados leaning forward and raising his chin. At this time, the bright and moving eyes were full of fiery color. This is naturally a firm belief and enthusiasm for Son Gohan of worship. If he is really that powerful, then hurry up and fight me, don't be just a coward who only stands behind women. Demi-Cooler held a heavy magic wand, and when he pointed forward, he made an aggressive sound. And he looked down at the people on the opposite side, his expression was full of contempt, which seemed to be provocative. You guy, Lord Gohan, was still in the first universe, which is where your brother, the evil god Mal, is. I'm afraid that the evil god Mal is already finished. If my guess is correct, Lord Gohan is on his way. A gleam flashed across Vidau's pretty face, and pleasant words came from his mouth, but he couldn't hide the panic that flashed in his eyes. After all, Demi-Cooler's momentum is domineering, and he doesn't give everyone a chance to turn back. If he doesn't try to drag the opponent away, a big battle will break out in an instant. It's a joke about how my brother Marl exists. How could you idiots from the multiverse be his opponents? Let alone that scumbag Gohan, how could he be able to kill him?
Advertisement. Of course, the evil god Demi-Cooler didn't believe Vidau's words, and his face was full of sarcasm. In his opinion, Vidau's was just deliberately delaying time, and this insight into the other party's shackles made him even more contemptuous.
I'll say it again, if this Gohan is really that powerful, then let him appear immediately, otherwise everyone present will die. In the blink of an eye, Senran's voice spread a murderous intent that shrouded the scene, and everyone present felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. At this time, their skin felt a deep tingling sensation, as if stimulated by a sharp object. With the body.
Demi-Cooler suddenly released his aura, and the powerful dark energy surged around, immediately making the multiverse army present feel uncomfortable, and naturally felt the oppression brought by the huge coercion, and their faces became pale. It became ugly, and at the same time, 793 felt life-threatening.
After finally getting together for a while, the morale of the army suddenly slackened again.
It seems that you guys can't give me the answer I want.
A rambling voice came from Demi-Cooler's mouth again. Although the voice sounded weak, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. For a moment, everyone felt extremely cold, and the terrifying pressure suddenly increased several times. No, he's really going to make a move. What should we do? His strength is too terrifying. If he is really untrustworthy, no one present can stop him. The people in the army were once again panicked, and the voices of talking were constantly interspersed. People once again felt strong fear, as if they were in a hell on earth, and all the people present fell into the Minister of Words. Are we really going to end this time? Not only the other people in the army, even Vidau's pretty face turned pale instantly, and then he bit his lower lip tightly, the bright eyes gradually faded from their original brilliance, and the face slowly appeared. A look of despair. Evil bug, it's almost over. A light and fluttering voice came from a distance, but to everyone, it seemed to ring in their ears. Demi-Cooler became annoyed instantly when he heard it, but after 8 flowers were in heaven, his pale lil face suddenly became bright again. Chapter 220 Master Gohan is here. Who? Demi-Cooler was naturally quite alert, and immediately turned his head. His eyes burst out with a strong fierce light. The scarlet light conveyed a bloodthirsty killing intent, and endless anger surged in his heart. It can be said that Son Gohan those words completely angered him.
He himself is extremely arrogant, of course he will not allow others to encourage him, let alone someone interrupting in the middle of this situation, and the content of these words is so harsh that even a fool would it can be guessed that the evil insect in his words refers to himself.
This naturally aroused the anger in his heart in an instant, and made him completely unable to hold back.
It is precisely because of this that the aura around him exploded, the coercion that was originally exuded, the momentum suddenly reversed, and his aura quickly locked on the past. Needless to say, he knew that he was naturally looking for the figure of Son Gohan.
No matter how powerful Demi-Cooler's own strength is, his own momentum has reached its peak in an instant, especially his sensitivity to chi is extremely sensitive. Even the slightest disturbance would be perceived by him, but even so, he couldn't detect the figure of Son Gohan at all, and naturally it was impossible to lock on to the latter all at once. During this period of time, Demi-Cooler had doubts in his heart, and at the same time he had strong doubts. He couldn't help but also gave birth to nameless anger. Strong resentment was brewing in his heart, which made him completely unable to maintain a calm state. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail, don't get out of here. It seemed that Demi-Cooler couldn't wait any longer. His face was flushed and he was roaring towards the vast space in front of him. He was indeed a little bit annoyed right now. After all, in his own opinion, he is an omnipotent existence, and there is nothing in the world that he cannot solve, but the current situation has deeply hurt him. It made him unable to accept this obvious fact. Advertisement. I know you, an evil bug, can't find me, so let me come out myself. An indifferent voice came out slowly, as if it came from afar. The voice was far away and near at times, making it hard to judge the specific direction. It was also at the same time as the sound came out that all the people present were looking around, trying to find out who the owner of the sound was. But no matter how they looked around the 4 weeks, they didn't find any abnormalities in the 4 weeks, and they couldn't find the source of the sound. Naturally, they didn't know where the owner of the sound would come from. At this critical moment, Demi-Cooler's expression suddenly changed, the pupils of his eyes dilated, and the expression on his face became abnormal again, or in other words, there was a strong shock. And at this moment, if one could see Demi-Cooler's eyes, one could see the projection of light and shadow from his bewitching eyes, and a figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. And this figure seemed to appear out of thin air, without any signs at all, and it was unknown where it came from. And it was the next second when this figure appeared that everyone reacted, so many people naturally noticed the real appearance of this person, and judged his identity from his appearance. Of course, the main reason for this is that those who were familiar with this person immediately showed surprise on their faces, and some people couldn't help but exclaimed, "Master Gohan!" A voice full of joy, how clear and clear the voice came out, as sweet as a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, and it was none other than Son Gohan's personal guide, Angel Vados. "Master Gohan!"
Advertisement, Master Gohan is really here. Really, Son Gohan? After hearing Vidau's words, everyone reacted one after another. At this moment, there were also chattering voices in the team, and all 10 faces showed surprise expressions. All of a sudden, the originally slack expression regained his fighting spirit, and hope for victory appeared in his eyes. Of course, not everyone is a firm truster among them, and Son Gohan does not regard the latter as a savior, and does not think Son Gohan is anything special. The fundamental reason is that they have never seen Son Goku's attack, so they don't know it. The latter is so powerful, and there is an error in judging Son Goku's true strength. Of course, there are still many people who trust Son Goku strongly, even with a kind of fanatical feeling. The typical ones are the 7th universe, the 6th universe that Son Gohan once saved. The gods of destruction and the heavenly envoy who rushed over from there were deeply shocked by Son Gohan's powerful strength, so much so that they firmly believed that the latter had the history to settle everything. Gohan-sama is here. This time we are saved. Great, we're all saved. Among them, the most excited ones are Beerus and Champa. After all, they have personally experienced the battlefield and know Son Gohan's powerful combat power, with intense excitement. Is that the Son Gohan they are talking about? A cold voice sounded. Chong Chong Evil God Demi-Cooler continued. It looks very ordinary. Chapter 221 Angry Demi-Cooler. You are ugly and unique, but your strength is just so-so. Son Gohan kept his composure, but instead choked on Demi-Cooler, with a sarcastic smile on his face, although he didn't want to use his tongue, but if the other party wanted to make trouble, he didn't recommend letting others know what it's like to crack your teeth. What? Demi-Cooler couldn't have imagined that Son Gohan would say such a thing, and turned into a rage, and another angry roar came from his mouth. Do you dare to say it again? The moment these words came out, turbulent flames surged around him, and his own aura swelled up crazily. At this moment, everyone felt a terrible sense of oppression, and this sense of oppression was how terrifying, full of strong murderous intent, made the people present couldn't help but shudder. Now everyone can see that Demi-Cooler is really angry. Ordinary people will do things beyond reason, not to mention 097 is a god of learning Demi-Cooler. If he really loses control, it will lead to serious problems, unimaginable disaster. As for the other people who were waiting for Son Gohan, and who were extremely excited after seeing the latter's appearance, their faces couldn't help but change quietly at this moment. Especially noticed Demi-Cooler's abnormality. The other party is like a beast that may break free from the cage at any time. No matter how many people are present, they can't stop this guy's sharpness. Now most of the people have learned to be good. Even the mighty saboteurs and angels know that they are not opponents of each other. If they fight hard, they will not end well. Now the only one they can rely on is Son Gohan up. I don't like to say it a second time, especially when others use this commanding tone to ADBC me, but since you made this request, I can only satisfy you. Son Gohan has never heard of someone having such a special request, but he has always been kind and generous. Since the other party has such a need, he will naturally satisfy it. Now I only give you two paths. The first is to surrender to me, and the second is to continue to resist, and then be ruthlessly crushed to death by me. How do you choose? Son Gohan still had a smile on his face at first, but then the expression on his face disappeared completely. Not only his expression felt abnormally cold, but even his eyes were full of raging murderous intent. Advertisement, what? Demi-Cooler did not expect Son Gohan to say such words at all. Even though he had already prepared and expected, this sudden change caught him off guard. So much so that his first reaction was to be taken aback for a moment, and then his face became a little abnormal. At first it was a strange crimson red, then it turned purple red, and finally turned purple black. It looked hideous and scary. I think you don't want to live anymore. Now Demi-Cooler can be said to be completely irritated. His face has become more and more strange and his expression is quite ferocious and exaggerated. This voice seems to come from the 9 Serenity Hell, and it sounds unconsciously shaking shivering. The expressions of the people present immediately became abnormal. At the same time, the black mist began to spreading towards the surroundings non-stop. Everyone had realized that this matter was out of control, and the temperature around them instantly dropped to freezing point. Countless people felt the oppression of the tense crowd, which made everyone breathless all of a sudden, not to mention the cold murderous aura that seemed to permeate every hole, constantly forcing the multi-universe's covenants, putting them in this intense pressure. Uneasy. And Son Gohan, who is the person involved, naturally bears the brunt of the attack and influence. He only saw the black mist, which is equivalent to being pervasive, and immediately made everyone present feel the chilling murderous intent. At this critical moment, I saw that Son Gohan, the person involved, did not do any unnecessary actions, only the corners of his mouth raised and curved, as if there was no change, and it did not directly affect the surrounding environment, but just it was at this moment that the surrounding oppression dissipated, as if the huge mountain on the back was moved away. The most direct change is that the fog that was originally shrouded in the scene has dissipated, and the turbulent and terrifying sense of oppression has disappeared without a trace in an instant, and now Son Gohan is like a sea god in the sea. The sea seemed to be split in two. All of this happened quietly, and Son Goku, the person involved, was still standing in place like a javelin, but it was precisely because of him that he was on the scene, and he had the aura of being one man and one man. It can be seen from this that his strength has indeed grown to a daunting level. Chapter 222. The Strongest Evil God's First Confrontation. Regarding the strange changes on the scene and such an abrupt performance, the people present were shocked at the same time, and the expressions of the troops from the multiverse became more and more excited. Not to mention those who had full confidence in Son Gohan, now they are even more excited and ecstatic. As for those intruders from the Dark Demon Realm, Those extraterrestrial beings who did not belong to the multiverse, they were completely shocked by this scene at this moment, and everyone could no longer maintain a calm posture. At the same time, I also feel deeply incredible. Almost everyone looked at Son Gohan with horrified eyes, as if the latter was no longer alone but had become a demon that made them all fear. Everyone else's performance was so exaggerated, not to mention Demi Cooler, who was the person involved. His pupils constricted the moment he saw that scene, as if it caused him a strong shock that could not be recovered for a long time. As expected of Master Gohan, Gohan-sama is really too strong. As long as Lord Gohan is here, we will surely win. Gohan-sama is our hope, the multiverse must win. It is precisely because Son Gohan's skills have ignited hope for everyone and boosted their confidence, and their flames that were about to be extinguished are now burning vigorously again, becoming more and more hot and vigorous, so the military spirit of the people in the multiverse is united again. The fighting spirit was extremely strong again. Advertisement regarding the scene just now, those foreign intruders saw it in their eyes, and Demi Cooler, who was involved, was also shocked a lot, but at this moment he fell silent. Toya's defiant attitude before. At this moment, he looked at Son Gohan solemnly, as if he was really ready to correct his attitude now, as if he was going to use all his strength and skills to compete with the opponent. I thought it was the existence of those stupid guys bragging, but I didn't expect you to have a few brushes. Demi Cooler began to put away the mentality of underestimating, and the gradually indifferent expression on his face gradually thawed out. At this time, instead of being angry, the corners of his mouth curled up. These 3 guys were killed by you, right? Demi Cooler raised his head, and a high-spirited voice came out of his mouth. His posture at the moment was arrogant, exaggerated, and rebellious. Although the words he said seemed very casual, there was a hint of an icy chill. This Demi Cooler is not a good person after all. Besides, the fact that the 4 evil gods are multi-in-one is a brotherly relationship. Even if there are conflicts between them, if one of them is in trouble, the other 3 college students will definitely not sit idly by. Not to mention that all of them were lost in the hands of Son Gohan. For them, they lost 3 powerful combat forces. This hatred and shame cannot be swallowed so easily. The 3 bugs were indeed killed by me. Why, you have an opinion and want to avenge them, come here yourself. Son Gohan still looked calm. He looked at Demi Cooler opposite him expressionlessly, as if nothing in the world would cause him any emotional fluctuations. Advertisement at this time, he stretched out his right hand and moved forward slowly. This kind of action seemed very common to him, but in Demi Cooler's opinion, it carried a strong sense of shame. 0. Asking for flowers. It's been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant person, even more arrogant than our 4 evil gods. I saw that Demi Cooler's reaction was not too violent but rather flat. This does not mean that he was not affected, but that he was hiding his emotions, or suppressing the flames of his anger. Seemingly there is nothing unusual about him now, but he is already on the verge of breaking out and collapsing. Son Gohan still didn't say anything, his expression was very flat, and a clear light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, his expression became calmer, which showed that he was more prepared in his heart, or in other words, he is ready and ready to fight. It was too late to say it, and I saw Demi Cooler tightening his right hand holding the scepter. Suddenly, there seemed to be a wave of ripples and folds in the void, and when it spread, an extremely loud sound suddenly appeared. It was said that it was at this moment that Demi Cooler's figure disappeared under the eyes of everyone. He made a move. My god, it's so fast, I can't even see it. How the hell did he do that? The rest of the bystanders were dumbfounded, their eyes widened, and they stared at the place where Demi Cooler disappeared in disbelief. At this moment, most human beings were carefully sensing the direction of chi, trying to determine where the other party appeared. But Demi Cooler is too cunning, and his own strength is far above them, so these people can't catch his figure at all. Chapter 223 Son Gohan. You have too little knowledge, seeking subscription. This Demi Cooler is the head of the 4 evil gods, so his strength is naturally not weak, or in other words, his strength is the strongest among the 4 evil gods. Even though Son Gohan was able to eliminate the 3 evil gods on his own, it doesn't mean that Demi Cooler can be dealt with easily. Even in other words, Demi Cooler's strength is beyond imagination, not just staying on the surface. Even the combination of the 3 evil gods may not be his opponent, so even Son Gohan, who is always invincible, may not be able to maintain his strength this time. However, the more dull Son Gohan's performance, the more confident he was, because Demi Cooler disappeared without a trace. From this point of view, it naturally exceeded people's expectations and imaginations. But Son Gohan, who is the person involved, is still able to maintain the normal state of 760, as if everything will not affect him, and he has long been beyond the normal state, so it is not restricted and affected. Master Gohan, please be careful. Avados, who is a loyal supporter of Son Goku, is also nervous for Son Gohan at the moment, even if he believes in Son Gohan's strength. But the Demi Cooler in front of him is also not to be underestimated. After all, he has fought against the alien god before, but the Demi Cooler in front of him is far beyond imagination. Even the strength of the opponent is above any evil god, so if Son Gohan wants to continue to be strong, it may not be so easy. Not to mention the other gods of destruction and angels who were watching by Vados at this moment, they couldn't help sweating, as well as those ordinary creatures from the army of multiple universes, all of them nervously watched the scene before them. Of course, all of them are Son Gohan's supporters, but there are very few people who know Son Gohan very well, and even fewer know the latter's strength. Not to mention that the Demi Cooler in front of him is really too strong, and the power he showed earlier deeply shocked everyone present. It's hard not to let these people be frightened by the opponent's strength and skill, and in a certain level, they have long been out of control. Not to mention that the other party disappeared quietly before, but Son Gohan still acted as if nothing happened, which made everyone else nervous. Advertisement, of course. For those who don't know Son Gohan, doubts will inevitably arise in their hearts. While hesitating, they are also worried about whether Son Gohan has the strength to defeat the opponent, or whether it is just a superficial effort. And just when the crowd was extremely urgent and their hearts were in their throats, it happened suddenly that a demi-cooler suddenly appeared in front of Son Gohan. This sudden move was beyond everyone's expectations. After seeing it, other people present couldn't help being taken aback. There were even many fragile and even timid people who almost made a sound. "Aren't you crazy?" A gloomy voice suddenly sounded in Son Gohan's ear. The voice was like howling wind. And Son Gohan in front of him is completely defenseless, and even in the eyes of most people, he is full of flaws all over his body now. Obviously, Demi-Cooler was naturally very proud when he said this sentence. In his opinion, his opponent's lunch is nothing more than that. At this time, the opponent is still indifferent. Either he is playing tricks, or he has fallen into a state of helplessness, and it is very likely that he is waiting to die now. Shoo! Immediately after that, Demi-Cooler rolled out his magic scepter, and saw that the scepter was inlaid with crystal-clear orbs bursting out with bright light. As the dazzling light shines to the opposite side, Son Gohan is inevitably shrouded in it. But anyone who has fought against Demi-Cooler knows that the latter's trump card is his magic, and he thinks of himself as a magister. It is a powerful warrior known for his magic. Under such circumstances, he still dares to get close to show that he has absolute confidence in his own strength. After seeing this scene, the other people present couldn't help but exclaimed. Many people were sweating hard for Son Gohan. Of course, they knew how powerful the Magister Demi-Cooler was, especially when the latter was about to release magic. The power was beyond imagination. Advertisement: you must know that Demi-Cooler has shot once before. Although his magic power seems to absorb normally, the light released has extremely strong destructive power, which is stronger than gods of destruction, countless times. Whenever a living being is illuminated, it will be corroded by this strong corrosive force, and itself will disappear in a very short period of time. No one can escape my magical death light, ha ha ha. Rampant laughter kept coming out, spreading out to the surroundings like ocean waves, and this sound naturally contained Demi-Cooler's mental state at the moment, how proud and self-satisfied he was. Even to him now it is already a winning ticket. "Oh, is it so?" A familiar voice sounded slowly. On the other side, the obsessed Cooler, whose rampant and ferocious face suddenly froze, with a smile on his face, his eyes widened at this moment, and he looked at the left side in disbelief. Through Son Gohan's eyes, he saw a familiar figure appearing in the center of the field of vision, and walking slowly towards Demi-Cooler. And the sudden appearance of this figure, and the one that caused Demi-Cooler's violent reaction, was naturally none other than Son Gohan, who was the person involved. I saw that Son Goku was not stained with dust, there was no injury on his body, and the expression on his face was still the same, even with a faint smile. It was completely the same as before, and it didn't look like he was in the situation after suffering from the huge attack of 3.0. How could you not be injured at all? How did you do it? Naturally, Demi-Cooler was the one who reacted immediately. As the person involved, he was the first to feel the changes in front of him, and he suffered a huge shock in his heart. This incident has greatly exceeded his expectations, and deeply shocked him. He has already regarded this incident as the most unlikely situation. But in the end, it was presented in front of him, and the shocking effect that this finally brought was unacceptable to anyone. Everything is possible, it can only be said that you still know too little. Calm words came out of Son Gohan's mouth. Without any emotion on his face, he walked slowly towards Demi-Cooler. Chapter 224 Vegeta, let me do it for you. But now he is stepping on the void with every step, but it gives people a feeling of walking on the ground. Although it doesn't seem too unexpected, it gives people a huge spiritual shock, as if every step he takes is on the drums of people's hearts. Sneaky joke. Demi-Cooler was naturally unhappy about this, so his complexion changed, and under the crimson, there was another low growl from his mouth, and the energy around him surged out again. So he waved his magic wand again involuntarily, and the bright pearl burst out with dazzling brilliance again. In fact, the terrible shockwave struck in the direction of Son Gohan again. Regarding this, Son Gohan didn't show any surprise on his face, nor did he show excessive surprise, or even any unnecessary changes. And it seemed very indifferent, as if to him, he had already expected such a move from the other party. Even in other words, he had already predicted what Demi-Cooler would do. Wow! I saw Demi-Guo 3's energy shockwave attacking Son Goku's face, and Son Gohan raised his right hand at the very moment, facing his palms face to face, unexpectedly intercepting the opponent's shockwave down. When the two sides collided head-on, the shockwave naturally burst. The energy with disease is quite terrifying, and has a strong corrosive power, but the impact on Son Gohan himself is not that far-reaching. I saw that there was still a silver-gray light lingering around his body, and the energy surrounded his body, and Son Gohan was still floating and unscathed, looking like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Demi-Cooler was surprised by this again. She never expected that someone could block her attack with only flesh and blood. Of course, he was shocked again, and he still couldn't help but raise Son Gohan in his height. From this, it can be seen that the strength of the opponent is far superior, and his imagination is even far superior to him. Although Demi-Cooler is unwilling to admit it in his heart, this is the fact. Your strength is indeed stronger than those 3 bugs, but you are not worthy to be my opponent. Floating words came out of Son Gohan's mouth, and his body receded even more buoyantly. It was still in the same state as before. He didn't show too much at all, and from the beginning to the end, he didn't show too much own strength. Advertisement. Despite what Son Gohan said, his behavior was a sign of weakness in Demi-Cooler's eyes. From his point of view, Son Goku obviously had a guilty conscience and couldn't sustain his strength, so he chose to run away, and it was precisely because of this that Demi-Cooler felt complacent about the unknown. But at the same time, he also remembered the words that Son Gohan said just now, and he couldn't help getting annoyed again in his heart. You be asterisk 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 D. If you really have the ability, you can be honest with me for a while, instead of playing tricks here. I think you are a piece of trash who can only talk empty words. The evil god Demi-Cooler is such a proud and arrogant person, and he can't stand the stimulation the most. Hearing Son Gohan's tit-for-tat words just now, he naturally felt quite annoyed in his heart, and in this case he roared fiercely, "Speak out." Ordinary people would still be influenced by Demi-Cooler, but the existence of Son Gohan and the high character of his character are not what ordinary people can imagine and predict. At that moment, his body floated back, with an indifferent smile on his face. He didn't reply directly. Demi-Cooler instead turned around, and looked towards the vast army below. Uncle Vegeta already knew that you couldn't hold back anymore, so I'll leave this guy to you. Apparently, Son Gohan was reading the picture from Vegeta, and now he is speaking directly to Vegeta. And Vegeta was in the middle of the crowd, and he had just come here with people from the 7th universe. After all, with his arrogant personality, he would be strong when he met the strong, and he would naturally not miss such a big battle. And first saw the crazy performance of Demi-Cooler. Then the opponent fought with Son Gohan again, but Vegeta couldn't help being annoyed at the fact that the two sides didn't trigger a real battle. Although it feels like you gave me alms, I have long disliked this guy. Unexpectedly, Vegeta did not object, a large part of which was because he had seen the example of Son Gohan and was deeply impressed by the latter. On the other hand, he also felt the strength of Demi-Cooler and realized that the opponent is a rare opponent, and he also wanted to use the opponent's acceptance to sharpen himself. Advertisement. After all, only by fighting powerful opponents can one's own strength be improved, and this is exactly the goal that their first-generation Saiyan has always insisted on. So Son Gohan looked at Vegeta, smiled and retreated calmly, leaving Vegeta the important position on the main battlefield. Now he also wants to see how strong the opponent is, at least fighting with Demi-Cooler, it shouldn't fall below the obvious. Damn it! Where do you want to escape? Demi-Cooler let out a roar, and was about to catch up with Son Gohan, but at this moment, a figure stood in front of him. This person was none other than Vegeta. What kind of 407 are you guys? Don't stop me, Demi-Cooler snorted coldly, completely ignoring Vegeta in front of him. In his opinion, the other party has no qualifications to be his object at all. Even for him, he is crushed to death, beaten to death, and crushed to death. Ants are no different. Don't underestimate people, you guys. I'm a majestic Prince Saiyan, and that guy Gohan is still my nephew. Naturally, Vegeta also felt quite annoyed. His face slowly lowered, and while flushing appeared on his face also appeared very restless. Now his mood is fluctuating violently, and under the surging heart, the fighting spirit in his whole body suddenly explodes again. Is that annoying guy your nephew? If that's the case, then I'll kill you first, and then he will definitely come to fight me. Demi-Cooler originally planned to ignore Vegeta, but after hearing the latter's words, he immediately became interested. A cruel and evil idea came into his heart. He wanted to torture Vegeta cruelly, so as to stimulate Son Goku to make a move. Die. Unexpectedly, Vegeta's reaction speed was faster. Before Demi-Cooler recovered, a roar suddenly rang in his ears. Immediately afterwards, his figure was like a gust of wind whizzing towards the front, and under the turbulent wind and waves, everyone was disturbed by this incident. Chapter 225 Vegeta vs Demi-Cooler. Even though Demi-Cooler didn't react at first, and then he made the movement, but its speed is still faster. Vegeta took one step, and at the same time as Vegeta's body rushed over, his right hand seemed to be pushed out in the void, hitting Vegeta's chest directly. And Vegeta, who had never encountered this at all, naturally felt great pain. At the moment, his eyes turned white, and he couldn't help feeling a dull pain in his heart, as if a mouthful of blood spewed out of his chest again. It's really vulnerable. When Demi-Cooler saw this, he didn't show any surprise on his face, as if he had already expected this situation. So he looked down at Vegeta, who flew upside down, but there was a look of contempt on his face, and a sarcasm came out of his words without mercy. Ah! With the classic Saiyan roar, dazzling light erupted from Vegeta's body, spewing out towards the surroundings crazily, and the surrounding area was illuminated by this endless light. And tragedy, his whole being is in this dazzling brilliance. Just in an instant, his aura exploded, and his aura exploded exponentially. So under the watchful eyes of everyone, the color of Vegeta's hair loss changed, the flames shrouded her body became smoother, and there was also a qualitative transformation. The whole person was trapped in the endless blue sink. Have you transformed? It has indeed become stronger? Demi-Cooler turned his head, his lazy eyes gradually changed, and now he looked at Vegeta, and the voice of barrage came out of his mouth. Although he doesn't seem to care about it verbally, House also has a little interest in Vegeta now. You be asterisk 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 D. I'm a regular Saiyan prince, there's no way I can fail. I saw that Vegeta was surrounded by raging flames, and under the endless blue, his expression was very resolute, and he conveyed an indestructible and powerful willpower. Advertisement, even if your strength is conquered, do you think that you can deal with me like this? Although Demi-Cooler began to have a little interest in Vegeta, it was only on the surface. In his opinion, there was finally a reason to fight Vegeta. Unlike the previous one-sided abuse, it was naturally not necessary for him. So his performance at the moment is still sleepy. Holding a beaded wand in his hand, as before, he looked down at Vegeta opposite him. I'll make you pay the price for the dog who sees people as inferior. This word was coldly spit out from the mouth of the guitar, and the flames around his body became blazing again, and then sprayed behind him, releasing a strong wave of air, separated from his body, and sprayed out rapidly towards the front. Since you don't give up, I'll show you real magic. Demi-Cooler raised the wand in his hand, and then there were faint ripples at the bottom of the wand, and then the surrounding space seemed to be sunken, combined with the somewhat fruity lines on his face. It gave people a very evil look at this moment temperament. Precisely because Vegeta took the lead in choosing to make a move earlier, his aura was also at the moment, directly targeting Demi-Cooler. Just as the two of them were about to approach quickly, Demi-Cooler's figure disappeared with a swish. And when he reappeared, he had indeed come to Vegeta, and now the wand in his hand had indeed disappeared, replaced by bare hands. Regarding this change, even Guitar hadn't expected it, and a slight look of surprise appeared on his face, but then his expression returned to normal. In his opinion, Demi-Cooler must have been overwhelmed by his own strength when he chose to fight him head-on. From this point of view, Vegeta naturally felt more confident and showed a stronger will to fight. Boom! Boom! As two oscillating sounds sounded, the fists of the two sides collided head-on, but their speed was so fast that they couldn't tell the trajectory of the attack. Even if it was a bystander, the others were watching the scene directly, but the result was separated immediately after. Vegeta's speed went so low that Vegeta was already hit the next second when they met each other, and his chest was hit by Demi-Cooler's strong impact on the left and right sides. This is an extremely serious injury to him. Advertisement, Shuola. In an instant, Vegeta's vision was no longer clear. Terrible impacts hit his body continuously, and the boundless pain washed directly to his brain. As if he couldn't control the impulse in his heart, his throat was sweet and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, out. Because he couldn't counteract the powerful impact, he retreated backwards quickly, and slid for nearly 1,000 meters before he could barely stop. It's just beginning. As Demi-Cooler's words fell, a magic wand appeared in his right palm again, so the magic wand lightly tapped the ground a few times, and faint ripples spread in the void. I saw a pale pink light brewing in it. At the same time, dark pink brilliance also appeared in the surrounding positions, and Vegeta's body was wrapped in an instant. What is this? You have to know how alert Vegeta is and how fast his reaction speed is. He reacted instantly, and he immediately felt an invisible restraint controlling him, so that his body couldn't move at all. Therefore, there was no way to react according to the opponent's actions, so when Demi-Cooler launched such a sneak attack, he simply didn't have any ability to resist. You know why I, Demi-Cooler, are so powerful. You have to know that my strongest thing is not pure combat ability. What I have always been proud of is my magic power. I am the greatest magician in the entire universe. I saw Demi-Cooler walking slowly towards Vegeta with a wand in his hand. He looked at the latter from a high position. Wang Wangchao, as if he had a feeling of compassion. Now he didn't launch an attack immediately, but looked at the latter as if giving charity, as if he was looking at a humble beggar. What the hell is going on with this power? I can't move, I can't even summon the power. I saw that Vegeta couldn't move all over his body, and at the same time, under this strong pressure, his body was trembling constantly. But he kept clenching his teeth, and then made a sour sound, which was the sound of his joints constantly rubbing against each other. If you can break free from the shackles of my magic, then I won't be the greatest magician in the entire universe. Of course, if it is replaced by the one named Son Gohan just now, it may be possible. Demi-Cooler invaded as if watching a joke, but now he is full of ridicule towards Vegeta, and his expression is also full of strong confidence. Chapter 226 The First Magister of the Universe. I can't believe that no one in this world can hold me back to my guitar. I'm the majestic Saiyan Prince, and I'm the strongest Saiyan warrior. Although the sweat was dripping off Vegeta's face and forehead, his nerves were full of stubbornness. I saw that he was biting his lower lip tightly and his face was full of unyielding will. Now he is still trying to struggle with the details, so that he can break through the shackles of Demi-Cooler. But the harder he tried, the more pressure he felt, so that the original injuries on his body became more and more serious. At the same time, the energy in his body seemed to be suppressed. No matter how Vegeta guided him, he couldn't burst out again, and the dazzling light around him gradually faded away. Especially his hair color has started to change, that is, the dark blue has changed to normal black, and this is definitely not a good thing. Seeing Vegeta's ugly face, everyone watching couldn't help but show worry, but the gods of destruction and angels are now somewhat resentful. Their parties are aware of Vegeta's strength, especially Beerus and Whis have trained Vegeta. But he also knows the limit of the latter's power. If he loses the form of Super Saiyan, it is tantamount to announcing failure in advance. We must know that the reason why Vegeta has become so powerful is that he has broken through the limit at 480 and reached a new level of Saiyan again. It is also because he has the support of the realm of gods, and Vegeta, who has the breath of gods, instinctively and ordinary people are in awe. And if there is no power of God, then Vegeta is just an ordinary Super Saiyan who has no chance of winning against such a powerful Demi-Cooler. I didn't expect that Demi-Cooler's ability is so powerful, it's really weird. Gods of Destruction Beerus looked ahead in disbelief, and at this moment, cold sweat slowly dripped down his face, and now he also felt a strong shock, and it was quite incredible in his heart. Advertisement, is it impossible to break free from that guy's imprisonment? Champa, who is the twin brother of Beerus, couldn't help but take a step forward at this moment. His obese body is trembling slightly now, which is really unacceptable for this situation. Although Vegeta is disliked by him, Vegeta's combat power is not weaker than him now. If even the opponent loses, doesn't that mean that he is only giving away his head? No, it can't go on like this. What should we do for Vegeta? A clear voice sounded, and everyone turned their heads at the same time, and saw that the owner of the voice was none other than Bulma. Wait, the current impulsiveness is useless at all. With our combat power, we can't participate. If we can't share the pressure with Vegeta, maybe we will hurt him because of it. This is not worth the candle. A figure appeared in front of him, and he was none other than Piccolo. As the former tactical guide of the Earth camp, he naturally knew the severity of the war situation. Now he is staring at the battlefield in front of him intently, and the voice coming out of his mouth is also very difficult, and his expression has become more and more dignified. It seems to be the case now. Although the situation looks bad, we are not completely defeated. We can only choose to believe in Vegeta. Besides, Gohan is still on the scene. If he makes a move, then we will definitely be able to win. As soon as the familiar voice sounded, Keelan beside him also echoed the words. His expression was determined, his tone of voice became sonorous and forceful, but his right hand couldn't help clenching his fist. Originally, he was a little nervous, but now he couldn't help clenching his fists and slowly panting. His frowning brows relaxed, so he raised his head and looked at the battlefield ahead again. Now turning his sights to the battlefield again, he saw that Vegeta was still bound by the magic energy, but he also noticed the movement on the side at the same time. Especially the conversations of his, Adaj, former partner. Vegeta naturally listened to his ears, which also stimulated his haughty heart. His haughty personality would never allow others to betray him. In fact, this matter if something really happened, Vegeta would resolutely choose to refuse. I will definitely break through to be damned, don't underestimate people. Advertisement. Vegeta forcibly turned his head, trying to calm himself down. Even at this moment, he was still trying to make breakthroughs. It's just that Demi-Cooler's magical energy controls his body, suppressing the energy in his body so that he can't break free no matter how hard he tries. Even the harder Vegeta tried, the smaller the light beam became, binding his body like thorns, so that Vegeta's body was covered with scars, and blood was secreted profusely. Don't waste your time. No one can escape from the magic of my great Magister, and it is impossible for anyone to break my magic. You are doomed to die in the hands of the #1 Magister in the universe. The wand in Demi-Cooler's hand stretched forward, and a transparent bead lamp inlaid on the wand emitted a dazzling red light, which crackled and crackled around like red lightning. When it came into contact with Vegeta's body, it produced a natural irritation, which caused great harm to him. However, this attack was just the beginning. Vegeta was continuously stimulated by the red lightning, but various scars appeared under the intense pain stimulation. Vegeta's throat let out a roar, and his face was distorted because of it, which shows how badly he was hurt. Zzz. The magic wand stretched across the void, and the wand was constantly entwined with red light. The strange stream of light danced, and the red lightning looked like a strange silver snake, while making crackling sounds. Following Demi-Cooler's actions, the beads on the magic wand suddenly shot out red lightning again. The speed and burning power of this lightning were beyond imagination, and it only stimulated people in an instant, and people couldn't help but groan. A piercing roar. Ah! Inevitably, under the continuous attack of Demi-Cooler, Vegeta suffered more and more injuries, and his slightest voice also rose one after another. No matter how strong his willpower was, his complexion could not help but gradually turn pale. Because of the attack on the upper body, the blood surged up and an unhealthy dark reddish-purple appeared on the face. Now Vegeta doesn't look like a living person at all, but like a cooked prawn. Chapter 227 Vegeta's difficult battle. This piercing roar spread around, constantly challenging the limits of people's senses and vision. I can only say that you are so stupid. Do you really think that my great Magister can defeat anyone? If it is that person named Son Gohan, I may be afraid of 3 points, but if it is you, I regret to tell you that your life should end here. Demi-Cooler's eyes were full of misery. He stared at the other party condescendingly, and at this moment walked slowly towards Vegeta. Looking at the latter now is like looking at an ant. In his opinion, Vegeta's life is completely in his own hands, and the other party has no chance of turning the tables. With Vegeta's violent struggle and his heart-piercing roar, plumes of smoke were also emitted from his body, and at the same time Demi-Cooler's voice came out again. If you want to blame, you can only blame Son Gohan. He ruined you and you will pay for your own stupidity. After all, not everyone in this world is qualified to talk to me, and if you dare to fight with me, you must be prepared to be tortured. Demi-Cooler's expression was full of coldness. Looking at Vegeta seemed to be filled with compassion, and the words that came out of his mouth also seemed so cold, as if he could no longer see any human emotions in his eyes. There was all that remains is blood, cruelty and bloodlust. Although he seems to be very proud now that everything is under his control, his attention has never left Son Goku, or in other words, he has always recorded the latter. After all he has seen after seeing the strength of the opponent, he also realized how powerful he is. Although Demi-Cooler has been looking forward to fighting Son Goku, he also knows that the opponent's strength is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. Demi-Cooler seems to be arrogant and frivolous on the surface, and does not take anyone seriously. In fact, he is extremely alert in his heart. He has been paying attention to the developments on Son Gohan's side, thinking that whenever there is any disturbance on the latter's side, he will immediately make a prediction, but his fear of Son Gohan is still hard to hide, for fear that the other party will suddenly start a battle with him. As for himself, he lacks the detection of the opponent's strength, and he might be at a disadvantage because of this, so he is quite fortunate in the current situation. Advertisement, but he also felt puzzled because of this. After all, He knew that this betrayed his identity, and he also knew that Vegeta and Son Gohan had a close relationship. Logically speaking, Son Gohan naturally wouldn't let Vegeta die. But now that the guitar has been tortured by himself, and Son Goku has not made a move, is there any conflict and hatred between the two parties? Just when Demi Cooler was hesitating to think about the countermeasures in his heart, suddenly a terrible, indescribable energy, a clear and terrifying coercion, suddenly shrouded this universe. Everyone in the multiverse universe present, and at the same time, the foreign intruders felt the oppression of this bone-chilling energy. Needless to say, the release of this energy will naturally have an unimaginable impact on anyone, and the most direct impact is the battle between Vegeta and Demi Cooler. It was because of Demi Cooler's momentary negligence that he lost control over Vegeta, and Vegeta naturally felt the pressure on himself was slowly easing, so he seized this important moment and began to crazily reveal the energy inside. As a result, the super energy that was previously suppressed in the body also began to gather at the back of the body following the guidance of the will. Dazzling rays of light gushed out of Vegeta's body, like a fountain, and began to radiate upwards in surroundings, and Guitar himself seemed to become a fountain, and the energy in his body finally broke through the existing constraints. Now it is like a Jedi dam, coming with an unstoppable force, and this is the strength of the Saiyan nation. As long as you can find opportunities for you, using your own anger as a medium, you can continuously burst out powerful energy and break through your own limits. So gradually, within a breath, Gita's hair turned dark blue again, and his body was covered with blue brilliance. The originally sluggish fighting power surged crazily again. The current situation can be said to be completely accidental. The reason why Vegeta was able to break through the shackles is such a simple thing. But it was the accident just now that gave him an excuse to break through. 0. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. It can be seen that it was the invasion of external forces that caused some uncontrollable reasons, and Vegeta's breakthrough became a matter of course. Now I suddenly felt that Vegeta broke through the bottleneck, especially when he broke free from Demi Cooler's power to control himself, and lost contact in an instant. Even Demi Cooler had a stunned expression on his face, but it changed in the next second, turned into anger. Demi Cooler suddenly looked and yelled at Vegeta. How could it be possible that what happened? You be asterisk 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 D would have such shit luck. Demi Cooler lost his composure completely. His voice seemed crazy and uncontrollable. It is not difficult to see from his words that he has absolute confidence in his own strength. This is a habit he has developed for a long time, but looking at him now, his defeated opponent was able to regain his strength and show off his power in front of him. This definitely stimulated Demi Cooler's sensitive heart. 0. HMPH. I don't care who you are. It was rare for Vegeta not to criticize Demi Cooler, and now that he has finally escaped and ascended to heaven, his mood has improved, but his face is still as cold as ice. Now he has only one thought, that is to take revenge, so his body only stayed for a moment, and in the next moment, it was like a missile, rushing directly towards Demi Cooler. Vegeta is in a good mood offline, and the gloom in his heart has been swept away, but the anger in his heart is not completely full of blood. This time he wants to prove himself again through fighting, so he has to show all his strength. He wants to beat Demi Cooler violently. A meal is not only to prove one's own strength, but also to maintain the dignity and pride of Prince Saiyan. Clatter. No one expected that Vegeta would approach Demi Cooler in an instant, and his body and speed were more neat and clean than before. In particular, the power of the punch was beyond imagination. It seemed to have broken through the limit in an instant, directly punching into the air, breaking through the boundary wall of space, and directly hitting Demi Cooler in the middle of the front. Chapter 228 Mishap. 13 Universe boundary wall is broken. Boom. Demi Cooler's face was severely injured. After that forceful punch, his entire face showed obvious marks. Although it didn't dent, the condition was quite serious. After all, there was a cry of pain from his mouth. Roar. Right now, once Vegeta gains power, he finally has the upper hand, but his battle is far from over, and his movements are still at their peak. In particular, there was no obvious complacent look on his face, but his expression was very calm, as if he had narrated the lessons of previous battles. Therefore, when fighting against the enemy, you can fall into a calm state more and more, but you can't be negligent until the final victory. Bang bang bang. There was a flashing sound in the air, and the guitar reappeared next to Demi Cooler, 907. At this time, he naturally chose to pursue the victory, his fists raised left and right, and his own strength and the speed seemed to break through the limit again, so that the air was torn apart, and now it was like a meteor from the sky, hitting Demi Cooler's body continuously. And just as the battle on Vegeta's side intensified, and his own advantages were also expanding, on the other side of the battlefield, that is, the edge area of the 13th universe boundary wall, a huge gap suddenly appeared, that is, a space crack. Needless to say, everyone knows that the huge changes that were caused before and the oppression caused by the outpouring of terrifying energy naturally came from this place. And Son Gohan, who was the person involved, naturally noticed it immediately. In other words, he had expected this to happen a long time ago, so he backed away in time, leaving the main battlefield to Vegeta. He felt that Demi Cooler was not his opponent, and it was a waste of effort to fight against him recently. At the same time, it was also to sharpen Vegeta, so that the opponent's strength could be improved again, until he broke through. But judging from the current situation, it seems that this matter is not simple, and the final result is far beyond expectations. What's going on? What just happened? Advertisement. It seems that the boundary wall of the 13th universe has been breached. How could such a thing happen? Could it be that another force from outside the territory has invaded? The army of multiple universes couldn't help discussing again, and people's hearts were shaken again. At this time, people looked different and seemed very nervous. They seemed to have different views and opinions on this matter. And when everyone was still guessing the reason and dared not go forward, Son Gohan, who was the person involved, had already left this place. Just at this time, he himself had appeared at the huge gap in the boundary wall. At the same time, the battle on Vegeta's side has reached its climax. Sky Cannon. When Vegeta's palms were held together in front of him, a dazzling brilliance burst out in his palms, and he pushed forward involuntarily. The energy and various substances flowing in the void seemed to be constantly squeezed, and with the rustling sound, they become more and more eager to stimulate people's eardrums. The terrifying Ningguang light wave is thrown towards the spurt of wool in the front. But now Demi-Cooler is still in the previous injury, he has not fully recovered, even if his own resilience is very strong, coupled with his status as a Magister, the speed of repairing the body through magic is still very fast. But Vegeta didn't give him this chance at all, and he didn't give him this time at all. At the moment, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of hatred for Vegeta, but then it turned into uncontrollable horror. It was also at this moment that Demi-Cooler raised his head, a sharp light appeared in his scarlet eyes. As time passed quickly, the light got closer, and the action became bigger and more specific. The feeling suddenly made him palpitate in his heart, and the fluctuation of energy became more and more unmeasurable. As a result, his heart accelerated rapidly. Demi-Cooler now felt his scalp tingling. A life was in great danger. The next second his screams had already spread, and he was submerged in it. This battle seems to be thrilling, suspense stacked and climaxed, but in fact, the process in the middle did not take too long, because the battle itself is unpredictable, and even a slight change will affect the direction of the battle. So much so as to change the outcome of the final war. Advertisement. The current situation is exactly like this. If it is not because of the sudden terrifying energy oppression, I am afraid that it will be difficult for Vegeta to break free from Demi-Cooler's magic, let alone be able to turn defeat into victory now. Vegeta, on the other hand, is quite confident in his own strength, and he is frivolous and arrogant. The hatred for Demi-Cooler in his heart has already climbed to the extreme. Naturally, he doesn't have any reservations about his own power now, so the Sky Cannon he released is also the most powerful ever, in his opinion. There is absolutely no possibility of dodging, and as long as it is hit, it must be close to death. So in Vegeta's view, this battle is finally over, and this will surely be his glorious moment to promote his own force, to show his pride as a Saiyan prince. But even if this battle is over for him, it is still far from being a biological fan, because he has long thought of the difficulty of this matter. Therefore, they have been released a long time ago, with the purpose of catching the more powerful existence behind the 4 college students. Now it seems that the real culprit behind the scenes and the powerful boss are finally about to appear. But the others didn't know it. At least for Vegeta and many multiverse fighters, they all thought it was a rare victory, and couldn't help cheering at this moment. Great, I knew 3.5 Vegeta would win. Keelan was also not stingy with his own admiration for this matter, and immediately became a sycophant. Sure enough, the people from our 7th universe have never let others down. They are worthy of being the fighters I taught them. Gods of Destruction Beerus's fart was exactly the same as before. This time he was obviously beaten and won, and it had nothing to do with him. He still didn't forget to put gold on his face. After all, his strength has indeed improved a lot. It is many times stronger than when I trained him hard before. Now I am afraid that I am no longer Vegeta's opponent. Whis, who was standing next to Beerus, also said insincerely that he was paying attention to this matter the whole time, and felt very proud in his heart. Chapter 229. Demi-Cooler's reliance on his defeated opponent. Although he didn't talk about it verbally, Vegeta was trained by him after all, so he also felt a sense of glory in his heart, and at this moment he felt a sense of elation. After all, this Vegeta is an existence handed over by him, and now the strength of being the biggest is getting stronger and stronger, even surpassing himself. As a teacher's identity and situation, there is naturally a feeling that the blue is better than the blue. Damn it. They let people from the 7th universe steal the limelight again. We also have a lot of strong people from the 6th universe. Why didn't we see any of them? Looking at Beerus's triumphant look, he couldn't help but feel jealous, so he immediately turned into a sour lemon. At this time, he felt like he couldn't eat grapes and said grapes were sour. Master Champa, aren't you the most powerful person in the entire 6th universe? You can't beat others, of course you can't. And because of the mellow atmosphere now, people's mood has become better. Vados still didn't forget to tease Shang with a teasing look on his face. And after listening to Vado's words, Zhang's fat face couldn't help turning red, and his expression seemed very embarrassed. Other people, especially 3 gods of destruction, couldn't help seeing Zhang's like this, live laughing. They didn't see each other well, seeing Champa like this, of course they don't mind gloating. And when the multiverse camp was full of excitement, on the battlefield not far away, the power of the Sky Cannon released by Vegeta was slowly disappearing, and the white smoke was also slowly dissipating under the condition visible to the naked eye. And at this time, the real appearance of it was gradually exposed. Demi-Cooler's body was half bent and lying on the ground. Compared with the previous appearance, his current appearance is naturally extremely embarrassing, his information is extremely weak, and power also hit rock bottom. Although he was not completely wiped out by Vegeta, but now he is already at the end of his strength and can't afford too much trouble. You are just taking advantage of the momentary advantage. You're lucky. Don't think that you can win me over. Advertisement. A weak voice came out of Demi-Cooler's mouth, and now he was holding the magic wand in his hand, and he straightened his upper body with difficulty. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be covered with bloodshot eyes, and he looked ahead coldly. Your so-called 4 evil gods have already been defeated by us. Let's see how arrogant you are.
A clear voice sounded, and I saw Vidau's upturned figure slowly approaching, and at the same time, the corner of his eyes drifted to Son Gohan from time to time, which was full of fiery color, with strong admiration and fanaticism. Mean. Obviously, for him, all the credit should be attributed to Son Gohan, and he himself is a loyal fan of Son Gohan, and now he is naturally more fanatical. Weak human beings are only relying on humble tricks to push me into such a situation. Do you think we can be wiped out so easily? Do you think this can defeat us? Demi-Cooler stood up with difficulty. The injury on his body was still being triggered, and at this moment, he grinned continuously in pain. But his face didn't seem to have seen any decadence. At this time, his scarlet eyes were full of revenge and bloodthirsty thoughts. He behaved like this, and people couldn't help but think in their hearts. The duck's mouth is hard. A mere defeated general dares to show his courage here. Do you really think that I, Vegeta, won't kill you? Before anyone else could reply, Vegeta couldn't wait to see the resentment on his face. He regretted that he hadn't killed Demi-Cooler in the first place, and now he naturally wanted to make up the last blow to make Demi-Cooler M-Cooler to see how good he is. Quack quack, it's so naive. We are dignified gods of learning and subordinates of the great dragon god. We will not be wiped out. Even if those three guys die, we will use another form of resurrection. The sound of the sharp play sounded, and Demi-Cooler's face became extremely pale. At this moment, his face swept away the haze of his mood, but he looked very capable. His appearance was different from the normal state. Everyone realized that this matter was fundamentally wrong. Not simple, or in other words, the ultimate meaning and result. At the same time that Demi-Cooler said those words, there was a sudden change in the surroundings, and everyone present felt a familiar aura emanating from it. At the same time, there was an inexplicable pressure in their hearts. Concentrating on it, their heartbeats slowed down. Advertisement with the previous experience, everyone seemed to have expected something. At this time, a bad feeling arose in their hearts. Just when they raised their heads, it seemed that a terrible black curtain suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped themselves. The multiverse is so weak, there is no strong man who can take it, and you have been forced to this level by them. Could it be that this is how you repay me? As soon as the vast and loud voice suddenly sounded, it seemed to form an echo, constantly causing huge physical and psychological blows to people. All of a sudden, countless people couldn't keep their composure any longer, and their expressions changed one after another, with extremely terrified expressions on their faces. Who? What happened? Who appeared? The crowd of 650 panicked, and the fighters of the multiverse became uneasy. When they heard this voice, they felt that their minds were shaken, and they felt a sense of fear for no reason. It is unprecedented, and everyone cannot judge this matter in a reasonable situation. Everyone realized that the voice was coming from above, so they all raised their heads to look up, but the pupils of the originally calm eyes suddenly shrank. And along the direction of their pupils, the light and shadow appeared on the surface of the eyeball, and as the distance shortened, the object became bigger and soon filled their eyeballs. For everyone, the first thing they felt was the light of the subtitles. This extremely dazzling brilliance made everyone's eyes dizzy at once. For others, the feeling might not be strong, but for Vegeta and others speaking of Saiyan, it seems that the DNA was stimulated, because the light mirror emitted by the other party is also golden yellow. Then they saw a scene that was almost unforgettable for them. Above the high dome, there was a group of golden light, and the golden light gradually faded, revealing its true appearance, which was actually a winding road. The Endless Golden Dragon. Chapter 230 Appear, Dragon God Salama. My god, what is this? How can it be? Why does this smell seem familiar? Could it be that he came to save Demi-Cooler? The multiple universe camp couldn't help but riot again. They looked ahead in disbelief, and they were unfamiliar with the golden Shenron that suddenly appeared. Then there was a strong shock in his heart, as if he had been hit by a giant hammer, and he fell into a dazed and dizzy state. It's Super Shenron. A clear but unbelievable voice sounded, and even when I followed the voice, I saw the figure of Vados standing there blankly, staring straight ahead. Although the performance is still normal at this moment, the suburbs are already showing obvious tremors. Yes, as Vados said, this golden Shenron that suddenly appeared is not any other. It is a Super Shenron that lives in the long-standing legend of the multiverse. It is far superior to ordinary Shenron and is summoned by 7 Super Dragon Balls. The power possessed by the ancient gods can be compared with the Grand Priest boxing champion. Lord Salama, you have appeared. Demi-Cooler looked at Super Shenron excitedly. At this moment, he couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart, and directly knelt down, expressing his piety and respect 10 times. When he looked at Shenron Salama, it was like worshipping a great god. Sure enough, the dragon god Salama still appeared. Seeing this situation, for a moment, the multi-universe fighters present couldn't help but panic. They looked forward in horror, and their expressions were full of shock but unbelievable expressions. They had already fallen into half-belief about this matter. In the situation. Advertisement, what about Sebastian and the others? A deep and magnetic voice came from above, as if summoned from ancient time and space. This was the voice of the huge dragon god Salama. Reporting to the great dragon god, Sebastian and the others are dead. Dennis Cooler's expression was a little nervous, and his body was trembling slightly at the moment, but under the enormous coercion of the dragon god Salama, he couldn't tolerate any hesitation and concealment, so he revealed all the truth. I didn't expect such a strong man to appear after talking too much. It seems that I have been silent for too long. The vague voice came again from high in the sky. Like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning, when Ben's voice comes out, it brings echoes that can't be dissipated for a long time, impacting people's eardrums, and constantly shaking people's bodies and chests. This dragon god Salama is indeed worthy of being a great god that existed in ancient times. The coercion and energy caused by the constant emanation continued to cause physical and psychological pain to everyone present. And at this moment, Son Gohan, who is the person involved, since he was cued by the dragon god Salama, he himself can't stay out of the matter, not to mention that he has been eyeing the other party for a long time, knowing that this matter will not be easy and kind, but when the dragon god Salama appears, it will probably be the end of everything. Lord Salama, Silas and the others have already died, and now I'm the only one left. Facing these creatures from multiple universes, I'm a bit out of my wits. The evil god Demi-Cooler couldn't help but look a little weak, and his tone of voice couldn't help being 3 points weaker at this time. Even though he was usually arrogant and didn't take people seriously, he still had to do it in front of the aloof Salama. Tuck your tail and be a man. It doesn't matter, in front of my dragon god Salama, any wish can come true, even the dead can be resurrected. When the magnetic and loud voice sounded, it echoed between the heaven and the earth. At the same time, the huge dragon body above the sky also exudes a blazing radiance, which is as bright and scorching as a light bulb, as if it is the light of God, and all the emptiness and darkness shining down will be destroyed. Be illuminated. Even people with dark hearts will be baptized at this time. Today's dragon god, Salama, is like a real god, coming to save the world and cleanse this filthy hell. Not good advertisement, but at the same time, people had a bad feeling in their hearts, especially Angel Vidos's pre-face suddenly became tense, and exclamations came from his tense cheeks. He could vaguely guess what would happen next, and he couldn't help but want to step forward to stop it, and the other party would never give him this chance. It's too late now. So when the holy light illuminated the surrounding darkness, it lasted for about a few seconds, and the light slowly dissipated. There were indeed a few figures in the originally empty scene, and when these figures were seen by people in the multiverse, they couldn't help but let out a sound of exclamation. 3 figures appeared on the scene out of thin air, but 3 figures, they were indeed so familiar. Their dress and clothes are completely different from the creatures of the multiverse, and of course, what is more unique is that the breath they emit has an evil and corrupt feeling. Especially those gods of destruction and angel, their faces became pale and shameless. Because they have already identified each other's identities. Isn't this the 3 evil gods who have been eliminated by Son Goku before? How could they appear here again? Could it be that they were really resurrected? Asterisk, this is Zygu Chodas. This guy is the evil god Saiba, Zhao, C. Isn't this guy the evil god Marcus who fought us before? The gods of destruction and angels present all recognized each other's identity, and at this moment they couldn't help exclaiming. Their faces were filled with strong shock, even horror. All of a sudden, the morale of the multi-universe camp was low again, and the effort they had planned to gather seemed to be dissipated at this moment. Everyone realized that this matter might not be easy to be kind, and would eventually be brewed. Uncontrollable consequences. How is this possible? Didn't the 3 evil gods have been wiped out, and they were resurrected again? How could there be such a weird thing in the world? Angel Vidos's complexion also became ugly, and he kept muttering to himself, obviously unable to accept this fact, but it was clearly in front of his eyes. Chapter 231 The Power of the Dragon God. Salama, I didn't expect you to appear. A solemn voice resounded, and the sacred aura spread around, and a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. I saw that this person was wearing a standard divine robe, and his appearance was no different from that of a child. He looked very cute, and this person was the person with the most status and power in the multiverse, Zeno. Zeno, I said that I will come back sooner or later. Now you can't completely erase me, and I will truly defeat you to occupy the multiverse and become the real king. The golden dragon above emitted a dazzling brilliance and immediately transmitted violent vibrations. As the holy light shone down, the huge Shenron disappeared in the eyes of everyone, but below, it appeared a tall figure. I saw that this person was covered in rock-like armor, and as he walked slowly, his body kept making humming sounds, especially those amber eyes, emitting a bright red light, making anyone seeing it as a great shock to the soul. Following Salama's roar, he was walking in the direction of Zeno. The dissatisfaction was like an earthquake, and there was a sound like thunder exploding 627 gold. It can be seen that Salama's emotions fluctuated violently. His ambition and intentions are clearly revealed. Salamadu Yuan universe is not the place you should come to. I advise you to leave here now, don't force me to take action. Of course Zeno will not be bluffed by Salama in a few words. I saw his petite figure standing in front of him, straddling everyone's field of vision, in the center, with a strong posture of being one man in charge of others. Do you think I'm still the old Salama? As a Zeno, you think you're superior and inviolable, but what's the difference between you and me? You're just winners and losers. Salama watched as Zeno heard the deafening sound again, and his tone conveyed his strong meaning. Master Dragon God. At the same time, voices were heard in unison, and everyone followed the voice, and found that the voices were spoken by the 4 evil gods headed by Demi-Cooler. They looked at Salama with a smile in their eyes, strong fanaticism, the reverence in it is self-evident. Advertisement, Salama, all 4 of your subordinates have become our defeats, even if, ADBH, you revive these 3 evil gods, the trend will not change. A clear voice sounded, and Son Gohan appeared in front of Salama, and he watched the other party slowly stepping forward intently. You boy is really extraordinary. I can feel that you have the power of rules similar to Zeno. It seems that you have found the power of the true god. If you continue like this, it will be a serious problem for me. Dragon God Salama turned his head to look at Son Gohan. At this moment, his brows were frowning, and his eyes glowed scarlet. Although his expression and tone were still full of pride, He also knew that Son Gohan was not those who waited for nothing, looked at each other with a strong sense of jealousy. Sure enough, I still can't trust you with the task. If you want to complete the final plan, you still need me, Salama, to appear on the stage in person. Salama snorted coldly, and the crowd of gods was naturally full of displeasure. He was quite dissatisfied with what the four subordinates said, but he would not retreat in any way. On the contrary, his current posture still very strong. The three evil gods of Saruman have already died in our hands. Even if they can be resurrected from the dead, since they are losers, they will always be losers. Is it possible that they can come back? A clear voice sounded, and Vidau's body was standing upright on the ground. His figure was very slender. At this moment, Feng Yang raised his head slightly and glared at the dragon god Salama. Do you think it's that simple? That's too much to underestimate my dragon god Salama? I saw Salama's eyes flashing with scarlet light, and black mist gushed out from his body. At that moment, the mist surrounded his body, and immediately divided into four, and then converged towards the direction of Demi-Cooler. It was even more unexpected. Before people had time to react, the mist quickly got into the body of the Demi-Cooler star shoes. Wow, it was at this moment that the bodies of the Demi-Coolers trembled, and their eyes changed colors, and they were instantly filled with the scarlet light. Not only Demi-Cooler's injuries were recovering rapidly, but the other three, the combat effectiveness of the army began to rise, and even showed a trend of skyrocketing. What? Advertisement. The soldiers from all over the multiverse showed expressions of horror. They didn't see what happened at all, but now this sudden change happened, which was completely beyond their imagination. Now they can only watch Demi-Coolers, the person recovered from his injuries, and his combat effectiveness increased rapidly. Even an existence as powerful as Son Gohan didn't fully expect this, and of course he didn't show an overly surprised look. He knew that the dragon god Salama's methods were extraordinary. And the reason why he chose to show up at this time is that it is impossible to do all the troublesome things by himself, and of course he needs his subordinates to take care of everything, so these four college students are also very important to him. Roar. Immediately afterwards, there was a roar like a wild beast, and the bodies of the four evil gods were shrouded in black mist. Amidst the constant friction and breaking, their bodies stood upright again and again, and everyone could clearly feel the four. There has been a noticeable change in their aura, and even their shapes and appearances are quite different from before, as if they have performed some kind of transformation ceremony. How so? Keelan, who watched this scene with his own eyes, became depressed, and his eyes showed strong disbelief. I didn't expect the dragon god Salama to have this kind of power. It's going to be bad. Gods of Destruction Beerus's face was also tense at the moment. He clenched his teeth, and a difficult voice came out of his mouth, and he was helpless about this matter. If this continues, the universe will face an unprecedented crisis, and we can no longer sit still. Son Goku was naturally aware of the seriousness of the problem, and while his expression was awakened, he also showed a look of common hatred. I'm afraid that the next battle will not be something we can participate in. Those four evil gods have obtained the power of the dragon god Salama, and their strength may have risen to an extremely terrifying level. By then, we will not be opponents. Angel Vados said very rational words, and now his complexion is also very ugly, and the voice that comes out at this time is also very blunt, especially after hearing what he said. Everyone will inevitably feel empathy. Chapter 232. The Power and Fear of Salama. The four guys, Salama, are all under your command. The five of you want to join forces to invade our multiverse, and even unite with the outside forces of the Dark Demon Realm, but you are so young, it is too wishful thinking. Zeno raised his head and looked angrily at Salama on the opposite side. Unceremonious words came out of his mouth. Although his voice seemed very cute, the anger in his heart was self-evident. Before the words fell, Zeno had already raised his slender little hand, and at the same time he spread his little hand. A dazzling light burst out from that palm. Obviously Zeno has already used the power of purification, which is the power of the rules of the multiverse, and he wants to eliminate the dragon god Salama and the four evil gods out of thin air. Everyone looked at this scene, and suddenly there was hope on their faces again. They were thinking that Zeno's omnipotent power could use the power of the rules of the multiverse to erase the existence of others out of thin air. This is not the so-called God at all. Skills can be summed up, and it can even be said to be the means of God. Zeno has been around for so many years. Do you still want to work in the past? Ha 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 ha. Just as everyone was full of hope, and the faces of the four evil gods showed horror, the dragon god Salama next to him suddenly gave out a strange smile. Especially his blood-red eyes fixed on Zeno's laughter, conveying his strong confidence. At this moment, the brilliance of the whole hand shone to the extreme, so Zeno looked at his palm in an instant. While the dazzling brilliance shone with turbulent light, he tightly clenched his little hand into a fist, and the dazzling and vast light enveloped all around. Many fighters from multiple universes felt the influence of this vast force, and they closed their eyes at the same time, but there was also a look of fear on their faces. But only a moment later, when the holy light dissipated, everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't wait to look at the battlefield ahead. This so-called don't know if you don't see it. When you saw it, you were shocked, and everyone's eyes showed shock. Of course, more people feel unbelievable about this. Because in front of them, they saw those familiar figures with their own eyes, especially the figure of the dragon god Salama still standing in place. In addition, there were the previous four evil gods beside him. The five evil gods stood there side by side, which was extremely shocking in itself, and suddenly made everyone present unable to maintain their composure. How is this possible? Zeno's power can't clear them. Advertisement. Keelan's face was dripping with cold sweat. He was trembling all over at the moment, and it was difficult to maintain his composure.
Now his face and eyes were full of disbelief. This is simply impossible. Even Zeno can destroy it. Does such a thing exist in their world? Now even Angel Vados, it is difficult to keep calm, now his body is trembling slightly, and now he is directly triggered by shock because of a strong physical rebound. At this moment, the warriors of the multiverse are in a state of intense panic, having witnessed Zeno's omnipotent abilities. But now witnessing miracles again, and seeing that there are people in this world that Zeno can't erase, they directly refreshed their existing 3 views. The evil power has rapidly climbed to the peak level. 0. Ask for flowers. When people's current shock is only compared to those strong people present, and to the countless ordinary creatures in the multiverse, they don't even know what happened. It is hard to forget the scene that appeared in front of them. Regarding the scene in front of me, I would say that an ordinary strong man, even Zeno, was extremely surprised. I saw his delicate little face couldn't help but look up at this moment, showing a strong expression of shock, obviously for the sight to happen in front of it, it was not expected. At this moment, everyone has fully understood that this matter is not easy to solve, especially the appearance of the dragon god Salama is clearly prepared, and his power is so strong that even Lord Zeno can handle it. The extent to which he was easily erased. My master Zeno, don't you feel unbelievable? Do you still think that I am the guy who can be needed by you? Even now I am confident that I can beat you. And as long as you are defeated by me, I will become the king of this multiverse, and then we will see who dares to go against my will. Salama's voice spread out, and even the surrounding space seemed to have ripples and folds, and he was laughing while spreading his arms. And he also let out an extremely wild laughter. From his expression, it is not difficult to see how much confidence he is full of in himself. Now that the declaration has been thoroughly issued, it is tantamount to trampling Zeno under its feet. Regarding the desire to compete for the multiverse, it has made no secret of how ambitious this is. Chapter 233 The battle is about to start. Zeno's guard? Salama, although I don't want to fight with you, in order to maintain the peace and tranquility of the multiverse, it is necessary for us to fight to the death. Zeno's delicate and lovely face was full of determination, and the words that came out at this time contained his unquestionable tone. Seeing Zeno in such a state, especially hearing the opponent's declaration of war, Dragon God Salama naturally felt extremely happy, because he had long been looking forward to a battle with Zeno, and he was looking forward to this battle. It has been going on for thousands of years. That's why when he heard Zeno's remarks, he felt the excitement of 070, as if he had eaten ginseng fruit, which made him feel refreshed, and he couldn't wait to meet him at this moment. I want to fight Zeno. There was a buzzing sound, and someone stepped on the elephant-like thick legs of the dragon god Salama, and suddenly it felt like a mountain avalanche and the ground cracked, and a strong shock was felt all of a sudden. The 4 winds even affected the stability of the void. His own aura also vented to the surroundings like a violent wind and waves. Of course, his aura was locked on the opposite side in an instant, and the person he wanted to attack knew that it was Zeno. Shua. There was a strong piercing sound, and before everyone could react, the dark, iron tower-like figure suddenly disappeared in place, followed by the space, as if it was compressed and produced a frictional sound, and moved forward rapidly shoot out. As the distance between the two sides was getting closer and the handover was about to come, Zeno, who was in the center, looked at Xingfeng blankly, as if he was indifferent. Seeing the dragon god Salama getting closer and closer, his aura was so terrifying that it was like facing the nether hell. But at this critical moment, there were 2 slaps, and suddenly I remembered that I saw 2 figures, who appeared beside Grand Priest at some point, and when everyone saw it clearly, they all got up at the same time. The 2 figures are mixed with red and blue, but the most striking thing is that his body is thin and long like a telegraph pole, although the appearance looks very weird. But their speed and the coercion they released are extremely powerful. It's Master Zeno's guard. Advertisement, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and seeing Gods of Destruction Beerus staring at the 2 tall and thin figures intently, he couldn't help but gasp at this moment. Although most of the people present had never seen Zeno's guards attacking in person, none of them dared to underestimate the existence of these 2, especially in their impression that they had already avoided them like tigers and wolves, and even sent them as an existence that must not be offended. Of course, other people saw that Zeno himself did not make a move, but the 2 guards around him took the lead. This naturally made people feel surprised, but they also felt a little disappointed in their hearts. Because in their view, Zeno is the most powerful and sacred existence in the universe, and only his attack can eliminate the dragon god Salama with the greatest possibility. The reason why everyone has such thoughts is mainly because Salama's own strength is too strong, especially the fear of coercion caused by the appearance of the crowd, which is deeply implanted in the soul. Naturally, they raised Salama's identity and status to the same level as Zeno, thinking that the only one in the universe who can defeat Salama is Zeno himself. But no matter how much you talk, no matter how unwilling you are in your heart, you can only watch this scene happen with your eyes fixed on the front, wanting to see how legendary the next battle is. Are you belittling me by letting your own hand fight with me? There was a rumbling sound from Salama's mouth, like lightning and thunder, and it kept coming to the surroundings of the car from time to time. His eyes also flashed the light of stars. Needless to say, he knew it at this moment, and it was naturally murderous. But Zeno didn't speak, he just watched the situation quietly. In fact, these 2 guards were also part of his strength, and a sacred existence like Zeno naturally wouldn't easily fight everywhere. So in this case, it is usually replaced by guards, and the combined combat power of the 2 guards is equally powerful. After all, they are also one of the evolutions of successful forces. This kind of barbarian battle doesn't need Mr. Zeno to do it himself. It's enough for the 2 of us at 3.9 to do it for us.
I saw the two lights and shadows intersecting continuously in the air, and the guards in front were all quickly approaching Salama. At this time, the leader said serious words, which seemed to be a just reason at this time. Although the strength of the two of us is not as strong as Master Zeno, we are the representatives of peace and justice in the universe. Salama, this trial is now for you, and today is your end. As the guards in front let out a righteous roar, the guards behind also let out a stern cry, and his tone was even more serious. Chapter 234 The Power of Zeno Guards. Speaking of these high-sounding words, I want to see how you two guards can punish me. I have been in the universe for so many years, so I am still afraid of you? The voice of the dragon god Salama came again, and his eyes once again burst into light, and with the shaking of the earth, the dragon god Salama also made another move, but he didn't show any surprise. Instead he marched. It was very slow, advancing slowly like a tank, which brought a great sense of deterrence to countless people present. Right now, the battle is on the verge of breaking out, and it is useless to talk about it, and they formed a siege around Salama one after another, obviously intending to resolve the battle in the most decisive and fierce way. Shua. Sure enough, the guard door moved, the guard's figure was like lightning, the wind came and went without a trace, and the people present couldn't feel his breath. At this time, it seemed to be integrated into the space, approaching in the blink of an eye. When Salama approached, immediately, he waved his fist and rushed over. And everyone showed strong surprise at such combat power. They had never seen Zeno's two guards make a move, but now they saw each other with their own eyes, and they were greatly shocked. Underestimate. 03 And if anyone at the scene felt the most real and suffered the most impact, it was none other than the dragon god Salamara. Originally, Salama didn't pay much attention to these two guards, but at that moment just now, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, the figure of one of the guards disappeared into the air, and suddenly appeared in front of his eyes the next moment. Immediately afterwards, a fist that was constantly enlarging gradually filled and occupied his pupils, and under the cover and sweep of the strong wind, the dragon god Salama also felt the crisis in his heart. Boom! At this moment, there was the sound of metal colliding, but it was only for a moment, and the movement quickly dissipated. When people looked up, they saw the side of the Zeno guard and the dragon god Salama confronting each other. The guard maintained the posture of rushing to the spring, while the dragon god Salama opposite him raised his arms at a critical moment, as a blocking posture, and immediately blocked the opponent's attack. The first head-on collision is over. Take you to the Zeno guard and the dragon god Salama. No one retreats. It seems that no one has the upper hand. It is said that anyone who has a vision can feel this. The subtleties of it. Advertisement: the Zeno guards used their own speed to attack the dragon god Saramar by surprise. Although they achieved some results at the beginning, they did not actually have a clear upper hand. For everyone, this was just the beginning of the battle. The confrontation between the guard and the dragon god Salama only lasted for one breath, and then something happened again. The star-red eyes of the dragon god Saramana suddenly shone brightly. A powerful aura erupted, and it was a pure force gushing out of Salama's body, making sure that the people present felt the barbaric and violent atmosphere. Buzz. A strong airwave spread out, and a powerful tornado was formed centered on the dragon god Salama, and the terrifying force converged from the body to his arms, so Salama's arms flashed crimson. With the light, as Salama spread his arms, a terrifying energy shock erupted. Shuala. The scene is the release of physical strength, but it can burst out such a terrible impact, but in an instant, it roars like a drill hole, and directly rushes out towards the opposite Zeno guard. As for the guard, he was most severely affected. It was because of the first collision with Salama that he felt contempt for the latter and almost thought that Salama had only this ability, but this idea was only after staying in his mind for a moment. He was mercilessly slapped in the face by the opponent's powerful force. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying impact of energy came oncoming. Even the well-informed Zeno, the calm eyes of the guard were as round as copper bells, and at this moment he had no time to react, let alone withdrawing his right hand. He was thrown away by this violent impact in an instant. What? The other guard at the top reacted first, and a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he had already reflected it in the next second, knowing that the dragon god Salama was not so easy to solve, so he acted decisively, made a decision. Shua. Advertisement immediately afterwards, the figure of another guard also disappeared in place, and he himself was seen roaring towards the dragon god Salama diagonally below like an arrow. At this time, its speed reached an astonishing level in an instant, so that it approached Salama in the blink of an eye. Salama, don't be arrogant, I will fight you. A scream echoed in the air, and I saw the figure of another guard approaching Salama rapidly. At this moment, his palms were continuously pushed out of the palms, continuously ejecting dazzling balls of light, and it was he who the shockwave released. Wow! The sound of piercing the sky sounded, and golden energy balls continuously flashed in the sky. It was like countless arrows raining down from the sky, and immediately surrounded the dragon god Salama on the opposite side. These energy 400 planets exploded again. Buzz. At the same time, the damage and impact caused by those energy balls is also unimaginable. In just an instant, this large area was turned into ruins, and the center of the battlefield where Salama was located became ravines, like the battlefield on the surface of the moon, caused a great impact. Everyone on the sidelines was in shock, and they couldn't close their mouths from ear to ear at the moment, and their eyes were full of shock. From this, we can see how terrifying the strength of the Zeno guards must be. And Son Gohan has a panoramic view of all this. When he has already made a judgment in his heart, the fighting power of the Zeno guards is quite high, at least surpassing the fighting power of the 4 major demon gods. If the 2 guards had appeared earlier, it would definitely can sweep the 4 evil gods.
It is precisely because of this that these two defenders dared to challenge the dragon god Salama. At least at the moment, in the hearts of everyone, the strength of the Xeno Guard has been raised to an incomparable height, but the combination of the two may be true. There is hope to defeat the dragon god Salama. Just when everyone was expecting, they saw the thick fog that was rolling up from the huge tunnel in front of them slowly dissipating, and at this moment, a burly figure slowly emerged from it, like the armor that had been hammered and honed. The whole body presented those blood-red eyes with a metallic luster seemed to be able to penetrate other people's hearts with just one glance. Chapter 235 The Battle of the Truly Strong. The moment they saw this person, everyone's minds froze. Because when they saw the figure on the opposite side, they were completely unharmed, and their own aura was still as deep as the sea, like an ancient beast that could devour people's hearts, causing indelible psychological pressure to everyone present again. At this moment, the Dragon Ball fighters on the earth stood there in a daze, unable to move at all, as if they had been immobilized. The figure that appeared in front of them, who else could it be except Salama? Now they can calm down. Who would have thought that the dragon god Salama is not only extremely powerful in combat, but even his own defense power is abnormal. Just like the terrifying bombardment of the Xenoguards just now, no matter how powerful you are very powerful. It is difficult to guarantee to get out of it, but Xeno Salama was able to do it unscathed, which has once again refreshed their understanding. As for this scene, although the guard was a little surprised, he was not too surprised. He had long known the terrifying strength of the dragon god Salama. Of course, its own strength is unpredictable, and it can no longer be measured with simple numbers in terms of combat power alone. At this time, the dragon god Salama had already walked out of the tunnel, and it walked slowly under the guard with earthquake-like steps. At this time, it raised its head and waved slowly towards the opposite side, which was very interesting. A gesture to let the opponent let the horse come. Although the dragon god Salama did not show much contempt, it was not that simple in the eyes of Xeno's guards. He naturally knew that this was the dragon god Salama's confidence in his own strength, and it also showed relative slight to Xeno. Regarding this matter, the guard obviously cannot tolerate it. He does not allow anyone in this universe to dare to disrespect Xeno, and if such a move is made, the price must be paid in blood. The guard's complexion became gloomy, and his brows formed the word Chuan. At the moment when his figure was floating, the surrounding air suddenly blurred, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place, and then his figure disappeared again. It suddenly appeared in front of Salama, and the distance between the two is constantly shortening as time goes by. Shut up. It was at the extreme speed that the surrounding scenery was changing rapidly, and the surrounding air continued to be turbulent, and even the space began to become unstable. This was exactly the sign that the guards had started to launch an attack, and the buzzing sound sounded. The javelin-like guard waved his arms one after another, continuously bursting out violent attacks. On the other hand, the dragon god Salama's expression remained unchanged. He calmly watched the guards on the opposite side keep approaching, and faced the opponent's raging fists. It caused too much impact on Salama, and on the way of retreating, Salama seemed to be able to dodge and punch at the same time, because the guard kept colliding with each other, so that the air kept coming. Crackling thunder. Advertisement. The onlookers couldn't take their eyes off this. They didn't want to miss such a thrilling battle, and this could be called the top battle in the universe. It was an opportunity not to be missed by everyone, and right now Xeno guards and dragon god Shah Rama's confrontation became more and more exciting and intense. Boom boom boom. The sound of breaking through the air continued to sound around, and I saw that the guards and Salama were advancing and retreating, and the confrontation between you and me made this battle more and more thrilling, but watching the fun is watching the fun. But people are equally anxious in their hearts, because the battle between the two has not been decided for a long time, and this can't help but affect everyone's hearts. How much we hope that the Xeno Guard can defeat the dragon god Salama, so that we can protect the Earth and maintain the peace and security of the multiverse. Just as people were concentrating on it, the battle ahead finally came to a head, but this situation was not what people wanted to see, and even the expressions of the Dragon Ball fighters changed drastically, because the dragon god Salama suddenly broke out, no matter in terms of speed or strength, surpassing the first place in an instant. While taking advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness, he suddenly swung a punch, hitting the guard's chest and knocking the guard back. As for this sudden scene, everyone did not expect it, and at this moment they all showed extremely shocked expressions. Obviously, they did not expect such a sudden change, but from this point of view, it must be that the dragon god Salama deliberately concealed his strength, but the sudden shot just now directly broke the original balance and directly tilted the balance of victory in his direction. Sometimes the turning point happened in an instant, and the situation was broken in the blink of an eye. While the guard was retreating sharply, the dragon god Salama did not let go of the former, and the ground under his feet collapsed, and it was under the impact of this counter-shock force that his body was ejected like a missile. Wow! At the next moment, Salama's huge body seemed to be boosted by an accelerator, and his speed suddenly increased several levels, and he roared past when it was difficult to react at all. At the moment of rushing over, the distance between Salama and the guard shortened sharply, and a thunderous offensive broke out against time. The fist that looked like a small bag of dirt swung out, as if there was a sound of lightning in the air, but at this moment, for that Xeno guard, the shock was indescribable, especially when being locked by Salama's group. The Xeno guard's own skills could not be used, so that even the momentum was affected. At this moment, from the guard's point of view, Salama's group can be said to be the collapse of the sky, and the ground is inevitable. It seems that they are locked in place for an instant, and even affect their own actions. The defensive move made the fox stand numbly in place. But this scene seems a bit strange to others. In their view, how powerful the ability of this Xeno guard is. Besides, it comes and goes without a trace, and its speed is beyond imagination.
How could it be impossible to avoid Sarah? What about the horse's punch? And it was said that it was too late and then too fast, and in an instant, Salama passed through the obstacles of countless spaces and turned into an attack facing the guard's face. If this punch could not be avoided, what happened next? Things are a little unimaginable. Boom. And in an instant, the dragon god Salama's group whizzed past, and the surrounding air was filled with the whistling sound of wind and thunder. Just as Li Min's guards were about to be hurt, he forcibly broke through the dragon god Salama. Locked so that there was a dodge at the very moment. Chapter 236 The guards in the combined attack state. But how could the dragon god Salama's attack be dodged so easily? Even if the guard made a move at a critical moment, he didn't completely dodge the punch, so half of his body was still impacted by the punch, was immediately impacted by this strong airflow in the process of retreating sharply, and was still extremely thrown out. Although this punch was not completely missed, the strength contained in that punch roared out and directly acted on the ground. Only the violent sound of explosion was heard, and the ground below suddenly shattered and collapsed into a large piece, about 100 miles around. All the land collapsed. And this is not over yet. The dragon god Salama seemed to realize that the punch hadn't completely hit the opponent, and launched an offensive again in the next second, only to see his body turn around. The scarlet eyes flashed again, and the incomparable the ferocious aura exudes like clouds and flowing water, and he punches again. What? And the guard who managed to avoid the punch turned around again at this time, and his face showed an unbelievable look, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. He did not expect Longshan Salama to be like this. The rapid and continuous attack was completely beyond the guard's expectation, so that he had no time to react at the next moment, and Salama's group had already bombarded 517. How terrifying and indescribable that group was. It seemed as if the air was pierced in an instant, and the circle sank into the guard's body at that moment, and all the strength contained in the fist poured out, and in this tyrannical under the almost domineering power, the guards could hardly defend themselves, so that they were directly blown away, and at the same time, they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. And for this sudden scene, the others were even more surprised. They could not have expected that the turning point in the battle would happen in an instant, but a moment of negligence would have resulted in a judgment, and the guard had already vomited blood and retreated. Obviously, the dragon god Salama got his first victory. Apart from Multiverse and the others, the first thing that came to mind was another guard. The battlefield he was facing was very close, and when his companion was fighting the dragon god Salama, this guard was watching closely. The movement of the battlefield, but even he did not expect his companions to fall into decline so quickly, and at the same time, he was extremely shocked by the strength of the dragon god Salama, and his evaluation of the latter rose to a higher level. Shua. So in the fastest time, another guard was the first to react, and it was he who rushed to the battlefield first, and at the same time took over his companion, not only to save his companion, but also to continue fighting with Dragon God. Saw the progress of Rama's battle. Advertisement, Sarama, don't be rampant, I'll fight you. I saw that the guard seemed more rational, and his expression was extremely dignified. Obviously, after previous observations, he had a new understanding of Salama's strength, and he also seemed extremely looking forward to the latter. Under the engrossing, he is always aware of any movement of the latter. The dragon god Salama seemed relatively indifferent. He didn't pay attention to the first place that appeared in front of him. To him, although he had changed his opponent, in his opinion, it was not much different from the previous one. So much so that his expression was relatively indifferent, and he obviously didn't take this guard too seriously. If you want to fight, then come. A deep voice sounded, and I saw the bright red eyes of the dragon god Salama meet again. Then he used his body to move his arms, and then suddenly threw a punch forward. End this battle quickly. On the other hand, the guard on the opposite side seemed to be more rational, but faced with the sudden punch of the dragon god Salama, he was obviously powerless. As expected, everything happened without knowing the difficulties, and he was the only one in the game. Only then did I know how terrifying the dragon god Salama, Adbi, is, and what a nightmare it would be to fight against him. Boom. While the heavy punches were whistling, the guard reacted in the fastest time, and he also desperately broke through Salama's most timely reaction, raising his arms to block the previous attack. It was extremely difficult to block the fist of the dragon god Salama. But at the same time, the guard also felt the strength of Salama's punch. What a runaway mother it was, how terrifying it was. For this guard, it was no less than facing the front of a living planet. After the impact, I couldn't help but feel my arms trembling slightly, and my bones couldn't bear the dull pain. Advertisement, come again. A deep voice rang in the guard's ears, and the dragon god Salama's attack came again. This time, he waved his fists, directly swinging his bow left and right, and it was under this continuous bombardment, the guard's arms also continued to bear heavy blows. However, the guard who endured the violent impact suddenly felt the pain in his blocking arms intensified, and even cracks appeared in the bones. This is definitely not good news for him, and it also indicates that it is impossible to continue to bear Salama's attack, otherwise it is likely to face unimaginable danger. Retreat. The guard spoke softly, and at this moment, his figure retreated sharply to avoid the continuous attack of the dragon god Saruman. But it is not that simple now. The dragon god Sarama will not let him go because of this, but will continue to pursue him. There was no expression on Salama's face, but his movements were not slow at all. The moment the opponent retreated, Salama followed closely. It was obvious that its intention was to completely terminate the opponent. But at this moment, no matter how rational the guard was, it was difficult to remain calm. There was a look of panic on his face. Obviously he was afraid of Salama. Don't panic. Let's stand him together. The familiar voice sounded in the guard's ear again, and another guard appeared beside him.
At this moment, the two guards of Xeno gathered together again. Obviously they have made a decision to formally join forces to fight against the dragon god Salama. When the dragon god Salama saw the two guards standing together, he stopped his figure at that moment, but at this moment his expression became gloomy, and his scarlet eyes looked at the two opposite people. No one knew what was on his mind. Chapter 237 Reaching the Pinnacle, The Power of Salama. It seems that you are going to go together, just to show you the true strength of my dragon god. I could only hear a humming sound coming from Salama's throat. At the moment on the garden road, his right foot kicked the ground violently, and immediately he turned into a shell again and went away in time, and his target was very clear. It was about to fight against the two guards on the opposite side alone, and at that moment, the aura it erupted was like dark clouds covering the sky, casting a layer of haze on everyone's hearts. At the same time, the dragon god Salama was surrounded by a black airflow, and a mist full of particles emanated from his body. At the same time, an extremely dangerous aura filled the surroundings, and everyone's minds were shaken at that moment. Obviously, the dragon god Salama strengthened his own strength again, and at that moment, he exploded with his own aura. The Dragon Ball fighters on the sidelines looked shocked. For the two guards who were fighting, their faces became a little ugly. They didn't expect Salama to be able to burst out energy, and the combat power that emerged at this moment was far more than that. Previously, it was difficult for them to keep calm. Go all out. Thinking of the guards looking at each other, they said in unison, and then their figures also rushed towards the opposite Salama. Such a move is obviously not afraid of danger, and they want to fight to the death with the opposite Salama. It was at this time that the people facing each other rushed towards each other, crossed countless layers of space in an instant, and directly collided with each other. As a result, there was an explosion in the air, which was like the power of a nuclear weapon explosion. Joe had a great impact on people's minds, and made the already dilapidated scene even more messy. Boom. I saw the collision between the dragon god Salama and the two guards, which can be called a head-on confrontation between nuclear weapons, and the impact of the collision were scattered and swept away in all directions, while those who were watching the Dragon Ball fighters were also affected to varying degrees. Even the existences like Son Goku and Vegeta were shocked. Advertisement. And if we say that the ones who are in the best condition on the scene are Xeno and Son Gohan. Xeno is the strongest existence in the multiverse, and the impact of this battle will naturally not pose any threat to him, and he stands there and looks at the front calmly, facing such a terrifying impact, he didn't even blink his eyes. This shows the precipitation of his heart and the strength of his strength. And Son Gohan himself as the gods of destruction, coupled with the ultimate Saiyan blood, his own combat and defense capabilities, can be called the most terrifying existence in the multiverse, and he has also experienced several battles. Even the dragon god Sarama was also repelled by him, and although the battle between the two guards and Salama was thrilling, it was not enough to arouse his overly surprised reaction. As everyone was dumbfounded, the battle between Salama and the two guards began fiercely, and their figures kept appearing in the sky and hitting the land. The sound of cracking, and this is the collision and confrontation between the dragon god Salama and the two guards. In an instant, they have crossed a distance of several kilometers, and dazzling sparks are constantly flashing from far and near. The impact and power harassed the surroundings, and everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This is the multiverse. The battle at the top level is so terrifying. Keelan's face below was full of shock, but now he raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression was full of unbelievable brilliance. I'm afraid the battle between the gods of destruction can't compare to it. We don't even have the right to intervene. Piccolo saw this more clearly, and saw him staring at the front intently, and spoke solemnly. The strength of the dragon god Salama is really frightening. The strength of the two guards is also frightening. But Xeno hasn't made a move yet. The final victory must belong to us. Lot's voice sounded, and I saw Son Gohan next to him. His expression was full of excitement, and his eyes were shining brightly as he looked ahead. And No 18's cold and pretty face couldn't help revealing a hint of worry. She slowly came to Son Gohan's side, holding the latter's palm at this moment, wanting to feel it from the other's palm, to warm and comfort. Advertisement 0. Ask for flowers. Son Gohan naturally also felt the arrival of number 18. At this time, he held the soft little hand of number 18 and looked back at the other party's beautiful face. At this time, the corners of his mouth were curved, showing a gentle smile. Tell number 18 not to worry, that the final victory must belong to us. But at this moment, the battle ahead became more and more intense. The figures between the two guards and Salama continued to intersect and disappear within a few minutes. The sparks in the air flickered sharply, and they quickly passed. They crossed the sky, land, and sea, and circled half of the earth in the blink of an eye. Both the speed and the combat power have reached the extreme. Your strength is really good, you really deserve to be Xeno's two guards, but if you are nothing more than that, then it will be my home field. Zero. While staggering and colliding, the dragon god Salama made a deep voice, and I saw that his voice did not show any emotional fluctuations, but he rode with confidence without reservation. After hearing Salama's words, the expressions of the two guards changed one after another. Of course, they did not affect their battle because of this. On the contrary, their attacks became more fierce and swift, but even so, they can't keep up with the increasingly domineering attack of Salama on the opposite side. Suddenly, Yeshan Salama's eyes that looked down became brighter, and at this moment, the arrogance on his body suddenly became extremely high, and the black airflow covering his body became more and more turbulent, and extremely terrifying. The fluctuations spread out, and immediately made the two defenders on the opposite side feel a strong sense of crisis, especially the strong pressure instantly locked them, so that their bodies were temporarily suspended in the air. Boom boom boom. and at the next moment, a huge figure roared over, directly covering the figures of the two guards. At this moment, it looked like a mountain collapsed. When the two sides were promoted, Salama waved his arms as heavy as Mount Tai, like a wind and thunder. The fist-like fist quickly covered their eyes, and the two guards couldn't avoid it all the time, so they endured this terrifying fist head-on. Chapter 238 The Judgment of the Force of Justice, Hula. An overwhelming force swept over, directly suffocating the other two guards, especially when the heavy fist hit him. The pure and terrifying power and the dark energy kept their promises invading their bodies. Instantly it made the two guards feel extremely painful. Immediately afterwards, the voices of the onlookers below showed concern. They did not expect such a shocking reversal to occur in such a short period of time. For them, this matter is absolutely, 167, hard to accept. Now it seems that the strength of the dragon god Salama is better than the combination of the two guards, especially his continuously increasing combat power, which is extremely shocking to anyone. After being attacked head-on, they directly vomited blood. Fortunately, the vitality of the two guards is strong, and their resilience is extremely strong. They searched for opportunities, avoided the vital points, and recovered from their injuries in a very short period of time, but the current state is still at a disadvantage. It must be done quickly. One of the guards had a cold voice, and he was aware of Salama's strength. Although the other guard did not speak, he used his actions to express his intentions. His figure disappeared in place, and then rushed straight into the sky like a sharp sword, followed by another guard. A guard saw them, one in front and one behind. The distance between the two sides was not close, but not far, and they showed a posture of one high and one low, so it seemed that some kind of ceremony and battle were going to be held. Sarama, Master Zeno once gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it yourself. After experiencing so many sources of energy, you still persist in your will and try to get involved in the multiverse. If you don't get rid of you today, the multiverse will be in the future. There will be no peace, and hundreds of millions of living beings are also facing the threat of death because of you, so today you must die. I saw the guard below, looking down at the dragon god Salama below. He had recovered his momentum while panting, as if delivering an ultimatum to Salama. Advertisement. If you can only talk nonsense like this, then I advise you to save yourselves. You will all be trampled under my feet later. Salama didn't care about this, and the buzzing voice in his throat contained absolute confidence in his own strength. It seems that you don't cry when you see the coffin. The guard in the sky made a voice, and his words were even more cold, and the words conveyed a strong killing intent. Obviously, they all wanted to get rid of Salama and hurry up. And after the voice fell, the guard above folded his palms on his chest, and at this moment the antenna-like tentacles on his head burst into light, and in the next second the light was even more dazzling to the extreme, and immediately exuded an extremely sacred light. Ethereal breath. Holy judgment. The high-altitude guard made extremely complicated handprints, and the antenna-like tentacles above his head spewed out more and more energy, and in the next moment, all of them converged on his palms, and those palms seemed to condense energy. In the next breath of a certain formation, the energy is directly concentrated on the guard below, and the outdoors below are not idle. I saw him making the same gesture as his companion, as if to complete a certain task, a kind of printing decision. And after a few breaths, the guard below also had a terrifying energy fluctuation, and then pushed the energy to the companion above through his palm. And it was under this effect that the Xeno guard in the sky accumulated the energies of the two people, and the two extremely terrifying energy breaths gathered together, triggered extremely strong spatial fluctuations in an instant. Justice. 3.9 The ethereal voice came out again, and all the energy gathered by the guards in the sky gathered on the tentacles above the head. And at this moment the electric light and energy clusters stirred up by the tentacles possessed the ability to destroy heaven and earth, and after finishing all the virtual work, the high-altitude guard nodded violently, and the energy cluster on the tentacles above his head directly radiated into a beam of subtitles and shot towards the space vacated by his palm. Chapter 239. The Real Surprise. Boom. The sky-shattering explosion in the sky is no different from 100 thunderbolts exploding at the same time. A dazzling beam of light shot out from the hand of the Xeno guard in the sky. It looks like the most common lightning in nature, but the power it emits is far beyond more than 10,000 times. The energy contained in this can easily destroy a planet, and even affect the current structure of the multiverse. For the dragon god Salama, it is naturally extremely threatening. The expressions of all the people watching the battle below were startled. They had never seen such terrifying energy. The moment it radiated out, it exceeded the level that the four great demon gods could possess. It made the soldiers of the multiverse universe and all the creatures on the earth feel a surge of energy. A sense of crisis, and this feeling is unprecedentedly strong, so that ordinary people have uncomfortable physiological reactions under this majestic coercion. But just under such a blow, everyone present felt a great sense of fear. This planet is so big that it is a mountain, and it is so small that ants and insects are uncontrollably static. It seems that time and space are tending to stagnate at this moment. The operation of the laws of space and time. When all living beings in the world are facing stagnation in time and space, only Son Goku and Zeno are the few who can maintain the normal state. They are either beyond the limit of the law of time and space, or they are so strong that the origin of the universe cannot affect them. That's why they can remain normal even when time and space are still. However, the sense of crisis came down in an instant, and Son Goku felt that the entire planet was surrounded by a strong breath of death, and this was just the impact of the internal attack before it broke out. If the attack really broke out, the people present, I'm afraid I'm the only one who can survive. And Son Goku, who was holding Vados tightly, disappeared in a flash, and appeared in the bodies of Son Goku, Vegeta and other multi-universe fighters in the next moment. Immediately after he raised his right hand, a soft energy radiated out, directly covering everyone present, and soon this energy surrounded the entire planet, and everyone was under the protection of Son Goku. And at the moment when Son Goku's ultimate energy enveloped the entire planet, the powerful energy of Xeno's guards also exploded, and the sound of heaven and earth shattered, and the scene suddenly swept through the sky with wild sand, covering the surroundings endlessly. Dragon God Saurama was devoured by it too. Don't look at it as just a lightning-like beam impact, but the energy contained in it is terrifying. Just as the turbulent yellow sand swept across, the second shock sounded again at the scene. I saw that with the Dragon God Saurama as the center, all the areas within a radius of nearly 10 kilometers collapsed, and the terrible phenomenon caused was no less than that caused by human beings testing nuclear weapons. At the same time, there was an extremely terrifying fluctuation, and a violent energy spread towards the 4 weeks, and it was at this time that the space-time stagnation caused just now was also unlocked. Ordinary humans are waking up from the stillness at this moment, and at this moment they are all staring at the front in disbelief. Advertisement now, in everyone's chests, their hearts are beating even more. The impact they have received is no less than the aftermath of a supernova explosion. Looking at the battlefield in front of them, which seems to have undergone a planetary collision, they have been greatly shocked in their hearts. Even though the fluctuations pervading the scene slowly dissipated, everyone still breathed uncontrollably. Compared with ordinary people, multiverse fighters can better understand the terrifying power of the explosion just now, especially Son Goku and Vegeta. They are also in shock at this time. They can be said to be the two most powerful fighters on the planet, but in comparison at this time, they are still deeply shocked by this earth-shattering battle, and they can't help substituting themselves into it. I would like to ask whether it can be done from the perspective of the other party. What the hell just happened? Keelan, who was still a little surprised, said with a heavy tone, with cold sweat breaking out on his face. It looks like Son Goku showed up and protected us. Piccolo's voice sounded in front of him, and he stared intently at Son Goku with a clear expression on his face. This is not a battle, it is clearly a head-on impact from a planet, but luckily we are all safe and sound. Beside him, Tien Shinhan couldn't help clenching his fists, his 3 eyes showed deep colors, and he felt endless solemnity looking at the front at the moment. These are not the key points, the key point is whether our enemies have been truly eliminated. A clear voice sounded, and the blonde Vados appeared beside Son Goku, and his bright eyes showed a clear color. After hearing Vados' words, everyone immediately understood. At this time, they all looked up and saw the place shrouded in smoke in front of them. The terrifying energy from before was still dissipating. It was like a lingering haze, always covering everyone in their hearts. The fighters of the multiverse universe can no longer feel the existence of the breath, especially the domineering and tyrannical energy fluctuations of the Dragon God Saurama. But without witnessing the facts with their own eyes, they dare not easily assert, so that they still have some feelings in their hearts. Surprise. Advertisement. This is really an amazing battle. This is the legendary existence that surpasses the god level, but being able to destroy stars in a blink of an eye is a height that we cannot achieve. Piccolo looked ahead calmly, feeling both emotion and awe at the terrible destruction ahead. I really can't see it. I didn't expect the 2 guards under Xeno to be so powerful. They have such terrifying fighting power. In my opinion, the shockwave released just now has the ability to destroy a universe. Maybe it can really destroy the Dragon God Saurama. Keelan recovered from the shock. Although he expressed seemingly serious and rational words, he actually didn't understand the real direction of the war, or he was still in shock. The others agreed with Keelan's words. In fact, they could only agree with this situation. After all, Saurama was their common occupation. This guy will not die for a day. The whole Earth, and even the multiverse are facing crisis, and how urgent they are. The 2 guards can eliminate Saurama, so that future troubles can be avoided. But sometimes things in the world are not as people expected, and even develop in the opposite direction. You haven't witnessed the final truth, so don't jump to conclusions. As soon as the calm voice sounded, everyone's attention was attracted at the same time. Of course, this person was none other than Son Goku. It can be said that 027 is the calmest and most rational person on the scene. The reason why he seldom speaks is because he is engrossed in observing the battle and the situation before and after. After analyzing the battle, although it seemed to me that the previous battles were evenly matched, in fact the 2 guards were already on the verge of losing, and it was precisely because of this that they chose to launch the final attack, and just now the Justice Judgment is obviously their strongest trump card. For anyone, this satisfies the situation where the righteous side of the CPPCC confrontation decides to fight back at a critical moment, but for Son Goku, this matter is by no means that simple. He was originally a time traveler, and he himself is people who are anti-routines, although they also know the routines in film and television dramas, they may not be applicable here, not to mention the multiverse Saurama, but one of the most powerful villains in the multiverse world. If he is eliminated, then Xeno will not continue to let him survive to this day. What's more, Son Goku has a deep feeling in his heart that this matter is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. Although the Holy Referee looks extremely powerful and fearful, and he values the power of destroying the world very much, he wants to rely on this move to completely. It is still somewhat impossible to eliminate the Dragon God Saurama, not to mention that Saurama did not make any obvious resistance, which makes people doubtful. Is it true that Saurama was frightened? The county town and the Son Goku newspaper have the same opinion, and of course there is Xeno, which is a multiverse universe. The supreme and powerful existence is because he has the destructive power to understand the universe at will, and it lies in his ability to control and sense the laws of the universe and the source. Therefore, his ability to predict and sense is also very strong. In his heart, he faintly feels that Salama is not that simple. Chapter 240 Salama is getting stronger. It can even be said that Zeno has concluded that Salama will never die under the joint attack of the two guards, so there is no extra figure on his face. But Zeno has doubts in his heart. The dragon god Salama, after so many epochs of cultivation and growth, can he retain some of his strength under such a terrifying divine ruling? Everyone has many ideas in their hearts, which are the directions they desperately hope and look forward to, but the final development track will not be exactly as they expected, which will be revealed next. On the battlefield, like thousands of ravines in front, the lingering smoke and dust that lingered for a long time slowly dissipated, and what appeared in the eyes of everyone was not only a huge circle of god pits, but also a large black and brown picture. Huge objects alternate with each other, and this looks more like a small slope or a rock. In short, it looks like an inanimate object to everyone. But just when people had this idea in their hearts, they saw the majestic rock tremble suddenly, and then the surrounding ground began to tremble again. With the frequency of the tremors rising and falling, a huge monster appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was at this time that the earth began to fluctuate like aftershocks again. Everyone felt a tingling sensation coming from their feet, and a violent and destructive atmosphere slowly spread, and everyone felt a strong feeling in their hearts. The throbbing, and even some people had encountered something, and at this moment they couldn't help covering their mouths and noses with their hands, and there were shimmering lights in their eyes, as if something crystal was about to be revealed. As for the ordinary people on the earth, they have already distinguished the situation on the battlefield, at least which side represents justice, and the United States represents evil, and at this moment, when they saw the giant tower-like monster, the original fear-dissipated feelings flooded my heart uncontrollably, like the tide of the sea, submerging them wave after wave. As for the fighters of multiple universes, their senses and experiences are the most real. It is difficult to maintain a normal state at this moment. As their bodies trembled, they had completely fallen into panic. Salama, the first one to yell, was naturally Klin. Originally, his heart was the most sensitive, but now under such a strong impact, it was naturally difficult to maintain his original mood, and he couldn't help but teardrops rolled out of his eyes under his excited expression. Yes, it was none other than the dragon god Salama who reappeared in front of everyone, and this nightmare-like figure reappeared in everyone's hearts again, and the impact on everyone was unimaginable. It's not just Klingman. Other members of the universe fighters also showed indescribable fear. They have never encountered such a phenomenon, and now they all panic. No one knows what to do. On the opposite side, Salama was covered in blue smoke, and the white mist followed it, and was drifting towards the rear. Apart from a touch of sand and smoke, there were no other traces or injuries on his body at all. Especially the aura he exudes is still so terrifying and domineering. It's like Salama is still unscathed after passing the stop just now, and it is exactly this that brings great stimulation to everyone. Opportunities make them unable to bear the image that Salama is invincible, so that they all feel desperate. How is this possible? How could there be such a thing in the world? Advertisement. Even Piccolo couldn't help taking 2 steps back. His pupils trembled violently, and at this moment he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Although this seems a bit of a fantasy, it still appeared in front of us. This is a fact, and we have to believe it. Vidau's pretty, flowery face was also full of shock, but compared to Piccolo, it was still able to maintain a basic calmness at this time and slowly said such words. If even something like this happens, does that mean Salama is invincible? It's over, he is not injured at all. It seems that we are really going to be over this time. Not only the Earth will be destroyed, but the entire universe will be destroyed, and the multiple universes will be under his rule. Under the extreme shock, everyone was in a pessimistic mood, so that some people felt a sense of despair, which was extremely detrimental to the current development of the battle situation. And when he pulled his gaze back to the center of the battlefield, this figure who was so tired and slowly stepped forward from the tunnel, his blood-red eyes were fixed on the front, and his eyes were full of unspeakable emotions. The aura has already locked Zeno's 2 guards, so it seems that the dragon god Salama's mood is unstable. Revenge action. At this moment, Zeno's 2 guards were also extremely horrified. They couldn't believe that the attack released by all the energy they gathered could not destroy the dragon god Salama, and even let the latter walk away unscathed. Out. And this is not just a strong shock for them themselves, it is also shrouded in a great sense of crisis. I didn't expect that the power of darkness has been poisoned to the depths. Salama has become so powerful that even the power of divine judgment can't damage it. The more rational guard looked down and muttered something. No matter how powerful Salama is, we are all the guardians of the supreme Zeno. We can't do things. The dark forces are eroding the multiverse. The universe must kill the crisis in the Cradle King. The guard next to him spoke in a low voice, but his tone seemed a little blunt, and his expression conveyed an unquestionable determination. Advertisement. Things can only be like this until now. Even if it doesn't work, I will do my best. The more rational guard's heart shook, and a firm voice came out. At this moment, the dragon god Salama's below raised his head, seeing his blood-red eyes flashing light, and a voice like Wang Ming came out. That was your strongest attack just now. If your fighting power ends here, I can only declare that the battle between us is over. There is no emotion in Salama's voice, but it reveals his strong self-confidence and determination to move forward. Shua. The moment the voice fell, Salamana's tower-like figure disappeared in place, and after a second, he did appear in the sky, and opposite him were Zeno's 2 guards. When Salama's figure came directly, the two big protective shields were in chaos, which in itself caused another small shock to them. Wow! However, the sound of piercing through the air was heard around, and I saw the dragon god Salama moving his arms with his body. He clenched his fists and released a powerful attack force, roaring towards the front, and this time, with one punch, friction as the air continued to crackle. For the two guards, it was not a punch at all, but a supergiant star that could be infinitely magnified. Puff! Without any suspense, this group seemed to blow up the air, and in the blink of an eye, they hit heavily, jows, on the body of the front guard, sinking in the latter's chest and abdomen in an instant, and the terrifying impact was also wanton. Sweeping, the guard's body fell down in an instant, and a mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth uncontrollably. It can be seen that the injury is really unclear. And this is not over yet. I saw Salama turn around, and appear beside another guard as if changing shape, and it was still the same ordinary punch that was thrown by the other guard. On his chest, there was a sound similar to the breaking of bones, and the cold face of the guard who had not changed for thousands of years suddenly became extremely pale. His face was distorted in an instant, and he was hesitating at the same time. A large piece of flesh and blood came out. Shuala. And everyone below can see that the moment the two figures in the sky were approaching Salama, they seemed to have lost all their strength and fell from the sky uncontrollably, which was impossible for them themselves. You must know that these two people are the two guardians of the Supreme Xeno, and their combat power even exceeds that of ordinary god-level powerhouses. But I didn't expect to lose so easily. Chapter 241 Rebirth, Son Goku and Vegeta take action. Just when the brains of the people present were in a state of dizziness, the two figures in the wind fell straight to the ground like atomic bombs that had lost their effectiveness, and then produced great damage and impact. But things are not so simple. In the blink of an eye, the novelty of the dragon god Salama disappeared in the sky again, and this time he followed the two guards closely. He gently raised his left hand, and lifted the body of one of the guards, as easily as lifting a chicken, and at this time, he turned his arm mercilessly and waved it directly. And this punch directly hit the guard's face, and I saw that huge fist that was like a small hill directly hit the guard's face hard, and blood spattered all over the place in an instant. So much so that the fist was half sunk in, and the guard's complexion became even more miserable, and his own aura was even weaker to the extreme. From the previous sacred and extraordinary Xeno guard, once he declined at this moment, his aura seemed to have become a person. Ordinary people are average. Boom boom boom, however, this is just the starting point. The dragon god Salama will not let the opponent go easily. He swung his arm again and suddenly hit the guard again. This time he attacked the opponent's chest and abdomen, so that the 707 people heard the crisp sound again, and this time, the bone was broken in unknown places. Just listening to the movement, everyone couldn't help being shocked and felt the same pain. The heavy sound and tearing roar all had an impact on everyone present, especially the Dragon Ball fighters. They even felt disillusioned. It turned out that they admired Xeno's two guards very much. The strength and unpredictable speed, as well as the destructive energy that erupted later, all made the Earthlings and Dragon Ball fighters have strong confidence, but then the sudden reversal of the situation was no different. Yu forcibly slaps everyone in the face, and just as they were in the process of being shocked, the battle ahead was still going on, or in other words, the two guards were still being ravaged by the dragon god Salama, and they had completely lost the ability to resist at the moment, and only the throngs remained. The trend of retreat. It is normal for a single guard to lose to Salama's own strength in the past, but now the two top powerhouses are fighting together, but it is still difficult to resist Salama's attack, which can't help but make them feel terrified. Not good. It seems Xeno's two guards can't compete with Salama. There will be danger. ADBD, next. Son Goku showed a look of unbearable, and couldn't help but step forward to help the guards. Kakarot, if you want to show off, don't leave me behind. I won't lose to you. Vegeta, who is constantly competing, will naturally not let Son Goku monopolize the limelight, and immediately scrambles to fight against Salama on the opposite side. While the two were talking, the two guards were also dealing with and competing with Salama. I saw that their speed and strength had reached the extreme, and there seemed to be several shadows forming between the whistlings. To avoid Salama's domineering offensive, on the one hand, it is to find opportunities and restore physical strength. Advertisement. But why didn't Salama know what they were thinking? His expression didn't change, and there were constant roaring sounds in the air between his left and right bows. This was like a large-scale human thermal weapon that continued to explode, and under the sweeping power of his, not only locked the two guards, but also closed the space they were in, immediately affecting their wandering positions and moving movements. Bang bang bang, and there is no suspense about what happened next. The two guards were shocked. They found that they could not escape Salama's blockade, and the latter's figure could appear next to them, especially Salama. With a big hand, they can forcibly accept their bodies, and then the other arm swung a punch like flowing clouds in water, which immediately caused a big blow to them. Puff puff. As for the two guards who suffered heavy injuries in succession, before their natural conditions were extremely bad, their faces turned pale again, and because of the heavy injuries, their bodies showed signs of injuries and bleeding in a large area. They couldn't help but spurted out several streams of blood, which were mixed with large pieces of flesh and blood, which showed that their injuries had reached an extremely serious level. Then, under Salama's last powerful punch, the two guards were directly sent flying, and their figures turned into two black shadows, and their own bodies were uncontrollably exposed to the rear. As a result, there were thousands of meters of ravines on the ground, and everyone was shocked. Seeing this scene now, the defeat of the two guards has been completely announced. They are no match for the powerful dragon god Salama. Under the opponent's invincible punch, all they can do is barely parry, but use their own flesh and blood to forcefully carry it, so the result they get is only serious injuries. Even in such a situation, Salama has not retreated. Seeing that his figure is like the heart of the wind, it is shocking. Obviously, his hatred for the two mutual comforts is not so easy to dissipate. He intends to kill them all, and under such circumstances, the two major guards of the entire alliance have no strength to fight anymore. If they are attacked by the dragon god Salama again, their lives may really be in danger. Shua shua. I only heard the sound of breaking through the air, and there were two sounds of breaking through the air, and two black shadows suddenly stood on Salama's new coin. The two who suddenly appeared were Son Goku and Vegeta. Originally, it was Son Goku who was the first to burn his fighting spirit, determined to fight Salama to end the opponent's attempt and prove his own strength, but why would Vegeta let Son Goku go alone? And he himself is arrogant as a person. The more difficult things are, the more he has to try, and as long as a like and dislike existence at the peak of the multiverse like Salama successfully defeats him, it means that he has the top combat power of the multiverse. For this the opportunity is huge and naturally will not let go. However, the dragon god Salama didn't pay too much attention to the two figures that appeared in front of him, but at the same time, the scarlet eyes flashed and a low and hoarse voice came out. Go away. Before the voice fell, there was a strong explosion sound in my ears, and Salama waved his fist again, and his fist was so huge that when he waved it, the whole space trembled violently, and the powerful energy and fluctuations locked on Son Goku and Vegeta. Salama is so overbearing and courageous, he just wants to get rid of Son Goku with one punch. In his opinion, he has no time to fight with these two people or entangled, but to solve the battle with two birds with one stone. At this moment, the people of Son Goku and Vegeta are also under great pressure, especially when the pupils of Salama's group are enlarged sharply. Both Son Goku and others can feel the terrible aura sweeping over. There was an unstoppable timidity in my heart, but both Son Goku and Vegeta were arrogant people, when they exploded into a state of Super Saiyan blue color in an instant. Chapter 242 Brothers fight Salama. After bursting into Super Saiyan blue color, two extremely powerful energies burst out, and due to the simultaneous occurrence of partial fusion, the blue energy field swept out, rampantly cancelling out the powerful threat of Salama on the opposite side. Pressure. But even so, Son Goku and Vegeta only felt a little more relaxed around them, and the sword of Damocles hovering above their heads was still there, especially since Salama's regime was approaching their territory in an instant. At this moment, Son Goku and Vegeta couldn't fight back at all, they could only parry hastily. At this moment, Son Goku and Vegeta spread out one word at a time, and they faced Salama directly, but the latter's attack did not specifically target one of them, but punched them in the middle. Even in this way, the power contained in that group is still overbearing, comparable to the raging universe storm in space, and immediately charged towards Son Goku and Vegeta. Boom. Only a loud noise was heard, shocking everyone's ears. Son Goku and Vegeta raised their arms to block in front of them, and collided with Salama's majestic punch, bursting out a tyrannical wave of air and blows in an instant. The impact spread directly in all directions, and at the same time, the pure power contained in that fist was even more rampant. Even though Son Goku and Vegeta were in a super difficult state at the moment, they really couldn't resist, so much so that within a breath, they were shaken back out. Da da da. Even with the strength of two people sharing Salama's attack, they still inevitably backed away. This shows how strong Huji's power is, and it is precisely because of this that Son Goku and Vegeta's faces. It was only then that he showed such an unbelievable look, but he was a man who had experienced wars, and he quickly recovered. Vegeta, Salama is much stronger than before, you must be careful in this battle. Son Goku glanced at Vegeta's birth reminder out of the corner of his eye, said. I know, Kakarot, without you reminding me, I will defeat him. He was happily snorted by others, and before he finished speaking, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed out, and he was going to fight against Salama alone. On the other hand, Salama on the opposite side just looked at Vegeta quietly, only to see him snorting coldly, and suddenly stood where he was, waiting for the opponent to attack forcefully. And Vegeta has no scruples, learning from his approach, the time of one breath shortens the distance between the two sides, and at this moment, when he is running, he has already waved his arms and condensed into an extremely powerful fist. Come. Sure enough, it fits Vegeta's style, as the saying goes, life and death are bearish. Advertisement. But on the other hand, Salama on the opposite side was still calm and righteous. When Vegeta's fist was infinitely close to it, Salama slowly stretched out his left hand and caught Salama's fist by coincidence, and easily counteracted the power contained in this fist, and Vegeta not only couldn't make an inch, couldn't even pump his fist. At that moment, Vegeta's complexion suddenly changed, and the angry expression disappeared completely, and his face became even paler because of this, but Vegeta was the proud Saiyan prince after all, and a stubborn and persistent expression appeared on his face again. I saw him clenching his teeth, and violent energy fluctuations erupted all over his body again, trying to forcibly break through the shackles of Salama. But things are not that simple. He looked at Vegeta contemptuously, lifted the opponent's arm into the air with ease, and then swung his right leg violently. There was a sound of thunder in the air, and a heavy whip kick directly turned the front face, hit Vegeta's chest and stomach. Well, and in the next second, Vegeta's face twisted directly, his face became as pale as paper, and a strange cry came out of his throat. This shows how much pain he endured, so much that his body could bear it. She couldn't stop trembling, and even started to convulse slowly. You only have this strength? Salama's contemptuous words came from the opposite side, and this was another whistling sound. That heavy group hit Vegeta's abdomen again, and this time it was like trapping Vegeta's flesh and blood, the terrifying power contained in that fist. The force was so clear that Vegeta's pupils lost their brilliance in an instant, and he couldn't help but open his mouth to vomit acid water. However, this is not over yet. Salama did not let Vegeta go, so that after the punch just now, there was another whistling sound, which was obviously Salama's attack again, and the face of the airport this time was astonishing. It looked even paler, and at the same time, what was exposed in the mouth was not only acid water, but also blood. Vegeta! An anxious exclamation sounded from behind, the surrounding air suddenly became blurred, and a figure shrouded in blue light appeared next to Salama, and then it was almost formed in the muscle memory, and he turned sideways and kicked his leg to sweep come here. As for the figure who suddenly launched an attack, you don't need to think about it. It must be Son Goku. He and Vegeta were originally good brothers who fought side by side. How can he see Vegeta in a dangerous situation now, but he doesn't lend a helping hand? But Salama is so easy to deal with, even the mighty Vegeta was easily crushed by him, not to mention the side kick that Son Goku kicked just now, even though the speed, angle and strength have reached a perfect coordination, but for Salama, it is full of loopholes everywhere. I saw that his expression did not change too much, but his scarlet eyes flickered slightly. No one knows when he had a lot, but he kept the original movement unchanged, but just swung his right fist at a slightly inappropriate angle, which was invisible to the naked eye and perception, and suddenly swung a punch, directly hit Son Goku's abdomen hard. 0. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. And Son Goku's whip kick hadn't been fully raised yet. Just as he paused in midair, his lower abdomen was hit hard by Salama, so that Son Goku's body trembled involuntarily, and his pain appeared on his face in an instant, and he couldn't help crying out in pain, and even sprayed a little bit of bitter water from it. With your strength, you still want to save others. Take care of yourself first. Salama's voice sounded in my ears, and I saw a gust of wind blowing by, and an arm appeared ghostly next to it, and then swung it suddenly, forming a heavy swinging fist, and the direction of the attack was Son next to him. Goku. Boom. This time the fist swing was faster and more violent than the last time, and Son Goku was still in severe pain, and before he had time to react, he heard the sound of piercing the air. This Jianshi County. The next moment, Son Goku's face was hit hard, and his body flew upside down uncontrollably. 0. Kakarot. At this moment, Vegeta's voice sounded from the side, and his face became extremely anxious. Seeing Son Goku being beaten so severely, even Vegeta, who had been frozen for thousands of years, felt extremely angry and immediately erupted a strong wave. Wow! In the next moment, Vegeta's figure approached Salama again, and this time without any hesitation, he immediately burst into an offensive like a storm, and roared towards Salama's face. This time he was beaten with all his strength, and at the same time, because of extreme anger, he once again broke through the limit of strength. Almost instantly, the blue features around Vegeta's body became more dazzling and brighter, and his hair color also turned dark blue, and a tyrannical energy fluctuation spread around him. As for the sudden change, even Salama was a little surprised, especially his calm eyes, which caused slight fluctuations in his eyes, which showed that he was also surprised by Vegeta's change. However, Salama was just an accident, and he didn't show excessive surprise. At least, although the opponent's energy in the dark blue state had a qualitative leap, it did not pose too much threat to Salama. Pieces Salama didn't even retreat, and directly exploded with a powerful momentum, and the dark black airflow surrounding his body became more and more turbulent, sweeping towards Vegeta on the opposite side like a surging snail. But Vegeta, who was in a state of frenzy, didn't realize this at all. In his opinion, he will never lose to Salama, and he must use his strength to prove it to everyone. At that moment, a terrifying indescribable energy pool erupted, and at the same time scattered the energy released by Vegeta. Then, in the vortex that was constantly rotating, Salama's fist appeared out of nowhere, and instantly hit Vegeta's face. Monsieur. Chapter 243. I don't need you. The next moment there was a dull impact sound. I saw Salama's thick, earthen-like fist covering Vegeta's face, and in an instant, it slid down like a rain of blood, followed by an extremely violent physical force. Immediately, an indescribable impact erupted, and Vegeta, who directly counter-shocked, retreated again and again. Uproar. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta raised his head and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and his face was covered with scales of scars, which looked even more shocking. Faced with this kind of thing, Son Goku naturally couldn't just sit idly by. 293. He was born in a very happy moment, and his face also showed an extremely anxious look, and he came to Vegeta and Dragon almost in the blink of an eye. Next to the god Salama, followed by clenched fists and violently waving arms and wrists. Wow! A blue light suddenly flashed around, and Son Goku's figure appeared like a ghost, his fist directly rubbed against the air and roared, so that there was a sound of wind and thunder around him, and his punch was even more powerful. It is pouring all the energy into it, and bursting out when the strength reaches the extreme. But as powerful as Salama, how could such a strong person not notice it in advance? As early as the moment Son Goku's figure charged, Dragon God Salama had already noticed him, but his expression didn't change too much, as if he didn't care about Son Goku's assault, so that he didn't even deflect his body, still maintaining the previous posture, not to mention he dared to continue violence in front of Son Goku. He stretched out his left hand like wrapping half of an egg, pinched Vegeta's head tightly, and then lifted the latter up easily. The affection seemed very distant, and this was in front of Son Goku. What contempt and what arrogance. Son Goku's complexion became even more abnormal when he saw this scene, and then his long face turned red. Yes, he became angry in an instant, and the moment he burst into anger, the blue light shrouded Son Goku's body became more and more powerful, and the turbulent airflow wrapped around his body, causing the surrounding air to constantly become disordered. It was at this critical moment that Son Goku's right fist came suddenly. Boom. Advertisement. I only heard a strong ringing sound, remembering that Son Goku's fist slammed on Salama's side, and at the same time there was a strong vibration and such a big movement attracted the attention of everyone present. The reason why they are attracted here one after another, not only the movement caused by these things, but also the consequences and impacts they have produced. We must know that Salama originally disdained Son Goku, and was even unwilling to fight with him, so when facing Son Goku's side attack, Salama didn't even bother to take a defensive stance, which shows how kind he is conceit, but it is also his mentality that makes him underestimate the power of Son Goku's combat power. At that critical moment, Son Goku's fist suddenly hit his chest and abdomen, and at the same time produced a terrible impact. This was not just one kind of force, but almost two forces, so that in an instant, the terrifying force poured out on Salama, and the latter's body was directly pushed back in the next second. Apparently, that punch just now was really heavy, it gathered all of Son Goku's strength. Moreover, when the anger erupted, the effect it produced could not be regarded as the same, so that it accomplished something that could not be done before, and successfully knocked back the dragon god Salama with a punch, which was obviously extremely shocking. The effect of people's hearts. And it was to repel Salama, and Vegeta, who was restrained, managed to land. I saw him clutching his chest and panting sharply, while his face showed the look of survivors. Even the dark flush on his face was slowly receding. Sometimes it could be seen what kind of pain Vegeta was enduring. Vegeta, are you okay? Son Goku came to Vegeta's side, and he reached out and patted Vegeta's back to ease the latter's bad physical condition. But the proud Vegeta didn't appreciate it. He didn't want Son Goku to see himself in such a mess. What's more, his self-esteem was unintentionally stimulated in front of everyone, and Vegeta's relaxed face became ugly, and he forcibly suppressed his violent cough. Very tough to stand up to 4.0. Kakarot, I don't need you to worry about me. Vegeta, stand upright and I am not afraid of anyone. This mere Salama is not in my eyes. Vegeta's face was livid, and he swung his arm and said this firmly, which shows how proud and determined he is. And looking at Vegeta's appearance, Son Goku also sighed helplessly. He knows Vegeta's nature. The more difficult and dangerous things he encounters, the more he will face them, and this is also in line with his personal nature and characteristics. Chapter 245. Arrogant and self-aware. Salama had just stabilized her body and hadn't reflected her emotions yet, when she heard Vegeta's bold words just now. A sneer appeared on her gloomy face. Only his voice could be heard. A human being who is played by me like an ant dares to be so arrogant. It seems that I, Salama, who has been in the universe for so many years, is still too low-key. At this moment, Salama was full of anger and laughed back. He showed undisguised contempt, but it can also be seen that he was indeed angry, and he was stimulated and provoked by Vegeta. At the same time, Vegeta, who heard Salama's words, was also burning with anger in his chest, and his face swelled into a liver color in an instant, as if a raging flame was burning in it. You be ********************************** D. I Vegeta swear to kill you. O3 Vegeta trembled involuntarily, and he couldn't restrain himself from forcing these words out of his throat. It can be seen that his anger has reached its peak, and he can't help it now, and is about to explode. Die. A deep roar sounded, and Vegeta's body sprinted forward as if he had knowledge, and his speed broke through the limit in an instant. In a breath, it had already rushed to Salama, and then there was a sound of lightning, and a powerful storm swept in, and this was caused by Vegeta's powerful killing intent. Wow. Advertisement. Vegeta's speed and attack were incomparably crisp, as if breaking through all obstacles in an instant. He waved his arms and unleashed a fierce attack in an instant. At this moment, as the victim of the attack, the expression of the dragon god Salama also changed slightly. He originally wanted to see Vegeta, because the latter would not be able to threaten him no matter how he exploded, but now he realized that he was wrong. Because he felt threatened by Vegeta's outburst attack, which is extremely rare for him. You must know that he hasn't felt this way for so many years in the multiverse, but he didn't expect this long-lost emotion to come to his heart again. How could this not make Salama shocked and inexplicable? So he made a decisive decision, and Salama had already made a decision. Just as Vegeta was almost fearless in his frontal attack, he took a step back without hesitation. But this does not mean that Salama is really afraid of Vegeta. The reason why he did this is to retreat in advance to avoid the front for the time being, and then accumulate strength to fight back strongly. This is also the battle experience summed up by the dragon god Salama, who stood at the pinnacle of the universe for countless epics. Seeing Salama take a step back, Vegeta thought that the opponent was afraid of his own attack, and immediately there was an uplifting strategy on his face, and even more joy in his furious heart. In Da's opinion, Salama perhaps because he was afraid of himself, Vegeta became even more excited when he thought of this. And the waving arms became more and more fierce and violent, and at the same time, he also acted more desperately. From the eyes of others, it is Vegeta who has the upper hand. Whether it is himself or the Dragon Ball fighters on the sidelines, any powerful presence on the scene can see the clues. Advertisement. Where is Vegeta at Salama's position? It's clearly the water that was put on purpose. What's more terrifying is that Vegeta himself can't see such an obvious trap, and he just burrows into it like a moth to a flame. This doesn't mean he is committing suicide. Road? But right now, things happened so suddenly, they didn't have time to remind them, because when they had thoughts in their minds, the front of the war changed again. I saw that Vegeta thought he had gained an advantage, and was constantly chasing after the victory, so that his left and right fists were like machine guns that never stopped, but he ignored the defense of his weak parts. So much so that the door of the body was opened wide, and at the moment when the two bodies were closest to each other, The dragon god Salama on the opposite side launched an attack with lightning speed. Boom! His punch was extremely fast, so fast that no light or shadow could be seen, and there were no other ripples and folds in the air, but the trajectory and angle of its punch were surprisingly tricky, as if it appeared out of nowhere, and when Vegeta discovered and captured 877, he was already caught. Wow, when I heard the dull voice, I remembered that Vegeta's excited face cooled down in an instant, and then a dark red color appeared on his face, and the dots of red pennies filled Vegeta's face, just insisting on after a second or two. Vegeta could no longer bear the rampant force in his body, and a mouthful of blood involuntarily spit out. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta raised his head abruptly. He looked at Salama opposite him, and his face was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that Salama could unleash such an attack, and it was so unexpected, as if deliberately waiting for him to appear. And at this moment, Vegeta naturally saw that Salama had set up a trap just now, and deliberately waited for himself to slip into it. The ridiculous thing is that he, Vegeta, was so arrogant and unaware that he suffered such a serious injury. But it's too late to say anything now, because Salama won't let him go, and the second round of attack has come.